Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Welcome back, everybody. This is not. Why is that? I had to get rid of that echo. Nominally, this is the 100th episode, so we'll pretend to enjoy it. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, and yourself, Mr. Cross?
Pretty good.
That's good.
How you been? It's been a while since I've seen you.
Oh, I've been pretty good.
Good.
Just hanging in there.
Well, good. I basically just picked a bunch of videos that I'm going to show on random subjects. This first one is by a YouTube content creator called Lady Boulay, and showed a video of hers yesterday, I think it was. She reminds me of my mother, believe it or not. So there's a point in here that I want to make. It'll be towards the end of it. And I was hoping John would be around because it's about a town in Alabama that used to be a sundown town, and it no longer is. And towards the end of the video, I have a point that I actually don't find her very forgiving or correct on, and we'll get to it at some point. So I'm going to go ahead and start this up, and I may skip parts of it, but it's about 11 minutes long. It's pretty interesting.
Well, that sounds good.
We'll see what she's got.
Hey, Stanley.
This is Lady Boulay. I sort of met her first yesterday. I don't know if you've heard of her. She's an old retired teacher. It reminds me of my mother.
Sharing the videos. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. And y'all, history really does come full circle. People can do things in the past. They can be horrific things that they do in the past. And they think those things will be forgotten. But somebody is going to remember it. Somebody wrote it down, and somebody remembered it, and somebody passed it on, so that many, many years later, you think you lived that down, only for somebody to come back and say, this is what you really are. This is what you used to be, and this is what you probably are now. Now, what I'm speaking about is a county in Alabama called Coleman. Coleman is a county, but Coleman is also the county seat. It's a city in Coleman County. Coleman was a sundown town, and now it's trending for that reason. Now they want to live it down. Now they want to say, no, that's not what it is. No, that's not what it is. But that is what Coleman is known for in the state of Alabama by the Black people who have lived in the state since the slavery days. Take a look.
I actually have a problem with her. I tend to agree a lot with her, but being kind of a history buff and from the South, I kind of have a problem with holding a town that's trying to change its image from the past, kind of holding these folks accountable now. I mean, it's obvious they want to change their image, and you're supposed to learn from the past, not necessarily hold people to the past. I mean, I'm almost 60, so the Civil Rights Act has been around since for 61 years, and I think she's probably wrong on this point. If the people are trying to change their image, let them do it. Most of these people probably don't even remember that far back in the past. So this is what struck me. Like I said, I usually agree with her on a lot of things, but this one I just don't.
And may I ask a question
Look at
real quick,
this.
Stanley?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she implying that Coleman, Alabama is still a sundown town present day?
No, what she's trying to do basically is say, hey, we remember the past. You weren't always this friendly and inviting. And I have a problem with that. I mean, people can change. So part of the problem is you don't necessarily want people to forget what happened in the past. But the other side of the equation is you have to forgive people, for what happened that far in the past. This wasn't like in the last 5 years. This was, in Alabama and Georgia and, places like I live are, slow to change, but you have to kind of meet them halfway. They are trying to change or have changed. And she is probably in her 70s, and it's probably a little hard for her to, accept that fact. And you'll see later that her father has a history in the town. So, really kind of think, there's a grudge there. And grudges are so unpleasant to witness, especially when they're kind of unfounded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stanley.
Sure.
There are all these videos about Coleman, Alabama being this beautiful, charming Hallmark Christmas town. However, if you live in Alabama, there is one thing you know for sure and two things for certain, and that is Coleman, Alabama is a sundown town.
What's up, cousins? I am reporting live from Coleman, Alabama at the Christmas thing that everybody's making this big deal about. Me and one of my friends rode down because as the ambassador of the state of Alabama, I have to come out and check out everything. If there's controversy or anything going on, I have to report it back to the people. And I don't know about y'all, but I go anywhere comfortably. I go wherever I want to go. And I must say, this was a really nice place. I mean, the people were nice. I feel like they was a little bit extra nice, but they were nice. I mean, of course, go at your own discretion. But I think kids would love this. I wouldn't say it gave me Hallmark vibes. It was more so like Lifetime. But they pretty much got all the things you need out here. You can get your hot chocolate. They have food. It was a vibe. I got to be honest. But then too, I love Christmas. So, anything Christmassy gonna always win me over. And I just want y'all to know I did make it out safe. I'm in the bed right now rubbing my feet together.
So here's a map of Alabama, and the red part shows Coleman County. that is in North Alabama. And Coleman County, the whole county, has been known as a sundown county. The Black people who live in Coleman County live in a town called Colony. It is an African American town, about 94% now, used to be 100%. Black Americans live in Colony. My dad used to work for the railroad, and they worked in Coleman County for quite some time. And when they were laying rails in Coleman, the city of Coleman, they worked during the day in Coleman, and then they had to live in Colony after dark. They had to go to Colony. My husband went to Alabama A&M for undergraduate school. Alabama A&M is in Huntsville. So from where we live, you have to go through Coleman to get to Huntsville. And before they laid Interstate 65, you had to go through the town of Coleman. And when he was a student at Alabama A&M, like in the 70s, one of his classmates was shot at a service station in Coleman. And they were advised not to stop in Coleman at night going to and from school. And when we go back up there now, I don't even like to stop in Coleman. But now they're trying to reinvent themselves for commercial reasons. Because if you don't get revenue from Walmart and Home Depot and Lowe's and all of these fast food chains, your town is going to dry up. You're going to lose your hospital. Your school funding is going to go down. And if no industry is coming into that town, your population is going to go down because people are going to move to where the jobs are. So now it's a necessity for them to try to become something that they've never been. And the state of Alabama had to learn that several years ago when the Mercedes plant, which Mercedes is manufactured in Germany, they were going to bring the plant to Alabama. Alabama was in the running for the Mercedes plant in Tuscaloosa County. And that was the time when the Confederate flag was still flying over the state capitol. And the Germans told them, we are not going to bring that plant to Tuscaloosa County or anywhere in Alabama as long as you have the flag of tyranny flying over that state. And they took that flag down, and nobody even talks about that flag anymore because.
And that the video should stop there. Nobody talks about the flag anymore, which means, she makes the point about, economics being a driving factor for, ending at least the appearance of racist behaviors. And, that should be it. We know why it's changing. I think it's trending for the right reason, and people can change. And even Black folks in the South, who are of a certain age, they need to deal with it. It's got a very bad past, but it looks like they're trying to turn it around, turning the town into a Christmas village. So I think I'll just, probably we don't need to watch any more of this video, but I was actually kind of shocked at her analysis. Georgia, same way. Confederate flag used to be a part of the state flag. That is no more. That ended decades ago now. And South Carolina, the same way. They used to fly their battle flag at the state capitol, and they wound up taking it down because of publicity, economics, tourism, etc. So, right is right, and she is wrong. So, and like I said, I watch her videos fairly regularly, and usually I kind of agree with her assessments. Just don't agree with this particular take. So, anybody got any comment?
Yeah, I honestly, I thought it was interesting listening to it, because I'm not familiar with Coleman, Alabama.
Well, probably no one is. That's
Oh
why they
yeah,
that's why they want to make it a Christmas village.
yeah. It's just like I've never heard of it before, but that was interesting. That was like a an educational like type of, I got the link to it, so I'm gonna finish it
Oh yeah,
later on.
I put it in the Slack.
Oh yeah, I pulled it from the Slack. And I put it in the description box already. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. Like her take and ultimately more than anything else is just learning about it. So I really like that, Stanley. So yeah.
Well, Alabama, and I have to say, Georgia, even from when I was a kid, Georgia was never bad. At least in my lifetime. And I think Black people are just going to have to learn that, things change, and it goes back to the point about, sure, things are slow to change, but they do change. And, harboring that kind of attitude. And I understand why she does. I mean, she grew up in the Jim Crow South. But, people like myself who don't necessarily remember it, we need to know about it, but we don't need to live it or relitigate or relive or, anything like that. So that was just odd and, popped up in my algorithm and I started watching it. And Non-It Factor says he's been through Coleman 1,000 times or a gazillion times. What do you, Non-It, any comment? Do you ever stop there for gas or anything like that? It seems like, pleasant little town, at least at Christmas.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I'm sure John will pop back up at one point or another.
Well,
I'm curious
it might be a little north of where he's from, but I'm sure he knows it.
Yeah, so I'm curious to know if he knows about it, like if he's ever heard about it. So.
So the next video, again, it's kind of random, but this popped up in my algorithm. I watch a lot of videos on Appalachia. I lived in Northern Virginia up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and I actually really liked living there. So, anytime I see something, that's educational on Appalachia, and yeah, people are going to say it's pronounced Appalachia, but you can actually pronounce it either way. And I just prefer Appalachia. But anyway, this is the poorest place in America. And so I have to see, I have to see this video and what it's like, at least a little bit of it. So this one's a little bit over 12 minutes. So we'll see what Booneville, Kentucky's like.
Oh,
I've never actually. Well, you've been to Kentucky. That's right. Do you know this place?
I absolutely do.
Oh, really? Well,
Sure.
Well, good. What's it like?
What I'll say, and to keep it short and sweet, it is when you think about Appalachia, it's like it's a lot of white folks, right? But initially, I thought that they would be like very hateful, like racist people.
Mm-hmm.
But they're actually not. They're the complete opposite of it. But the one thing that I will say that struck me the most is the lack of education.
Right.
So I'm talking don't even know how to spell their own names. The customs, of course, that at least some of them have shoes and stuff like that. But like their teeth, their upkeep, it's just like very, very uneducated people. And so like on the onset, you might want to judge them and talk down on them and be a certain way with them. But I had the opportunity to work with a lot of folks in Appalachia.
Mm-hmm.
In term, like when I was in medical school too, and when I was pre-med too, just to kind of fill them out and hear their stories and things like that. But the one thing that I just felt, it made me feel a way towards the group as a whole, because it wasn't just like the older people, it was the kids too.
Right.
It's like they didn't know anything. But beyond that, like when I say that they didn't know anything, as far as curriculum, arithmetic, English, no. But whatever it comes to running, like a farm, taking care of the land, all of that, like self-sufficiency, they know everything about that.
Right.
But I know that the initial idea is that these people are just very hateful people, and obviously I didn't meet every single person, but the people that I met, um, they were great to me. Um, and that was like my first time ever seeing something like that, and I didn't even realize that places like this existed in America. Now this was this was several years ago, so it could be different here in this video. But when we're talking about poor,
Well, you need to read
it's
Hillbilly Elegy.
Hillbilly Elegy.
Yeah, J.D. Vance's book, the one that made him famous.
Right.
It talks a little bit because I think his grandparents, if I recall, were from Kentucky. So he actually spent time in Appalachia, though he didn't grow up. He grew up mostly in Ohio. But he talks a little bit about it. It's actually a good book. I read it when it first came out before he became, quote, J.D. Vance. It's a decent book. Didn't like the movie so much.
So, yeah, the book that turned into a movie. Yeah, I have to.
The movie sucked.
It Factor. Listen, you listen to me right now, and since you said it, I'm pretty sure you know all about it. I got some moonshine.
I had a friend when I lived
up in Appalachia.
When I lived up in the hills, he used to make moonshine. It's good stuff.
Stanley, I almost died. Not gonna lie.
Really?
Listen, that moonshine. I took a sip. That was it. I was like, this is gonna, it's fine. This will last me for a couple years. All I need is a sip.
Yeah,
I just could not believe that it was strong like that. Oh, and then It Factor says it gave us NASCAR. Had it not been for the folks that I met up in the hills in Kentucky, I would have never went to my first NASCAR race. And because of that, I love NASCAR. Now, I don't like to watch it on TV. I love to go live in person to see NASCAR because of those folks.
Speaking of Appalachia, there's Dirty Dude. He's in West Virginia.
Sure is. Hey, Dirty Dude.
Dirty, you well know Appalachia. Do you ever make it down to or over to Kentucky? I like I said, I had a good experience in Appalachia. Now I didn't live like knee deep in it. I lived on the periphery up in Northern Virginia. But I remember the first moving up there. I lived in Warren County, Virginia, and the Shenandoah River goes right through Front Royal. So I've fished the Shenandoah many times over the course of living there. I lived up there almost 20 years. I remember going to the Walmart in Winchester, Virginia, and I walked in there and it was just like a sea of white people. But the funny thing is once I lived there a while, it turns out that half those white people were mixed race. There's a lot of miscegenation in that part of Appalachia. So I don't know. Like I said, I mean, if you kind of know the code, they kind of don't like city folks too much. But once you've lived there a while and, you start getting acclimated and, they start knowing you and vice versa, it's the South. They're going to be pretty accommodating as long as you don't act like an ass.
Right.
It's not. That's not. Stanley, respectfully, that's not Appalachia.
What, Northern Virginia?
No, that's.
It's about 35 miles. Where I lived was 35 miles from West Virginia. So up in those hills, believe me, culturally, it's Appalachia. It's not technically, but it's 35 miles out. It's close enough.
Well, Winchester.
Oh, I know Winchester's not considered Appalachia. It was at the time. It was just the nearest Walmart.
You got to get down 81. Get out to like Clarksburg.
Hey, I have been down 81 a ton of times. Southwestern Virginia is true Appalachia.
Yeah, you get into some real deep, just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It really is.
Well,
Some of these
my
people are
father-in-law
so
and I
backward.
used to go. I forget the name of. Is it Ella J? There was a place like way back up in the holler that one side of it's West Virginia, the other side of it is uh,
Ohio?
no, the other side of it is Virginia, and literally it was a church and kind of a city hall, and that was the town.
Hmm.
But I
My
loved it, you know.
we come from a place about 15 minutes from where Joe Manchin is from
Oh,
in
really?
Farmington. And I drove through the town in about 8 seconds.
That's like
Literally.
Ludwig, Georgia. You know,
It
it's
is just,
you'll
and look,
breeze through there so quick, you won't even
look,
know it's
look,
there at night.
there were kids with no shoes on. I was just like, oh my God, look at these people. And
Hmm.
yeah, it's really bad. I had a guy who actually told me he did utility work out there,
Hmm.
and he's from DC Metro.
Oh,
And
wow.
there were a couple guys that he had a crew, and he was like, look, you don't even, he's like, it's unbelievable. And there's like like if you want to expand your house, you just take a trailer and then you can build like another trailer adjacent on top. Like they have like double two-story trailers and stuff. It's unbelievable. So
Yeah,
yeah.
well, but I don't know. Having lived in that area for so long, you kind of get used to it, and they're good people.
Well, they're good people, but they're it's interesting because for some reason they went. Supposedly, I have a great granddad. The West Virginia was a northern state in the Civil War, and
Yeah.
then so after the Civil War, he's West Virginia, so he fought for the Union Army, and he had arthritis apparently, and he lost a limb. And
Ooh.
after the Civil War, they didn't get any money. Everybody just went home.
Yeah.
They didn't get any money, and then they fought for his pension for a long time, and I don't think they ever got any money out of it. He just was like, all right, go home, it's over. And but anyway, so this cat ended up in the deepest throes of West Virginia, and I'm like, why would you want to go back there when you could go to a city and actually have phone lines? That's why Appalachia's so unbelievably broke. They didn't really evolve. Like they didn't have phones or any way to communicate like they did in the major cities. So all these people just ended up inbreeding, and pretty much that was it. Like they're
Well, a
just
lot
there.
of people don't want to change, though. That was I got a lot of that. As a matter of fact, when I moved up into the mountains. Literally, my first place up there was on top of a mountain, and when I got up there, they didn't even have cable. I had to use dial-up
Yeah,
for like a
they don't
couple
have
of
cable. They probably still don't have it. I mean,
years.
that's what Biden tried to get the rural America broadband, like in this huge squandering of the national treasure. He wants to give everybody broadband, and you got to run cable. I mean, through mountains of stuff. It's unbelievably expensive to do this for like
Well,
three
why
people.
why not use Starlink or something?
That's what he should do. But I think he was trying to, have
Create
cable go to
jobs.
all these places, right? And yeah,
Yeah,
probably
he's
for
probably
jobs.
trying to create jobs.
But Starlink like works in Ukraine. Why can't you make it work so it's not as much money? But
I would
you,
think, but the thing is you can create jobs running the infrastructure. That's the only reason I can think of. Starlink is like obvious. Why would why would you even, you know,
it makes
just
more
flip a
sense.
switch?
Yeah, and the signal doesn't have to go through a mountainside. It can
Exactly.
just it can just go up and down through. There's no resistance, through the
Right.
airwaves. So, well, actually, there is resistance, but it's not much.
Well,
Well,
I'll
So,
say
let's watch these. You got.
really quick. Oh,
Mhm.
one last thing. So I'm seeing in the chat like from a few people saying the same thing because it's like you want to talk about it and say it, but like not be too bad about it. But the whole shoes thing, like anytime they would come into the ED, no shoes, no nothing. their name could have been as simple as Bob can't spell it, and then going up into the hollers, well, up into Appalachian and like doing, different medical work for the folks that just refused to leave to come down for whatever reason. It was just like no shoes. And I'm like, gosh, I know somebody has to have them, even though we don't see. It's just like they just don't wear shoes.
We don't need them.
Yeah, but yeah,
Hey,
that's it. I'm sorry, Stanley. You go ahead.
Well, hey, there's nothing wrong with that in the summertime, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, Portia, I got to tell you a story. So, I got a buddy from Louisiana, and he said that he was sitting there in like in a tree stand with his brother, and this guy's a funny guy, and he said, hold up, who's sleeping?
Who's that snoring?
Is that Virgo?
Must be Virgo.
Well,
Go ahead.
all right, so he said he's sitting there, and it's been like a day, and he's just exhausted, and he thinks he's seeing stuff, right? And he said he's looking out, and he says like 200 yards up, he sees this hog come running out, and it's standing there, and he said all of a sudden he sees some 12-year-old hick, some little kid, and he said, I swear he ran out with a knife and no shoes on, and they're chasing these little kids, like little 12-year-olds, are chasing his hog around with a knife. And then he said he's got to sit there, and he looks over at his brother, and he's like, did you see that? His brother's like, I don't know. I thought maybe it was just a mirage. So I think they do have these places with like little kids running around with no shoes on, just like think their pants jacked up. You know what I mean? But some little kid was chasing a hog. This was like in the deepest throes of Louisiana swampland. They were like hunting, So I guess it's real,
Yeah, I guess so. All right,
So-
Stanley.
Shoes are optional. Let's skip through that music.
In terms of income per household, Owsley is the poorest place in the U.S. The main city, if you can call it that, is Boonville, which I'm going to show you all in this video.
Here we are, just off of Kentucky Highway 11, and I want to give you guys a big warm welcome to Boonville. This is Owsley County. You can see the Owsley County Courthouse over there, and we are in the poorest place in the United States. First impressions. Well, the countryside leading up to this little town, we're in Boonville. It's the seat of Owsley County. It's the biggest city in Owsley. The countryside around here is breathtaking. Now, first impressions actually in this city here in Boonville, it's desolate. I'm walking, there's not anybody out. I mean, there are people driving around, but look around you. There's nobody out walking the streets. There's the County Board of Education, and boy, is that small. Charles E. Long Service Station. Looks like it's got some fresh concrete laid there for the driveway and parking lot. But the business itself doesn't even look like it's still open. Car wash looks closed. And when I say closed, I don't mean closed for the day. I mean closed permanently. Now there's a Family Dollar here, so let's do a walk through and see if we can maybe meet some of the locals, or at least see some of the locals. Well, it's safe to say that business isn't exactly booming. I did meet and greet a gentleman from the post office who was just leaving this store, but I think he was the only customer. Yeah, he was the only customer. Well, I talked to the young lady in that Family Dollar, and she was the only person in there. And I asked her, is this pretty much the center of Boonville? And she said, yeah, this is pretty much it. So it's real easy just to do a quick walkthrough. The Owsley County Action Team. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of action going on lately. I've got to say, this is quite an interesting feeling being out here. I'm enjoying it. It is eerily quiet, though. Here we are at the Owsley County Jail here in Boonville. doesn't really look like it's still functional though. Go over here and see if the door is locked or what. Yeah, it's locked. You can see the reflective window panes there. Now this one over here, I can see through a little bit. I can see some bars through there. But yeah, it looks like they don't want you being able to see in. But just over here at the Owsley County Courthouse, you can see a sign, Boone Station. Near this spot, Daniel Boone and party camped in 1788 to 1781. Camp called Boone's Station until Owsley County was organized in 1843, then named Booneville. Records in Clay County show that Boone's family owned land here until it moved to Missouri. They've got a wall here to pay respect to their fallen soldiers. You can see people from the Korean War, World War II in the Pacific, Korea, Vietnam. Well, we were just at the jail a few minutes ago, and now it looks like we found the van that rounds them all up and takes them there. The Owsley County Jailer. That little shop that I walked into just now, I was lucky enough to meet the owner of it. It's a shop he's running, and it's kind of like a game room. He's got, well, he sells snacks and drinks. He's got a pool table. He's got some video games, and he's in the process of opening an arcade. And real nice guy. And I talked to him for probably about 30 minutes. I was going to buy a bottle of water, but he insisted on giving it to me for free. And he told me a lot about this town, and we had really a great conversation. But this town is pretty much as small as what it looks. I mean, I walked through the center right over there, and I'm already almost to the end of it. One thing the guy told me is about that jail. Now, that jail that you just saw a couple minutes ago is actually not open anymore, but that jail van that you saw is still in use, because he was telling me that just recently it rounded up a group of local guys that were selling drugs out here. But that old jail that we saw is no longer operational. It's not in use. He said there's a regional jail that's not too far from here now, where criminals from here and surrounding counties are sent. Spencer's, it's a fast food joint, one that I've never heard of. I want to come over here and take a look at the Kentucky River, the South Fork of the Kentucky River. Let's take a look. Yeah, the nature out in this region is really breathtaking. We're out here in Appalachia, and it really is beautiful. And that guy I was talking to in that shop, he was telling me that one of the reasons that it's hard to really build up this city and this town, and a lot of other similar ones out in this region, is that there's just not enough suitable land to build on, because there's not really much flat land. It's all mountains and hills, and the areas that you can build on are quite small. And he was also telling me that most of the families here, their roots go back generations, and not a lot of land is trading hands. All right, let's go check out the break room.
This is true.
Seal Theater Cleanup Project. Looks like they're going to try to maybe bring this old theater back to life. You can see they're doing some construction inside. This seems to be the main diner in town, the old bus stop diner. And I'm hungry, so I think we need to go in here and grab something to eat. Yes, this place got a full menu, and you come in, it's got the old town diner feel. And I couldn't resist. I had to go for the Philly cheesesteak. Haven't had one of those in a long time.
Why would you go to a diner and have a Philly cheese?
A wide variety of knives.
All right. Stanley.
Lunch is served. I've got that.
So I think I will tell you this much. I had the best pizza I've ever had in my life was in Johnson City, Tennessee. It it
Oh
it,
wow.
it,
Okay. I go
it
through there. It's off. It's on 81, isn't it?
yeah, it's I love Johnson City. But I had a kid go to school there in Johnson City. So, but I we it's the best pizza I've had. I've been in New York, I've been to Philly, DC, all these places, Boston, and Johnson City, Tennessee. I think it's to do with the water. Um,
Cool.
yeah, it's something like that. So, but yeah, it's interesting because it's I think it's got sulfur in it. I know it's like a soft water versus hard water, so
You know,
might be to do
it's
with that.
funny. The one thing that I love are the what are they, sausage rolls or pizza pepperoni rolls? That's what they call them in West Virginia. Those things
Yeah,
are good.
yeah, I think it might be to do with the water though, something to do with that
All
because
that spring water.
yeah, it's I think it's something to do with that. It's got different stuff in it, maybe. So I don't know, but the,
Um,
the people are
I was
nice. They're
also
just
going to
hilarious.
mention Non-It Factor talks about them growing weed. Ginseng is another thing. Apparently, ginseng is like really like the Japanese paid top dollar for it.
Yeah.
So they're like, there was a whole show on one of these, remote cable channels about basically ginseng hunters. And it's like, you go, like people poach ginseng from others' lands and, there are gunfights and,
I
I
think
just
I
all
saw
kinds of
something about
crazy
that
things.
too. I think I saw something about that, but he's right about the terrain. Like building in these places because number one, it's all rock, right? So just digging in is difficult. Like you can't break the soil without there's 6 inches of topsoil and everything below that is melted rock, which is clay and it's predominantly rock and some clay.
Mhm.
And nothing's flat. Farming is difficult because when you have mountain, um, the water runs off, so the soil ends up getting dry. So even farming is tough, right?
Right.
Like in the flat areas, when you have clay under the topsoil, that clay doesn't want to absorb water. Clay is naturally not good with it's great. It's a great water filter, but it holds water up in the topsoil, so you get great crops. So West Virginia is really the whole Appalachia is just difficult to survive. It really is in terms of making any money. So they're
Yeah,
broke. He's
Non-It Factor talks about saying, they call it saying.
saying, yeah,
I
that's right.
actually like that show, Non-It. I used to tune into it, like whenever it came on, which was, sometimes it was like daily, but at least once a week. I love
Well,
watching those. I can't even remember the name of the cable channel, but they'd have
it,
like mountain men. There was a show about mountain men in different parts of the country, and then ginseng hunters. Um,
it's
there's a
kind of
lot of
embarrassing.
out on cable if you care to find it.
It's kind of embarrassing when your family hails from there. I just feel I don't want to look back. I don't want to. Now, my grandfather moved out of West Virginia to Maryland, so
So
it's
no 23 and Me fever dreams, huh?
well, no, like 23 and Me. Do you mean like as far as meeting people there?
Well,
I
I
know I
mean, like
have. I
tracing
know I have.
family trees. You know how people will, get all into genealogy and that sort of stuff.
I'm scared of it because it's all like, listen, I'm just going to tell you something. My grandfather told me. He said, "Look, here's the deal." He said, "In West Virginia, there's a lot of inbreeding." He said that. He didn't say we did that, but if you look through these old records, because I think they tried to trace the name. It went back about, the one guy from the Civil War, and that's it. And then, but the funny thing about it is, if you died back then, like in 1900, you would just marry the brother. You would marry the sister. You would marry like people just married a sibling of the person. As crazy as that sounds, you know, that's what Americans did. you know. So people would marry the brother to survive, you know. Like if a woman's husband died when he was 27 from, you know, malaria, whatever, some disease, not malaria, but like the diseases that they have, tuberculosis, I think was common. Uh, they would marry the brother. It's nuts, but they did that. A lot of people did that. I'd imagine they've always done it, you know, everybody. You just marry the next closest person. So I think because it was about survival and not really about, you had to have somebody else to survive, I would imagine. So, but it's pretty crazy, these places. But it is embarrassing because, like, that's where my family hails from.
Well, I remember basically, well, you know, reading back, yeah, if a woman didn't have like a male to protect her, she was really vulnerable.
Yeah, you had to have somebody, or you know, and there was no food. The government didn't give you food. You just didn't have food. Maybe you go to the church, maybe you
Right.
have the charity of a neighbor, but you could, like, people died during the Great Depression of starvation. That's like crazy, right?
Yeah.
People say, hold on, they died of starvation. They would boil leather and eat it. They would eat dogs and cats, a lot like Trump accused the Haitians of doing. But people would just eat rat carcasses because there was no food. You know,
Well,
you had to.
that's really funny. You know, in the news when, you know, Haitians are accused of it and everybody's, oh, that's so barbaric. How could they do that? They forget America's past. And that just floors me that, you know, you go back 100 years and people were, you know,
People eat
eating dogs
whatever.
and cats.
You eat dogs and cat. You eat during the Depression, people boiled leather. They would boil leather and eat. I
Yeah.
mean, it's crazy, right? They'd eat anything you could find because there was no food. And yet, you know, now people are that's so far gone from people's minds, right? So, but they did that in after World War II in Germany. In East Germany, they were eating anything they could find. Anything.
Grass.
People, yeah, any rats. They loved rats. So the rats were even starving because there was no
Hey, if
waste.
you eat rabbit, you can eat, you know, rabbits are rodents too. If you can eat rabbit, you can eat rat.
I believe a gentleman up here the other day said that a good food was skunk. It was Solid Snake.
Was it
He was
Solid Snake? Chuck from
very,
Tennessee. That
yeah, he
sounds like
said
something he would say.
Solid Snake was like, you could even eat skunk. And I'm like, Snake, I don't know if anyone's doing that, but
Well, if you can basically, you know, I would imagine the meat is easy to taint with those scent glands.
you would think that you'd think you'd have to get the meat out of it pretty quick, right?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
man, I can't even. You'd have to separate that quick, and I would still think you'd get, like, if you shoot it, how do you know you didn't puncture one of the scent glands? You know?
Well, you'd smell it, I guess.
Ah, I can't even imagine that. How disgusting.
All right, well, let's finish this. Not too much left.
All right, that's cool.
A Philly cheesesteak, which looks really good. And I've got some mustard greens, just squirted some vinegar on there, some French fries, and I am starving. Let's see how this bad boy tastes. That really is good. Surprisingly good. Well, if you do ever end up in Boonville, which I doubt that you will, I highly recommend that you check out that little diner that I was in, because service was good, food was good. Hello, ladies. And yeah, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I was actually kind of hoping to find a barbershop out here. I was going to get a haircut. I found Abdeel Barbershop. and they are closed. So it looks like we're gonna have to cancel the haircut plan. Not sure if he likes me or if he's trying to tell me he doesn't like me. Let's walk up this little street and see what we've got. Looks like there are a couple little businesses up here. Hey, bud, how's it going? Hey, he looks like a friendly one. Well, one thing I can tell you is that there's no shortage of churches in this little town. Here's another one right here, the First Baptist Church. You know, this is just a little town nobody really comes to. Very few people even live here. And apparently it's somewhat of a poor town. But one way in which this town is rich is in the natural beauty and the quiet stillness and serenity just of the atmosphere here. It really is nice. You just look out into these fields and these trees and look at these rivers and these hills in the background. It truly is a beautiful place. All right, well, we're going to head out a little bit deeper into Owsley County. Well, it looks like apart from Boonville, or as they would say, Boonville, there aren't any actual like towns or anything like that where you can stop and just get out and roam around, because this is just a lot of land and a lot of this is private property. So if you come to Owsley County, Boonville is about the only place you can really stop and get out and wander around. The rest of
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it there because I don't want to get a music hit or anything like that. But we generally get the idea. It looks like a pleasant little place if you like that sort of thing. What's up, tough guy?
Yo. What's that?
Oh, nothing much. Funny you should be here. I actually later on have a couple Iceberg Slim videos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been meaning to show them and just haven't found the right time. So tonight I'm just doing random, I put in about 7 or 8 random videos.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured we'd do that until something more interesting comes up. I do have a Pop the Balloon. I've got a Kevin Samuels video. I've got an Obama speech, a post-Trump win Obama speech that we'll look at a little bit of. But this I found interesting.
Hey guys, welcome. Today we are in Bacong Beach
Are
together with
Filipinos ready
Jel
for
and
black
Che.
guys?
So today we are going to answer a question from my previous videos, like a common question that we usually get from the viewers. Jel and Che, are you ready?
Yes,
Yes,
ready.
Ready?
Ready.
All right, so let's start. So
You're here just in time. Tough guy, pick one. You got your favorite one yet?
Hold on, let me see. Probably the one on the right.
I like the one in the center.
Yeah.
Do you know
really see your
anything?
face.
Is there a big Filipino? You're in San Diego. There probably is a big Filipino population here.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, Norfolk and
We got all type of. We got Asians, Filipinos, we got Mexican, we got Somalians.
Well, I figured Filipinos because
There's like a whole Somalian what do you call it? Community.
Yeah, well, anywhere there's a Navy base, you'll find a concentration. At least in my experience, you'll find a stand looking for flips on it. No, Eric, this did wind up in my algorithm, so that is true. But I didn't go looking for it; they came looking for me.
Why Filipina use filters on social media? Do you use filters on social media?
Yeah, sometimes, because I have a like insecurity in my skin, my dark skin. So that's why I put a filter on my social media. But but this is my real.
Yeah, you can have a filter on the camera. That's your real face.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one in the
Alright.
middle.
So you use filter just to tone your skin because you want it to be lighter on pictures, like on social media, like for example on your TikTok videos and for Facebook. For
Yeah.
Facebook as well?
On my TikTok.
Only?
Yeah, only.
Okay. Yeah, because guys, you have to be aware. Sometimes Filipina use too much filters, and they will use that as their profile on their, I don't know, maybe dating site or on Facebook. So make sure that you meet the Filipina in person or do video call. I don't think you can use filters on video call.
Yeah, sometimes I will use that on my Facebook Messenger. So, yeah, I used that before a long time ago.
A long time ago, but now you accept your true colors.
I just accept this because my boyfriend doesn't want me to use a filter anymore.
Yeah,
just being real, Jill.
Be real.
Be real. Yeah.
Alright. So do you think generally Filipina use filters?
Yeah, most of the Filipinos use filters.
Like 80% Filipino.
Yeah. Yeah. How about
What about you, Che?
Sometimes.
On TikTok especially.
On TikTok, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because I'm not confident. Negative comments there.
Yeah.
People.
Especially here in the Philippines, that if you're too dark, it's just you're not into the Philippine standards. If you have darker skin, so that's why most Filipina use filters just to lighter their skin. Filters is really good, especially on TikTok. It's so realistic, but the expectation versus reality. But when you meet them in person, that happens. That happens. I think that's one of my subscriber who he leave a very long comment on my channel. He said, he fall in love with this Filipina he met online, and then suddenly when they met in person,
he's shocked.
Yes, it happens even to Gary. Like he met a Filipina have no teeth. So it's very important to do video call before you meet them in person, because it can be real.
You're gonna be victim when you meet in your, Filipina when you.
It could be a
Filipina will trick you. All right, that was very funny. But yeah, a lot of Filipina do use filters, especially on TikTok. Like they're doing TikTok videos, they usually use something to enhance their beauty. So this comment is actually related to the last one we answer. Why Filipina use whitening products to their skin? I love Morena skin. Do you use, let's start with gel. Do you use whitening product right now?
Yes, I do. Until now, I use a whitening soap. Even my boyfriend doesn't want me to use
Stanley.
it. Yeah, I do. Because, I feel like I have confidence when I use that, when I have.
Off the subject of this video, I have a question to ask you.
What's that?
Now, it is my belief that if there were aliens, it's probably in the ocean, because I was just watching this video and it was talking about like some of the deepest places in the ocean, and you can't go there. The pressure is too great. It's no sunlight. It's very dark down there. So there very well could be a whole nother life form that we don't know underwater.
There was a movie out,
like Atlantis. Are you talking about Atlantis?
No, there's a movie out that I saw someone describe in the chat today. I forget the name of it, about basically aliens that actually live subterranean, and for one reason or another, they decide to come up and like take over or something like that.
That would be horrible.
Yeah, apparently Here for the Tea believes you.
No, seriously, because the thing is, if you think about it,
Well,
you
I don't
can't
know.
go down there. I
I don't know.
think also, remember, didn't they start? They was exploring the ocean, and then they just like automatically went to space out of nowhere. Like they try to leave the Earth after. So basically, what I heard was they were exploring the ocean or whatever, and then abruptly stopped, and then tried to go to outer space. And then Christians believe that there's a firmament on, like there's a cap basically, so there is no space. And then the moon landing, you know, there's conspiracies about that too. So I don't know. I was just wondering what you thought about that, Stanley.
I can't say I ever think of aliens. The only time I think of aliens is when somebody brings it up. I have too many.
Yeah, I feel you, because I don't really believe in aliens or like ghosts or nothing like that. But if you think about it, there's places on this earth that we haven't explored.
Well,
But
yeah,
it seems like they can go up in space and Mars and all that, but why not down there? What is it?
Here's my thoughts. Now, space being infinite and all that, you can never say there are no aliens, but I would say on the earth, you would think after millions of years, no living thing doesn't leave a trace at some point. So, that aliens could be here for millions of years and never slip up and leave a clue or a trace or something. It's hard for me to believe, but, beyond the solar system, who knows? I'm not going to say no. I mean, if you think of, statistically or whatever the term would be, if there are, a billion suns and many of them have planets surrounding them, it would be hard for me to believe somewhere out there's not something that we would define as life. However, the nearest solar system is like light years away. There's a very good chance that, we won't ever meet. Because of interstellar flight being so difficult. So it's not something that I spend a lot of time thinking about. I even think like Elon Musk wanting to go to Mars is a waste of money. If we had extra money, great. And it is his money. Now, I do have problems with taxpayer dollars being spent to explore Mars. I mean, sending a rover there, just to check it out, I'm okay with. But however many trillions of dollars it's going to take to get people to Mars, I'm not sure I'm on board with that, until, problems here on Earth are taken care of. But, that's my personal thought.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's go back to our lovely trio here.
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing.
Light skin. Do you really, because you want to be confident, or you're scared to be judged because you have darker skin? I'm scared to be judged, people like in my province and my hometowns. Every time they see me, because I love to swim and I've loved, to travel with my boyfriend. So, of course, I'm getting dark now than before because I'm always swimming. Generally, Filipina use whitening product because it's really hard to find a lotion or soap that is not whitening here in the Philippines. Like, I don't know why. Like, I want to keep my skin dark. Like, I don't want to get whitening. And I spend so much time trying to find a product that is not whitening because everything is it's whitening. Every time we go to the store, you can saw the whitening soap at the store. Yeah. It's everywhere. What about you, Che? Do you use whitening products?
Before I have.
You tried?
Yes, but now I realize that I'm confident that my Marina skin. I love my skin.
Maybe you give up like me. I tried before using whitening product. Like, why I never get lighter. I just give up. I'll just accept my skin. That's my mindset before. I tried to when I was in Manila, like I was before I met Gary. But after I met Gary, I totally changed my whole mindset about getting lighter skin because he helped me to boost my confidence. It's a good thing being with a foreigner because they appreciate our real beauty of a Filipina, darker skin. So when it
Why that shit
comes to
loaded?
Filipino standards, white
I actually
Filipina is
sometimes I wonder if they're doing maintenance or stuff overnight. Because I mean, I run videos during the day and never have buffering problems. I know I actually have a secondary network. I have a 5G router as well as my fiber optic AT&T. I really ought to just get rid of the secondary, but it's not that expensive per month. I know they do maintenance every night, so internet will trip offline for an hour or so around 4 in the morning. As far as I know, they'll usually let me know if they're doing any sort of maintenance that takes down internet. But I find overnight, I tend to get buffering like this. And I know you can download videos, but I never bother doing it. But the only reason I'm even watching this is the title is "Are Filipinas Ready for Black Guys?" And I found that intriguing. So
Ready for black guys?
yeah, apparently maybe black guys, maybe passport bros or something. So I thought the whole
Well, out
topic was
here, there's a lot of nigga pinos. Like a lot of like my
Filipinos.
homeboy married a Filipino chick. I mean, there's a like they have they're like, what is that? Is it the right word? Some synonymous
Yeah.
with black people. Like they're close. I don't know. Like
I've
Filipino.
known, as a matter of fact, I've never been to the Philippines. I never did a Westpac, much to my regret. So I've never been to Asia or Australia, but I've always gotten the impression that, Filipinos, Filipinas, they tend not to be too hung up on skin color.
No, they cool. Like but I'm saying as far as like their hood and they like black people. They got a different language.
Right.
That's the only thing about black people here in America. We don't have our own language.
I don't know. English is fun.
I mean, that's what
more
everybody speaks.
attractive
But
to
if you
them,
think about it,
you
people
know.
do have two languages. Usually, it's
Well,
English and
my
something else.
son's taking a beginning Japanese for some reason or another. So
Man, I used to know this. My one homie, he know how to speak Japanese like a motherfucker, fluent like a motherfucker. He always be around Japanese bitches. He be cracking me up with that shit. But he really about that shit though.
if you go looking for them, there are a bunch of videos about Black Americans either living in the Philippines or biracial Japanese, and I think there's even some videos about biracial Chinese, life. So those videos are out there. And then you've got what is it, Naomi Osaka? Her father's Haitian. I think it was her father's Haitian and her mother was Japanese. So there's a whole thing out there.
What about you? Do you feel invisible when it comes to Filipino because of your skin?
Yes.
Yes. What about you?
Yeah, before I have, when I'm in school, there's a lot of bully because of my dark skin.
How old are you when you learn how to cook? I think this question is for me, but we can answer it.
Mhm.
All right, let's start with Chair. How old are you when you learn how to cook and do the house chores?
Like 13 or 12, like
You learn how to do that. Did your mom teach you?
Yes, like simple, like rice and vegetables. Adobo, yeah. Chicken adobo.
Yeah. What about you?
Yeah, in my age, 9 maybe or 8 like that.
When you learn how to
Yeah, because I'm the second in my siblings, so I need to practice how to cook because I have a lot of siblings. Like we have 9 and we have 8.
Wow.
Yeah, so I need to learn how to cook in my young age, like I'm 8, like
Yeah.
that before.
So you're the one who took care of your youngest siblings?
Youngest siblings, like that.
And do the house chores as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
House
I learned how
chores.
to cook at 7, believe it or not. I've always wanted to learn how to cook. Like I always stay in the kitchen and watch my mom how to cook. So I really started, just a simple stuff now, like a chef cook, just a simple like rice. At 7, like a blessed
How
age.
to boil water.
Yes,
cooking,
yes.
burning.
Yeah. So anyway, at a really young age, I learned how to cook. And
Man, these
most
little young
parents
bitches
here
need
in
to watch
Philippines,
this.
they teach their children at young age to cook and do the house chores because they
That
think
was
that's one
speeded up
thing
a
that we
little
can
bit.
bring to the table, like we can do to our husband, we can offer to our husband to cook.
They
And
said like, you know what, you need to learn now. You have to learn now when you are young, because when you're getting bigger, like your age, like 18, or when you have a family, you just apply that to your husbands or in the future.
yeah, that's actually
why.
true. Like that's why.
Actually, that's an interesting question, Eric. Kinda is, I guess. The title of the thing of the video is "Are Filipinas Ready for Black Guys?" So, so maybe it is kind of an ad.
They're saying like they ready.
I'm sure
They
they've
can
been
cook.
ready.
They're saying they can cook. What else can they do? What else they saying they can do other than cook?
People believe that Filipina make good wives. It is because we learned that from our parents and our household. Our parents teach us how to be a good wives. All right, so next question. Is that true that Philippine people eat dog?
Yes. Yes, because my father, in my hometown, every time that once a year, I saw them, they kill the dog, then just cook it. But
Oh hell no!
They like Chinese, they actually raise dogs like chickens.
It's just different cultures, man.
Exactly.
We might say that
I
that's
never-
crazy or whatever, but the thing is, white people out here be having their dog laying in the bed with them, kissing them in the mouth and shit. I mean, so that's
Well, no,
what it
no,
is. They've
my dog-
normalized having a
My
dog
dog
inside
used
the
to
house.
sleep with me.
But I'm from the Midwest. The dogs used to be outside, but I heard it's cruelty now. You can't have your dog outside. They'll call them people on you or some shit. Now,
Non-it factor. While I was in the Navy, I think they closed. I forget what the Navy part of the base was, but yeah, they closed it back in the early '90s. I had a boss who had just high praise for the Philippines. He had a female friend. I think he'd met there before he actually got married, and they still corresponded. But I've heard, yeah, Subic Bay, that's what it was. Damn, I'm getting old. I forget.
happy birthday, T. I forgot to tell T happy birthday.
Happy birthday, T. Yeah, so I've heard excellent things about the Philippines. And it's so weird. When I had the choice to be, primarily stationed on the West Coast in San Diego or Long Beach. Long Beach was still open back then.
Yeah, there's a few different ports. There's
the thing
San Diego
is,
ports, then there's Long Beach ports.
didn't want to be that far from my parents, like my family. But had I to do it again, I probably would have taken the West Coast option. Because as it turns out, it used to be that you primarily, like if you were going to the Red Sea or somewhere like that, you would do like a med cruise, primarily from the East Coast. But, once Desert Storm started, they were sending, East and West Coast ships to the Middle East. So
You know what we should watch? We should watch that shit about the Bermuda Triangle. I heard a lot of people get lost in that shit, or like it's a crazy little space.
yeah, well, we may get around to it.
What do you think about that? You
Um,
think you can get lost? You think there's places on the earth if you go there, you could probably get lost and not
well,
come
the
back?
sea is an unforgiving mistress. If you've ever been off the coast of North Carolina in stormy weather, you will believe in God because it gets mighty violent. And, it's more than likely, the Bermuda Triangle just has bad weather. There are a few places on Earth, like around the Horn of Africa, not the Horn of Africa, the southern tip of Africa, around the southern tip of South America. Like that stretch of water is like a ship killer. Back in the olden days when, the old days when they had wood ships exploring the world. Yeah, people would go around South America and be lost, because if you've ever seen pictures of the weather down there, again, you will believe in God.
Why do you think that? Why do you think you believe in God? Because it's just like,
Well, it's just, where it is positioned on the earth. Like you would never believe how bad the weather can get right off the coast of North Carolina.
Age snake.
Snake?
Yeah.
Why not dog?
Because I don't like it. Every time that I feel like they have a rabies on it.
I know you eat dog.
No way.
Hot
Hot dog. Yes, I do it.
No way.
In my young age, I didn't eat hot dog before because I think hot dog it's a
Made
dog.
of-
It's
yeah.
it's a made of dogs because it's hot and dog. So in my thought, like I don't like that. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That was in my thing before.
So definitely in the
innocent.
province they do cook a dog because I have seen my neighbor once that they cook the dog like a lechon pig.
Yeah.
I've seen it, yeah, but I haven't tried. I only tried frog, snake also. I tried that. What about you, Chair? Have you tried eating dogs?
I almost did. I almost did.
You almost did.
Yeah,
Why?
because my dad told me that it's a chicken, but I saw the meat like red, like I don't like.
different.
Yeah, it's different of the chicken meat, like that.
So in your province,
Yeah, in
you've
my
seen
province.
people eating dogs?
Yes, in the province.
How often? Like a lot of
Like a lot of people there in
Ali?
the province. Yeah.
Wow. I don't know if it's legal or illegal, but definitely just in the province because I've never seen people in the city eating dogs. And like we feel the same way knowing that other people also, that other people eating guinea pigs. Can you imagine people eating guinea pigs? Right?
Yeah, okay.
Cultural for Filipina to give all her salary to their family? Is it cultural for Filipina to give all her salary to their family, especially before they make their own family?
Yeah, maybe that's our cultural because in my young age I start working like when I'm 12 then
Oops, sorry.
counting.
Yeah,
Yeah, my mother like that.
Yeah, so no, I what do you call that? So I heard that. I heard that your story also. Like my neighbors, like you need to support me back because
Yeah. It's sad. It's
that's
sad.
sad. That's sad for me.
And I've heard a lot of stories about Filipina go abroad and they wanna have their own family, but they feel guilty of telling her family that she wanted to stop supporting because she wanted to make her own family because she knows for sure that her family will get disappointed. It's really sad that there's a lot of Filipina who want to, start having their own family, and sometimes they will get old, like they will
Yeah,
reach
yeah.
40s and they still have no children abroad, living abroad, and no savings, nothing. And I think that's one of the reason why Philippine, there's a lot of poverty because it's like the cycle, So like a lot of Filipina work abroad to support the family back here, and then when the time they created their own children,
When I was in the Middle East, especially in the Persian Gulf, Filipinas, the Indians weren't there just yet, but there were like in Abu Dhabi, for instance, basically the Mexicans in America The equivalent would be Filipinos, especially Filipinas, in places like Abu Dhabi, doing the service maid, hotel maid type of jobs. And when I was in during Desert Storm, we had a guy, an engineer, enlisted engineer. He was just big into Filipino chicks. He was a short, dumpy, kind of blonde guy, but he had a thing for. He even spoke Tagalog. He was just heavily into Philippine culture, and he met some woman over there, maybe it was in Abu Dhabi, I can't remember, but like fell in love and went to the captain wanting to know what he needed to do to get her back to the States. He wanted to marry her basically, and the captain was like, nah, you might want to hold off on that, thinking that if they're still kind of into each other after the deployment and there's been a cooling off period. But he was just afraid of the kid, basically getting duped or used or whatever. How they'll, you'll bring a woman back to the United States, and once she gets here, she kind of cuts you loose and goes her own way. So apparently that happened a lot, and the captain basically discouraged him from doing it. And I don't know whatever happened in the end. He might have even, brought her over. But he was the kind of guy, and she was older too. She was older than he was, so he was the kind of guy who would probably, fall for something like that.
Because they have no savings, they will end up sending their kids also to go abroad. And then it's like a cycle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's why you never get improved. Sometimes Philippines don't get improved because of that cycle.
Sometimes they talk to their children, I don't get started to your family because when you are finished to school, you have to go abroad and help us,
Yeah. The to send their kids to school and for their kids to have good life when they started having their family. Another mindset of Filipino, they will make a lot of kids because they think the more kids they have, the more chance that they will get out of the poverty. Because the more kids that will go work in the city and then sending them money they have, the more chance that they will get out of the poverty. Because
Wow, I've never done this before.
ang loob, if you ask us if it is cultural. So yeah, the answer to that is yes. All right, folks, so this is the last question. Do Filipina find Black American attractive?
There we go.
In short, what do we feel about Black American? Do Filipina date Black American? The answer to that is yes, because I have two sisters that are committed to Black American. What about you? How would you feel if a Black American want to court you? Would you consider dating a Black American man?
Yes, when I'm single, yeah.
Do you think they're handsome?
Yeah, maybe there's not about the color or the skin, about the colors. It's not about that. It's about how you are a genuine love. So yeah, for me, it's not about the color.
I heard that foreigners, Black American, are also attracted to Filipina that is lighter. They're not into us like darker skin. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section. But that's what I heard. They also prefer Filipina that is lighter skin. Because my two sisters that are in relationship with Black American, they have lighter skin. I am the only one in my siblings that is dark. All right, what about you, Che? Do you find Black American attractive?
Yes.
There's not enough Black American here, huh? It's not much.
It's not much. There's a lot of white,
more on white.
More on white.
Maybe in Manila. Maybe, yeah, I think so. In Manila, I've seen when I was there, there's more black in Manila. But you know what? I don't want to call it black, white. Like I've seen people just equal, like human like us, like we Filipinos. It should be like that. It's just even. We're human. No, I don't know why people have to name it black. Like people think that we only pick the white one. That's not true. Filipinas date the any colors that is genuine, have a good heart, have good intention. They would.
That's very important that you have a good heart.
Yeah.
So it's not about the color, guys.
All right, so come over here and you will see. I'm excited to get in the water. But anyway, thank you guys for watching until the end, and thank you for joining us in this topic. Thank you, Jill and Chet. Thank you for joining me in this conversation. I really had fun.
So what do you think? You going to communicate with him, tough guy?
I think those women are going to be married in the next 5 years.
Probably in the next 5 minutes. Hey, Nanit.
They just sound like they would cook for you and stay out the way.
Yeah, Asian culture is a little bit Latin Latin culture. Yeah, they're a little bit more into traditional roles.
Mm-hmm. You heard what they said. Their parents paved the way, and they got like a whole bunch of siblings they got to take care of and shit like that. So they got a big family value. Like their whole everything is about their family.
I don't know, Nanette. It's not just Filipinas that cat around when their husbands are away.
Yeah,
I remember this one older black lady. She was older to me. She was probably in her upper 30s. I was in my early 20s, and she
this is a long time
she was
ago.
the
Was this
wife of an
1964?
E7, and she was famous. Like she had a reputation around Newport, Rhode Island. Like when he was away, deployed, or TDY or whatever. Yeah,
What year was this family you had,
hold on
bro?
1 second. She would go. She'd go out to the clubs and just kind of cat around, and she hit on me once, and I was like, no, I'm not doing. A, I'm not doing another sailor wrong, and B, I'm not getting my ass beat by a chief. I'm not that desperate.
What year is this? Was this when Red
Oh,
Carpet
this
was
is
in?
maybe 1991.
You remember Red Carpet? You remember the walls that used to have the panels on it? It was like carpet walls, but not really carpet.
I'm sure I've seen them. Seems like I've seen them in theaters. I don't know that I've ever seen them in a club.
Like the wallpaper and shit like that.
Yeah.
They used to be in though back in the day.
Dark Asians want to be light skinned. Don't let them fool you. I don't know. To be honest with you, this skin thing, they have they use a lot of skin lightening type products in Africa as well. And if I recall,
In a lot of cultures, light is better.
a lot of these skin lightening creams are actually carcinogenic. So, you pay a price for using those skin lightening type products a lot of the time. Why people would want to do that, I don't know. That's almost like for me using it's almost like tattoos. Why do you want to mess around with your skin? So the next thing I have, let's see, what else is up here? We'll do this Kevin Samuels thing right quick. It was Nas suggested that I start looking at Kevin Samuels videos occasionally. I find them kind of slow, actually, but we'll give this one a try.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Kevin.
How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
What's going on with the microphone? You tapping it? Oh, you turned up. Okay. Yeah, stop turning up the volume. It's clicking. What do you got for me?
So I am 44.
Congratulations.
And I know you're gonna say the danger zone.
No, baby, you left the danger zone 9 years ago. You were in no man's land.
That's so not true, Kevin.
Okay, then why are you here? Because you have a man?
She doesn't.
No man's
She doesn't
land,
though.
What does no man's land mean? Between 36 and 60, where all the men are in relationships, or are they on the way out the door? Are there more men after 36 or before?
See, I don't know where he was
Thank you.
lying though. That's the
But there's an exception.
And then women would
There's
call
always
him.
an exception. But is that how we want to live our lives? What's your question?
So my question is, why is it that you feel that there's no hope for us at 44, no kids?
Are you married? Were you ever married?
I was married.
Any children?
No children.
How long were you married?
I was married for 9 years.
Okay. And you guys chose not to have any kids or what?
No, we tried.
Okay. Leave it there. And y'all got divorced. Why?
Because of the massive trying and not happening, and went down went down a slippery slope. I went through a depression, and
So who filed?
I filed.
On grounds of what?
I felt I wasn't worthy.
You felt you were not worthy? How long ago was your divorce?
About 10 years ago.
All right. So you're 44. That was 19 years of your life. You got married at 25? All right. You haven't had a relationship in 10 years.
I did. I was engaged after
Why? And why didn't that proceed to marriage?
because he enjoys having like a side woman. But again, back then I just felt like, it has to be perfect. And
Well, that's okay. So you answered your own question. Why do I feel there's no hope? Because how many chances at bat do you ladies think you're going to get in life?
correct.
You've been married. That's more than 75% of other Black women can ever say. And you break that. Then you mess around and get another fiance. And it's not perfect. So you leave that.
But then I left that so that I can work on me.
That's the excuse you get. Okay, that's the Oprah excuse. I don't buy that shit.
Well, let me
explain why I don't buy. You asked me. Let me tell you why. Because why you could have worked on yourself in the context of a relationship. See, Black women have this all or none. You act like you can't do multiple things at one time.
Correct, you're right.
And then you ask, why do I feel like there's no hope? Well, if you spend most of your time breaking up in relationships and not working out stuff, you got more history of that. And especially at 44, that pattern's pretty well set. So it's not that there's no hope. It's just that it becomes infinite.
She's stuck in her ways.
But you did say that women and men should come correct. Get your shit together before you come into a relationship with someone else. So if you know that there's challenges that you're dealing with while you're
But in
single,
44
not in a
years,
relationship.
she should have found somebody by now.
She did. She's
But she
divorced.
didn't stay with him. She divorced him.
Right, but here's the deal. Well, at least there were no kids involved. So,
But she divorced him, though. She filed.
I think that's a lot less of a problem. The other thing is that I can tell you from personal experience that, the older you get, the more set in your ways you are. And, personally, one of the reasons, I would never be in, at this point in my life, I would never, I'm not out looking for a serious relationship or a permanent relationship because, you know what, I've gotten so set in my ways. I'm almost at a point to where, when I decide to pick up and go or, whatever it is I want to do, the thought of having to consult someone else about, my whereabouts isn't very attractive. So, I'm never going to say never. However, even if I met somebody tomorrow, I'm in no hurry to be, that serious. And living with someone, she would have to be a goddess before I, live with someone, that I'm not married to. And it's not even for moral reasons. It's like, you know what, I'm kind of a grump and, I better have a serious, like a marriage contract because, I'm liable to just pick up and, break camp if you piss me off.
Yeah.
While you're single.
Yeah, but yes, true. However, 40, you said you had a 9-year marriage that you divorced from, and you had a relationship that you left because he cheating.
Yeah.
And you never cheated?
I have.
Exactly. And how long ago did that end?
About maybe 7 years ago.
What have you been doing since then?
Well, that's when I started working on myself. Because
But see, that's what I don't understand. 7 years, man. I'm not 37 or 44. Jesus Christ, how long are y'all supposed to French toast work?
Got divorced.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I was like, well, I'm gonna work on myself.
Is it not?
That's another way to say I'm going to just sit here and give it to God. No, we've allowed y'all to do this. No.
But I'm saying it's correct. But it took me that time to realize it. And
Well, here's the unfortunate.
Hey, Mavid, can you expand on this point? I understand the cutesy and flirty part. It seems like such a horrible misreading of what he wants them to be like in the interview. how do you think? I haven't watched a lot of Kevin Samuels, so how does he want them to be in an interview? Does he want them to be more serious? I'm guessing that's what you mean. So if you could just expand on that a little bit, I'd appreciate it. I mean, I would imagine he wants them to be a lot more businesslike. But I mean, you know, he's not an ugly guy. You know, it's probably kind of like a natural thing to, you know, for women to kind of be bedazzled by his celebrity. And like I said, he's, you know, pretty snappy dresser, you know, not an ugly guy. You know, it's almost like they can't help but flirt. Do you agree with that, Tough Guy?
I guess.
I mean, you know, when a woman calls in talking about, you know, relationships, I mean, it's almost like probably almost going to be like reflex that they flirt. And he wasn't married, you know, he's divorced for that matter, but he wasn't married. So, I mean, it's almost like it's almost like a dating app.
But that's the whole thing. He's not there to try to date them.
Yeah, he's disciplined that way, because I'd have gotten a lot of dates out of these shows if I were him.
Well, I'm sure he got women, but probably not the women he was coaching or working with. But what I would say is, in that position, it would just show you what you would want and what you wouldn't want. And it was a whole bunch of girls that he definitely wouldn't want.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
They kept calling him.
You know,
And it's just like, I mean, what do you expect? It's just like people want attention, you know what I mean? Like, even if it's bad attention. And that's basically how he got famous.
Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. He really does need, you know, he really would treat this almost like a psychiatric session.
Yeah, because I mean, that's not, but this is the thing. He actually had experience with dating and church and singles ministries, and like he literally, that was his thing, you know what I'm saying? And so he had I guess married someone with a child, and you know, I guess maybe he couldn't discipline them, or you know, felt inadequate because it wasn't his children, or you know, I don't know what his situation was. But
well, before he became quote Kevin Samuels, I've seen some early videos of his.
Mm-hmm.
He talk about working on yourself, transforming your image. He cultivated this, you know, suave, debonair image, because his earlier videos, it came off really nerdy.
Well, he used to hang around the pimps in Manosphere, and you know, basically, I know the niggas, you know what I'm saying. But like, there's Freeze, there's Simple to P, and if you listen to them niggas on YouTube, then you would understand what I'm saying. But Kevin used to fuck with them. He got a video with Simple to P and Freeze.
What's the name of his name? Is Simple P?
Sinful the P. But he died.
Oh, so, okay.
But he used to have a YouTube channel, and Freeze is the homie. Freeze and Sin both are like real, you know, really about the game. You know what I'm saying? Really.
I found him. Maybe we'll watch one of his videos next.
Yeah, but he used to preach back in the day. So like I kind of resonate with him a little bit, because he grew up in church, but he was like a real preacher. So he knows the word of God really well, but he has a lot of integrity in the game. Like the shit that I be talking about, that's the type of game that I learned. Remember I told you, because of the lineage of Fillmore, right? Yeah. But those type of principles in the game and all that, that's the type of shit he be preaching. And the thing is, he actually preaches it because he, you know, he used to be a preacher, but he was in the game. So, you know, he went from preaching from the pulpit to sinning all the way. You know, I think
pulpit to pimping.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And
That's quite a journey.
Yeah. But it was a lot of shit about him that, motherfuckers didn't agree with, through his younger days pimping, you know what I'm saying? He was fucking around with young girls, but I guess he didn't know how young the girl was or some shit. But yeah, long story short, man, I know all about all that shit, man, because the motherfuckers, man, Kevin Samuels used to look up to the pimping. Kevin Samuels used to want to be fly like that because, like you said, his older videos before he was hanging around Sin and Freeze, he didn't dress like that. And if you look at Sinful to P's older videos, he always was suited and booted because he used to be a preacher. That's how Sinful is. He always been like that since he was a kid. He used to go to school in suits and shit like that and preach to motherfuckers and shit like that. And then I'm telling you, he went from basically like a youth pastor and like a man of God to straight devil. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah. But man, that shit is crazy because you'll start to see how these interactions with ladies be, man, they be really wanting this is why, like, in the church, you see them, you know what I'm saying? They know they got the pastor got a wife. These women don't stop though, you know what I'm saying? Because the pastor got a wife. You know what I'm saying? They be wanting attention and, you know, I don't know, man. So I just got a different way of looking at shit because I know how shit really is. Like, I look at reality, not how people feel. People always be talking about how they feel and their emotions and shit. But if you look at reality and how shit is, then you'll be able to make a lot more like sound decisions in life. Because if you going off of how you feel instead of what's actually reality, you know. Because we could talk about how things should be or how we want them to be. We can always work on that. But I think looking at shit for what it is and doing things accordingly would be more beneficial in my mind, you know.
So, basically what you're describing is pimping as like pimping stoicism.
Pimping stove. I don't know can you elaborate?
Yeah, hold on. Give me one sec.
Yeah, because I don't know what that meant really, but Kevin Samuels, he kind of like
stuck something in the microwave.
It was like him. Angry Man was the like first man to really, he was a real OG in this shit, right? And I think that's why a lot of people used to get mad at Kevin because he would take from other people and he would just make himself. That's why that end result, that product that you see when he's talking to women and all that like that, he grew into that, you know what I'm saying? And then he had people calling him, so he had leverage. You know what I'm saying? When you're exclusive like that, that creates leverage. People ain't gonna line up, across the damn street for a burger if it's not good, if they don't think it's good. You know what I'm saying? Right. So anything of value cost, and that's the whole thing, and that's how he made his money. So you can't really hate on the nigga really because he's just stepped his game up. You know what I'm saying? And then he found out the analytics of behind like the actual business of YouTube, and he took it to another level. And every time you seen him, he was suited and booted, and his background looked nice, and he had his mic properly, and he had different cameras. You know what I'm saying? And he would talk about like fucking fragrances and shit that niggas ain't talking about.
Well, here's
even to this day, niggas ain't talking about you need to put on a suit and this is the type of cologne you should wear and all this other shit, and you should groom yourself as a man, and you should manicure your nails, and you should fucking brush your tongue, and and this is the whole thing, man, Stanley. I know it sounds crazy, but a lot of niggas ain't taught that shit. So he was basically people's damn father. That's why he used to call him the Godfather, because these little niggas out here didn't do the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They ain't never bought a damn blazer. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what a turtleneck is. You know what I'm saying? They don't got a pair of dress shoes.
Well, here's the deal. Stoicism basically says that you should not be ruled by your emotions. So, a lot of what you were describing a few minutes ago sounds like, a type of stoicism.
Well, it's just about being a man. Remember, I told you you can't be a pimp unless you're a man first. Why do you think I say that?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Clara said something interesting earlier that, Stoicism, and I agree with this, Stoicism doesn't say you can't have emotions. It's that you shouldn't be ruled by your emotions. So,
right.
A man being stone-faced all the time, that's not necessarily, called for.
No, that's not even, I wouldn't even call that masculine, because there's certain points and periods where a man has to show some type of emotion. I mean, we're only human. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you still got to be the leader through the pain.
Right.
People are still going to look to you. You are still responsible. At the end of the day, it's your fault. It doesn't matter.
What I'm saying,
I think you were talking about that the other day. Remember, you were saying you can't blame shit on a woman and all this other shit, which I was agreeing with you, because a lot of men have let shit go on so much. This is why we're in this state. But that's what it's about, is stepping up and being men. And a lot of the times, a lot of the shit I'm saying, people don't do, but that's what actually kept the shit going for thousands and thousands of years.
Right.
And now shit is changing, and it's not even for the betterment of the community or the people around us. And we're starting to see that.
I think things are changing because people are letting them change. I mean, there's some things, that's actually conservatism, social conservatism as it is. Things should change, but slowly. You shouldn't jump into stuff. But I think the whole thing, a good conservative is going to keep a balance. Some things need to change, and some things don't. And, the good conservative knows which is which, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Women your age tend to want. Are you what the men you want?
I believe so.
Okay. Children are off the table. What do you need? What do you need from a man financially?
For him to hold it down.
What does that mean?
So what that means is, as a woman, and
don't.
Okay, I can tell you right. I'm going to predict what he's going to say. If you're past your childbearing age, I think it's almost unreasonable to expect a man to hold it down. What for?
Wait, say that again.
Well, she says she's 44. She's past childbearing age, at least safely. It's not like women don't do it, but I would never expect a 44-year-old woman to bear my children.
Right.
So I think where this is going to go is, why do you need a man to hold it down? Hey, what's
up,
up,
12 man?
They're not going to. They're not. Hold on one second, 12 man.
Who's bearing your children?
What the hell? Hold on one second, 12 man. They're not going to be the mother of, or she's not going to be the mother of anyone's children. Why does a man need to hold it down for her? What's in it for them?
Well, this is the thinking of women nowadays that don't know how to make a man's plate first, and be thoughtful about a man at all.
You know what I like is to be
women used to do shit like write love letters and
with the latte. Wake me up with the latte.
All type of shit, man. Women used to like really be nurturing and caring, and it wasn't even just because you were her man or her boyfriend.
In her position, there at 44, like if I were to hook up with her, just hypothetically, I wouldn't be expecting anything much more than just companionship. I mean,
Sex,
my
baby.
age, I know how to make coffee. You know, it's nice if she does it, but at this stage of the game, you know what? I'd have to teach her how I like my coffee. So, and that's fine. But you know, at 44, she's going to have to be like superior. Like she will have to make me want to be around her, and it's unlikely. So I think, you know, her response, like, I need a man to hold it down. Like, who the fuck are you? What do you offer that's so great?
See, but this is where he was really capitalizing on, especially the girls that would call in.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just like, are you serious? I mean, and this is why he had a saying. It would be like, man, you can't make this shit up. I mean, I know that it wasn't his saying, but it was just like, man, you just can't make this shit up. It's just like delusion to a whole nother level.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of expectations.
This woman
was not given much. I mean, this is what I was trying to say, Stanley. Listen to me. Remember back in the day when women used to be delicate and nice and ladylike, and you didn't even have to be their man, but they would make your plate first because you're a man.
Well, yeah.
Do you not remember this? Do you not remember?
Yeah, I mean, I grew
when
up.
women used to wear long dresses and cross their legs.
Well, I don't know about all that, you know, but I do know that, you know, like it was almost like it was incredible. Like way back in the day when I was a kid, you know, my father's family would get together for Thanksgiving. You know, there'd be like 20 or 30 people. And, you know, the men would go out to the farm and kind of just shoot shotguns and firearms and just do, you know, stuff while the women were in the kitchen, you know, preparing Thanksgiving dinner. You know, so it was a real, you know, like separation of gender roles. And like, you know, it was
I mean, men are not in the kitchen at all. No, that's how it was. That's how it was. I mean, unless we like smoking some shit outside or grilling some shit,
Right, yeah.
or like, you know, helping with some shit here and there, or bringing some shit in.
Trump man, I'm not Portia, okay? So the constant interruptions, and if you don't know what a gender role is, if you don't know what a gender role is at your age, then you need to do some research. I'm not your teacher.
12th man drunk.
Oh yeah, and he's been. That's all well and
That
good.
nigga sound like Macho Man Randy Savage.
The deal is,
Like
the
a
deal is,
gender role,
I don't have this
like
kind
you
of baby.
roll the dice and you get to be whatever gender you want.
Yeah, this
Like that
motherfucker is off his rocker drunk. Apparently, he's not going to be able to hold a serious conversation.
Don't give me the yearbook answer.
At least a minimum of 6 figures. Minimum.
Did you hear that?
No, I'm gonna have to read that.
She said at least 6 figures.
Hold on one sec. Let me read one.
She said at least 6
a
figures.
minimum of 6 figures. Minimum.
Oh damn, he's getting a good belly laugh.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
I laugh, man, because I'm trying to keep it light. But the next question I'm going to ask was, how tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
That's size.
5'2".
It's small.
What is that?
He said, "What is that?"
Yeah.
That's size 2.
Okay, but even if you're 44 and the dress size 2, a man who is at least your age or older, earning $100,000, what do you think he wants from a woman? Children.
Of course.
And barring that, if he's not going to give a woman his children, he's going to get a woman with let's just put it this way, less damage. Do you care if he's black or not?
I do care if he's black.
So what percentage of black men earns 6 figures or more?
It's a small percentage,
What percentage is that?
about 5-10%.
Right. And you got to ask a very hardcore question. You are 9 out of 10 men are not good enough for you. What in the blue blazes are you bringing to the table to
What in
make
the
you the
blue
better choice
blazes?
out of all of those women? that
Like,
want
who
that-
this bitch thinks she is?
Well, the fact that
I can't believe he said, "What in the blue blazes?" I haven't heard that term in like decades.
Yeah, he's OG.
I like him just for saying that.
He's
I know what it
He would be
takes.
like
Not
he'd
more
be
now
like
than
60
before.
right now. He'd
But
be like 60 something.
Yeah, that's my age.
Stanley.
holding the man
Yeah.
down in reference to
Yes, 12 man.
If he was still alive, he'd be like 60 something. 61,
Be like
60.
Stanley's age right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, and just as cantankerous, I hope.
Yeah, I think you could be the
being a
next
woman.
Kevin Stanley, but you gotta dress better though, Stanley. Or
Yeah,
just get
well,
some braids. Get some
maybe I'll
braids.
consider
Get
that.
braided up.
Yeah, and Stanley, you gotta start combing your hair, dude.
Yeah, and you gotta start telling these bitches they ain't shit. And then and then tell the good women that they're needed. We need more good
how
women.
often did he actually run into good women?
He did. I mean, there was a few good conversations he had with women on there, but you know, most of the girls would come on there trolling him, hating on him,
Really?
or yeah, even when he died, bitches was like, it was crazy. Like, bitches was talking shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's dead. Like, you know, we ain't got no respect for a dead
That's
man. But
that's a
whatever.
little that's actually a little surprising to me that women wouldn't actually see. I mean, there is nothing he has said in this conversation that I don't agree with. Which
That's
is
what I'm
scary.
saying. But that's what I'm saying. That's how he got famous, because he used to have another saying, "I'll make you famous," because he used to make bitches famous off of the fucking dumbass shit they was saying. He used to clip it, and this is one of the clips. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's like, how could he not? I mean, this nigga clean as a motherfucker. His background cool. He might not be, he's a little goofy and all that. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, square, still
Yeah,
trying to be
well,
cool.
I wouldn't
He liked to pimp it so much, man. That's
sometimes being goofy can be cool.
But that's what I mean. That's what made him like his personality. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Made him who he is. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I mean, it was
Like,
Kevin.
saying what in the blue blazes, I like literally haven't heard that. Like,
Yeah, and he had a goofy laugh. Like, he used to laugh, and he used to like be goofy and shit and talk shit, and like he was just himself. Like, you know what I mean?
right.
And that's what made him him. You know what I mean? So, but the thing about Kevin was, man, he knew how to present it well. Like, it has to be presentable before it's acceptable, and that's what it was. He presented it so well that it was acceptable. And
I never watched him when he was alive, so I got some catching up to do apparently.
Now you want to compete against a 27-year-old who knows all that from the rip.
That's if they know. A lot of the 27-year-olds don't.
Yeah, but again, see, you just see what older women tend to do. You tend to paint yourself the best case scenario that younger women are like I was, and they're not. I just got back off a date with a woman in her 20s, and I want to tell you, they are not like women in their 40s. I don't date women in your age range, and I'll tell you why.
Whoa.
Because it's just more problematic. You got more things that have happened. Life has happened. And this may be hard to hear, but there's really nothing new with an older woman. You've likely already owned your own home. You have your own car. You've been here. You've been there. It's all standard and no asset. What you have yet to say is what women like yourself at your age are bringing better than younger women. And you have to be able to articulate that if you expect somebody to buy it.
Well, you know, that's an interesting point. Now, it's funny because I would never consider dating a woman in her 20s. I mean, she would have to be just like, I don't know, she would just have to be like some Oxford Don academic prodigy, you know, or just, you know, really interesting. Because the one thing that I find that younger women don't have are the same cultural references. You know, when I talk about, you know, the other day I was saying, hey, I wish they would remake All in the Family. You know, someone in their 20s would have no idea what I'm talking about.
Shit, I heard of it, but I never watched it.
Yeah, well, it would have been the 70s, like the early 70s.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Early to mid 70s.
The oldest shit I probably seen was Sanford and Son.
Sanford and Son was right. I think they might have come on at the same time, because Sanford and Son, if I recall, was they kind of thought of the Sanford character as the Black Archie Bunker,
or the Jeffersons.
Now, the Jeffersons used to come on right after All in the Family. Like All in the Family would come on at 8, or maybe it was 9, and then the Jeffersons would come on right after that.
But I think Jeffersons is more popular, though.
I wouldn't say that. Maybe as popular. Basically,
I thought the Jeffersons was way more popular.
You know, the Jeffersons were a spinoff of All in the Family.
Oh, okay.
The character George Jefferson originally wasn't played by Sherman Hemsley, by the way. It was played by another Black actor, and the character first appeared on All in the Family as the next door neighbors.
Okay.
That's why I laugh, because I've seen this so many times. And when I ask women, I'm like, well, I just know how to hold a man down. Okay, well, tell me what that means.
It's not yet, but I wanted to let you finish. I didn't want to talk over you. But it's not holding it down, is be able to be his partner in a sense, as far as men really want a woman that knows how to communicate, compromise.
No, they don't.
Be able to know how to cook, clean, have fun, travel, be a partner, be his supporter. It's not just about just to be there, just to be his friend. It's more than that.
Okay.
And
how many men do you know earn the kind of money you're talking about?
I know quite a few because of my environment.
All right.
How many of them?
Most men are not looking for a woman to be a partner. They're looking for a helpmeet. They're not looking for somebody to travel with. Man, what you described is what many women are looking for. The men that I know, have always known in this area, don't say the things you said. They're looking for fit, feminine, friendly, yes, cooperative, submissive, feminine skills, those kind of things. But they're also looking for somebody who, for lack of a better word, is teachable, is trainable. A woman is going to have to be tailored to you. And at 44, there's not much tailoring. It's, I know how to do this.
Do you agree with him, Stanley? Yes or no?
Say that again.
Do you agree with him?
Most of it. Now, I actually do think, you know what, to be honest, I just need somebody to, be a friend with benefits, basically. I don't need anyone to cook or clean for me.
No, but he said, basically he's saying that a woman needs to conform to what you inform her about if she's going to be with you.
Well, like I said, I agree with him up to a certain point. Like I don't need to train a woman. I don't particularly even want to live with anybody. So, I mean, train her to do what? I don't need them to cook or clean or anything like that. So there's nothing to teach. Just the occasional, basically, fuck buddy.
Well, I think it's an additive to your life. Like you could be operating at 80%, but when they come in, now you're operating at 100%, 10%. Like
yeah,
women are more like secretarial and more nurturing and.
Well, I don't need.
They
I
pay
don't
attention
really
to
need
detail.
any of that, to be honest.
Say again.
I said I don't really need any of that, to be honest. I mean, if I ever dated again, it would literally be dating.
I mean, you could say you don't want it, but
no, I mean, I don't want it.
Right, you don't want it, but I'm saying it would be a.
Oh wait, hold it. I don't need it.
Okay, why is it not a need? So
because I know how to cook, I know how to clean. As a
okay, I
matter
got a
of
question.
fact, as a matter of fact, I barely like people.
I got a question for you.
What's that?
Is a woman in a man's life necessary, or a man, or vice versa?
At a certain point in time, yes.
Why?
I think women tend to civilize men. Like, my personal experience, and I'm not going to say all men are the same in this, but I wouldn't say I was a wild child, but there were certain things that, I wouldn't do, certain risks I wouldn't take after I got married and had a child. I was a lot more careful about stuff.
So is it a necessity? Is what I'm asking you. Is a man in a woman's life?
I think the answer is yes. And the reason I think
so if it's yes.
Well, hold on. You're going to let me finish, please. The reason it's important is because women tend to civilize men, not like they go with a chair and a whip, but once you have a family, you tend to be a little bit more conservative. And my proof of this is married men live longer than single men.
Married men make a lot more money too.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the evidence is there that men do need women.
Okay. What about vice versa?
I would say yes. Like back in the old days.
Okay. So why? Why does a woman need? Why is it a necessity?
Maybe not so
for a
much
woman
now. Maybe not so much in modern times, but back in the day, men were protection. Women back in the frontier days were vulnerable to predators.
What about now? So is it 2024?
I think it's still that way, just less so.
No. Okay.
Have to have a man.
So besides protection,
that's it. Probably nothing more. That and to help raise kids, I guess.
Okay, so guidance.
Nope, I don't care about any of that. I mean, when you say guidance,
instruction,
he is calling it. Kevin Samuels is calling it training. Now, they need to be maybe trained.
Well, that's why I said.
Hold on one second. Let me finish my thought. They may need to learn their man. Learn. How to be around that particular man, because every man is different. I would also say the reverse is true, but to a lesser degree. So, I mean, if you really want to be, totally technical about it, men don't need women, women don't need men. Or I guess the better way to say it is it's not an absolute necessity that they need each other, but I think to live a normal life, you do.
Well, I mean, I would beg to differ. That's how we all got here, first of all. Point blank, period.
I mean,
Okay, well, people don't have to have children.
and then we don't all have to be here.
Correct.
Oh, okay, so I mean, what you're saying is irrelevant because we're gonna keep humping.
No,
People are
actually,
gonna be keep
relevant. But
Huh?
but it's
Say
relevant.
that again.
It's relevant to me. I literally said that not all men are the same. I literally said that.
Okay, so that's what I was saying is a woman should conform to a man because every man is different. So every man wants a woman to conform to him, like a glove fit, like
If they have a woman.
Well, yeah, duh. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. The woman is supposed to conform to
What
the
I'm
man.
describing is me at this stage of the game. Wants and needs change over time. I don't particularly need a woman. It would be nice to have.
I beg to differ. You do need a woman. You know why?
Why is that?
Because you're starting to get up in age, and it's always good to actually have someone other than nobody. And I'm
I
sure
agree with
that you could appreciate companionship. This is why you speak of friends with benefits.
Right.
And your ass is square, Stanley. You need a woman.
Well, I need one, but I don't have to have one.
Okay, so it's a necessity, nigga. That's what the fuck I'm saying.
I don't know. To me, it's more
The right woman is a necessity.
Well, okay, that's a little bit better. The right woman, and the wrong woman is definitely not a necessity.
Okay, then. So that's what I'm speaking to. The right woman, sir.
Okay, I got you now.
So is it not a necessity or is it not?
I still don't.
Man, come on, man. You just
I
love the
personally
debate.
don't think so. Now, here's the deal. Sometimes people don't know what's good for themselves.
That's what I'm trying to convey, sir.
Okay.
So this is what I'm saying. Your ass need a woman. And it's a necessity. So you're proving my point even more with that statement.
I get it.
Well, I would hope so, sir. So you need to find you a woman.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is I've had a woman. So, I don't, if I had never been married and didn't have kids, I'd probably be a little bit more needing of one or needful of one than I am now. I've had the right woman and I'm real reluctant to get involved with someone who really doesn't meet all my expectations.
Well, you can't be putting a whole bunch of expectations on one individual either. That's what's wrong with relationships nowadays anyway.
That's why I'm not forcing myself on anybody.
But you wouldn't need to, Stanley.
I think once a woman got to know me, after the honeymoon period is over, I imagine I can be a little difficult sometimes.
Well, I think everybody has their thing,
Right.
It's just how much bullshit is someone willing to accept.
That is true.
So,
this woman here, I'd be perfectly happy, at least aesthetically. I think she looks good. I'd be perfectly happy with her, but she sounds like she's got some expectations. Like once I got to know her, I might not like her that much.
Yeah, because you don't even make enough money. She wouldn't even look. She wouldn't
You know
even
what?
look at you.
You know what?
That's what she said.
It would either be she's okay with me or not.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what she just said.
I think
she already excluded you a long time ago.
You know what? She would attempt to exclude me. Nobody.
No, but this is what I'm saying, man. There's
$100,000 is going to marry her, or even have us. She is good looking for 44, but she's not 24.
But that's a new way of thinking, to where it's like a sense of entitlement.
This woman's going to be lonely.
Okay, that's what he's saying. This is what his whole shit is about. Just
right,
waking these bitches up, because obviously they're not even being reasonable.
I'd like to know.
I mean, you know, mediocre bitches back in the day used to be married, nigga. You remember that?
Yep. I'd like to know where she's getting all these ideas from.
It's, you know, it's social media, it's Instagram, it's, you know, love and hip hop, you know, because people didn't get to used to look into celebrities' lives. There was a bit of mysteriousness about
right
people back in the day. You remember?
Yeah, I
that?
remember. Before the internet, yep. There was only National Enquirer.
Even to this day, I'm always going to learn.
All right.
I mean,
well,
like,
if that's the case, then we should see worldwide men in the top 10% of earnings choosing to marry women in their latter years versus their earlier years. Is that what we see?
Not real. Not a lot of it.
What does that tell you?
Don't exist.
I don't know why you guys keep going back to that. It doesn't exist. See, what you have yet to do is say that $100,000 is ridiculous. You effectively, I mean, no disrespect, man, but I don't understand how you ladies come through here and automatically think you have what it takes to remove 90% of men. What do you bring to the table that's so special? Well, you can automatically demand the top 10% of men. Because basically, you're looking at the other 90% of men and saying you're not good enough off the rip just because of your money. So I accept that. Yes, I accept that. And I'm just as harsh with women. If women are going to come in and say he needs to make at least 6 figures, I'm going to say I accept it. Then you're going to have to tell me what the French toast you're doing to negate 90% of men, because you're telling them that they're not good enough. So it's about time women have to hear.
That's not true. I never said that they weren't good enough. You just said what I would like. That's
okay, I'm not trying to play semantics, man. I said what you said he needs to make at least 6 figures.
Yeah.
If he's not making at least 6 figures, he's not what you want.
Oh, didn't say that. I didn't say if he's not.
All right, I'm expecting I'm talking to a grown up at 44. I'm not playing word games.
You act what I want, but however, I am flexible. You have to be flexible and be able to compromise. You always want to score high. However, you could meet somewhere down in the middle if you don't get it. We're not always going to get everything we want. We can ask for it, but it's not that we're always going to get exactly what we want.
Tell that shit to somebody who believes it. You can't. I believe what you said after rip because you had the better part of 5 minutes to say that. Now you're backpedaling. At no point in the last 5 minutes have you made this, well, I'm flexible. Why are you flexible now? Please don't get in the comment section. I'm not there.
No, I would not.
So you asked me why I say, and ma'am, if you.
Hey, Andre, I was married. I'm a widower. I don't know. You don't, Andre, you don't think she looks good for 44? I think she's pretty. I'm too old to be flexible. Oh, you're talking to her or me? Probably both of us are too old to be flexible.
Go back and look at this conversation. If you can objectively go back and look at it, it's because you are presenting as a 44-year-old woman with 44-year-old experience and requirements and expectations and ways to converse and to talk. Younger women typically don't do this. Verbal judo that a lot of older women like to do because they still got hope. This is like, I'm still young, hot, this and that. I can just tell you what it is. Older women tend to be like, well, you know, and guys aren't trying to play games. They're just trying to understand what it is. I'm making no judgments about
look
it.
At that
somebody making 6 figures because I do believe that's what you want. Because are you making that kind of money? Then human nature tells me that that's what you want. Women are hypergamous by nature. Want a man to have at least what you have. Well, unfortunately, only 8% of black men earn what you earn. That's married, unmarried, gay, straight, whatever. And they don't want what you're saying. And it still is the question is, there is little to no hope for women who are 44 years old wanting a black man in the top 8% of black men. Because honestly, your competition is too stiff with just black women. That doesn't even include the other women. So my question is, why is a man making $50,000 not enough?
Not that he's not enough.
Well, we can play that game.
I've dated that they were making 50,000.
Okay, but why is the bar not 50?
I like to set my standards high, and if I don't get it.
Okay, man, but do you like to set your standard high? Are you up there? On sexual marketplace value, are you up there?
On the sexual marketplace value?
Yeah, so your standard is high. So you like to set your asking price high. Okay, then is your value on the same market, is it high?
I mean, I don't think it's that high.
You don't think it's... So I want to be clear. You're saying your asking price is higher than what you think your value is.
Yeah, I don't think what I'm asking for is a lot. I mean,
so what I'm asking you is, whatever you feel like you're asking for, is it higher than what is who you are, higher than what you're asking for, or is it lower?
Yeah.
Who you are is higher.
Who I am and what I'm asking for? Yeah.
Who you are, your sexual marketplace value is higher than. Hey, tough guy, did you catch what she does for a living? Still there, tough guy? Can y'all hear me in the chat? Oh, maybe tough guy fell asleep. Yeah, tough guy must have fallen asleep. Yeah, I didn't catch what she does. I'm trying to figure out why she thinks so highly of herself.
You say sexual marketplace value as far as who I am.
Sexual marketplace value is simply this, ma'am. You have a number on your head like the rest of us. You are a 0 to 10 in looks. You're a 0 to 10 in figure. You're a 0 to 10 in agreeableness, femininity, cooperative. It all comes out to a number. From 0 to 10, you're there. And 8s, 9s, and 10s can get the higher, can is what men who tend to be in the top 10% typically shoot for. See, you ladies don't tend to analyze yourself correctly. So you say $100,000 is not that much. Okay. But what you're telling me is that's kind of low compared to what you bring to the table.
No,
it's a fair deal.
No, it's at that. I would say my value. I'm marketing based on my value as well.
And what is your value based on?
Based on what I bring to the table as a person.
Okay.
Which is my personality. And my feminine side as well. And with age, I'm still willing to learn. I'm learning every day. I don't believe just because a man comes in and wants to teach me something new, that, oh, I got it. I actually will let him be the man. You know, that takes a lot for somebody my age, because most of the time for us, we're stuck in our ways, but I'm not.
Is any of that what men value?
I'm sorry?
Is any of that stuff you just said what men value?
Based on conversations I had with some of the men, yeah. But based on what I'm hearing on your show, you're saying no.
Right. Because I don't get it. I do not. Men value all your femininity, your youth, your fertility, your cooperativeness, and your submission. So I've asked this question from women. As a business person, what product on the market increases in value? Well, Andre, I think when she says learn, it's like every man is different. You know, when you get into a new relationship, you are basically learning about that other person. That's what she means by learning. She's divorced and I guess currently not seeing anybody. So that's what she means by learning. With age and use.
Nothing.
But this is what you ladies continue to do, because you are getting older and because you feel like your experience or who you are is trumps a younger woman, that it should increase your value. But it doesn't. It's your age. It's lower than it was. Your value is less than it was 10 years ago, which is less than it was 10 years before that. But you're asking for earnings and a man that women in their 20s at the peak of their sexual marketplace value. This is what I think a lot of you ladies don't seem to either want to accept or understand. Your value to a man is not your income, your education, or your experience.
Yeah, that I already know.
All right. So when I say, why does he need to make 6 figures? It's why is $50,000 not enough? Because, man, what you bring to the table, what you told me, quite honestly, seems to be rather average. You're not bringing anything extraordinary. You're not bringing anything below. You're bringing pretty much average what a woman can bring to the table. I haven't heard it. I mean, unless I'm missing something. Is there something that you have that you feel like you bring that's extraordinary or above average? That's not education or income.
My personality.
Asset base, huh?
My personality.
Your personality.
Mm-hmm. My personality. My mindset. I'm very open-minded. My communication.
I think you understand. I don't know. This woman does not seem to understand that all this stuff, except for her personality, I guess, which is unique to her, all that other stuff is not unique to her. Any woman has all those other assets and their own personality. So I don't get what she's saying. And obviously, he doesn't either, but still, I'm just trying to figure this out. This woman is totally delusional. And that there's no way for somebody to really quantify a personality without deciding to pick you. And open-minded, man, quite honestly, you may be open-minded for who you used to be. But there are women who are raised to be a companion to a man who are far more open-minded. So what I'm saying is, the things you're saying are still pretty average. Yes, Andre has a very high attitude. And how we got here is why you say that there's no hope. So, well, there's no hope for women. It's okay. I don't say there's no hope, but it's extremely small for women who are demanding such a high price, and they bring so little to the market that men who can pay that price more. And the net of it is men who have options are going to get the best deal they can.
And I agree. But I still have my own opinion where I feel like, for myself, I don't feel like there's no hope. I don't feel like there's no hope.
And there's no hope, but sure, but how much is enough? How much, what percent out of 100%, how much hope is enough for you?
I don't know.
Not a fair question. You keep saying there's hope, so how much hope is enough for you? It's not your question.
It's just I'm just saying what it is.
But you haven't told me. But what I'm trying to understand is, you said there's hope. I said, okay, well, out of 100%, how much hope is enough for you?
Probably a small percentage, but it doesn't mean that it's zero.
Well, what is it though? It's not at zero. Then what is it?
Maybe at 20%, because of the age bracket and where I'm at.
Okay, so 20%, pretty liberal. But 20%. So you're willing to risk dying alone?
No, I'm not.
Listen, I didn't finish the question. You're willing to risk a 20% hope that you can get this 6-figure man versus lowering it down to where you got about a better than 80% shot of getting a man.
No, but I didn't say that if I don't get the 100, that there's no way I'm going to go back. I would decrease. I never said I wouldn't.
Well, I asked you about the $50,000 a year guy. You said that no.
Well, because I had it and he wasn't even able to sustain.
Well, the point is, ma'am, see, what you're missing is that we can play back and forth, man. But I asked you about the $50,000 a year guy, which is the median income for men in this country. Most men make that. Most of the men you run across are going to make that.
Most, but not all.
Well, this is what and so people who are confused and why I say average at best, die alone is because women are willing to take a small hope. You're saying 20%. It's nowhere close to being 20%. It's closer to about 5.
Okay.
5%. And I don't even think 5. I think arguably close to about 2. Because you're talking about 8% of men. You're talking about 8% of men. You're 8% of men, period. Then they have to be in your area. What state are you in?
New York.
They have to be in your area. They have to be in your age range. They have to be unmarried and heterosexual. And it's an extremely small group of men. If I actually told you how many, the physical number of men, black men earn 6 figures or more, it is less. Let's just do it real quick. Let's do it real quick. Let's do a rough number. There are 40 million black people in this country, right? Half are men, half are women. So it's roughly 20 million black men. 20 million black men. Multiply that times 0.8. That's just 0.8. 1.6 million. But we still have to adjust it for age. Let's just say half of the men are marrying age. 18 or above. Half. That means 800,000. 800,000 black men of marrying age that earn $100,000 or more. 800,000. And they are spread out across the United States. That's not adjusted for marital status, sexual orientation. So if you take half of the, you take a half of that number. And you take half of that number. We did this number before. You want to know what it came out to be? I'll tell you what the number came out to be when we crunched it about 1.5 years ago. That's what the number came out to be. 181,000 black men earn 6 figures or more of marrying age, heterosexual. 181,000 and 20, and if you say 20 million black women, half marrying age, 10 million, and you say 1 in 4 will marry, so you say 75%, 7.4 million, 7.5 million women looking for 181,000 black men. Now you want to tell me 20%? Let's do it. Let's divide it by 7.5 million. 0.024%, not 20.
That's very low.
Even if you multiply it times 100, even if you say that number is off, Kevin, your math is off. Multiply that number times 100, still 2.4%. I don't just get up here and talk shit. I don't just get up here and pull numbers out. I don't just make up stuff.
No, that's why I respect you.
So my point is, you're saying there's a hope. There's a hope. Is there really a hope with that small of a number?
No, I wasn't saying a hope for that amount. Just saying hope in general for women like myself.
Yeah, if you start having realistic expectations. But you haven't seemed to have any realistic expectations on this call. It's been more towards, well, it's hopeful, right? You know what? I think I'm gonna do that as a breakdown on YouTube. I'm gonna actually just throw a number up there so women can get their mind around how many men this really is. So y'all can all realize, oh, by the way, that percentage of men, 181,000, 7.5 million black women are looking for them. Also, a percentage of every other race of women too.
Yeah.
So, would it make more sense to lower something as arbitrary as money down, especially as you guys get older? But I will tell you that if you were on Instagram Tuesday, 1, 2, 3, 4 black women, there was a woman on there was 41 years old, $200,000 earnings. She was saying the same stuff you're saying. On that same stream, 1, 2, 3, one woman said she wanted a guy making 500. 3 women. It's like, I've been doing this show since May, and from 18 to 70, from GED to PhD. You're all looking for the same 185,000 people. Now, honestly, did you ever really think that the number of men that were making that much money was that small?
No. No.
And that's what people keep selling you hope. Buy this book. Don't forget this. Don't think like a man, act like this. Come to this seminar. Buy this course. That's what they're selling you hope. But they don't have. But what you think? One thing you notice, you go to all those conferences, all those book signings, and there's a bunch of hope-filled women and no men.
Yeah.
I get 15,000 people, and there's 80% men. And the men are sitting around. Thank you for sitting something. So y'all ladies know I'm not just talking for myself. So 44, you don't seem to have a horrible attitude, because a lot of sisters would have been, but it's that math number. It's the income that's going to kill it, man. If you got to have a man that's earning 100,000. Hell, if you gotta have a man that's earning 75,000, that's still, 80,000. That's still only 15% of men. That just effectively doubles that number to 0.04%. You gotta drop it down to, honestly, at 44 years old, it would make more sense to find somebody who just to finish out life with. Somebody who I trust, respect. He's gonna go out and get my insulin. I'm gonna put his teeth in.
I don't know if I'm gonna go that old.
I'm talking about you gonna grow that old too. I'm saying if you're gonna do for him, he's gonna do for you. My mother got married and she didn't. Anyway, my mother smartened up, and women, unlike my mother, they died alone. She picked the most unlikely guy I ever could think of because she smartened up. And my mother was a very attractive woman and had options. So, I hope this has been helpful to let you know that I just don't say that there's no hope for no reason. I say the hope is very, very small. I don't know how much hope 0.024 is. But when you think it's 20 and it comes out to 0.024, to me, that's zero.
Yeah.
So, all right. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
All right. Let me do some math real quick.
Yes.
So let's take 0.24, 0.24, and let's just multiply it times 1. That's if you try to convert that to money, there is no unit of coinage that's 0.024. That's not even a penny. That's 25% of 1 penny. No, 0.0. Nope, 0.0. It's 0.0.
Yeah, I don't think we need to sit there watching him play with the calculator. Tough guy, are you there? Well, I guess he fell asleep. This is Sinful P. Tough Guy mentioned him. I've never heard of him. So figure we'll watch a couple minutes of this just to get a sense of what he is. Has anyone in the audience ever heard of this guy?
Going on with it, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's the masterpiece, mouthpiece, Sinful to P. Coming at you one more again, man. Speaking fluently and eloquently in the spectacular vernacular called realism. One more again. And I know it's been a little while since I did a video. That's because I've been busy. You know what I'm saying? I've been endeavoring to take it to another level. I've been endeavoring to be more official and be beneficial to my people, you know, such as my family, my friends, and just, you know, when I say my people, that don't necessarily mean black people either. You know what I mean? My people, you know, from the ghetto, you know what I mean, in urban areas. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody knows that when I eat, everybody eat. You know what I'm saying? Because I share. I always had one of those hearts. You know what I mean? God has always blessed. That's why, you know, certain people be like, man, I heard what's the name net worth is 500 mil. I heard that nigga net worth is 800 mil. But let me tell you something. If you're not being a blessing to your people, if you're not sitting up there being a blessing to the schools that you come from, you understand me, the hood that you came from, you know what I'm saying, your family, your friends, you ain't worth shit. Simplicity. But before I get started, man, you know what I mean? My Facebook information is SIN spacebar FUL spacebar GILMORE. That is SIN spacebar FUL GILMORE. And if you want to get in touch with me, if you want to follow me on Instagram, it's just simply SIN 2 underscores FUL. That is SIN 2 underscores FUL. You know, by a lot of you guys, man, being friends with me, you know, on Facebook, and you know what I mean, I see a lot of y'all sometimes commenting on the pages of women, you know what I'm saying? And I also see you You know what I mean? You know, on
I watched a
Instagram, you know,
little
when
bit
you
of
see
this.
somebody liking on
I'd
something,
rather
commenting
watch
on
it with
somebody's
Tough Guy
page, and
so he
I
can
was
guide
able
me
to
through this.
view a lot of the comments of people that come from YouTube and, you know, just Facebook friends, period, and even outside in the streets. You know, a lot of my partners, I can kind of like see where they going wrong at in their approach to women, you know. And like I've always taught you from the beginning, everything must be presentable before it's acceptable. So your presentation got to be right, man. You know what I'm saying? The reason why a lot of you are not being chose, or, you know what I'm saying, you're not getting that woman that you want, you know, because your approach is all wrong. You know, your appearance is the interference. You know what I mean? First of all, number one, you got to keep yourself up, as you already know. You know, and the title of this message is Give Her a Reason. And a lot of times when you guys come up to a woman, you already starting off wrong. Your appearance is all fucked up. You know what I mean? You're looking the fool. Your breath is contrary to what people want to smell. You smell like you want to be alone. You know what I'm saying? And you just, you know, you look like you're calling, you know what I mean, is to look a damn fool, and you look like you're doing it well. So, I mean, if you initiate a conversation with any woman that has any type of class, intellect, goals, objectives in life to fulfill, a mandate from heaven, any of that, you know what I mean, she's not even going to bless you with her time, because you're starting off wrong. Even for you guys that profess to be pimps, you know, no, I'm not a pimp, as you already know. I'm your favorite square. I'm just a square ass nigga, man, with an opinion. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna just give you some game, man, that you can gain off of. You know, attraction comes before
A
subtraction.
mandate from heaven.
So, you know, before you can endeavor to subtract from a broad, as in some money, you know, you need to look like money first. So, you know, attraction comes before subtraction, man. You know, I got to attract the woman before I endeavor to subtract from her. You know what I'm saying? So I never get a second opportunity to repeat a first impression. So it's imperative that I be the best representative of myself when I initiate a conversation, and my presentation got to be the definition of the shit when I'm talking about anything and everything with this particular woman, because everything got to be presentable.
Yeah, I'll save that for Tough Guy unless you want to watch it, Andre. Do you know what he died from?
I'm not sure what he died from, but he died a few years back.
Yeah, I'm gonna save this to watch with Tough Guy, because Tough Guy, I never would have heard of the guy had he not mentioned.
That clip I posted in the back chat, like that is definitely a better video to play. Like that is how Kevin Samuels got as big as he did. It was
okay,
just off that one video.
All right, well, let's have a look.
Cannot say what's wrong or right.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Damn.
Those were hers.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a PhD?
No.
I'm a PhD. How many dogs you got?
One.
Really?
That's a lot of dogs.
I'm sorry?
What kind of dog is it?
He's a cane corso.
Oh, shoot, that's why.
He's a what?
A cane corso.
What is that in English?
It's a big ass dog.
It's a larger dog, and their breed is meant for guarding and protecting. They're very protective of their home and their family.
Okay, so what's your disagreement?
Honestly, I don't have a disagreement. I just came here because I honestly want some advice from you.
It says disagreement day.
Oh, I know, but this is my first time catching you on live. Normally I'm asleep. And
you have a job?
I do. I own a business.
Okay, so I do too.
And I do have a question.
But I have a business. And if you wanted my advice, you could always book a session if you can't catch us at the show live.
I'm definitely always trying to go online early.
But all you have to do, man, but see, what kind of business do you own?
I own a pet grooming, doggy daycare, and indoor
okay,
dog
so
park.
What you're basically trying to do is, I have a disagreement day, and you basically came in and said, damn your topic. I want to ask you what I want to ask you. And that's, but you are more than welcome to go on my website and purchase your time to talk with me one-on-one.
Oh,
Because
nice.
what you're trying to do is rather rude, but I will go ahead and do it because I'm going to use this as a teaching lesson.
Wow.
How old are
Okay.
you?
Motherfucker is
How old are you?
real.
I'm 35.
35 years old. 35 years old, and you're a business owner.
Uh-huh.
And what's your question?
So my issue is, I want to know at what point when I'm just meeting a guy, do I tell him that I'm a business owner? Because my problem is that when I try to date down and the conversation comes up to where I own a business, the guy is either like, hey, can I come join in on you on that business? Or can I put some money and be a business partner? And I'm not looking for that. And I honestly...
Hold on. I need to be clear on this subject. Where are you at?
North Carolina.
And you're saying when to tell somebody you own a business?
Because I find when I date down, guys see an interest and want to be like a business partner. And I'm learning that maybe I need a high value man because that's what
first off, ma'am, I really don't understand. What kind of man are you talking about? Because owning a business is no different than having a job, in my opinion. And
So-
I'm not getting what you're saying. I'm not understanding why this is an issue. If you're, what kind of men are you dating?
I try to give guys that not up a chance.
You try to do what?
I try to give guys that's not on my level a chance.
Why? What do you mean on your level? What does that mean?
That's making 6 figures or more.
But I don't okay. You try to give guys who are not on your level a chance. Why?
And because I honestly want a 6-figure guy, is what I'm realizing.
Okay, so let me just go ahead and net it out for you. You ready?
Uh-huh.
The guys you want aren't asking you out.
Well, I haven't been putting myself out there, honestly.
But you put yourself out there enough for the guys you don't want or beneath you to ask you out.
Those are like guys I met online.
Right. So again, the men you want are not asking you out. See, you ladies do this. You go and deal with men who you feel are beneath you, and then you ask how to fix them. I'm not beneath you. I don't know how to fix a guy that's down there. That's not my concern. The better question is, why can't you get a guy on your level? That's the real question. Well, the first thing, well, first of all, I would tell you what I said in here automatically is a problem. Why you would come onto a show that you know is a disagreement day? It's selfish. It's like, well, yes, ma'am. It's like, I want what I want. I don't say things for no reason. That's why I asked you questions. You're 35 years old, a business owner. That means you understand what business is, and you know this is a business. And I have a show title. And you said, damn your show title, I want to talk to you.
Wow.
But you could have went to my business and booked time to talk to me, but you wanted what you wanted, how you want it.
I'm sorry.
Man,
no, I'm using this as a lesson. That's the problem with too many of you black women. You don't do shit the right way with black men. That was improper. And when I told you the right way, you still were like, well, whatever.
Wow.
So I'm gonna use this. When was the last time you had a relationship?
Like the end of last year around December.
How long did it last?
A year.
A year? And was that man, did you go to college?
Did I go to college?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay, and how long have you owned your own business?
9 years.
And how long have you been making six figures or more?
The last 3.
Okay. Why do you need a man making six figures?
Because I'm finding out that the guys that I date, it's not working out.
What does that have to do with money?
Wow.
Because I feel like I need a guy that I can respect and admire, and I'm ambition, and I want a guy that has that drive too. And when he doesn't, I find myself, encouraging him, like, hey, babe, you can do this and you can do that. And then,
all right. So in North Carolina, what percentage of the population, what percentage of men in this country make six figures or more?
I think it's like 5%. I'm not
closer to 10. So
Okay.
10%. All right. So the question is, what do those men who make that kind of money, who all women tend to want, what do they want?
I feel like they want arm candy, somebody who can have more to bring to the table than just looks, but also bring balance to their life. I feel like I can help them out on
Okay, slow down. I'm not understanding. You said they want arm candy, then you contradicted yourself. They want somebody that more than just looks.
Yeah, arm candy, but something behind, bring with it, and more in depth.
Do you know any men who make six figures or more?
My dad and my uncle.
Do you know any men that you are related to that make six figures or more?
Unrelated to? Yeah,
Men that you are not related to.
Not on a personal level.
So you don't know them. You don't know what they want, but you want him. Man, I'm going to suggest that you really don't know what you want. And saying six figures is just something that you've got taken from out there. But I'm not hearing this rooted to anything. But what do you want ultimately? Do you want to be married, children, what?
Yes, I want to be married.
Do you want any children?
Yes.
How many?
I have a son now, so.
How old is your son?
He's 13.
Where's the father?
He's not in his life.
I said, where's the father?
Well, he's not like in it like I would like him to be.
All right, so let me go ahead and take this down, ma'am. Men who make the kind of money you're talking about have options. And typically they don't want to deal with women who have 13-year-old sons who are used to dating men who this doesn't sound appealing to the kind of man you're talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I was thinking once I start booking session with you that
I can't change men.
I know, but I can approve myself, and I feel like I have a lot to offer to those type of men.
Okay, but see, you should have stopped right there. I just told you I cannot change men. And you said, once I book a session with you, I'm not a miracle worker. I'm telling you what they want. And you're still saying, yeah, but I want them. They don't want you.
But I have been working on myself this year and booking your.
Okay, ma'am, but okay. 35, 13-year-old son with a sketchy father. Why would a man who's in the top 10% of earners who women across the country want that?
Because I have a lot to offer. I feel like.
Would you want your son to, if you had a son making that kind of money, would you want him to bring home a woman who had a 13-year-old son from a sketchy father? Or would you prefer him to get a woman who had no children, was younger, and easier to get on his program?
depending on his age.
See what I mean? See what I mean? This goes so deep for Black women. They will even. Should have been an easy question. No, I would not want my son to bring. I want the best for my son. That should have been the appropriate answer. That's why I sat up. That is bullshit. You should want the best for your son.
Of course.
But and are you thinking, Micah?
If he brought home a woman, yes, I feel like I'm the exception to the rule. But
no, you're not. That's the problem. You all think you're the exception to the rule, but your life has proven to you that you're not.
My love life is not that good. I agree with you.
That's my point, and ma'am, and that's my point. You ladies all feel like, listen, you ladies all feel like you're the exception to the rule. And then when someone like myself comes along and gives you a dose of reality, instead of just accepting it, it's like, yeah, but I'm special. You don't know any men on this level that are not your father, that aren't related to you. That means you don't know these men. You don't know where to go get them. You don't know what they want. But you're still saying, pick me. They don't want mid-30-year-old baby mamas. I'm trying to be polite, man, but they don't want them.
Can I ask you a question?
What? Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Why is that so? Okay, go ahead.
Why is it so?
Go ahead.
From my point of view, I feel like I get what you're saying. They do have better options, but also those better options are younger girls. Those younger girls don't necessarily 20-year-olds are not necessarily attracted to 45-year-olds.
Bullshit. I'm 51 and I can't beat them off with a stick. That's another one on you lies. No, younger women are attracted to older men. What are you talking about?
So can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So do you feel like a woman like me?
Yes.
Uh-huh. What would you rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? You cannot use 7.
Would I rate myself?
Just your face.
He is about to step into
my face when I wake up 5, but when I put myself together 6.
Okay. And how tall are you?
5'5".
Dress size.
I'm sorry?
Your dress size.
A 3.
Okay. So that makes you, if you give yourself a 5, that's average.
Yes.
So average looking women tend not to get high earning men. They tend to get average men.
So
did you I mean, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Breathe and digest. You're 35 years old and you can look around and see the world. You don't tend to see higher earning men with average looking women off rip. If you do see them, they got their average looking woman when they were both really young and he built his way up. But a man earning the kind of money you're talking about does not go for an average looking woman.
I mean, my body is not average, so.
But ma'am, you please don't make me say it.
Say what? I really just wanted some advice. I love your.
I'm giving you advice, but you're not taking it. The advice is, ma'am, you're average looking at best.
I'm taking it in, but.
Okay, but you're not accepting the fact that. Okay. Average looking women. Average looking woman who's older. Average looking older woman with a 13-year-old son. Average looking woman with a 13-year-old son with a sketchy baby daddy. This gets worse every time I say something. And now you're asking for a man who's in the top 10% of men. You don't qualify for one. and you're making. I mean, I don't want to have to go there, but when you put in all these other factors, why can't you just get a man that's an average guy?
Sometimes I feel like in order to fully submit, I have to feel like he's in.
Well, then you're gonna die alone. How about that? Let me just cut to the chase, ma'am. You can feel like what you want to, but women like you die alone, straight up, because you think you're better than the men that you qualify for. And the only reason, honestly, ma'am, that I can see a woman like yourself really thinking you deserve more is because you earn more money than most people around you in North Carolina. But if your ass worked at the post office, you would not think so highly of your opportunities. And that's the reality. Men don't care about your money. Not the kind of men that you want. We don't care about your money. It ain't ours. We care about the fact that you are older and you got kids. And you're average. And your reality of your life has showed you that. You don't have the kind of men that you want knocking on your door trying to find you. See, what we've done in this country, this world, is we've told women like yourself that you can have it all, and you got a Prince Charming who's 6 feet tall, 6-figure income, jawline, all this other kind of stuff. And I'm sorry, man. No. Most people get average people, especially average people. And you're an average person. I mean, let's be real. You're not running Microsoft. You got a pet grooming business. You've been making 6 figures for the last 3 years. Okay. But if I'm looking at you, if I looked at you and I took all that off of you, all the eyelashes and all the hair, what do you look like under there?
I mean, I look the same.
No, you don't. Because if you did, you wouldn't have all that on.
I'm sorry?
No, you don't. You don't look the same, because if you did, you wouldn't have all that on.
So what is your advice for women that...
All right, I'll tell you my advice, man, because you're not listening to me. This is why I always recommend you need therapy.
Not listening.
People think most of us in the Black community need therapy, but you're not dealing with reality. I asked you about your child's father, and you couldn't answer me. But it doesn't sound like you're too proud of him. What kind of student is your child?
He's an A student.
Does he have any behavioral problems?
No, he actually got a YouTube channel, and he's trying. I
don't need no. But where is it? But his daddy is still. If his daddy is alive, does he have a relationship with his father?
Yeah, he does.
Then what's your issue with him?
He's not business minded like my father and my uncle. And
then why did you choose to make a baby with him before you got married?
Young and dumb. I was 16.
Exactly, and that cost. See, that young and dumb shit. Let me stop you right here. That young and dumb shit you Black women throw out as if it's supposed to get. Listen and listen well, women. Young and dumb is not a get out of jail free card. It doesn't go woof and change the fact. You still have to carry that consequence. And men are not rushing up to be stepfathers to 13-year-olds. What would be better is if you honestly sat down and asked yourself, what value can I bring to a man?
And I know that, what I can.
Well, all right. What value, what is it?
What is it? I can help him with his business. I'm very business minded on the end of helping organize. And I plant into planting my own garden, so I can definitely plant into improving my.
Stanley,
yeah.
Are you looking for a woman right now to help you with your business?
With my business?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. This is why I like her argument. Is like, like.
Well, here's
It's
the
ridiculous.
deal. You might have missed the conversation I was having with Tough Guy. At my age, I'm almost 60. You know, I've been married. I have a son. To be totally blunt, you know, the only thing I really need a woman for would be, you know, companionship, or, you know, to be more blunt, you know, a friend with benefits.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ever say I'll never get married again, but I'm in no rush. And quite frankly, I've never been a big fan, and not for any moral or Christian reason. I've never been a fan of having a roommate I'm not married to. It's just, you know, without some sort of a committed relationship. And I know the argument is, hey, you don't have to, you know, be married to, you know, have a committed relationship and all that jazz. But, you know, I'm just kind of traditional that way. But I'm not looking to have more kids. So, I mean, what do I need to get married for?
Well,
That sort of thing.
So the point that I was trying to make is that no man.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, like no man wants a woman that help them with their business. Like at least for like, she's listing this as like how she would be beneficial in a relationship or a marriage if she could help you with your business. Like, why not hire an accountant or, you know, or something like that? Like,
well,
it just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I could understand if y'all were starting a business together, like from scratch. But yeah, I mean, he's right, you're right. You know, if I've already got a business going, you know, obviously I can do it without you. So I don't know. You know, I've never really watched him before, but the bottom line is, I would, if I didn't know better, I would almost think these women are plants.
Well,
Like,
I actually didn't watch him either. I never watched him until he died because I wasn't a fan of his content. But yeah, after he died, like apparently, like women seem to love his content now because they're like, he was right this whole time, but while he was alive, they shit on him and insulted him and all kind of stuff.
well, you know, the problem is the truth hurts. I mean, and you know, I tend to be a little contra to, you know, the conservatives in this space, but right is right. And, you know, even for a supposed liberal, I'm a little more conservative than, you know, I'm definitely not a progressive. So
basically, you're like center left.
Well, yeah, I am center left. That's how I describe myself. You know, the thing is that I don't like to suffer fools gladly. And this woman, I wouldn't even look at her. I mean, she's not that good looking. I mean, she describes herself correctly, probably a 5. And you know, I would consent to date her and all this stuff, but you know, that last woman where she's saying, hey, you know, I have feminine skills and my personality and all this stuff. Now that every woman has that, you know, every decent woman has all that, you know.
So Stanley, I left you a clip in the back chat. It's even worse than this one, also from Kevin
Yeah,
Samuels.
I got it queued for the next.
But just quickly, have you covered the CEO that got deleted?
Say that again.
Have you covered the CEO that got deleted recently?
They talked about it. I guess it was Friday.
Yeah, like the healthcare CEO.
Yeah, they covered it. John did, but I haven't heard any, like, have they caught the guy or anything? I know the last I heard, they've got like facial video.
they haven't caught the guy, and the reason why I'm asking you is because you're a lefty or like center lefty. Like I have asked, like, like the lefty people I talk to. I've 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 asked all of them their thoughts on this. I wanted to get your thoughts because apparently they're celebrating this guy's deletion. Wait.
Wait, who's celebrating?
Just random people like commenting on it, like like not actually like making content, just in the comment section. Those kind of people are celebrating it.
Well, people, famously don't have class sometimes. I mean, why would you celebrate an assassination? It's not like he was a political figure or anything.
Well, apparently this CEO was like notorious for like refusing the insurance claims.
Right.
And coincidentally, like after this guy got deleted, they actually changed like a rule that they had, where like basically it was they weren't giving anesthesia to like patients undergoing surgery for whatever reason. And after he got deleted, that changed. Coincidentally,
I would imagine insurance executives, dentists, and cops, very unpopular at times, with people they serve. So, I couldn't imagine not, if somebody hopped in this chat and started celebrating, the guy's assassination, I'd have huge problems with that. It's a legal business. And, if anybody's ever had like like I spent, my wife was in the hospital for, a week and a half. And believe me, I like insurance. It works. So I wouldn't be one of those people celebrating, I'll put it that way. And I would kind of look down my nose at anyone who would choose to do that.
And so the point that I was making is basically like the people that are celebrating this are the ones that are like basically they're priced out in getting insurance, and also like that thing that I mentioned where apparently that insurance company wasn't covering anesthesia for surgeries, which is insanity to me. I'm not sure why they would not cover that. When was the last time you got a surgery with no anesthesia? Like, if you had to undergo a surgery, when was the last time? Like, you never had that.
Who, me? Are you asking a rhetorical question?
It was somewhat rhetorical, but I was asking you. I was saying,
well,
like,
I've had two major surgeries in my life, and one was a hip replacement, and the other was a hip revision, which is replacing the replacement. So believe me, you're not going to do something like that without anesthesia, and it still hurt like shit once the anesthesia wears off. So
yeah, like. This is why I was asking lefties about this, because I mean, like I would say I'm on the right, but there's certain things I don't agree with. I'll say that.
Right. Well, no one's ever going to be totally satisfied with insurance. However, I've actually had good luck with insurance. Years ago, I had an auto accident on I-66. It goes from the western part or northern Virginia into DC, and basically I did roughly $1,000 worth of damage. Luckily, I was able to control the car into the median, but $1,000 worth of damage cost me $100 out of pocket. So, I've had luck. Let's I don't know what the hell Daughters of Assassins problem is tonight. She's on a tear.
Daughters of Assassins. I think there's some underlying issues going on there. Because if that is actually a woman, she's been ranting for this whole time I got here. I don't know how long she's been ranting for, but she's been ranting.
Well, she's also known as eclectic. Depending on which account she's using. Right here, she says that I told Lindy recently, white people don't know their own culture. And she replied, I know. Daughters of Assassins, I know more about your white culture than most white people do. So there's no better way for me to convey that thought except directly. So you may take umbrage at that comment, but not only that was putting it mildly. What I should have said is white people don't know shit.
Oh, come on.
Hey, I've been over the last week, and you've probably heard me how I'm saying that, white people are second best these days. Asians are much smarter and do better in the white people's meritocracy. White people are panicking because Asians literally are outperforming them academically.
So for Daughters of Assassins, like I would ask them, like just based off of your name alone, like what culture is your family from for you to have a name like that? Like, do you even know about like where this assassin stuff came from? Like,
well, the number one, she's using the possessive of daughters. I could think of a sentence where that punctuation would be correct, but it's probably not. So, and that's really besides my point. The thing is who the fuck is she to correct me? I mean, she's literally babbling about shutting down dispensaries based on third or fourth hand knowledge. And I'm like, that's just, and I'm not even that big a capitalist, but that's like anti-capitalist. So I make a joke. Hey, would Trump approve of this? I don't think Trump would approve of shutting down legitimate businesses.
So daughters, basically, when you say that you're several ethnicities, you're basically saying that you're a mutt.
Yeah. So why is she even defending white people? She's barely white.
It doesn't make any sense.
She's like, the only reason she's white is because she thinks she's white.
Yeah. And also, like, what she's been going, like, she's been going on about like the cannabis industry for some reason.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Did she not know that, like, when legalization first happened, like, I'm not sure what the first state was because I'm not American, but the main state that I knew about was Colorado, and like in the first year they made like over $1 billion. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, California is another state. Washington State, I think, has District of Columbia has Washington D.C. So I mean, I'm all for being quirky. Being quirky doesn't bother me, but when you start acting insane, I mean, she is basing this on. She wrote like a friend of a friend of a friend. I'm like, you're basing this on third-hand knowledge? You would shut down legit businesses based on third-hand knowledge. I'm like, what on earth are you babbling about? So
she's babbling about like the weed is poison and all this kind of stuff, and it's just like, you realize people can grow their own weed, and if you're gonna like go on with that line of like argumentation, like you could poison anything. Like, What are we talking about?
As a matter of fact, you best be buying from dispensaries. Buying it like from private sources with everything laced like fentanyl, like it is, you're crazy to not buy it from a dispensary. At least there's some quality control if you don't grow it yourself. So I think she's just, she's got a theory in her head, and
So
she just
she's clearly misinformed because like weed is legal here in Canada, right? And even
Right.
before it became like legal for the whole country, I actually heard about like they have labs in the U.S. where you can send weed there, and they'll test the weed for you and tell you if there's any contaminants in it, right?
Well, I think
Like,
you could buy. I think you can buy the test off the shelf.
well, you probably can. I'm not sure, but all I know is that like you could literally send like your like a portion of your weed, like almost like that's gonna be obviously if you have like a large amount or whatever, but like you could send it to a lab in the U.S. and they'll test it and send you back the results without like getting anybody involved. They'll let you know that like it's safe to use.
Right.
And this is in the U.S.
Right, but you know what? I haven't smoked weed in like 35 years, so I'm not that concerned. However, she asked me to warn people. I'm like, well, I'm not going to warn people without investigating it first. I don't want to sound crazy. It's okay if she wants to. So anyway, let's get back to something serious. Oh, this is almost over, but yeah, I'll watch the end of this. And this made him famous, huh?
Yeah, this one video made him famous.
Wow.
Arrogance with just self-improvement and working on myself and
Man, at 35 years old, here's what you told me. I can help him with his business. Due respect, ma'am. And I mean no disrespect, but 20 to 30% of people own businesses. What about the 70 to 80% of men who don't own them? That means that doesn't matter. That means nothing to the average man. Then the next thing you said, I can plant. Ma'am, that means nothing to most people because we go to grocery stores. Then you say self-improvement. I gave you a shot at saying what you have to offer to men, and you said nothing that we value.
What do you value? What do you?
Book a session. I'm not doing this. Nope. I'm done. I've tried to go around, but this has happened. The older you ladies get, the more you get set in your ways. Book a session because I don't want to do this in public, man. Because you seem like a sweet woman, but you're not getting it.
You're being so mean.
I'm not being, don't tell me I'm being mean. I'm about to be mean. I get tired of you broads telling me I'm being mean because you cannot handle the goddamn truth. You called my show on a day that you ain't even supposed to be here. And I honored the call and sat here and tried to help you. And I'm telling me I'm being mean. Get the fuck out of my phone.
Wow.
I'm tired of y'all doing this shit.
It's not hard to fool me. Cause I'm addicted to the good life.
I want the internet. So you say this is even crazier, huh?
For a regular type dude.
How tall are you?
I am 5'3".
Dress size?
I am a medium.
Dress size?
She's a
number?
A
10.
10.
How much did you weigh last time you weighed yourself?
Is that a chest tattoo?
57.
Fresh face out.
Just let it play.
On a scale from 1 to 10, what would you rank your
My
looks?
natural face.
Okay, fresh face out of the shower, your natural face. You can't use 7. What would you rank yourself? 1 to 10.
A 6.
Okay. A 6 is right above average. A 5 is average, right?
A 6 in what world?
A dress size 10, so that's above average weight. 5'3", you should be able to be dress size 4. 4'6", 125 pounds. Even if I believe you're 157, 160, you're almost 33 pounds, 33% over your ideal target weight. And you have listen. If you're average to cute looking, if you're below average health from a weight standpoint, and you have 2 children, overall, does that make you below average, average, or above average? Factor all those things in together.
Average.
So why should you get anything upper? Then why should you get above average? What do you mean settle for? You should get what you are.
I see millionaires with average women all the time.
They don't have big chest tattoos either, and 2 other kids. Man, I'm just saying. Okay, I want to. No. I mean, let's be honest. Why should an average woman say she's settling for an average man? Maybe
Ain't
that
nothing
makes
wrong with it. Wait.
No, you said so I should just settle. No, you said that. Listen. You said so I should just settle for an average guy, and I'm like, you're an average woman. Why should you not get?
I would be settling. I mean, he could. I mean,
why would you be settling, and he wouldn't? So what would he be doing? Would he be upgrading?
He don't got no money. So if he don't have no money,
you ain't fine enough for no money.
I'm not fine enough for money.
No. You're 6. You're 5. You said you're 6, man. You said you're 6. You don't get money. You get second shift at the plant. Did you go to college?
No, I didn't.
Okay, ma'am.
I have my own business.
Congratulations. Don't care. Man, you got 2 children. And you said you are 6. I give you 5, 6. Your numbers together would be average. So why? So an average man would be upgrading to get you.
Look, I didn't say.
I'm asking, ma'am, because we're just having a conversation. You said you'd be settling, so by extension, he would be.
So I guess we'll be settling for each other.
No, but my issue is. You said settling for him. That means you'd be getting something less than what you deserve.
I don't know many millionaires, but I mean, you see these old ass looking guys with young rebuilt honeys all the time. What is she talking about?
Yeah, I think that was a great line that he used, that she'd be lucky to get like a dude working second shift at the plant.
Yeah. I mean, she's not an ogre, but come on now.
Well, that's the problem, because she said she's a 6. Like, I'm not sure. I don't know.
She might have been a 6 when she was 18.
I think
when we settle, we get.
Sorry, just real quick.
And that stupid chest tattoo. I'm like, what is she thinking?
I think Ryan might be interested in her.
Who?
Ryan in the chat. I think he might be interested in her.
Well, Ryan likes dark meat. She's clearly an 11. Ghetto, you must just be waking up and that little film is still on your eyes. You need to clear your eyes, man.
I already have everything that I need. If he's not adding to me, then that will be settling, right?
Fabian, I want you to understand what I asked you last night. I asked this question.
Let me rewind that. What the hell did she say? If he's not adding to me.
when we settle, we get
Because
less.
I already have everything that I need. If he's not adding to me, then that will be settling, right?
Fabian, I want you to understand what I asked you last night. I asked this question oftentimes with Black women. If you have to work as hard today or harder if you want children with a husband, would you rather have a husband or be single? And almost 100% of the time, Black women would say, if I have to work as hard as I am today with a husband, I'd rather be single, because a husband is not, just by being a man ain't enough. He's supposed to make her life easier. That is why I have no problem telling women to die alone. It is not our job to make women's lives easier.
She keeps going.
It's our job to protect, provide, but that's not necessarily easy. It's harder. Relationships are hard. So, ma'am, you got all the things you need, except somebody to share life with. And the man who can meet your standards, okay? Can he meet other women's standards? Okay, then why should he not get the best? If he can meet your high standard, he can meet another woman's standard. And all I'm saying is that why should a man have to settle for a woman with 2 kids? Because you got a business?
They don't have, Kevin, they don't have to settle for me.
But you said you'd be settling for him.
Okay, just like you, Kevin, you say that high value men are supposed to have money, right? That's what you say. So
And
if
that-
they don't have money, that means
That
their value is low,
leopard
right?
skin dress.
No.
And you go off women.
No.
value.
If you want to know, no. High value men, that's a completely different component. That's less than 10% of men. And high value men get high value women, women who are in high demand.
Right.
That's not your category.
Because I got kids, right?
You're not. Ma'am, no, yes. Would you say that you're a woman that's in high demand or most wanted?
I could be. I mean, yeah, I could be. I mean,
You could be. So
I
okay.
take
So
Can I
man,
tell you-
listen. Don't
Can I tell you about myself?
Hold on. Ma'am, you're 37 with 2 children.
37.
Where in the world do women who are average to above average, average to cute, who are a little overweight with 2 kids, where are these women in high demand?
Kevin, I'm working on myself. So if
No,
I was
ma'am,
to
I asked a
move-
very specific question. It's not, because
Nobody
you're working on
asked if
yourself.
she's
That's
working on
fine,
herself.
but that doesn't mean you're in high demand.
I can get there, can I?
I'm going to ask you, what does working on yourself actually mean?
Well,
and it sounds like she needs affirmation. I think a lot of people.
So working on yourself, like when you hear, especially like a Black chick say it, but chicks in general, like it means nothing at all. It means they're doing stuff for themselves that they think is beneficial. Well, it could be beneficial, but like it's stuff that's not beneficial to anybody other than themselves.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she means she's working out.
She's definitely not working out.
Maybe she just started. Oh, this is funny. Rick Steele is going in on her.
And
So you mean to tell me if I can lose 20 pounds,
50 pounds.
80 years ago, with a woman in your position, even without the children, 80 years ago, would a woman in your position be with the top 10% man?
you said 80
80 years ago. 80 years ago. Would she be with a man in the top 10% of all men? 80 years ago.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
No. There are a limited amount of these men to go around. Ma'am. Just want you guys to understand, especially in the Black community. you're an average woman by any stretch of the imagination. And I think that's being fair. Average at best is more likely the term. Average at best would be pretty fair. But listen.
I'm listening.
But the issue is, so I got to settle for an average man. That's not settling. That's getting what you can afford to buy on the sexual marketplace.
Okay, so if I wanted a high value man, what do I do?
Be reincarnated. You can't get one. I'm gonna be honest, you can't. You're 37 with 2 kids. If they're less than 10% of the men, why would he pick you over a woman with no children?
But Kevin, I talk to pretty good high value. I go on dates with high caliber men.
Yes, they will go on dates with you. They will talk to you. They'll have sex with you.
We talk about marriage.
I want you to understand, this is what the issue is, because I talked about this for a year and a half, because men will deal with you. What man of value, who is a high value man recognized by other men of value, what man that fits in that category is seriously vetting you to be a wife today?
I'm talking to someone now. I've been dating this guy now who's a pretty high value, and we've been talking.
How old is he?
He's 51.
And what makes him high value?
He owns his own car dealership, and he has multiple businesses.
Is it used cars?
He owns houses.
A new
he's doing pretty good for himself. He's probably not rich, but
ma'am, being high value is more than just money.
He got a good head on his shoulders. He got a good personality. He take care of himself. He work out. He don't even look like
Oh, Jesus Christ, ma'am. I'm trying to be reasonable, but it's more than just money. And I'm saying a man why would a man? How can I say this without sounding rude?
Kevin,
why would a man who has this going on, and what state are you in?
I am in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, I just said state. But anyway, why would a man who's
CKJ3
choose a woman like that? Okay, if you say he's high value, when I talk about high value, it's not just money. It's over a period of time. It's what you do. It's also men of value must recognize you as a peer or a potential peer. You got to have a network of high value men and others, and you must be useful to others in a group. So you judge a man not just on his money, by his network, by other men who say, yeah, that's a man of value. He's a mover or shaker, a most eligible. Okay, man, but these men don't settle. They don't settle. They don't get women who are, there are men on YouTube right now saying, I don't know what I'm talking about being high value. But here's one thing that they do agree with me on. They don't take a woman with children. They don't. I've had men who vehemently disagree with me on a lot of things. They don't listen to me, but unanimously, we don't take another man's children, because that's not even in their mindset. They don't. So you ladies can call it what you want, and I'm thinking, how long have y'all been dating?
2 weeks now.
I said seriously, but considering you to be a wife in 2 weeks.
I do want to make one comment on that, though. There are circumstances where a man might take another man's children. My wife had 2 kids by her first husband. Now, the thing is her first husband had been dead for 14 years when I met her. So, her kids were actually older, like 16. And, so that was kind of a circumstance. And I mean, she was the kind of person that, the kids were going to be out of the house pretty soon. And they were probably glad to get her occupied with me. But
so Stanley, just we don't speak in absolutes. So
that what?
we don't speak in absolutes, so there's always going to be exceptions to the rule.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I just wanted to comment, and yeah, I guess most people are smart enough to know there are always exceptions. But plus, and one other thing I wanted to add, we were both close to 40. So it wasn't a matter of, some 24-year-old, taking on a brood of another man's children. I knew what I was doing.
Yeah. Did you actually? Did you already have a child before you were with her?
No. My one child was by her after we got married. So I mean, I have one son who's 18. He's the only one, and probably won't be anymore.
well, regardless, there's still exceptions to the rules. So nobody's holding you to some standard that most people don't actually live by.
Right. But the other thing is her family, our two families, believe it or not, got along just fine. And, her mother, actually, I was more or less, I met her through her brother, who was my neighbor. Met her, he took me down to his parents' house for Easter dinner one Easter. So that's where I initially met her. But the other thing is I was actually more or less hanging out with her parents. And, anyway, stepkids are not for the faint of heart, but actually I didn't have a bad experience.
Weeks, ma'am. Yep.
We've been talking about it.
Ma'am, that's what I'm saying, ma'am. I said, what man of value who's recognized by other men of value?
Oh, look at you. Man,
you seriously betting you to be a wife. And you said this man, you ain't known this dude but 2 weeks.
From the streets. I'm a bitch from the streets. I get the money.
What the hell?
The only reason I'm pushing this hard, ma'am, is because it triggers me when I hear average women talking about settling for average men. And I'll be honest.
Why do it trigger you?
Because you'd be lucky to get an average man. He would be settling for you. He would be settling for you to have to deal with you, 2 children from somebody else. Yes, ma'am, that's why. Because
say something.
No, you asked, let me finish. He'd be settling for you because
Because I got 2 children?
Amongst other things, yes.
I mean, I'm a good person to get along with. So
That may be, ma'am. That may be. You could be a perfectly lovely person, but there are other women who are perfectly lovely people who are childless and more physically appealing.
That's fine.
So ma'am, by definition, see, that's the thing. The kind of men you ladies talk about you want, they are rare. They are. For every man that falls into your category, there are thousands of women that want him. He can only have one wife. That's why.
He gonna have a lot of wives. I mean,
No. He gonna have a lot. He gonna cheat a lot, but he gonna have one wife. He can only marry one person. It's called bigotry. All right, that's enough. No, that's enough. You can only have one wife. No. That's all. You can only have one wife. Nope, you sat there and why did you marry your baby daddy?
Oh, I love this. Do you see what Assassin's Row? I don't like this guy at all.
Jesus, don't say it. You grew.
Of course not.
Softball. You grew apart. Was that before or after the second child?
The second child. We was getting into arguments and stuff. So
So, and how long were y'all together?
We was together since we were teenagers.
See, that's the problem. There's another problem, man. You get no higher than your baby daddy.
Oh my God.
Because men look at a woman and then she look at her children because men say, I'm not gonna go raise a lesser man's child.
Holy shit!
That's what happens.
You think all
Damn,
men
he's
think
brutal.
like that?
You think I got 1 million subscribers on each platform because I don't know what I'm talking about?
This
You
guy's
think I can
my
do this
fucking
night in,
hero.
night out, and people co-sign? Ma'am, y'all would be better off to realize that more men think like this because the results show they do. You're almost like a mirror copy of Average at Best. The video
Stanley, can you pause real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like a lot of his appeal was just like the way that it, like he says this stuff, like he's very brutal, but like he does it in a very like eloquent way, and also like he's wearing the suit and tie, so
He's very clinical. It's almost like seeing your psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And the other thing is he doesn't deliver it with vitriol. He he's very calm, very measured when he makes these criticisms. So,
by the way, if you didn't know this about Kevin Samuels, like he's actually pro black marriage. That's actually what he's about. Well, that's what he tried to do, but at the time, like he was getting a lot of hate because they were acting like for some reason they thought he hated black women or something. I don't know. I'm not sure, but like he was actually pro black marriage is what he was about. That's the whole reason why he was even having these conversations outside of making money, obviously.
well, there is, psychiatrists and counselors of all sorts make money doing this. So, that his business model doing it online, and he did other things, of course, but he's enviable. I have seen videos of him before he became Kevin Samuels, and he was kind of nerdy. However, apparently he honed, this sort of stuff into a very successful venture. So,
well, actually, before like he was doing these videos that we're watching now, his target audience was actually men because like I'm not sure if he was into marketing or whatever. I think he was in some form of marketing, but basically he was doing videos.
Did, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, like he was doing videos about men, trying to tell men like how to better themselves, but nobody cared until he started talking to women.
Yeah. Well, believe me, there are still issues out there. This woman basically, apparently people really do need someone to, hey, I'm going to hold the mirror up to you and show you what I see versus what you see. And, it's a very natural thing, when you get up in the morning and look in the mirror to like what you see. That's kind of like a survival mechanism. But sometimes it is a lot more useful, to get an outside looking in sort of picture. So I'm liking what I hear mostly.
I actually agree with his content, though I wasn't a fan of his. It was like I have my reasons, and I'm not going to speak ill on the dead. So
right,
maybe on another date when you watch his content more, we could have that conversation. But I'm not going to do it now since you're new to him.
Okay. Well, I would say I've heard other harder core manosphere people talking about women. This guy, he might be simple and direct, and there's believe me, I'm a big fan of simple and direct. He is a lot more productive or to the point. He's has this weird talent in his delivery to say the obvious, but say it in a way that is digestible.
So basically, he's been around for a while, and like he's actually spoken to like different content creators, even though like he became the biggest out of everybody. But he was around like a lot of different content creators, so like he absorbed like different conversations and different like tactics, I guess, from other people. So that is why like his content sounds a lot more palatable for women, basically.
Right. Definitely good at it.
Yeah, that
a lot of this. She only had one kid. You got two.
Say that again.
Oh, I was gonna say that next clip that I posted in the back, the second one, not the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I think you'll really enjoy that one.
Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and put that forward.
Yes.
You trying to make it seem like I'm you trying to
I'm
make it
saying
like
I'm making it seem no,
I'm
I want you to
better.
understand that how we came in is the same thing that she said. You saying I would have to settle for an average man. And this is a men's platform. What do you think you were saying to all the men that are average men when you say that you will be settling for them? 50% of men are average or below. You don't have a problem offending them.
No, I don't want to offend nobody.
When you say you settle for, okay, ma'am, if I said I settled for you, would that make you feel good?
A lot of people settle.
If I said I settled for, when a woman doesn't answer a question directly, she's attempting to be deceptive.
Yes, I'll be mad. Yeah, I'll be mad.
Right. Thank you.
Don't say deceptive. Say evasive.
Yeah, evasive would be better.
Yeah.
So don't play with me. So when you say you're going to settle for an average man, you don't mind offending them. So I have no problem telling you why I think it's crazy for an average woman. Average, you say you're 5'6", I'll give you a 5'6". Okay, fine. But all the other things, man, puts you below average. I want you to listen. Let's take it away from you and me. Let's take it away from you and me and looks and everything else because it's too personal. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's reset the table. Okay. Where would it make sense for a high school graduate who graduated with a C, a 2.0, a 2.0, right? Mm-hmm. Would it make sense somebody like that demanding to get into Harvard, Princeton, MIT, Stanford?
No.
Would they be settling for junior college?
What? What about Georgia Tech?
No.
You're JUCO. Junior college. 2.0. But the way you talk and women like yourself talk is like you deserve to get into Princeton, Harvard, MIT, Stanford. When you're a 2.0, going to junior college.
JUCO.
Can I say something?
Sure. I mean, and understand, people go to junior college to get associates, decide to go to junior college and go to a 4-year. And it would be far better in the world for women who are average to get with an average man because an average man provides a woman options. But I don't want you to get with an average man and feel like you're settling. You need to treat that man with respect because a man is worth more than that.
Lord, I hope not. His ghetto
I mean,
point
if
of
I'm in
view.
a relationship with somebody, why would I disrespect them?
I'm talking about women in general. And well, you disrespected them by saying settling. That's why. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. Saying I'm settling is a condescending, disrespectful tone. Just like you say, you would feel some kind of way if I said I settled for you. But my grandmother settled for my grandmother had a 6th grade education. My grandfather had a 4th grade education. She settled for him and gave us a family legacy that we are still trying to measure up to. We are not doing nearly as well as the people who had less education and more harsh circumstances in the Black community before us. We are not good stewards of their legacy. And part of the reason is because our women are so out of line. You think you're settling or should get more, and you can't get more. There are only a handful of these men, but the rest of women get men who roughly around their area. Yes, it's okay to want something better. It's okay to graduate with a 2.0 and want to get into Princeton or want better, but you got to be realistic and pick. Now, again, everybody who thinks I'm being a little harsh or whatever, she's 37 with 2 kids and still hasn't put together any real thought about what a man.
Hey, Hoodservative, it's more or less by accident that you see more relationship material. But I just got curious watching Pop the Balloon, what relationships are like out there. And then part of it is having an 18-year-old, I guess the parent in me, that parent gene, is just curious to know what sort of stuff he might or will face out there,
So Stanley, since Hood is here, please play that other clip that I posted.
Okay. So we're done with this one?
Yeah, we're done with this one. He said enough, but play that second clip that I posted.
Okay.
Yes. I cannot say what's wrong or right.
So, what's your disagreement?
My disagreement is just basically about the fact that Black women shouldn't have to feel obligated to smile to Black men. We're holding a lot of trauma. We're holding a lot of problems, mental health issues.
Hold on. How old are you?
24.
I'm gonna say this one more time. I need you to pay attention. I need all Black women to pay attention. The world does not owe you understanding or me understanding. All this trauma, go seek professional help because the rest of us do not have to suffer you.
Okay, it's easy to tell Black women and Black people
Do you not
in the Black community to get help,
Whose responsibility is it to get the help they need?
but it's not available readily to our
That
community
is
easily.
bullshit.
With the wealth gap growing, how many people
Whose
can afford?
responsibility is it to get the mental health they need? Who?
It is ultimately the responsibility of us to get the mental health that we need. But I'm letting you know that we are very underserved.
You can't make this stuff up. So you say we're underserved. You got to tell me that the therapists that already exist are overloaded. We don't go get help, ma'am. You just had a therapist on here before. I talked to psychiatrists, and first of all, understand who you're talking to. I know hundreds of, anyway. What do Black people tend to deal with? How do Black women tend to deal with their mental health issues? With a licensed clinician or with Jesus?
That is what's pushed to us since
No,
from the age of we are little.
No, ma'am.
That's something we grow up
I asked who. Let's see. I asked
This little girl back
I'm
talking.
not gonna play the lily pad game. Did they go to a clinician or did they go to the church?
The church most often.
All right, and these are educated. Most of these women are educated, and they've heard about therapy. They make the choice not to go. No different than, I'm gonna switch it up. No different than women understanding here that being 200 pounds and 5 foot tall is unhealthy.
Stanley, have you actually looked at that stat that?
Number of women are overweight, and 80% of that is obese. They know the truth. They choose
And
to
the
do
narrative,
something else.
the narrative pushed to us most often is that a guy wants a woman with a big ass. He wants,
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was
no problem. I was just wondering if you actually seen that stat, because recently I've been hearing that the average height to weight ratio for an American Black woman is like 187 pounds at like 5'4". That is insane to me.
No, I haven't heard that. Let me look it up.
That's what I've been hearing going around recently. But that's insane to me. 187 pounds at 5'4" that's mind-boggling. I'm not sure how that's okay, but I
No,
have
it's
talked
not.
to I have talked to some of my brothers in the South, and yeah, they seem to think that's okay.
Hold on one sec. Average weight for women based on height and more. Non-Hispanic black is 188.
188 is even worse. I heard it was 187. That's
Well,
crazy.
I need, let me, there's a CDC thing. Let me take a look at that right quick. Let me see, can I enlarge this? Male, female, non-Hispanic, black or African, female. What is this? Normal weight. That's body mass index. This is all going to be BMIs, which are harder to translate. Let's go back.
BMI is the best way to explain this.
Oh, is it?
Especially if we're talking, yeah, like if we're talking about height and weight, BMI would be the best way.
Oh, wait, hold it. Let me go back to it, and then I'll have you translate it then. I mean, I know like 13 is a decent number. Is that correct? So, this is normal weight. This is normal weight, overweight, and obesity for, let's say, black or African American female. Can you see that?
So just a disclaimer, I do have a little bit of Chinese in my family, so yeah, I can't see that at all.
Okay, yeah. How about now? Let me bring it up full screen. How about now? Is that any better?
Yeah, just horizontally, I can see it a bit better. So, what do you want me to?
Well, this is basically, and they're breaking it down by year, but it's supposed to be BMI. Hold on one second. Let me go back. BMI. Well, the BMI for overweight or obese greater than equal to 25. So basically, I think they're saying anything over 25. BMI greater than or equal to 25. So this must be, yeah, this is percentage of black females. Let's just, the latest year looks like 2013 to 2016. Basically, we're saying 80% of black women have a BMI greater than 25.
So I'm not sure how that correlates, but that sounds like they're overweight to me.
Oh yeah, way overweight. Like, and it's been increasing from 1988 to 2016. It's gone from 68.2% BMI greater than 25 to 80.6%. So it looked like it's slowing from 2007 to 2010. It looks like the rate of increase slowed a bit. But it's still like, I mean, 25, greater than 25 is obese. And this number is way over.
So just looking at like this chart here, I would say there's some information that is missing from this because this only goes up to 2016.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But it's just a quick down and dirty Google search. But I saw that number here The average weight. The average weight. I don't know if you can see this. The average weight for a black, non-Hispanic black woman is 186, and the average height for a black woman is 5'4". So you're about right, actually.
Yep.
And the height to weight ratio. This isn't race specific, that height to weight ratio, but yeah, you're looking at basically the average weight 186, and the average height is
5'4".
5'4". So yeah, you were pretty close with those stats. What do you think of that?
I am definitely glad to be right, and glad to be confirmed by Stanley.
Yeah, but this little girl here, and I call her a little girl at 24, but shit, I'm almost 60, so she is a little girl. This is interesting.
Yeah. Continue that clip. I think you'll really like this clip.
Okay.
This was like one of the best ones to me, anyways, because average at best is like what made Kevin Samuels famous. But I really like this clip because she was basically saying that.
Oh, hold on one second. I'm sorry. I thought I'd started it.
No, you were already playing it. I'm not sure if we went that far, but in the clip, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd stopped it and brought up that other chart. So
that's fine. Continue.
Okay.
If I accept them, then you got to do something about them. Because what about the traumas that the black man has to deal with? But we still have to get out here and be functioning people in society, contributing. You don't get to walk around and say, have a special victim status.
I'm not saying we should have a special victim status, but our circumstance is different. We are women. We are less.
You're 24 years old. Is your circumstance harder or easier than your grandmother and your great grandmother?
Exponentially easier. We have access to information we didn't have.
Exponentially easier, but you're handling it worse. Your grandmother, your great grandmother actually could work with a black man with more trauma.
Because they understood that the black woman and the black man are on the same side. Now that we're all free and independent and we could do whatever we want to, why would we seek to, be one with the black man? Thank
you. Clip it, slice it, put it on World Star. She said it, not me. Now that you're independent, you don't need to be with. There you go. There you go. And there you go, black man. There it is. She's finally got one to say it.
Build businesses with us.
Your grandmothers and your great grandmothers had more trauma and more stress and did it better. They have exponentially less and they're handling it worse. But it's because they're free and can do what the hell they want to. They'll need to be with you. So you don't need to feel any guilt for taking care of you, for putting yourself first and making your passion, your purpose, your priority. You don't need to feel guilty because this 24-year-old woman just said it. They don't feel any guilt about it. Thank you.
Stanley, you could also play
about your traumas when you can't even smile at it.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You could also play that other clip that I left for you in the back chat, but basically that's what her whole argument is, because all of the generational traumas and all this kind of stuff, like that's the reason why black women can't smile at a black man. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Is she really the norm? And I'm asking the question.
She's definitely the norm, man. Like, actually, if you want to know what the norm is, you're gonna have to like delve into like the culture, if that's what we want to call it. and yeah, you'll find out that the norm is actually way worse than she is.
Hey, hood-servative, but you got to give me a little bit of grace. I mean, I was married for 10 years. So, I mean, in all honesty, my son is 18. So I've been out of this game for 19 years, maybe, well, shoot, probably closer to 20 years because, you know, my wife and I dated before we got married. So I'm 20 years, I'm 20 years outside the game. Damn, time flies.
Yeah, time flies when you're an old nigga. Like,
well, you know, it's really weird. Time is so slow when you're a teenager, you know, waiting to grow up. And then it seems like once I got married and had kids, time just went like in the snap of a finger. It was amazing. I mean, I remember, you know, almost like it was yesterday watching my son being born. And now I might see him once a month.
No, I'm 36.
36. Okay. I talk to a lot of people. Okay, 36. What's going on with you?
Young. Okay, so basically, I've never even, I always wanted to get married, but just being serious with someone, I don't know, maybe till like about 32, I just didn't think about it. I just was just still having fun.
Okay.
And
what does that mean?
Just dating, casually dating people, not necessarily having sex with them. Okay. But of course, everyone wants to have sex.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm playing football and I'm trying to pass the goal without doing it in a way sometimes.
So you're robbing me.
A little.
Not a little. I mean, this is where you ladies got to start. See, what men want to hear from y'all is the truth.
Yeah, well, I'm giving it to you.
Well, because you know you want a man to spend his time, attention, resources on you, and the whole deal is sex. Mm-hmm. How would you feel if on payday they played football with your ass?
No, okay, look it. This is what I'm saying. But guys that you're just dating, you know, I want to say after I go on a few dates with you, then, you know, I might want to have sex with you, but I just don't want to have sex with you. Huh?
Bullshit. You're a grown woman. You're a grown woman. Okay, we're gonna be honest. We're gonna be honest. You're a grown woman. Mm-hmm. You're not a virgin, and you and I both know that a woman makes up her mind whether or not she wants to have sex with men. You know if you're gonna have sex with them or not.
Okay, maybe say after the second
hold on. Okay, no. No, it doesn't play over here. You're 36, you're not 22. This is part of it, you're not listening. This is why men are walking away from marrying and dealing with y'all, because you're not honest. There are men you have slept with and didn't require 3 or 4 or 5 dates. All right, then that's the bottom line. That's the base price. And to men, it's like, if he can get it for this price, why do I have to do all this? That's why I say, ladies, do not go out on date number 1 with a man that you are not sexually attracted to. Do not go on date number 1. Don't go out there talking about our date to see if I like you. French toast that. Keep your ass at home. Don't take his money. Ask all the questions you need to do. Because if you go out with us, we're expected to smash.
Okay, look it. I'm gonna give you an example. I have dated and dealt with people that I didn't actually were attracted to them when I first met them, but as I got to know them, I did become attracted to them. So that can happen too. You know,
this is what women do. They play games with the possibility of sex. The guys you went out with, were you paying all the bills? Were you paying for everything? 100%? No.
No.
Then it's bullshit. It's bullshit. I mean, you sitting there
Not
saying,
saying
well,
not saying that I expect for them to pay all the time, because I'm a nice girl. I'm from California. You know,
it has nothing to do with being there. I mean, it's not, no. Look, did you grow up with your father?
My father died when I was 11 years old.
Well, you should have heard this somewhere in your life. Don't accept nothing from a man that you don't expect to do something for.
Yeah.
So what you're talking about, see, this is why so many women in your age range are going to be destined to be alone, because you're still trying to pretty it up. What you did was you ran game, you hustled, and you deceived dudes. And then you wonder why these guys get out here and become mean and fuck boys. Because they run into women like you playing games.
Okay, so from here
what's wrong with being upfront and saying, I'm not sexually attracted to you, I'm not going to go on a date with you? What's wrong with just doing that?
Nothing, because sometimes, you know, I mean, I'll just say, no, thank you, I'm not interested. I say that. And some guys, they might be mad. Now.
But you didn't do it then.
I didn't know how. I didn't have the knowledge to do that.
Okay, but you did know they wanted to have sex.
Yes. Who doesn't? I mean, it's kind of like.
But you weren't. That's the point.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Well, see, that's the point. See, I want you guys to understand. Women know we want to have sex. They want to have sex. But see, what they do is you sit around and saying, well, he accepted the date. He didn't have to do it. If you had a son, would you want somebody to treat your son that way?
No, but I will.
Then that's it. There's no but. See, anything you say before but is bullshit. And here's the thing: you're still in the dating market, right? Do you want to be married one day?
I want to have kids and get married, but
all right. Well, the way you're coming across is your mindset is still where it was.
Yeah.
So chameleon rebel. And men pick up on this kind of stuff because you do not get, how tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
Dress size?
A 2.
So a woman who is cute, over 30, single, childless. It's crazy. That's what because you have run across plenty of suitable men. And you've gotten to be this age and unmarried with no kids. And that's what men think. So my thing is, what you want, cool. How do you plan on getting what you want?
Well, now I'm just putting myself out there a little bit more.
To do what?
Than what I was in the past. I was so. At what point I just wanted to date an athlete or a basketball player or a rapper or something. I would only try to be, in the area or go to clubs, try to meet those type of people. But now I'm much more open. I guess because I'm older, and I don't know. I don't want to say I'm settling, but I'm just more open. I'm more mature.
Did you go to college? Did you hold the phone steady?
I went to school.
Could you hold the phone
steady? State LA.
Huh?
I went to Cal State LA.
Okay, could you just hold the phone steady because it's moving over? Could you set it down?
Oh.
So it doesn't move? Because I don't know if you ladies hear what you hear from men.
I'm here.
Go ahead. Take your time.
Okay.
You got a book or something you can set it on?
Yeah, I'm doing my best because I really didn't expect to get on here, and I was relaxing watching TV, and I'm just so surprised.
Okay, but
okay.
See, All right, wherever happened to? It seemed like she just disconnected. All right, here's what men hear.
There I am.
Here's what men hear. I'm 36 years old.
Hey, do you think that she's repositioning on purpose so he can so he can appreciate the full view?
Yeah, she's definitely doing that. And even though she's doing that, like it makes no difference.
Well, yeah, she's used to being I don't know if worshipped is the right word, but she is definitely used to the male gaze. And I like the view. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, the view was good, but I would rather look at it from like a
clinical.
Yeah, like clinically or from a landscape portrait kind of view.
No, I like this view. Give me some leg there.
I used to run around and want to athletes and entertainers, and you weren't doing that just because they're great guys.
You know, I will make one comment though. I think this baby hair thing that women do, I think if anything, it brings up more attention to a bad hairline. I don't think it adds anything.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the hair conversation.
Oh no, I relish it.
It was because of their resources and their attention.
All of the above.
Right. So now, and then you not even. So, man, you're coming across as a manipulative woman.
You noticed, huh?
You know men want to have sex. You're going out with men you're not sexually attracted to. Just because you had sex with one guy that you weren't initially sexually attracted to, y'all aren't honest. You don't enter into good faith, and then you get to be 36 and you say you want to have kids and all this other stuff. And here's what men are saying. All right, I need to know about her mindset. And what you're saying is I put myself out there. But what are you putting out there?
My look. What else do they want me to put? It only, I mean, like I can talk to somebody for so long and, you know, my brain or whatever, but after a while, they can't see. I can't see. So anyways, I might not like them like they like me. You know, I might be a little more sweeter than what they thought I was. They might have thought I was a mean, bad girl, but really I'm not, you know? So you just never know. Or then I thought I met somebody that I really was interested in that was in the music industry. But come to find out, he wanted to date girls that made more money than him.
I asked you, basically, what are you putting out there? And you said your look.
What else am I supposed to look? I mean, what else am I supposed to put out there?
Okay, let's go with that. How many kids do you want to have?
2, or I'll be fine with 1.
Can you turn off the TV or whatever? Who's that? It's a background noise. What is that?
My friend talking that wants to be a part of it too.
No.
You already tell me you got a boyfriend. You just talking to that.
I have a boyfriend, but I mean, he's a boyfriend. We not married, so that means I'm still single.
That's true.
That's crazy.
No, I'm single. If I'm not married, I'm single. No, we not.
That's not your boyfriend, is it?
No.
All right. Do you have another room we can go into?
Yes.
Why don't you do that?
Okay.
That's crazy. She's sitting up on screen while there's another nigga in the background hanging around.
Alrighty then.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm like, what's going on?
Well, we're trying to figure that one out.
Okay, there we go.
All right. So yes, if you're not married, you're single.
Yeah. Period.
Okay.
There's no other way to
But you say you want to have 2 kids.
Yes.
Do you want to have to work to pay significant bills after you're pregnant and married with the first child?
No, that's why I never had kids before.
I'm talking about after you're married.
No.
Once you're married, do you want to have to work
No.
after?
No.
Okay.
No.
Stop. Turn off your comments or whatever so you can focus on the conversation. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
What percentage of the family financial load do you want to have to be responsible for a lifetime? For your 2 kids and your husband, what percentage of the overall family financial load? Meaning, do you want your kids to be able to go to college if they want to?
Yes.
Do you want to be able to travel nationally and internationally with your family?
Yeah, I already had traveled by myself, but yes,
okay.
if I did have a husband, I would.
Ma'am,
Yes, I don't want to have to pay for anything if I'm
okay, so you want to be a housewife?
Yes.
Okay. Were you raised to be a wife?
All my grandmas and my mom was.
That's a yes or no. That's a yes or no.
Yes.
Your mother was a housewife?
Yes.
Your father died at what age?
My father died when he was.
When
30.
you were what age? When you were what age?
I was 11, but my mom never married my dad. She married my stepdad. So when I was born, I first knew my stepdad before I knew my dad.
How many children did your mother have? How many children?
4.
Any sisters?
I have 3 sisters. They all have kids.
Excuse me.
Except me.
Excuse me. It's 4 girls?
5. 3 girls, 1 boy.
So your mother, but they're not married?
One of my sisters is my younger sister.
But the other ones aren't? And the ones that aren't married have children?
Mm-hmm.
So ma'am, were they raised in a household with you?
Yep.
Then you weren't raised to be a housewife.
I'm the oldest. I don't know. I didn't do what they did. They didn't do what I did. I did everything separate and different than how they did.
Ma'am, don't get defensive.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Well, do you think you're moving like a woman who's a housewife?
Why not?
That's not, no. You don't answer a question with a question. I ask you a question. Do you think you're moving like a woman who's a housewife?
Yes. I take care. I have.
Is the house a cave?
No, listen.
You're moving like a damn barbarian. There's no listen, ma'am. You're talking about you went around. You were grouping for athletes. You manipulated dudes. You got a boyfriend now, and now you want to be a housewife, and all you bring into the table is your looks. And I'm just going with it. But how much is a man going to have to pay your 36-year-old self to be a housewife? How much is he going to have to make to take care of you and 2 kids?
Whatever it is to maintain the life.
What state do you live in?
I have 2 residents. I live in Texas, and I also live in Los Angeles. And I pay both my rents by myself. My boyfriend has.
Congratulations. I don't care if you can do what adults do. I'm really doing my best, man, but you're about to make me go there. This is because of your attitude. I need you to chill out. 5 seconds.
Okay.
This is not a good place to be in. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but you're over here trying to cap or whatever, and I don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I ask you, how much would a man need to make to provide for you and 2 children annually?
Probably about $200,000.
In what state?
$200,000? What?
California, both in California.
Man, no way. I just left LA. 2 slices of pizza and a soda is $17.
Well, where were you?
No, ma'am. I was in LA. Look, ma'am, I do this for. Listen, this is part of the problem. You ladies don't know how much it costs to be
a man in charge of stuff. $200,000 in LA? No way. You want upper class children. Each one of your children is going to cost around $480,000 to raise. That's almost $1 million worth of kids. Plus, you don't plan on doing anything. And he has to pay all your bills, all your things, and you. And then he has to have what he does. You're talking every bit about $400,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're talking about athletes and musicians and all that other kind of stuff. And that's cool. And what percentage of men make that kind of money?
Maybe 10, 15. I don't know, not that much.
Do you care if he's black? Do you care if he's black or not?
In California.
Do you care if he's black or not?
Yeah, I want him to be black.
So what percentage of black men? What percentage of black men make what? See, when I'm talking, that means you stop. That's the only one rule. Can we agree to that one, please?
Yeah. Yes.
Because it's disrespectful. What percentage of black men earn over $400,000? You say 10, 15%?
Maybe 30.
And where'd you go to college?
Cal State LA.
Mm-hmm. Would you be surprised to find out that 10% of American males earn $100,000 or more? 10% make $100,000 or more. When you're talking about making $250,000 or more, that's 3%. Making $400,000, you're talking about 1% of American men. And when you talk about black men, it's roughly about 10%, half of 1%. So if I had 100 black men, you're talking about one in that room. And let me ask you this. That one man can meet your socioeconomic standards, right? Which are pretty high. That means he can meet a lot of women. Why would he choose you over the thousands of other women who are coming at him?
Because I'm natural and I am willing to work. I have been working if I needed to. And I don't have any kids and I'm cute. And I'm willing and able to do what I need to do as a wife or mother. What more would he want? I'm not fat. I got a degree. It's not a master's, but it's something.
So you think a man goes out here and makes himself a top 1% man and that's like an athlete. And to win at that level, what do you get if you win? What do you get when you win a championship?
A ring.
Or what is it commonly known as? A trophy, right?
Yes.
Are you a trophy wife?
I can be.
I didn't ask, can you? Are you a trophy wife?
Definitely I am.
What would you rank yourself? Just your face, fresh face out of the shower.
Well, I'm fresh right now, so I'll say like an 8.
An 8? So you put yourself up there with Beyonce?
Yeah. Okay. I'm a little bit younger than Beyonce, and I still look like I'm in my 20s.
So, again, Monique, you think that a man, just because you're natural and you're cute, what else could he want? All right,
and I have a bachelor.
Hey.
Okay.
So, do you plan on homeschooling your children?
No.
I don't private school or public school?
Probably private.
Okay. So do you plan on having a housekeeper?
Definitely.
A maid?
I have one now.
So you're gonna have someone else to help prepare meals too?
No, I cook really well.
Okay. So in other words, all you're going to do is incubate a child.
No. You make that sound so funny.
Nice.
Well, you weren't famous before, you are now.
You said she belongs to the street. Look, I waited so long to be able to have kids and to do everything. I always wanted to really do everything right, so that's why I never.
Why are you? What kind of professions would a man need to have in order to make $400,000 or more legally?
Maybe a lawyer. I dated a few lawyer people before.
Lawyer people?
I don't know, a professional and.
No. I want you to
lawyer people are crazy.
You're closer to 40 than you are to 30. I need you a little more specific. You said a lawyer.
Just lawyer people is like a crazy way to phrase it, and I'm actually wondering, Stanley, would you be interested in a woman like this?
No. I mean, to date. What do you think?
Continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue.
Well, I can tell you right now, I can tell just by her conversation, she thinks way too highly of herself. She's not bad, but I mean, see,
she was saying that
I've dated women not that similar, but a good-looking woman can be a turnoff once you get to know her.
Well, Stanley, she's saying that like if you don't make at least like $200,000 to $400,000 a year, like she's not interested.
Well, I mean, that's her right to want what she wants. Whether you get it or not is a different story.
And yeah, that is like that is my argument. Like you could want what you want, but whether you get it or not, yeah, that's on you.
That's an interesting thing to say, Hoodservative. I wonder.
You dated lawyer people. Okay, good. You dated lawyer people. What other kind? Okay.
I dated.
What? No. I asked you what kind of professions. We got
a teacher, a lawyer.
Excuse me. What kind of teacher?
What kind of teacher was he? An English teacher.
At what level?
High school.
High school English teachers make almost $500,000 a year, do they?
Probably. I don't know. It didn't seem like that much, but yeah, they weren't poor.
And
they have a nice car. They know if they make, depending on what district they're in or what city, then yeah.
So I want you to understand. So the people at the local high school are making $400,000 on a teaching certificate.
Well, I mean, depends on where you say local. You mean local?
Yeah. Okay. What else, man? Okay, man.
So wait, just
teachers.
Real quick.
Then what else? Lawyers and
local where like do high school English teachers make $400,000 in California? Because I think that's probably about the only place they might make that much. Is that a thing?
I've heard of teachers making like low six figures, places like maybe New York City, but $500,000? No, I mean, I would think you'd have to be some sort of administrator. Maybe like there are superintendents of high school districts who might maybe make close to that. But I don't think a regular classroom teacher would, especially not at the beginning. And I don't even know.
She actually specified like it was specified to be a high school teacher making $500,000.
Yeah, that a veteran teacher at the, I don't know. I'd have to look it up, but it's hard for me to believe.
Yeah.
Teachers. What else?
Regular working people that own.
No. Professions, man. I'm asking. This is just something. It's not a trick question. You want a man that's earning this kind of money, you should at least be able to understand what he should do for a living.
I dated people that.
I didn't ask who you dated. I asked you what kind of professions.
Cannabis.
What?
Cannabis is not a profession. Cannabis is a rapper, but it's not a profession.
I'm talking about in the medical marijuana industry. Like, but big though.
Okay.
Like,
what else? What else?
And who else have I dated?
I have not, ma'am, please.
Athletes.
Ma'am, I need you to look forward. I need you. See, you're talking again. And I asked you what professions. I'm not asking you who you dated. I'm simply asking you, of the wide world out there, what kind of professions would a man need to have to make $400,000 or more legally? At 36 years old and a college graduate, you should be able to focus and answer that question.
Probably a barber that works on set. You know, it's just different. It just depends on what level you on of your profession. Period. You could be a barber and you could a barber off.
So I want you guys to understand. I want you to understand, ma'am, do not overtalk me. Fuck is wrong with you? I've asked you that so many times.
I want you. Okay, I'm answering the question. You get it,
but you cannot overtalk me.
Okay, I'm listening now.
Ma'am, you're talking about lawyers, teachers, cannabis, and a barber. Only one of those has the potential of really doing that consistently. And that's only some sort of attorneys. And my point is, man, if you can't identify the professions that a man must have, how are you going to identify which man you need to put yourself in front of? Since you said you're putting yourself out there more. You can't even tell us what professions.
I just did.
No, you really didn't. Because in the comment section, you don't see all these hearts going down. I don't see anything. I'm in the comment section when this video is over. You hear people talking about a teacher or a barber making $400,000. They're not going to be very kind. Please, ma'am, stop. I'm trying to help you. Stop.
Okay.
They're not going to be very kind because it sounds crazy. And at the end I will shut this shit down and finish it on my own. I don't need, you have already fucked yourself up enough. I'm trying to help you dig your way out. But if you really want me to, I'll finish it on my own. Man, you're 36 years old. You're talking about what, and all you're talking about is you bring your cute self to the table. That's a just reward. That's a just trophy. And you're going to have kids in private school and a housekeeper.
Yeah.
Do you earn over 6 figures?
Definitely.
What's your profession?
Right now, I'm a stripper. I dance all over.
Stripper.
I go state to state. Because you know why?
There you go, people.
I was working as a.
There you go.
I was working.
There you go, people. And see,
some other things, and that don't make no sense.
I knew 15 minutes ago what I was talking to. And it's not about being a dancer. I've worked in. I did business in clubs. I like strippers and that's good, but it's about a mindset. You ain't learned nothing.
Why
you ain't learned nothing because you still talking like you on the pole. You're still talking like a 19-year-old girl. You don't even know the professions. You've been in these places, you dance, you got money. You haven't even been able to identify your targets appropriately. Low class, low rent, low rank. Get out of here.
Man, you're shredding her.
He's great at doing this. I actually posted another clip in the back chat.
Yeah, I see it.
In this moment, I cannot say what's wrong or right.
All right, I'm coming back to you guys, iPad 2, whatever your name is. Unmute yourself. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so very nice to meet you. I am new to your channel.
Uh-oh.
So just kind of following along. So I've just
First off,
with the
let's
whole-
start with this. What's your name?
My name's Susan.
Hi, Susan. How old are you?
I'm 30.
All right. What you got for me?
So I'm 30 and I have 2 kids. So I'm single. I have 2 kids from a previous relationship. So I was kind of trying to rate myself, but I am still like very like young, active. I have a lot to offer. I make great money. I have good, well-behaved children, and I am in LA dating, and I just find dating in LA so hard. So I actually don't have like a problem like meeting like what you call like high profile men, like men.
You just got a problem getting a husband.
Yeah, but
Yeah, because you got 2 kids.
so it's just the 2 kids thing.
No,
like,
it's not just. It's big. I mean, you're 30 years old and all this career stuff. But where? How many different fathers?
1.
Okay. How come you and he didn't get married?
I was so young when I was in that relationship, so I met
Okay.
him when
How
I
old
was
is your
really
oldest
young.
child?
10.
How old is your youngest?
7.
You were 23. That's
When
not
I
young.
had my daughter, yeah. So my kid's father, he was older than me.
But listen to what I'm about to say. You were younger. You were old enough to make babies.
Yeah.
First one at 20, even though I'm not okay with it, you can let it slide. But the second one, man, that's a choice. Why didn't
Yeah,
you?
no, we were in the I was with him for like 6 or 7 years.
But you weren't his wife, and that's a
No.
difference.
Yeah.
So if you'll let me explain it to you, I'll try. You're a woman that was with a man for 6 or 7 years, and you gave him the highest honor a woman can give any man on the planet. You gave him children. You gave him not only 1, you gave him 2. And yet you did not require him to even bestow the title of a wife upon you. So you go back out into the market, older, with 2 children, you expect someone in that market to accept you older and bestow the title of wife upon you? That's how men look at it. Right, wrong, or indifferent. And then being in LA, one of the most competitive markets for women in the world. Competition is stiff out there. I'll be there in a couple of weeks. Beautiful
Well,
women
I
on every
wouldn't
corner.
say so I do meet great men. I don't think it's hard finding a man to
Okay, man.
be committed to.
Oh, no. See, this is how we judge over here. We don't judge by dealing with dating. We judge in weddings. That's the only thing that counts. If you're not married, you're losing.
Damn.
See, that makes it real clear because you've had everything up to that point anyway, right?
I've been engaged.
Right. I don't count those either because women, especially a lot of Black women, have been engaged for a long time, 3, 4, 5 engagements. See, when you make it real clear, there's a high value man or whatever term you're using, has any one of them married you? And the answer is no. And that's what I say. The dating market is difficult because you're not an unattractive woman. Sure, a guy will take you out for a nice date. You really want to know what we think? How tall are you?
I'm 5'6". I weigh 115 pounds.
Yes. Oh yeah, I'll take you out. Oh hell yeah, I would take you out.
So I don't have a problem finding men.
Of course not. I would. But the thing is, but what are you finding them for though? Yeah, I would take you out, get you a nice steak and some lobster. We'd have a good old time, and I would blow your back out, but I wouldn't marry you.
See, what I think I really have an issue is like finding men that don't want like the superficial. Like I feel like the type of guys like they just want a woman that like looks good on their arm. Like
yes.
So like when you
Hold
say
on, listen, let me stop right there. Yes, that's what we want because that's who we are. And you want a man.
That's the problem I have with dating.
But
That's
but
why I don't
listen.
okay.
Listen. You want men not to be men. You want men to think like women. That's not what we value, ma'am. We want a beautiful woman on our arm.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, no, you're the problem.
I'm the
Because-
problem.
Yes, you're the problem because I'm telling you what men want. You've experienced what men want and you got a problem with it. That's your problem. We're not going to change. You're either going to get on board with it or you will die alone.
So what should I be looking for then?
Well, honestly, first you need to get down and understand that you have no leverage. You have no leverage in this matter. It's the men. We control access to relationships. You control access to sex. You need to understand what a man that you would want, what he would want in a girlfriend, wife, or significant other.
Like a good mother?
No, ma'am.
Wife?
That changes from every man. That changes from man to man. Where's your father?
Oh, I didn't grow up with a mother or a father.
All right. So, due respect, you don't seem to get that men judge the way we judge. And yes, like I said, you have no problem getting men to pay you attention. You've got no problem attracting men, but getting a man to take you seriously. And would you like to be married?
I would.
Okay, and that's a problem because you're asking a man to become a stepfather. You're asking, let's say you're asking me to come in and take care of one man's child, a man's two children. I didn't create those. It's all downside. I've been a stepfather. It's a horrible deal.
What about the men that have children of their own? They want a stepmother.
Well, again, you still act as
like
though
most men at this age.
Okay, listen. I'll answer it. See, you're still speaking as if you have leverage in this thing. And I'm trying to level set you. Even if I have children, I got more options than you. I can go find a woman with no kids because I can afford both of you. If I can afford to take care of you and your kids, I can afford to take care of her and no kids.
Yeah.
Why would I pick you and your kids when I know your kids are not going to, I'm not their father. They'll never look at me as their father. I got all the responsibility and none of the upside of being a biological father. Can I discipline those children like they were my own?
They don't need discipline. They're very
see, that's your problem. There you go, right there. She said they don't
really
need discipline.
don't.
Okay, this
My
is
kids
why.
are so
This is
great.
why. This is you're in freaking sane. If you don't think children, your kids are not special. They need discipline just like anyone else. Maybe you don't. Okay, then this is the problem. They don't need discipline. So the answer is, could I discipline the child?
Yeah.
Okay, without you questioning me.
Yeah. If I choose you as my partner, like have complete trust in you.
Okay,
and, like,
so I
great
could spank the children.
They don't need spanked.
No. I could spank the see right there. I said I could discipline children. You said yes.
Spanking. Oh,
Pay
Lord.
attention, woman.
I am.
You said I could discipline the children without you questioning me. Yes. So if I decide to spank them, I got to listen to your mouth because they don't need it. That's why you need to stay single until your kids are gone. That's the choice you made when you reproduced, ma'am. And I need you ladies to understand something. You going out here having babies without marriage and then breaking up with men, you incur consequences. We don't want those kids around us because we cannot take care of them, cannot discipline them. We don't want to have to put up with all this other stuff. You're a fun woman. Guys look at you and be like, she's got 2 kids and she's 5'6", 115. She's a lot of fun. She's obviously sexually active. I'll have a good time with you, but no way, not no way, but very unlikely the man's going to take you seriously, especially when you start talking. Because I believe what you're telling me is honestly, and I'm like, who wants this deal?
Who doesn't want this deal? A beautiful woman that is a great mother, has a
Right.
great career.
Okay.
I'm
don't
not
care
like
about don't care about your career.
strong, like I'm submissive.
Nobody.
I will
But listen,
clean,
did you
cook,
hear what I just
will
said? Did you
wash
just hear?
your
Okay. Did you hear what I just said? Don't care about your career.
Yeah,
The
no,
thing
I
is,
understand.
ma'am,
Most
it's the
men
two
don't.
kids. That's the two kids. Everything you're saying does not overcome the deficit that two children bring.
If I mean, like you have money, that doesn't matter to you.
If you have what?
I said you have money, that doesn't matter to you
I have
financially.
more.
You
I
have
have
what?
I have more.
More.
More money. I have more money than you. I have more
I
money than
understand that.
I have more money, and I can go over there and get her. She's 25. She has no kids, and I don't have to I don't have to deal with any of the stuff we just talked about. She's 25, agreeable, cooperative, fit, and ready to get on my program. Have butt naked, freaky circus sex, and she's happy to be there and experience all these new things. I'm dealing with a 30-year-old woman who's got her mind. Listen, okay. See, when this conversation is over, I go back to my wonderful life. You go back to your life still trying to figure these things out, and I'm just trying to help you, lady. I'm not saying you're not everything you're saying you
settle
are,
down for the next like 8 years, basically.
but you're not. Okay. And who is actively pursuing you to be their wife?
I mean, I got options.
Who is actively pursuing you to be their wife?
I got options. I don't really
Ma'am,
like
you did no, that would be a fiance. See, this is where the truth comes in. You can either, ma'am, you don't have these kind of options. And I'm trying to explain. Okay, then you wouldn't be here. If you actually had options of the kind and caliber of man that you want, then they were really considering you to be their wife, you wouldn't be here right now.
I know. I'm just kind of like learning about. I mean, I'm new here, so this is literally like my first time, like really watching.
But the thing is, ma'am, you're still you're a baby mama of 2.
Mm-hmm.
And are you telling me you're dating someone seriously?
Oh, I always have options.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and if you are vague, I'm going to bid you a good night. Just asking you, are you dating someone seriously?
Yeah.
How long have you guys been seeing one another?
It's been like 2 years.
2 years. Has he expressed any desire to make you his wife?
Yes.
Has he taken you ring shopping in the last 2 years?
We've been ring shopping, yeah.
When?
About 3 months ago.
3 months ago.
But this ain't the guy that like really just like sparks like I don't know. It just doesn't feel like someone I want to be with forever. So that's
So
more
I
on
go
my
back to
part.
the
That's
first
on my
thing I
part.
asked you. Are you telling me you are seeing someone, then the man who's actively considering you is the man you want to be with? And you said, I've got options. And you just went through this convoluted way of getting back down to, I got
This is hard
somebody
to
in there.
explain my love life.
Well, no, ma'am. What it is it's hard for you to deal with the truth. What it is one, you don't have a man that you want considering you to be his wife. You got a man that you don't want who sounds like he would take you, but you don't want to marry him. That's why it's been 2 years. This is why you're on here trying to figure it out. And I'm only trying to help you, but it seems like you'd rather argue or be right than listen.
No, I'm not trying to argue.
Okay, well then I need you to understand that your children are a massive impediment. How about this? Would you like to have additional children?
I would.
How many?
Oh, maybe 2? 1 to 2.
So let's say you and I were to get married, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What you automatically set up is you get pregnant on our wedding night, and you give birth to Kevin Jr. Then a year after that, you give birth to Kim. Kevin and Kim are my biological children with you, right?
Okay.
Then I still have to take care of your 2 other children, right?
So we have 4.
4 kids in the house.
Yeah.
Kevin and Kim are mine. If I decide to spank Kevin, you can't say shit to me because he's mine biologically. You can't
Don't
tell me
worry.
to listen. Okay, you're going to sit there and zip your mouth and let me get through the example before you say something. Can you do that? Give me a minute. Kevin and Kim are mine. They're my financial responsibility, and you cannot pull the mommy card on me because biologically you can't one up me. You can't play the high joker. You can't say those aren't, but when it comes to your children, they're your children. I've got to discipline them in line with what you think is right. So I got 2 sets of kids in the house under 2 sets of rules. That's madness. I've seen it. Men don't want that, ma'am. Can you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem with having children already. Because you would have 2 kids by me, 2 kids over here. But yet, if they want to go to college, I'm still supposed to pay for it. If your children want to go to college, I got to put a roof over their head, food in their bellies, and provide for them just like I was providing for Kevin and Kim. Except Kevin and Kim, let's say you and I divorced. Kevin and Kim are mine. I still got visitation. Do I necessarily have anything with those kids? If you decide not to let me see my stepkids, you could cut that bond. You ladies never think of it from a man's side. It's all what you want. And like you said, you want a man to not be into all this superficial stuff and which means you really don't give a damn what we think. We're just supposed to come in and do what you need. That's fine, but you better be offering a hell of a deal. And I've yet to hear that.
Only because of the kids?
Well, the kids are big, ma'am. They are big. I mean, and here's the thing. You do have the option because you say only cause of the kids, but that's a big deal.
Would you date, so you dating a woman with children is like off the table for you?
I married a woman with a child, ma'am. I understand what I'm talking about. I'm not just doing, no, I would not date a woman with a child. No, I would not.
Gotcha.
I've been there. And the thing is, where's the children's father?
Oh, I left him.
Where is he alive?
Yeah.
Is he involved in the children's life at all?
Yeah.
Then if you really are serious, give custody to the father. Go off with your new husband and make a new family. See, well then guess what? Buy a dog and wait till they're out of the house, man, because I've talked about women like you all the time. You're not willing to give anything up. I asked you about discipline. They don't need this. They don't need that. Give up custody. Can't do that. Ma'am, you're not fit. I mean, no disrespect, ma'am, but you're not really fit to be with somebody. You want someone to fit into your particular jagged life. And why would a man who has options choose that? Just because you're attractive? I mean, you're attractive, but in LA, that's a dime a dozen. I mean, you'd have to understand that, though.
I do know that, but I think I'm more valuable than just the way I look.
What?
I said I'm definitely more valuable than just my looks.
Granted. I'm never saying that you're not.
Like I'm from the Midwest. I'm a good Midwestern girl. I'm not a LA girl, so I'm not.
I'm from Oklahoma, ma'am. I'm from the Midwest too. But what I'm saying is, okay, let's try it this way.
I know. I hear you.
What would the kind of man that you want? What would he want from a woman? From a wife.
From a wife,
mm-hmm.
he would. I think what I value, like just at the end of the day, is just like pure connection. Like, do I like love. It's just love. There's nothing else. Like, do I want this person? Do I look up to this person? Do I feel like this person is a good person? Do we share the same values? Is, the same morals? Like, is there laughter, joy, excitement in our
What does he
relationship?
want from a wife, ma'am? And you gave me.
Oh, what does he want from, like, just a wife? Like, maybe just a good housewife, a woman that cooks for him.
Okay, ma'am. So let me ask you a question. Were your mother and father married?
No.
All right. Then you were not raised to be a housewife.
No, I don't think I was. Definitely was not raised to be the housewife, that's for sure. But
listen,
I can't give up on that hope and that dream that I'll find the right person.
If you, I'm gonna slap the smack out of you. I'll let you go, man, but you cannot overtalk me. I'm trying to be nice, man, but you're not gonna do that. Look, you weren't raised to be a housewife. And you just said the kind of man that you would want, what he would want is a good housewife. Then he wouldn't want you because you're not one. By your own admission, you're not one.
I wasn't raised to be one.
Which means you're not one.
But I had great influences.
Then if you had such great influences, why someone met? What you just witnessed was pretty privilege. She's used to getting by on her above average looks, but she's got below average outcomes. And no matter how I tried to talk to her, she's going to sit there and stamp her feet because she was going to get her way. I'm not trying.
Stanley, I posted another link in the back chat, but that is one of like the things. That is one of the things I liked about KS. Yeah, that taps when he played that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he only played it when it was necessary, and sometimes it was necessary.
Yeah, I don't know. That soundboard's a little cheesy, though.
I mean, it might be. I was never really a fan of Kevin Samuels, but he did manage to get his point across. That's all I'm gonna say.
His point across and a laugh or two.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like part of the reason why he got as famous as he was it was like women and like simps that were trying to clown him.
Now, once he got famous, did he ever talk to men, or was it just exclusively women?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, he mainly spoke to men from the beginning. Like he spoke to men. And
well, what I may do, if not this morning, tomorrow night, I may see if I can find some of the conversations he had with men. I'd be interested in what his advice is to men. Let's see here.
How are you?
I haven't actually watched
That's a girl.
You what?
Well, I'm gonna say I haven't actually watched this video, so.
Okay, yeah, we'll watch this. J Dub says he can't find I can't find the men's week clips. Kevin, he had plenty. I'll see if I can find some.
How are you?
I'm well. What you got for me?
I'm 38.
Mm-hmm. So what do you have for me?
I wanted you to assess what you thought my value was, because I do date. I just got back on the market, and I prefer high value men.
Well, I'm not really doing ratings, but I can give you an idea. I can give you an idea, but I'm saying I'm really not doing ratings, but I can give you a general idea.
Okay, let's go.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'7".
Dress size?
4.
How much did you weigh last time you weighed yourself?
130. It was like 136.
Okay. Any children?
Yes.
How many?
1.
Age and gender?
9, female. Got a girl.
Okay.
Baby girl.
Okay. And you were married to her father?
I wasn't.
Okay. Hard truth. I even said it earlier on Instagram, so if you go back, you'll see it. A kid knocks 2 points off of every woman.
Okay.
2.
Okay.
So let's say if you're a 10 and you have a kid, you drop to an 8. If you're 9, you drop to a 7. Because it's that big of a deal. Are you looking to get married?
I am.
Okay. Are you 38?
Yeah.
Are you
I turned
looking to have
39
any
in
more
February.
children? Okay, you're looking to have any more children?
It depends. It depends on my mate. I do date older men, so if he ends up being a certain age, then I'm gonna opt out of that. But I would like to have another child. I would like for my child to have siblings.
Okay.
Just maybe one.
Okay, so, and the thing is, when you put this high, and you're like a CPA or something?
No, I work for a public accounting firm. I'm in advisory. I've been in corporate finance for 16 years.
Okay, so automatically, what starts to complicate things is when women start talking about high value men tend to you don't tend to become high value until you're 35 or 40 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Then they want babies.
Right.
And you already got your baby.
But I got one.
Again, you got one, but logistically, take you out of it.
Yes.
You know that if a man is looking, has had to wait and delay gratification, he's going to want to have more than one kid. He's going to want to have 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an only child. I tell men don't do 1. 2 is, so 3 is not in the repertoire. So you're looking for an extremely specialized, high value guy. You're looking for a guy who wants 1 kid. And it's all right with being a stepfather.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What state are you in?
I'm in Houston, Texas.
Oh, geez. Yeah. And Houston is loaded with finesse niggas. Woo!
I know, man.
I gotta ask, why high value? Why does he need to make that much money?
Well, it's not even about it's about a well-rounded man that's been groomed properly. First of all, I've been in corporate finance for a long time. Then I'm going,
you got to tell me that it comes down to this. If you got married,
he has to be able to match my fly at least.
And then what's
mentally.
That? But what's the income though?
Where's my income?
Give me a range. Don't give me specifics.
We in the 6 figures. We're doing well. And I was doing well as an entrepreneur.
And do you care if he's black or not?
I don't care if he's black or not. I prefer be a good black man. But
is your child's father black?
Yes, he is.
A good white man.
All right. So it will matter because tend to be so 8% of black men earn more than 6 figures. And you want him to match your fly. And because here's what it comes down to. If I gave you call him James. Actually, call him Kenneth. Kenneth. And you.
No, my daddy named Kenneth. Please.
All right. Well, call him Thomas. I don't know.
Okay,
you and Thomas.
All right.
You and Thomas is doing fine, and Thomas is making 60. He's a master plumber, and he gets $60 an hour, but he's really making $65,000-$70,000 a year. He's in the top 15% of black men. But you and Thomas decide to get serious, and you want to get a home, and you're going to get a home based upon his income? No, you're going to want a home based upon your income and your lifestyle and his income. But then it comes down to this. let's just say the mortgage is $2,500.
Okay.
You were paying $1,700 of that, and he'd be paying $800. Every bill that came down, you'd be paying 2/3 of it, and he's paying 1/3 of it. Everything, every gallon of gas you bought, you paying 2/3 and he's paying 1/3. Every gallon of gas in his car, you paying 2/3, he's paying 1/3. And this is what the shit you see her take the drink, it's got tight. She's like, oh shit.
Look, this ain't nothing but some tea. I ain't playing with you. I'm listening.
But the thing is, it gets real there because it is hard for women to really think about splitting their money like that with a man.
It's not so much difficult for me to think about it exactly because I think about the opportunity for us to become accredited investors now. That's why I think about the threshold. Okay. So there are several things I'm thinking about, and then I know strategy. So I could take a plumber and have him have an entire business because that's the way that my mind works. And so I would make that work for us.
Put your penis up.
Somebody laugh.
You see what you just did? You see what you just did?
See how
I gave you a man who's out doing just fine on his own, and you got to go make him earn one and be like you. That ain't gonna work, boo.
It's not. So
you're gonna emasculate the hell out of him. Because it's like, well, now I've been, Thomas, you've been a plumber for 20 years and you just happy, yeah. But now she got me trying to have a truck and this and that going over here and that. Well, why? Well, because she's used to Birkin bags. You know, she thinks we can become accredited investors. And what's that gonna be like sitting up in the bed on Sunday when Thomas wants to sleep in? Hey, you know, you should get up and start that website. We can do this, we can do that.
Now you see why I say somebody got to be on the same frequency as me, somebody that enjoys preparing and creating.
But you're on a masculine frequency.
Oh, okay.
You're not on the right, you're on a masculine frequency.
Okay.
So if you want somebody on that, okay, are you all right being 1 of 5?
Oh, I already had this scenario and I didn't like it.
Well, then are you all right with letting Thomas just be, you're not going to accept Thomas?
Why does Thomas have to be my scenario though when I'm surrounded by men that are like engineers and
because they don't want baby mamas. They're 40 years old. Because they want somebody to give them, because an engineer like myself who had to work to make up, I want 3 of my own kids and I don't be paying for yours.
But I've been paying for mine.
Yeah, every dollar I put in your kid's mouth is a dollar I'm not putting in my kid's mouth.
But is there
listen, let's take it away from you because it gets too personal.
Okay.
How was your child, how was a single mother's child an asset to another man? Come on, accountant.
Only in the legacy that she lives and leaves.
But she's not an asset to me because there's no DNA tied to me. She's 9 years old. That man would be putting into your baby daddy's legacy. I would just be paying it. That's a bad investment.
Ooh.
It's your investment, but I've been a stepfather. I can't go get the money back that I put into my stepson.
But
that's gone. Well, and all the dollars I put into that, even though it was there, I have to accept the fact that it didn't go into my daughter's mouth.
Right.
Because as stepfathers, you have no legal claim. And how many stepchildren, how many times do you see somebody stepping up to get the ticket an award and they want to say, I thank my stepdaddy. They always thank their stepmama or their mother. And man, you know how this goes. So your ambition, you make too much and you waited too long to have a lot of opportunities in this area.
That's true. I agree with you on that.
So why did you wait this long?
I was really focused on entrepreneurship, like during my 20s. I really enjoyed my career. And I honestly did not take dating seriously. I was really dating for fun because I was really more so focused on my career.
So you were married?
And the only time I took it seriously was after I was forced to settle down, which by having my daughter at 30. And then it was like, okay, well, now I understand the value of
right.
partnership.
And so, and when I do this broadcast next week, and I explain to Black women how they bought into this dream more than anybody else.
I agree with you on that.
And unfortunately, I can't undo that because you can't get those years back.
Right.
You will focus on your career. Okay.
But that's how our parents advised us, honestly.
That's what
Even
they were
my
sold.
daddy advised me like that.
Well, but the thing is, I'm not gonna look.
But I feel
like
what
I said,
you're saying.
the problem is that non-Black women in your position don't look at their men with contempt.
I agree.
I have had clients who make far more money than their male counterparts, their husbands, and they are submissive. And they're not trying to get their husbands to become copies of them.
Maybe it's because I associate blue collar work with, and this is my own fallacy, and I apologize to anybody that may feel slighted by this statement, but I'm just being transparent. Like maybe I associate blue collar work with not being well traveled, intellectual,
Where have you
not
traveled
being.
to?
I'm sorry.
Where have you traveled to?
I've been to the Philippines, Japan. There's several places I haven't been, but I've been a few places overseas. I've been, of course, a lot of places domestically. I have a bucket list though. I know of places I would like to go. There are places I plan on going in 2021 also with my daughter, you know, to start helping her
So who's her
understand the
father?
world.
Is her father a high value man?
He does well for himself. He is an entrepreneur.
Hmm.
Yeah. We I don't want to go into too much detail,
Well,
but
here's
he's
the
not
thing.
living
Okay,
a
okay,
lifestyle
so
that's in
here's
alignment
the-
with mine.
All right. So you put yourself in a position because
I know.
Like I said last night, your income and your education do not matter.
Right.
To the kind of men, they don't matter. Like, and that's what you're judging men on. And you know, and the guys who are actually effectively around what could work for you, you think they're beneath you.
I don't think they beneath me. I just
I
just
don't
try
think they're
to.
beneath you. Your money or your education doesn't make you high value.
Right.
They're just not. What you didn't say is if you met a guy who was in the top 15% of earners of Black men, you didn't say, "Oh, I would be happy and be thankful I got someone who'd be willing to step in and be a stepfather to my daughter and would be willing to take on the liability of another man's responsibility." And
We didn't get to that part yet.
But but because we didn't get to that because you automatically said that you would try to get him to make more money and do other things other than realizing.
I see
that
what you're saying.
Other than realizing he is giving you one of the biggest gifts of all. He is accepting your lack of giving him children and taking on somebody else. You should be washing his feet with your hair.
Okay, so out of the eligible men that are available to me right now and dating me right now, you saying that I should just be thrilled that these men are into me the way that they are?
I'm not saying I don't know the eligible men that you're dating. I'm saying that if a man who's talking about like Thomas, a man who's in the top 15% of earners of Black men,
okay,
and is willing to step in and marry you, that puts you in the 1 out of 4 Black women that will ever marry in their lifetime. You should treat him like a king for the fact that he's willing to do that, in addition to the fact that you have a child by another man that he has to pay for.
I agree with you.
And ask him, how many children would you like to have with your wife? Probably going to be more than 1, but he's going to accept 1 from you. And he has to raise 1 that you already have. he's the one that will be sacrificing a lot. So instead of trying to get him to do anything else, you should be, honestly, it's like, oh, thank you. Because see, what used to happen when women used to have children out of wedlock?
Yeah.
You were a pariah. No one wanted you. In China, and you've been overseas, try this shit in Japan. Try it in Korea. You know what they call you over there? Women who are unmarried over age 27 are called leftover women. Leftovers. But women who have children out of wedlock are pariahs. And we used to do that in this country, but we've made it okay to where you can even go sit up in a church with a child. To where you just think a man should accept it and be like, it's no big deal because I can take care of my daughter. But understand, you had a daughter, right?
I did.
All right,
I do have a daughter.
So let's just say change his name to whatever. Let's change his name to something sexy like Boaz. You marry Boaz, and Boaz is matching your flow. Boaz is a $110,000 insurance salesperson.
Okay.
All right, he's doing this thing. Woo! You and Boaz got Boaz Jr. And then your daughter turns 14, 15 years old. You and Boaz have married 5 years. And then one day you come home and your daughter's in tears and say, what's wrong, baby? Boaz touched me. Boaz is dead. Everything that Boaz, first thing you're gonna do is fuck Boaz, fuck my kid, fuck everything else. What you do to my daughter, you gotta deal with your ex-husband or your baby daddy, because she gonna tell his daddy. Boaz being a stepfather to a daughter in the Me Too generation is asking for a lot of problems.
Trust me, which is why when she was born, I literally said, I ain't dating. I said, fuck it. I said, I'm gonna wait till she 18. But now I would like a companion, so.
I know what you would like now, but the thing is, you have to ask yourself, what am I asking a man to do for me?
Okay.
See, you ladies are good at saying what you want. And what I'm good at doing is asking you what the kind of men you want. But then when you have a child, much less a daughter, you asking a man, I mean, you know how this happens. I mean, if she says something, it's guilty until proven innocent.
Trust me.
Remember what I said, you and Boaz had a child, Boaz Jr. It wouldn't matter, Boaz Jr. is there. Now Boaz Jr. got to see how his mom has turned on his mom for his stepsister. Think that he gonna like his stepsister? And God forbid she was just doing it just to be malicious. Because you know how many times kids, will call CPS, children use stuff. Man, all these things are in a man's mind. This is why
I understand.
We have gotten to the point to where you should not marry before you have children. And if you have a child, you should marry the child's father because you guys have the investment. This is why I say it's all liability for a man. All liability.
Understood.
So I get what you want. I do. But like I know, you want a man on a certain kind of income level, and I don't know if you got enough there to make somebody who has those.
Me though.
Choose you for what?
Well, for one, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Can I be for real?
Yeah.
When I talk to other men about the option of women, I can be honest with you. A lot of women can be beautiful, but they lack substance.
All right.
That's one of my pluses.
Choosing you for what though? Choosing you for what?
Right now, since I've been on the dating scene, they choosing me to date with a purpose. We date with a purpose.
No. Tell me, choosing. See, this is what I talk about. Women will take the mistake that a man will choose you or deal with you as if that means he was going to marry you. No. I'm talking about a man chooses you when he's willing to drop to one knee and present a ring of significant heritage in public.
Agree. That's why I'm single till I'm married.
So men will choose you because you're an attractive single mother who has sexual desires. They're like, well, shit, let's go. Let's get it in. Let's do what we do. Let's talk. Let's talk this. Talk all this. Let's talk that.
We
Now,
ain't just. Come on.
I didn't say you were. I didn't.
You ain't
hold
got
on.
to be
Hold on.
intimate
Ma'am, I did
with
not say
everybody.
that. I did not say that.
It's a lot of comments down there.
I'm not worried about the comments. I'm talking to you.
Okay, come on, Kevin.
You looking at comments. I'm talking to you.
All right, I was multitasking.
I'm saying that you're a healthy woman. Yes, you can have a great time with the man, but it is going to be difficult to find a high value man, because that's what you want, a man who's making a certain kind. It would be your daughter's 9. She wouldn't be out of the house until 18. It's 9 years. You'd be 47. Only 8% of black men made that kind of money. I'm sorry. And y'all aren't happy with regular guys. I don't understand.
No, I'm not saying that I'm not. I'm just saying that.
We know, I know, but it's not your first choice. And if you did get them, you feel like you were settling. And when you're not on YouTube and people on Instagram, people are watching, you and I know the truth. We know the truth. But it's not something you'd be proud of. It ain't like you be running out to people tell, oh, I'm so proud of my guy who's a plumber. Oh, I just love his plumbing ass to death. Come on, that's not.
I would. Listen, if I choose him, trust and believe.
Okay.
It will be for a reason.
Of course, but
many reasons.
And this is some of the problems of dating with children. And because
I agree.
because you have the child, you have grown accustomed to how you have to move. But every movement, every sacrifice you make, you have a child that is yours for the rest of your life. So it's all investment. You get a return. Somebody who's outside of you has no return. It's all it's all expense. Investment, men have an expense. And as a smart financial person, what are one of the things you want to do?
Lower your risk. Minimize your risk.
Minimize your risk, minimize your expenses. So
I agree with you. So,
I'm sorry, but that's what it goes down to. So
here
I don't know what's wrong with you and your ex, but that'd be your best bet.
That's not my best bet, but I will, however, reevaluate my options and consider guys. Like, it's not about the salary thing, but I just need to consider guys that maybe there are cultured men that don't make 6 figures.
I mean, cultured. What do you mean cultured?
Like, I like
Where
a
you
man
from?
that is well read.
Where you from?
I'm from Houston, Texas. Most city where the girls are pretty.
I lived in Houston for 6 years. What do you mean by cultured? Why is that so important?
It is important to me because, for one, I like to be able to enjoy different things with the person. Art, music. I like to be able to go to different museums. I'm the type of person I could.
Did you do that with your ex? Did you do it with your child's father?
Yeah, some of those things. Yeah.
But that's not some, but that it wasn't the nature of your relationship.
No, it wasn't. And the nature of our relationship was a friendship.
So a man that you reproduce with did not have to romance you and do all this other kind of stuff. But then a man who only is going to be a stepfather has to deliver more.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm hearing.
In my history of dating, men have romanced me. I've enjoyed that.
I mean, I'm not saying romance. I'm talking about the culture and this and that. He didn't have to do all that.
He did a few of those things, yeah.
A few.
We connected. We connected on a level that I would appreciate. Actually, was consistent in other men. It wasn't consistent with him.
But
he was. He was at a place in his life where he wasn't mature.
The thing is, you said you want somebody who's cultured, and your BD wasn't cultured.
No, he was. He was educated.
Was he cultured to the level that you're talking about?
I would say for the most part, there wasn't anything that we couldn't talk about. So I would have to say, yeah, he was real educated, intellectual. I mean, he was a guy that I liked and I enjoyed being around. So I would say yes. And I actually date those kind of guys now.
You can't set your standard higher than your BD.
Well, I would say this. When you find
any woman can.
Well, Kevin, at some point you have to, right? So as you date, as you evolve, the level of or your standards change over time.
Okay, no. See, this is where you ladies get confused.
Why? Because
listen.
Okay.
Here's a business problem for you. Name me a product that increases as it ages and gets used.
Appreciating assets. It's lots of products.
No. Name me a product. Give me an example of a product.
Okay, let's name what people relate to. In the retail, Rolex. It appreciates in value.
No, it doesn't. It does not appreciate in value with use.
Okay, not with use. Okay,
that's what I said.
I hear what you're saying with use. There's not.
Exactly.
Not in the terms you talk about.
So what you ladies try to do is try to come and say, well, as I've gotten older and more experience, I should be more valuable because I got more experience. Yeah, but the job you were on or the things you're doing got the benefit of your experience. I'm just getting you at the top of your experience. That means you want me to pay prime experience and I didn't get the value of you getting there. You're asking too much. Listen.
I'm sorry to be interject so quickly, my bad.
Older use. Just because, see, the thing is, you value yourself higher because you're matured and learned more and got all these other experiences. But the thing is, that doesn't matter to us. Okay. When we look at, listen how men think about it. Hold on, it's gonna get tight. That's just additional miles. We're looking at the fact that the gravity has been on you more and your kid is sitting over there. You cannot, y'all are all out of whack with how men think. And this is why you can't get what you want from us, because you're valuing something up here that is a used vehicle with a lot of miles. Okay. Just because you hand washed it.
Okay.
I said this last night on my show.
Damn.
Do you believe that? Because this is where I'm at. At 20, the way that I dated men is now different than the way that I date men at 38.
Okay.
And the expectation that I have, like while I'm interacting with them, even on like the surface level, when you do the first lunch meeting and all of that.
Uh-huh.
My expectation level is different now from that experience. Okay. Not that I expect him to pull out all the nuts and bolts and whistles, but my expectation level of transparency.
That's the problem, and that's the problem.
I said I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting a different level of transparency because of the way that I enter into the scenario.
All right, but the thing is, at 20, you were 20-year-old hot. You had 20-year-old womb. You had 20-year-old body count. You had 20-year-old trauma. You had 20-year-old experience. That's what we value. That's all it comes down to for us.
But don't you feel like with those experiences, a person can add value to their lifetime?
Look.
If we plan on being life partners.
Okay, you want me to answer?
Yes.
Men value your youth, your fertility, your purity, your femininity, submission, ability to cooperate, and fitness. And all of that is at your highest in your youth. The older you get, the older you get.
Right.
But no product gets more expensive with time and use. You just sit back and say, well, I'm more valuable now because I'm not the same 20-year-old. I am this, I am that. Fine. But have you ever been to the pawn shop?
Yes.
All right. You ever take something you really value to the pawn shop?
I have.
And did they hurt your feelings when they told you how much it was worth?
Yes. I was like, what? Yes.
That's you. We the pawn shop. That's what I'm, baby girl. I've been there. And you take something you really value to the pawn shop. This is a watch that tells time in France, Moscow, and Stuttgart. In Fifth Ward, it's worth $50. And here's the thing. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Did you take the money the pawn shop offered, or did you leave with your product?
I left with my jewelry.
Well, guess what? Buy a dog, die alone. There's a funeral plot out there waiting for you.
I don't think I'm gonna die alone.
But you get the ultimate point.
But
your standards are up here, and you're like most women. Go to my show last night, and there were 20 calls. And then the show before that with the single mothers, another 15 calls.
Yes,
35 women, all arguing with reality. And like
but
six of y'all.
I feel like I'm in touch with my reality. I just feel like
hold on. Yes, you're in touch with your reality. You are in touch with your reality. Unfortunately, that's you. That's why I say, guys, women honestly believe this stuff. I get it.
See, Kimmy, you're a high value woman. Antiquing, my Lord. Antiquing.
You're in touch with your reality, but it's your reality. Our reality is, I'm a high value man. I can pick you, her. I'm going to pick the best deal on the market.
I know, and that's what I've been experiencing. But mainly what I have understood is that if I bring peace to the scenario, that's also wonderful. Like, I have things to bring.
No doubt.
All you're bringing is a peace.
All the things you have to bring, peace. And another thing, what about when you bring it and another woman brings it and she's 26 years old and wants to have 3 of my children and no kids?
Okay, well, let me ask you this one more thing.
Listen. But see, the thing is, you guys never think that someone's bringing to the table what you have and more. You always assume you're the most valuable.
No, I do, because it's Houston, Texas. It's a lot of, I know what's out here, okay? But I'm saying to you this, if I consider, which I have, considered that I like dating seasoned men, okay? And I understand in that scenario,
seasoned men meaning what?
Because I'm not having that. I'm not
seasoned men meaning what?
Conversation.
Seasoned men meaning what?
50 plus.
And what does that mean? I'm 52, and I'll tell you right now, I don't date women your age.
Oh, baby, but they liking it though. And I'm just saying it's cool though.
Listen what I'm about to say.
Okay.
I don't date women your age, not because I can't. It's just I don't want to have to, I don't need to do all, women your age tend to, this is a fun back and forth for content, but I'm not gonna do this in my personal life. I'm dealing with women who are younger, who are happy to be there, they're cooperative and all sorts of things, and then they listen to women your age and they're like, they know who my competition is, and they're like, oh, I can beat her because all I have to do is not try to be as demanding. And the thing is, I mean, no offense, man, it's not like, I've never met a black woman who didn't think her JJ was the bomb. Y'all all think y'all are the ish. And I'm gonna tell you, no. And trust me, I've had plenty.
Question.
I believe you. You said you was a.
And the thing is, so it's like if a woman I'm dealing with is, you know, a bona fide LA9, and she's on my program, and she's like, I can beat her because And I'm not as demanding in the asking. I take her to Ruth Chris.
Yeah.
She appreciates it. I take her to Aruba. She appreciates it. You just expect it. You're like, oh yeah. Listen, not you.
Okay.
Let's go down. Let's go to Bahamas. Oh yeah, I love the Bahamas. We should go. There's a store. Wait a minute. Everything I've done with you, you've already been. Oh, let's have a baby. Oh, I've been there too. Ain't nothing new with you. Ain't nothing new with you. Buy a car. Already did that. You own your own home?
I have. I'm about to own another one though.
Home purchase, nothing new. Have a baby ain't nothing new. What can a man really do with you that's new that somebody else ain't already done?
We can get married. We can become accredited investors. We can travel to other parts of the world that I haven't traveled. We can create new memories just within H-Town.
What'd you say?
Oh, I was just quickly saying that is a horrible deal.
Horrible what?
And Stanley, since you said you might be interested in shit like this, I really hope you don't go for this. That is a terrible deal.
A terrible what? You're a little low. A terrible do? I mean, she's not perfect, but I think you tend to get a little less choosy as you get older. You'll factor in attitude, maybe compatibility a little bit more. And I'm not looking to get married or have kids. She basically, like I said, she'd wind up being a friend with benefits. I'm not, he's right that a man my age is not looking to be a father to a 9-year-old. So he gets that part right. And I tend to want to, be with someone who's like within my age range, maybe, down to 45, maybe a year or two younger. I'm not going to go for a 35 or 25-year-old. There's nothing to talk about.
Domestically, what
So
else?
listen what you just said. After I marry you, then we can go places that you have not already went, but you've been to these places. So what if the places that you've already been, I want to go?
Oh, no problem.
But the
Because
point,
we can create our own memories there.
Listen. See, to be a high value man, I had to work 60, 80 hours. So I couldn't get out and travel. So now it's ready to go. And ready to go. It's like, all right, we married. Let's go over here. And I'm gonna know you already went there. We can try to make it new, man, but you know what it is. Once you've already been someplace, there's nothing new. There's no new magic with older women. And you keep talking about this accredited investor and this and that. We don't care about your money.
No, it's not about my money. It's about our.
Listen. You may do well, but guys on my level, baby girl.
SKC, not sure where you're going with that comment. The genie's out of the bottle as far as family values go. You pretty much do need something like a Kevin Samuels because
Stanley, you potentially might be muted or something. I'm not sure.
No, okay. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Because I see the audio registering on the screen. Okay, I was going to say that that baby, that family values genie is already out of the bottle. You're going to have to meet people where they're at. This family values thing is not an overnight fix. So while the comment is accurate, it's not a palliative or fixative. You're not going to change what's already broken immediately.
That's what, a month income? I mean, really? It's not that big to us. And guys like that. It's like, no cap, but it's like,
no, I
can become
feel
accredited
you.
investors, and it's like, this bag costs more than this. I bought this girl a bag that would cost more than your car. The point is, you don't understand that men want to feel like a king. And it's hard to make a man feel like a king when you've had so much experience with other men in life. You got a full 9-year-old. We're gonna go out of, okay, okay, you know what? You dating me. All right, you know what? I want to go work because my wife will never have to work. Never have to work. You know what? I want to make content from Spain. All I need is an internet connection. I'll ship my system. Okay, we're gonna go to Spain.
Okay. Once again, SKC, maybe it's a black conservative thing. You know, a couple nephews finding family values won't fix the world. So, you know, you're going to have to fix the problem one family at a time. It's not going to be a mass, you know, it's not going to be like putting a Windows patch out and fixing 1 million computers. That's my point. Is this any better, Andre?
Yeah, it's better now. I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Let's see. This one's almost done.
Barcelona.
As a matter of fact, I think we pretty much get the gist. We might as well move on. This Patrice O'Neal thing, I'm not sure we can watch it. I'm almost certain there's going to be some sort of copyright issue with this sort of performance material. He was pretty popular. So even though this is a 3-minute clip, you know, at some point we want to be monetized. So I want to minimize the, you know, the strike potential. What I will do is download it, and maybe I can go back and put a watermark or something on it. You know, some of this stuff we'll save for tomorrow night because there looks like there's a lot more Kevin Samuels to watch.
I mean, Kevin Samuels, like, or pretty much like anybody in this space, like they got all that stuff for Patrice, basically. If you know the history, like.
You know, I know who Patrice O'Neal is. I've seen him a couple times on the Opie and Andy thing years ago, but I've never really even maybe a little bit of his stand-up, but I've never gotten heavily into it. I hear a lot of good things about him. As a matter of fact, I may have even seen this clip before.
So that couple-minute clip, you're safe to play that, man. You are.
Okay. Well, we'll check it out, man.
So let me ask you, okay, by show of hands, guys, how many of you, your woman tells wonderful stories? The guy holding his woman and she's cold? Okay, go ahead. No, okay. No. And you, yeah, great story. Well, let's see that hand held high, bro. Told you. And he's looking at this white couple, right? And she's just like, you better. Because she don't want to look like a villain. And so she just. But she don't tell good stories. She don't. What's your name? Dave, what's your name? How are you? Hi, this is truth. When you call Dave from another room, Dave, immediately he goes, ugh. What does she want now? Dave, you want to hear what happened to me today? You'd be like, oh. I make my girl tell me the end of a story first before I invest any more time into listening to the rest of it. You want to hear what happened to me today? No, what happened? Somebody got shot. All right, go ahead. Try to tell a story. Starts off wrong. You know my friend Diane, right? No, I don't. You know Diane. I don't know Diane. I don't. Yeah, now I gotta tell you another 2-hour story so you know who Diane is. Remember 10 years ago I made you go to a party you didn't want to go to? And I introduced you to some people you didn't care about? Well, Diane was one of them, remember?
Let's see here. Hold on one sec. Interesting. I was just wondering if she had put the fair use doctrine thing in there.
I mean, you should always fair use everything if you're going to use like other people's stuff.
Yeah, I think. It's just 1 minute left. Let's see, Stanley. Did you ever date any women that spoke and behaved like the previous woman? No. But she was 38. I'd never really dated a 38-year-old. I mean, I was 38 when I met my wife, so my wife wasn't really like her. But I did date a woman from Dallas when I was in my mid-30s, and she was actually kind of she kind of reminded me of this lady, and we were actually fairly serious for a little while. So I tend to be a lot more interested. I'll put it to you this way. I like interesting women, and maybe you just like, doormats, SKC. I like my women a little spicy. I understand that you tend to like yours a little bit more pablum.
Yeah, I remember. You don't remember. You're just saying you remember. So I can tell the story faster. Well, why don't you tell the story faster, sweetie? Who got shot? Did Diane get shot? No? Did she shoot somebody? No. Well, why did you say Diane? Because we were talking and she don't like guns and I don't like guns and I think they should make a rocket ship and shoot all guns.
Really?
Who got shot?
That part fucking killed me.
Yes, troll. Yes, I am judgmental. I will admit that. You're not hurting my feelings in making that observation.
Nobody, if you're gonna yell at me, forget it. Oh, won't tell you something, but you make me feel that way.
Good seeing you. Let's see, what else do we have here? So we're done with you. I need to put that in the Slack. Give me 1 sec. I got a little bit of housekeeping to do here. It didn't unfurl. Is that what they call it? Now, this is some men's week thing. Is this it? No. It's this one. We'll check this out. I know Kelvin is balking at this men's week thing, but We'll at least watch a little bit of it just to see what it's about. I've never seen Kevin Williams talk to men, giving men's advice.
When are you gonna do some content about the men? When are you gonna do content for the men? Oh, you
Oh,
asked.
you mean
Got it,
well,
Toyota.
so right off the bat, I would say that this content, whatever this is before he was speaking to men.
I see.
No. Sorry, this is actually after he was speaking to men. Because when he was speaking to men was like this was like early 2020s. I mean, maybe 2021, 2022 kind of thing. It was around that year.
Let me respond to SKC.
I'm wondering what a problem is. Like, I've never heard of that. What is a problem?
Grain type thing that you feed babies before, you tend to feed babies fairly bland food. You don't want to give them anything really spicy because, they're sensitive. So it's basically, pablum is basically what you feed, like, Simptervention. Simptervention. Maybe I don't understand what a simp is. A simp is someone who, what Hoodservative would call a feminist, right? Or, like, I have too much sympathy for women. You know what? I think women are people, Hoodservative. If that's being a simp, then I guess I'm a simp. No, I don't know your taste in women, community. I just know you, and I'm making an educated guess. I'm sure there are exceptions.
It's Men's Week. And in Men's Week, we do content strictly directed at the men, for the men, man stuff. So let's start out number one. I am a consultant, coach, consultant. I'm not a man.
So he pretty much called himself an image consultant, right?
Well, that actually was his profession, was an image consultant. So that's literally what he was.
Okay. I thought I'd read that somewhere. You know what? Let me have a quick look under the hood here, because I know some of this content, YouTube allows you to use it. All donations and proceeds will rightfully be distributed to the Samuels family. His other content had there was some sort of YouTube copyright thing that allowed you to use it. And I don't see that on this. Huh. This is interesting. You know what? I'm going to hold off on this until I can download it and doctor it This has a slightly different. Let's see. This is Kevin Samuels too, though. It's the same website, but this other stuff has a different copyright situation. Let me hold off on this, and I'll just show this instead. Or did we already? I think we already saw this one. How did that get repeated? How about this one?
I'll post this.
You what?
I said I'll post this. Like I just dropped it in the back chat.
Okay.
Just for like background filler or whatever.
Okay. How's Simpter Vision?
Basically, Kevin Samuel stuff like that's why like with the free stuff like that longer video similar to this is the reason why I posted that, because these are dudes that died, so I'm not sure how the copyright goes with dead people, but typically it's
well, the reason if you look at it, the corporation he called Kev and K. So I'm assuming K was like a woman or a business partner or maybe his wife. And then it also says all proceeds go, for any donations or anything, go to the family of Kevin Samuels, I guess the estate. So I want to explore that a little bit, before I just show it. So this one, the one you just posted, let's have a look at that. Because the other thing that struck me is if you look at the watermark at the very top of that video, it also says do not use without the express permission of Kevin, or written permission of Kevin Samuels. So it's obvious that he's dead, but that kind of leads me to I don't want to just play it. I want to investigate it a little bit. Now this one, let's see if this one's any different. This one doesn't have that watermark at the top, the permission thing. And looking, this has Kevin K too. You know what? We're going to go ahead and play it and just see what happens. Oh, by the way, do you have any idea what this means? What is cis-BM? Cis black male?
No, he's talking about like SYSBM. That's let's save yourself, black man.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it means just whether you want to mess with the black woman or not, or anybody outside of your race, just do what's best for you. That's all.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's I have no problems with that.
Yeah, it should be obvious, but apparently it's not obvious that it needs to be said.
Well, I mean, younger guys, the really young guys, yeah, it probably doesn't hurt to say it.
In this moment, I cannot say what's wrong or right. It's not I'm addicted to the good life. Yeah, either way, I follow. No need to say, I follow.
Centervention. That's pretty funny. Uh-oh.
Talking about business. The kind of women that you as a man would be like, yeah. Because no matter what my critics and detractors say about me, you've been with me long enough, you know I'm trying to get something accomplished. We're trying to get the bonds thing accomplished. So to that end, 2022, self-awareness is sexy. We know that part. The next part, separation. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to separate in order to achieve escape velocity, to get what you want out of life. You can separate, meaning detach with love. That don't mean cut yourself off, sell out. It just means you gotta get some distance between you and there, because you gotta get where you gotta go. That's what the leader of the pack does. And the last part, balance. A life that's beneficial, affirming, liberating, activating, nourishing, collaborative, and enthusiastic. I'll be teaching an entire broadcast on that. That balance thing is what's so important. But I am not above criticism. This is why from time to time I'll have smoke shows when I ask my critics and detractors to come up and actually tell me what I'm getting wrong, what I could be doing better. But I also realize that I know what I think. I know what the guys think. But what we think, what we believe, what we can prove, there's one thing about being right, and then there's something else about getting shit done. I don't want to be right and not get shit done. What I learned early on in my life is sometimes you have to settle with being correct instead of right. Sometimes you have to give a little bit to gain. So, and to that end, that is the only way you're going to be able to collaborate with people who think differently than you, who have different platforms and followers. So when I sat down with Nicki Minaj, I thought that was an excellent conversation. I sat down with a married woman, a mother, a woman, from what I understand, prior to Nicki Minaj, the woman that had the most impact on rap was Lil' Kim. And arguably could say Foxy Brown, and it's like, well, but when I talk to people, I talk to people. I don't talk to brands. And you've heard me say before, I reflect energy. But there are people who follow women I'm going to be talking to who we have different audiences. I'm not going to sit down with people who are going to just be, do y'all want to see this interview? Do y'all want to see me go around the country and sit in a room with a woman who just says yes, 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 whatever? Yes, yes, yes. Cosign, ditto. You flip off that video like this. Just like you wouldn't want to have a bunch of guys who are just saying yes, yes, yes. You got to end up engaging people to where you can come to common ground. And even if you don't agree, have some sort of understanding. So to that extent, I'm not above being, I don't think I have all the answers. Even though I might talk like it sometimes, I'm just passionate about what I say, but I know I don't have all the answers. So to that end, I asked the ladies online, I asked this question. Ladies,
what is the right message for today's women? And the spirit in which I'm asking that question is not a trick question. I've been told that, Kevin, you have the right message but the wrong tone. And to that end, I said, okay, well, whose tone is better? And to that degree, and to that end, I've been told the name that came up most often was Dr. Umar Johnson. Shout out to you. Okay. I've been told that what I say is a little bit hard to hear. All right, but it's usually about tone. But what I haven't heard is what's a better message. Because one thing that I can say without a shadow of a doubt, and I have a daughter myself, what is the right message for women today? Because as a man who does this, I'm seeing the conflicting messages that women are getting. You're getting one message from your family, another message from the culture, another from your friend group, another from social media, depending upon what you watch, and there's no consistent through line. And unfortunately for women, you know, I didn't make it this way, but women have to have the bigger parts of their lives figured out sooner than us men. You know, men have 3 different sections of life: 0 to 29, 30 to 45, and 45 plus. Women have to get the larger chunks of things together between now and 35. So I want to ask you ladies, what, not who, but what?
You know, I actually agree with that assessment of breaking the men's life into 3 parts.
Don't worry about these men. We've heard strong, independent, don't need no man. We've heard go to school, get your degree, get yourself together. Then, what is the right message for most women? I'm not talking about women who are in the upper echelon, who have opportunities that most people don't have. So here's what I need you ladies to tell me. What do you think the right message is for women today? Here we go. Ladies only. Oh yeah, if you catch somebody streaming this, report it to YouTube. Report it to YouTube and report it to Instagram. People, let's see, how many people have lost their channels this week? 6 people have lost their channels this week for using my content. I'm not playing with y'all. When I say don't use my content, I mean it. Don't use my permission. 6 channels in 2 days. And they were all channels that were monetized. Don't play.
In this moment, yes, I cannot say what's wrong or right. No, it's not hard to fool me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life. Yeah, lead the way.
Well, what do you think about that? That's a warning. Of course, let's see what happens.
That's definitely a warning, but I don't think it stands after. I don't think it stands after death.
Well, if it were my channel, I would play it just to see what happens. But unfortunately, it's not my channel. Do I want to take this risk with someone else's channel? Probably not. We'll take that as a warning. We've probably watched enough of his stuff anyway.
Yeah, I would say probably play that other one that I put in the back instead, because I don't even know where this video is going, to be honest.
Let's see.
I am not a Kevin Samuels fan. He's just okay to me. But
Hold on one sec here. Let me close this door. It would be a shame to lose a channel over a dead man.
Yeah. I highly doubt that would be the case, but just for the fact that like the video, like I accidentally posted that link. Like I only just posted it because it was longer, but like typically I do a little bit more like, I don't want to call it research, but
Well, I'll go back because I'm actually interested in this content. I'll go and do a little bit more research overnight or over the day. Because the first set of videos that I played, I went in and there's a YouTube copyright thing that basically says you can use this content just on YouTube. But this particular one doesn't have that same that same set of rules.
it's interesting with the KS like doing the thing like what's on the screen right now, because he actually stole from a lot of content creators. So it's quite interesting that he would be going so hard about other people taking from him. Meanwhile, he stole pretty much everything from other people.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go into that. I'm not gonna go into that because I'm not gonna do that. It's interesting though.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we've watched quite a bit of his content, and I kind of get it. I personally don't have the problem that I thought I might have had with his stuff. I've watched little snippets here and there, but I've never watched a lot of it. And I actually, like I said, I'm
So, what problems did you think that you might have had with this
Well,
content?
I heard, most of it that I heard was from a woman's perspective. He did catch a lot of flack from females over some of some of the criticisms of women. But I mean, to me, women tend to overvalue what they mean to men or what they can offer men, especially once they've had kids. The one thing that I'll share with someone like an SKC, is especially SKC, and probably you as well. I mean, I do believe that in American culture, the family is the basic societal unit. The basic societal unit, and that you need to do whatever you can do to keep families intact. Just from experience and their stats to back up, that kids from intact families do better overall throughout life, than kids from single mother homes, especially. I mean, that's just a fact. Whether we like it or not is irrelevant. So that part I'm in agreement with.
That was quite surface level, but I get what
Well,
you're
hey,
saying.
you know what? It's YouTube. I'm not a sociologist, so my understanding of all that is indeed surface level. when you start getting deeper into, personal qualities, quality of fathering, quality of mothering. One thing that I have been saying for quite some time, that I personally think that America's biggest problem is parenting, and anything you can do to enhance parenting to turn out quality, members of society. I think so many problems, everything from political to, anything else I might think of, the basic family unit, how you raise kids, is extremely important, if not the most important thing in modern society. So let's see what I had a bunch of videos lined up. See, I had an Obama speech I wanted to watch, but I'm going to watch that later so I can screen it and just highlight the most important parts. This is another thing I wanted to watch, just because I'm a big Navy fan. We'll do some rah-rah military stuff.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fluctus channel. Military aircraft can stay aloft as long as their fuel lasts.
Man.
Therefore, they have drop tanks for long missions. Those are not always practical. So that's where aerial refueling tankers come in, drastically extending their endurance. Early attempts at aerial refueling go back to the 1920s, when pilots in open biplanes attempted to refuel their aircraft from a gas can in another aircraft flying just above and ahead of them. Every single flight that aerial refueling tankers, also known as gas stations in the sky, go on, requires that the two pilots and the flying boom operator go through detailed checklists to ensure that they are perfectly ready for the flight. By the time the checklists are completed, the pilots take off with 200,000 pounds of fuel in the KC-135 Stratotanker. That volume of fuel brings the total takeoff weight to 322,500 pounds. Boomers are usually located in a small pod at the rear of the KC-135. From a prone position with a chin rest, they fly the refueling boom and direct receivers to enter the aerial refueling envelope. They can also help with other tasks on the aircraft when not actively refueling aircraft. Their main tasks are refueling and acting as loadmasters. During an aerial refueling operation, the boomer directs the receiving aircraft to a position where the refueling boom can connect safely with the refueling nozzle. During an aerial refueling operation, the boomer directs the receiving aircraft to a position where the refueling boom can connect safely with the refueling nozzle.
Dark mode?
During the flight, the pilot and the co-pilot have their hands full flying the aircraft while monitoring its hydraulics, electrical, fuel, oxygen, and
Switch to dark mode. I know there is a dark mode, but I Excuse me. Let's see. Is there a dark mode in my video settings? That doesn't seem any better. This doesn't seem that great a quality here.
On occasion, a fourth crew member on board is responsible for navigation. Stratotankers have a large cargo loading area as well, and the boomer is a trained loadmaster. Therefore, their task is to check on the cargo and to answer calls for refueling for military aircraft running low on fuel. When refueling must be performed, the boomer resumes the position and goes through a checklist while communicating with the incoming aircraft over the radio. The aircraft first must assume a holding position about 50 feet from the KC-135 before the boomer allows them to approach, usually at a speed of about 1 foot per second. Direction for the receiver is also provided by navigation lights on the belly of the KC-135. The bomber flies the boom into the refueling nozzle using a joystick, and they maintain a steady course during the refueling process until disconnected. KC-135s have small, fully stocked galleys behind their cockpits, meant for making light snacks for consumption during long flights. On occasion, the boomer, navigator, or relief crew can prepare meals during flights. With a small oven, it's possible for the airmen to whip up a quick yet delicious meal, such as mini pizzas.
Oh, huge difference.
Yeah, that conversation.
Meals go a long way towards keeping the hunger pangs at bay.
No, if you've ever done a refueling at sea, we call them unwrapped. That's scary enough because I've had to do it in bad weather. This is like a weird. They call it a Venturi effect, where when two ships get close to each other, they tend to suck each other like closer. I can only imagine, I've never done anything like a refueling in the air because, I wasn't an aviator, but I don't know. I think that this seems less scary than refueling at sea.
And improving the morale among the crew members. Aerial refueling tankers are often referred to as the ultimate force multiplier. These aircraft fly up to meet specific aircraft, or maintain an oval raceway-shaped flight pattern for other aircraft to come and refuel. These maneuvers are complicated and must be done correctly. Refueling fighters or attack aircraft can take about 10 to 15 minutes.
Holy shit!
A
Look at
larger
that.
aircraft like the C-17 can be attached to the boom for up to 40 minutes. While this is happening, the receiver is flying in the slipstream of the KC-135,
What on
making
earth
it
is
even
that?
more difficult for the boomer to stay connected.
Well, let's see. We got someone that seems new. Let's check this out. Well, I guess that's have no idea what that's all about. Sounds like somebody's trying to listen to us on a lawnmower. Oh, he says I alien. Yeah. Okay. Well,
This sounds like a troll. Like, what?
yeah, it's
Yeah, he's definitely a troll.
obviously a prankster. Buzz, 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 buzz. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. You can. Apparently, we'll go back to our plane.
Not all aerial refueling systems are the same. There
Oh,
are
I can
two main
guarantee you
aerial
they
refueling
have
methods
breakaway
used.
links.
We just looked at the flying boom method, but there is another way called the
Oops.
probe and drogue method. Probe and drogue refueling consist of aircraft outfitted with long probes with a refueling nozzle at the end. These types of aircraft are usually part of the U.S. Navy and used by most foreign air forces. Probe and drogue refueling are conducted by all flying boom aircraft, although the KC-135 needs to be converted on the ground for this. Receiving aircraft fly their probes into the drogues trailing behind refueling tankers, like the KC-130J on refueling hoses. If the contact is too hard, the hose to which the drogue is attached can whiplash and lead to a serious accident. Therefore, approach speed is critical. Once the probe enters the drogue, it's forced into the center where the nozzle is and connects. Fuel is now transferred to the receiver. When the transfer is done, the tanker crew closes off the flow of fuel, and the receiver pilot disconnects and flies off to perform his mission, while the drogue and hose are reeled in. When the aircraft isn't flying, it often spends hours being washed by ground crew. Because of the solvents involved in aerial refueling, much of that gets onto the aircraft and eventually becomes corrosive.
Interesting.
Not to mention its effects on the environment.
That's something you never think
For
about.
that reason, airmen spend many hours washing down KC-135s to ensure they are clear of fuel splashes, dirt, and other foreign agents to extend the service life of the aircraft in question.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, buddy.
To ensure the highest standards, KC-135s are properly maintained before each flight. Conducting pre-flight maintenance on a KC-135 entails a comprehensive examination of the aircraft systems, encompassing the fuel, electrical, and hydraulic systems.
This is awesome, by the way.
The
Really
technicians verify
Yeah, I
fuel
can't.
quantity,
You know what?
the fuel pumps and filters.
I've heard maintaining this sort of equipment in the desert is just like extremely hard.
Do you mean refueling systems, refueling planes and stuff?
Well, that, but that the sand is basically in the air.
Absolutely.
If you've ever seen like sandstorms over there, they are truly scary.
Dude, there's so much sand that gets in the air. So there's like this wind that sweeps across Africa, okay, and it picks up sand, and it literally deposits that across the ocean in South America. There's that. It's crazy. Like I forget what they call it, but it essentially comes through the dry region, which is Saharan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it picks up all that red, and it deposits it, and the color red actually, and it deposits it and it's actually part of the South American Amazon ecosystem, the Amazonian ecosystem. Somebody in the chat might know what that's called. Yep. It's apparently something. I guess it does something to the fish, and then that feed, because the problem was those winds weren't happening, and then I think maybe it was affecting the fish because it's been happening for that long. It's evolved to occur. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? Isn't it crazy to think about that?
Let's see here. It said it's
got a name too.
Yeah, I'm looking for the name. I find Saharan dust travels across the Atlantic Ocean to South America in the Caribbean. I'm looking for the name of it.
And it's got it. I mean, like, isn't it crazy they figured that out? It's like,
well, they said it's a source of phosphorus for the Amazon basin.
Okay, maybe that's what it was, but it wasn't happening. It was causing problems. It's like, who would have figured that out though? Who would have figured out that this is traveling across the whole friggin' ocean, right? Like, humans are really something else, aren't they? Pretty smart. Also stupid, but pretty smart. But who the hell would have figured that out, Like someone's in South America going, we're having problems with our ecosystem because of lack of something. Okay, well, where's it coming from? Oh, the winds aren't sweeping across Africa. Who would have thought of that,
Well,
I just think it's wild.
This is going to be a quick aside. Take a look at this.
Oh.
No, rewind it.
Yeah, that's it.
NASA
That's
scientists
nuts.
have performed the first multi-year study using satellite data to measure the 3D distribution of dust that travels from the Sahara Desert to the Amazon rainforest. The Sahara is the world's largest desert. At more than 3 million square miles, is almost the size of the continental United States. Each year, Saharan dust is lifted from the ground and transported by winds on a 3,000-mile journey across the Atlantic Ocean. A portion of the dust collects in the Amazon basin, the largest rainforest on the planet. Although dust particles are small, no larger than around a tenth of the width of a human hair, they form massive plumes that can be seen from space. NASA's Calypso satellite
Crazy. That's wild, isn't it?
launched in 2006.
Yeah, I never
studying
even
the
thought of that.
1,000 particles in Earth's atmosphere. Calypso observations from 2007 through 2013 show that on average, 182 million tons of dust leaves Africa each year. Of this amount, about 27 million tons is deposited in the Amazon basin.
27 million tons.
Good Lord.
Important nutrient
Of dust.
In the tropic region, the phosphorus is quite limited, so it's important to estimate how much dust from desert is transported to the Amazon.
The study shows Saharan dust adds phosphorus to the soils that help compensate for losses due to surface runoff and floods. However, the amount of dust transported to the Amazon changes from year to year. According to the study, this variation is closely associated with changes in rainfall in the Sahel.
You know, I
a belt of
never
semi-arid
realized
land
how
to the
much
south of the
desert
Sahara.
is in
When
Africa.
the Sahel was dry, the dust transport to the Amazon in the next year would increase.
Lot.
When it was wet, dust
You
transport
you always
will
think it's a
decrease.
lot of jungle,
Using
but it's
satellites,
quite a bit of
to get
desert
a
too,
clear
apparently.
picture of dust is important
The whole northern part.
for understanding and eventually using
Into the Middle
computers
East.
to model where that dust will go now and in future climate scenarios.
Wow.
Into the Middle East, right? Into the Middle East. I mean,
Yeah.
that whole strip up to over to Afghanistan is desert, you know? So pretty crazy.
It is wild.
But it's pretty slick. So you were saying sand gets carried.
Oh yeah, well,
and
you know,
dust.
when I was in the Persian Gulf, you just be sailing around, you know, in the Persian Gulf, and like in a week, I mean, your ship is just dirty.
Yeah, yeah.
And and the funnier part is when it rains, it just creates mud like on
Yeah.
the sides of the ship. It's amazing.
Well, imagine when we went there, like all our weapon systems were probably affected immediately. Like, okay,
Well,
we're
ships
jammed.
not so
We're
much.
jammed.
'Cause, yeah, you can hose the ships off, but I
Yeah.
hear it just wreaks havoc on helicopters.
Well, they brought the M1 into Vietnam, and that wasn't functioning, like the M1 Garand, right? And then that's when they had to design the M16, because
Oh yeah, yeah.
it was like these are jamming up the whole time, you know. So,
Yeah.
whereas the AK-47, I think,
Well,
is
AK, I can tell you right now, I spent a summer at Fort Bragg, and M16s. I don't care what people say. I spent a summer just constantly clearing jams for my M16. AK-47s reputedly were a lot less prone to jamming and all that jazz. It was just like, you know, people in the Army basically
it's
said, "Hey,
actually it's a Bradley tank. Like the tanks we made in World War II were fixable by hillbillies from Alabama, whereas the German tanks were super accurate and super technical. But then we figured out, like, hey, we're going to be fixing this thing all the time, and we need just the white trash, like hillbillies from Alabama, to be able to fix them, right? Just the common soldier, the non-intelligent soldier, right?
Right.
So whereas the German tanks were way better on all fronts, like a BMW versus a Pinto. Well, maybe not a Pinto, but like an American low-level car that's fixable, you know?
Right.
Basic, easy layout. And so the AK-47 is like that. It's a gun that is just somewhat indestructible, apparently, but it's not very accurate.
Yeah, with fire, you could like get it, you know, wet, and it would still fire.
Yeah, and it
Yeah,
shoots
well,
like a.
basically, you could submerge it, and it would still be fairly functional.
We didn't have anything like that but I think I know the military has new guns now. They're not even using the standard guns we were using. They just got whole new weapon systems, from what I understand.
Yeah,
So,
I don't even. It's been years since I've even thought about any of that. I mean, I never really had to deal with you know, small arms in the Navy, because you know, they'd be down in the armory, but you know, every now and again we'd pull them up and just pretend to do target practice off the fantail of the ship, like qualifying for with the Colt for or the I think they were Colts, just the standard issue military 45.
the Colt, yeah, the
You know,
Colt. Oh, that was a 40. That was a 45.
I think, yeah, you know, the Navy qual for that weapon was just firing a few rounds off the fantail, you know, just so you know what it feels like, and
Wow.
they would bless you.
Did you ever go out? I saw a video with the Navy taking their ship out. They stopped out at sea, and they were diving off the ship. They were swimming off the ship.
Yeah, that was usually like carriers and stuff like that. We never did it in the off the destroyer.
Oh wow, okay.
But the main reason, if you've ever looked into the water in the Red Sea and definitely, I don't know about the Persian Gulf, but I know there were literally like sea snakes.
I wouldn't swim.
You could just shine at night, shine a light right off the side of the ship, and it'd just be roiling with snakes. And,
Wonder why.
Well, they live there. You know, maybe
Aren't
they
they
were
scared of humans? Aren't they scared of humans over there?
I don't know, but I tell you right now, one day I spent the summer boarding commercial tankers in the Red Sea. It was part of a blockade of Iraq. And one day we were stuck on this German ship. I swear the bridge of that German ship looked like something from Star Trek. It was like, this is like the early 90s and everything was touch screen and just state of the art.
Oh yeah.
And we wound up, you know, being stuck over there because the ship had to go do something else, and then it picked us up, you know, a while later. So my sailors got bored and just started jumping off the side of the tanker. And I'm like, they're like, hey, you know, Mr. Cross, come on down and join us. I'm like, oh, hell no. You know, I don't like heights. And, if you've ever climbed up the side of a tanker, it's like fucking 100 feet off the ground or something like that. You know, those tankers, those big ass tankers, they kind of look manageable from a distance, but try climbing up one on a Jacob's ladder. And it is a scary experience, especially if you don't like heights.
Are you talking about a rope ladder? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And you know, these kids are just, you know, daredevils jumping 100 feet down, or what, 60 feet, 40 feet, whatever the height was, just jumping right over the side. And I'm like, no, thanks. I'll just stay here on the bridge with the captain and we'll just chat.
I'll chill here. You guys go. I'll chill here.
Exactly.
That's funny. Yeah, I saw a sea snake in snorkeling or free diving, really, when I was in at the Great Barrier Reef. That was pretty slick.
Now see, now he Black Knight was on I guess you guys were on amphibians, like basically small carriers. And yeah, you know, those the type of ships that basically have well decks.
Oh, they're river boats, right?
No, he Solid Snake. What they're small rib boats, I think. I've never been on one. I was on the Peleliu shortly, you know, just for an hour or so. So I've never been down in well decks and done boat ops or anything like that. But yeah, they could flood well decks and basically you just create a little swimming pool.
That's awesome. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. LHAs, yeah.
My brother was thrown out of the Navy, my older brother. So I think I told you that.
You told me that.
It was in Charleston on a nuclear submarine, or a fast attack or nuclear. I think it was a fast attack.
Fast attacks are nuclear. What on earth did he do? Was he an engineer?
Whatever he did, he got thrown out for stealing things. So, and they put him in a stockade or a brig or something like that. They put him in something like a brig or a stockade.
Let me tell you what happened. I was when I got back, I think it was my second deployment. When we got back, I went on vacation, and shortly after the deployment, I was gone for maybe a week, and the ship got underway while I was on vacation. And I get back from vacation and I find out that two of my guys have broken into the ship's store and stole a bunch of electronics. So the ship gets back to the port and no one is getting off the ship. NIS is waiting, not NIS, I guess it's NCIS, was waiting for the ship on the dock. So they held everybody on board the ship just to discover, where and who. So
Who's stealing?
I get back and two of my guys are ashore in the brig. I'm like, what the fuck? So I get back and two of my guys are in jail.
This guy is stole. I think he stole some kind of software, some kind of computer stuff, but not like spy stuff. It was probably a game or something, I'd imagine. Because otherwise, like I think he might have did like 6 months or something. It wasn't like hardcore.
Right.
This is the one that's become wealthy by with I was telling you the other day that's something about community hospitals and billing the government. So
that's right. Yeah, he goes in and finds delinquent accounts or something.
He's always been a kleptomaniac, so it's fitting. So from when he was a kid, my stepbrother, from when he was a kid till now, and probably forever, I think he like, it's not even about stealing. He gets off on it, right? He gets some kind of charge out of it. I think that's the whole definition of kleptomania, right? Like he would steal stuff that he had the money to buy. He'd steal a pack of gum just for the thrill, This guy's, I mean, that's what it's about for them, right? It's not about the item. It's about the fear of getting caught and the adrenaline. But I don't know. It couldn't happen to a worse person.
Hey, Black Knight, were you ever stationed on an LST? I rode an LST from Little Creek up to Newport, Rhode Island. And man, those things are flat bottom. They were originally designed to run tanks and other like trucks and stuff right up to the beach. These LSTs were literally designed for was it Normandy? Like it's like this particular ship was designed for a particular beach. And one or two of them were still in service back in the early 90s. And you could be in calm seas and those things would rock back and forth like you would not believe. Any sort of rough water, and you were literally walking on the walls. That's how much they would rock. They were extremely uncomfortable, to ride. So I feel sorry for Black Knight if he ever spent any length of time. And then the crew's berthing is all the way down deep in the ship, where the Marines are. They sleep in hammocks. So yeah,
that's probably good though, because that's less rocking and rolling, right? If you're down in the bowels of the ship.
Yeah, but I mean it rocks so much, just even in calm water. It's really an uncomfortable ride if you're not used to being at sea.
I'll tell you what, Stanley, I like I've sailed and I've done just small boating, right? And I used to race on this we'd sailboat race. So I was on this and there's a lot to do with the beam of the ship in terms of the stability. You know what I mean? Like if the beam was too skinny, it just knocked the living. You were all over the boat.
Yeah.
It was all over the boat. Whereas a fatter boat is slower. Like it was they were fast sailboats, right? Mm-hmm. The skinny ones, because they just cut through the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you what, man, it's a shitty ride, right? Whereas the fatter boats were nowhere near as fast because they're just plowing water.
Right.
But it was a far better ride. So comfort versus speed, I guess,
Well, the weirdest thing, carriers tend to be the fastest ships. You would never believe it. As fast. Really? Oh shit! Yeah, they're faster than destroyers.
Really?
Yeah, I mean
it's got to be horsepower, right? I would think.
It's horsepower. Well, hell, they have nuclear engines.
Plus, they're deeper in the water. They're probably what's the draw? It's probably a 30-foot, 50-foot draw. And I mean, in terms of and I would think they wouldn't be as stable, but
Oh
you
no,
only
they're
see the
extremely stable.
you only see the top deck, really. So
Yeah, well, I knew guys coming out of OCS who would specifically request carrier duty because they didn't want to be seasick, I guess. Carrier duty for a surface warfare officer is pretty much not good duty because they have so many officers on those ships that it's hard to stand out. So, I mean, I wasn't wanting any of that. I was going to be a cruiser, destroyer, sailor. It's just a sexier job. But, for someone who doesn't want, a sexy job, carrier duty's pretty good. They have a McDonald's.
So my stepdaughter's husband was on a carrier. Listen to this. He goes in the Navy, and he got stationed on a carrier that was being repaired in Norfolk. Right?
Wow! In the yards.
So he was stationed on land, right?
Yeah.
That's for years. This guy just was on land. And it irritates me because now he's out and he's like, oh yeah, blah blah. And I'm like, you did some training missions? You never went to. You were on land most. What are you talking about? Like, what did you do?
Well, I can. When I met my first ship, the ship was in the yards, Metal Trades in Charleston, South Carolina. So my first 3 months on the ship were literally dry docked, and finally we put out to sea. But I don't know. It's not actually that great a duty.
It's more work, I guess.
Yeah, the yards are dirty, and the name of the game is when you go into the yards, you're replacing equipment and all that stuff. So you're ripping stuff out and putting stuff in.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the testing, and then when you get when they roll you out of the dry dock into the sea, then you have to go and you have to do sea trials. So you're basically doing like what they call a shakedown cruise. So you're basically just out there trying to break shit. So
That's cool,
happen?
That's pretty cool.
It can be, but the problem with that is that when they say, "Hey, we expect you to depart this day," on your deployment or on your sea trial or whatever, it is just short of career death not to be able to get underway. And I remember this was before a 6-month deployment. I can't remember, it was a water pump. It was a vital piece of equipment. Like, we could not get underway without this piece of equipment. And it was my fucking piece of equipment. So I was responsible for it. So I literally had to tell my leading petty officer and a couple of the other guys, our deployment started 2 days early because we had to get this fixed. So it was a 6-month plus 2-day deployment for us, because it's like, no, motherfucker, you are staying on this ship till it's fixed. We are not going anywhere. And you can imagine how that went over like a lead balloon. But I was about to tell the captain, we ain't getting underway for a 6-month deployment because I can't get this fixed. You want to kill your career? Tell your captain.
We don't want to hear that, Stanley. We want it done today.
Hey, my first experience in the Navy, and it was over a walkie-talkie. I was a communications officer, and we had these VHF like handheld walkie-talkies. We don't call them walkie-talkies in the Navy, but you get it. So they had to use my equipment for sentry duty. We were on the pier, and we had to provide the the guards, I guess, the gate guards. So these guys had used all my radios for guard duty. So we get underway and all of them are being charged up. So, the captain wants his VHF radio, and these dumbasses had used his radio to do it. So the captain, grabs his radio, starts to use it, and it goes dead. So he calls me up to the bridge, and he's like, well, Stan, what's up with this? So I go, well, Captain, we don't have any on charge. They're all charging right now. So you know what the captain did? He didn't even yell. He turned to me and he goes, Stan, you better shit one. And I was like, oh shit. I was a boot ensign, had been on that ship for like 3 months.
Yeah.
He did not blink. He expected miracles. So I'm literally on the bridge. He would use his radio, hand it to me, and I would put it on the charger. It was so fucking embarrassing. I was his person.
He would use it. Be like, here, and then you just would, okay, plug it in.
I had two of them. While he was using one, the other was charging. I was his personal radio valet.
That's funny.
Oh,
yes, sir.
It was not funny at the time. He never.
Nah.
It was like, this is what you're supposed to do, motherfucker. He never talked to me about it again. The instructions were, you better shit one.
But you probably learned that, and then.
You know what happened after that? The captain's radio was always in my stateroom on charge. Motherfucker. There will always be a special captain's radio.
That's funny.
Oh, it was not funny at the time.
No, I'm sure.
I was thinking, well, he'll understand. Oh, hell no.
You're right.
That motherfucker, he was like, you better shit one. And he did it in front of the whole bridge crew.
Wow. Wow. But you probably pass that lesson on to other people at overtime. Like, don't let his radio. Do not let his radio.
Don't even touch it. Don't touch it.
That's funny.
It was like, welcome to the Navy, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You gotta love it.
Well, I think, Well, you still talk about the Navy. You've been out of it for 30 years or 20 years or something. Like that.
Yeah, it's been a while. Well, it is so intense. There's almost no way you can forget it. And even in that 5 years, the one lesson that I learned is can't is a very rare coin. You will, like when somebody says, like my son would go, well, I can't. I just laugh and go, you can. You will.
Well, I think these institutions like that, and the fire department and the police department and the Navy and the military, like if you really think about it, eventually my mom got married to a fireman, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is, my dad was gone. So when I was a kid, she got married. And the funny thing about this guy is he's been out of the fire department for probably 30 years now. And he still thinks of himself as a fireman. He talks about that shit. And listen, I remember I was riding my bike through an area where there was a graveyard, and I noticed on one of the graves there was a fireman symbol on this thing, right?
Yeah, a
fireman, right? And I was like, this guy who's dead. He died at 75, 80. The person that died. So I was looking at the different gravestones, and you had a guy with a Navy thing on his. You had a guy with a fireman, a cop. So like these institutions, I think the person becomes that, So it's interesting.
Marines are the most extreme. They're like,
I know.
I'm still a Marine.
At 75, my uncle was in Vietnam. He was a Marine. He's like 76 or something. He still has a flag in his yard, and the Old Glory goes up, and then Old Marine Corps goes up.
Hey, well, you know what?
flies a Marine Corps flag. I'm like, dude, you ain't been in the Marines in 50 years.
Let me tell you something. I have a Georgia Tech flag out, hanging on the.
You're still flying old Georgia Tech, huh?
Well, no, I did it like when I found out my son got in. I went and ordered one from Amazon. But what was on that? What was on the flag? Little, it's one of those little porch flag things. But you know what was flying before the Georgia Tech flag? A Navy flag.
Ain't that funny?
Oh yeah,
funny how that works.
It's
so these things are a very big deal to like these. It's almost like a fraternity thing, right? Like in a sense. So but the friggin' naval, the Navy, the naval flag or the Marine Corps flag. Like I'm like, you've been gone. You've been out of this. He's been out of Vietnam since he was like 22, and he did 2 tours in Vietnam. It's still a big deal to him. He'll say, I'm a Marine. He rooted for Evander Holyfield because he was a Marine. He was a Marine Corps. He's a Marine. You're talking about 30 years after.
Well, I can tell you right now, the thing is anytime you've literally risked your life to do something, it's just going to stay with you.
Yeah, I guess it's a big deal.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I remember look, I'm in the Red Sea, and I don't even remember why we were doing it, but on my bridge watch, we had 3 ships. We were doing helo ops between the ships, and we were doing boat ops on the fantail at the same time. We were transferring equipment and personnel between 3 ships. If you've ever been in the Red Sea, it's only like there's only one point in the Red Sea that's 50 miles from shore. It's cramped spaces. So we literally had to sail. Formation sailing is about the hardest thing a sailor does, because when you go out, especially when you're operating with a carrier, all the ships have to be in specific positions relative to the carrier. Now, here's the trick. Do a fucking 180-degree course change, and you literally have to take a Cartesian graph and map how you get from point A to point B without hitting the other ships and hitting the carrier. It will fucking make you sweat bullets.
Because everybody's going at different speeds with a different arc.
Different speeds, different angles. I mean, basically, imagine ships posted 360 degrees screening for the carrier. Because what you'll do is you'll screen for submarines, you'll screen for air threats. But if you are, say, 90 degrees on the starboard side of that carrier, when the carrier does a 180-degree course change, you've got to figure out how to maintain that position 180 degrees out. And you can't go like through the carrier to get there. You got to plot, because the carrier is moving. The carrier is moving too, and you've got like 8 other ships out there. You got to do this at night.
And the carriers is not wherever the carrier turns. I guess everyone's running their self off the carrier. Right?
Exactly. And
that's the hardest thing to turn and stop.
The carrier is king. The carrier is king. It doesn't give a fuck how you get there. You just need to get there. Yeah. And usually the carrier will have a flag, or, there will be the senior officer to all the other destroyer and cruiser captains. But I'll tell you what's even worse than that. The scariest thing I've ever had to do was go through the Straits of Gibraltar into the Med. And we did it at night, and I was officer of the deck. And, these little fishing boats at night and all that stuff, they don't give a fuck. They don't follow the rules of the road or anything. So you got to come in at night. You've got to avoid the civilian, little tugboats and fishing boats. You have to avoid the other ships in your company, and you damn sure better be avoiding the super tanker that doesn't give a shit about you. So, so we were, we call it sea and anchor detail, where basically you're at general quarters for like 2 or 3 hours, trying to get from the Atlantic into the Mediterranean. And it's the scariest thing I've ever done, because you can't make
how wide is that strait?
I don't remember,
What's it, like 2 miles wide or something?
Yeah, it's a choke point.
Yeah, I know it's a choke point.
Everything has to go through there, and for a Navy ship, it is just scary, because hitting another ship at sea is just fucking people will die.
Yeah. So, well, maybe not your people on your ship if you had a fishing boat. You guys will be fine, but they won't. So,
what is he talking about?
Who?
EAE, Stanley Cross, did you talk about how Trump plans to deport U.S. citizens with undocumented parents away together to keep the family together? Garion and company are in trouble. Well, why do you think Garion's parents aren't documented?
There's so many different things on this.
Well, what he's saying is, like, if you've got undocumented parents and the kid was born here, so he's a U.S. citizen. I don't.
How they going to get rid of the kid if it's number one? It's against the Constitution.
They're not.
They have these things called laws that are
maybe they'll voluntarily do it. I don't know, but it's not going to be as easy as Trump signing a document making it so.
Well, I think if you're talking about 75%, you got to have 75%, right? Because it's in the Constitution. If it's in the Constitution, changing the Constitution takes 75%.
Yeah, it's not going to change.
You can't do it.
What does he mean? What does he mean? Stick to the topic. What topic is he talking about?
He's saying we need to stay on this, I think.
EAE,
not gonna work.
EAE, just go ahead and let me drop the link and just put the article you're referencing in the back chat, and I'll play it. I knew
it doesn't matter. The only way they could do it, Trump could do it, is this. Okay, you had a child here. Well, the child can stay, but the parents can't. That's how you could do it that way. And then the parents would say, well, we're not going to do that. We're going to take the child, right? So ultimately, it's kind of bullshit. And do I think he's probably going to... Biden's deported several million people. People think Biden's just let it... There's been several million deportations since Biden's been president. Obama deported... We've been deporting people for years. We're still deporting people. So it's not like we just stop.
I keep saying we need to change the laws. The laws are accommodating this sort of stuff.
It is. But I think it's funny. Like, we have a whole system that's working. People that don't show up, they need to issue bench warrants for them, not standing trial, because they agreed when they came into the country, we're going to go to court. We have asylum laws for some people that can stay. And if these asylum cities don't help out, then you hold their funding. Okay, cool. We're not going to send you money for various things.
I'm not sure that would work, because the funding, there's some trick to the funding, like it's the state that provides the funding or some bullshit like that. It's not as easy. A lot of things he's saying are not particularly easy to do.
Well, legally, what the Fed does,
they're going to be court challenges.
Well, sure it is. But what the Fed will do is say, okay, you either help us out or we will defund this or make it difficult for you to get this money. Like right now, like if you don't hit your Department of Ed numbers, for example, they'll try to withhold funding. If you don't hit your transportation objectives, they'll want to hold your road money, right? Because the Fed sends road money. They send a lot of money out to these states. So they could do things that way, make it difficult for these states to get funding, but
good luck.
Well, that's what you got to, that's the way to do it.
Well,
You could,
yeah, but what you're not understanding is states like California and New York, they might be okay without federal funding. They pay more to the government in taxes than they take in. That's for sure.
yeah, that's what they say.
Well,
So,
California is like what, the 7th largest economy in the world?
it's bigger. It's like the 5th now.
Yeah. Hey, let's play this. I think this is on the topic. Let's try it.
Let me ask you about some of your other promises on this topic. You've
Okay.
promised to end birthright citizenship on day one. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, absolutely.
The 14th Amendment, though, says that, quote, all persons born in the United States are citizens. Can you get around the 14th Amendment with an
Well, we're going to
executive
have to
action?
get a change. We'll maybe have to go back to the people, but we have to end it. We're the only country that has it.
Through an executive action?
You know,
you're
we're
gonna
the
s-
only country that has it. Do you know, if somebody sets a foot, just a foot, 1 foot, you don't need to, on our land, congratulations, you are now a citizen of the United States of America. Yes, we're going to end that because it's ridiculous.
Through
Do you
executive
know,
action? You'll
We,
just-
well, if we can, through executive action. I was going to do it through executive action, but then we had to fix COVID first.
What is
to
he
be honest
talking
with you.
about? What is he
Um,
talking about?
We have to end it.
Well, the thing is it's 14th Amendment. If I
Hold on. Did you hear what he said? If you set 1 foot on the U.S. soil, you're a citizen. That's not true. That's completely false.
no, I
The
guess
chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, said he will
birthright.
not leave his post even if you ask.
Yeah, Trump.
What's he talking about?
Not
It's
exactly.
absolutely not true.
Hold
Anyway.
on. EAE has he dropped me a link in a mutual Discord we have. Let me see, can I find it right quick? Because I'm interested.
You can't so you can't the only way he could change that is by Congress, but he's
Well,
he can do executive action in laws.
maybe he knows a legal trick. Yeah. Okay, yeah. EAE, I just found that and showed it. Maybe this is a slightly different one though. So let me. It's on. Let me see. How are we going to do this? So I don't have Discord set up on my.
President is a limited office. It's a limited office. So here's what I think. This is my prediction. The Republicans are going to jump in there and they're going to put through a reconciliation bill, which means that all the appropriated money they can reallocate to certain things. But it's got to go through the judiciary to make sure it's legal. But they're going to reallocate funds to the Department of Homeland Security, specifically ICE and et cetera, and try to push through these court cases. That's what they're going to shoot to do. And then he's going to say, I did this and this, and then he's going to push Congress to do something, which they might or might not. But we have laws. There's limited things you can do with this stuff.
Excuse me. All right, let's have a look at this.
Am I right there, Stanley? Am I right?
As far as I know, you are. I don't know how you circumvent the Constitution.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's try. This is a slightly longer. Here, let's play this then. What on earth is going?
I don't know. It's not playing it. Hit the lower left-hand corner, Stanley. There's a little button right there. See it?
Wait, somehow or no? Hold on one sec.
It's jammed up. It's jammed up.
Let me. Let's try this again.
Immigration status. So I'm talking about parents who might be here illegally, but the kids are here legally.
Man, I've been having all kinds of latency problems.
Your borders
You're
are
talking
Tom
about
Homan.
separation?
Yeah, well, I mean, there are two aspects to this. Your border czar, Tom Homan, said they can be deported together. Is
Correct.
that the plan?
Well, that way you keep well, I don't want to be breaking up families. So the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together and you have to send them all back.
Even kids who are here legally?
Well, what you got to do if they want to stay with the father? Look, we have to have rules and regulations. You can always find something out like, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. I'll tell you what's going to be horrible. When we take a wonderful young woman who's with a criminal and they show the woman, and she could stay by the law, but they show the woman being taken out, or they want her out, and your cameras are focused on her as she's crying, as she's being taken out of our country, and then the public turns against us. But we have to do our job, and you have to have a series.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, we'll see what happens there, EAE.
Nah, they ain't it. You ain't gonna get nothing done. I think they should change a lot of the laws. I think what we're doing is absurd.
Okay, well, now I agree that things change, and that's why there's an amendment process. But the problem is it is so hard to get constitutional amendments even to the state convention level.
It's very difficult.
So I hope he makes the valiant attempt, but the easiest thing to do is to get in there and rewrite laws.
That's the easiest way to do it.
I mean, and you can still seal the border, but the problem is the laws themselves are part of the invitation.
Yeah, I agree.
If the law is saying, basically the law is saying, if you can make it here by hook or by crook and declare asylum or request asylum, the law accommodates that.
The way to do it, but Stanley, that's an international law. We agreed to this with the UN, right? We got to go to the UN and say, listen, we're done with the asylum concept. It's from the 50s, by the way. We're done with the asylum law, and then come back to the US and say, hey, look, we're going to amend our asylum law based on the international law. That's how to do it. And they need to do it. It's antiquated and stupid, frankly. And I mean, you're telling me that 11 million people need asylum? Come on, get real. Like 11 million people don't need asylum. It's bullshit. And so we got to amend the international UN bullshit and then come back and fix ours.
Well, here's the deal. Everybody is going, oh, that's gangster. What they're not understanding is not even Trump has to follow the law. And if he doesn't want to follow the law or break the law, whatever, that is a very bad precedent to set.
It's not going to work. He can't do it anyway because they're going to, if he does it by executive action, they'll just challenge it. It'll hold it up in court for years. So he's going to lean on Congress to do it, and they're going to deliberate about it for 2 years. He might change the law, but you got to change it.
Not just changing the law, it's changing the Constitution. That's the problem. And he's talking about y'all talking asylum seekers. Well, again, Jihad, if you change the law, the asylum laws, it basically, rescinds the invitation. You actually have to go in there and change the laws. Simple deporting people and sealing the border is not going to be enough. There's a third step. And for some reason or another, people can't seem to figure that part out.
Okay, and can I comment, Stanley? Also, Dirty Dude. I'll comment with Dirty Dude. It's exactly what Stanley's saying. We have laws, and even if Trump has yes men around him, he can't do whatever he wants because the presidency has a limited amount of power. So if he says, hey, ship all these people out, there has to be a law around that issue to ship them out. So he can amend the law, he can affect the law and he can do executive orders, which can get challenged, or he can petition the Congress, but the president's not the king. So he has a limited amount of power.
Right. Well, Jihad, the 14th Amendment doesn't really cover asylum laws. It does cover birthright citizenship, and to change to end birthright citizenship, you're going to have to amend the Constitution.
Facts.
And
Sounds right.
mending the Constitution requires 2/3 majority of states. That's not a simple task. So
Hold on, I thought it was 75%, and then 3/4 states.
What did I say?
2/3.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. It's 3/4. You're right.
Yeah, which goes state to state to state. So for those in the chat, you might. I mean, how do I say this in the right
And
way?
it's not birth RITE. It's birth RIGHT. It's actually a right.
Yeah, we're not Scots here. This isn't the Scots-Irish
Scottish
convention. So Jihad, Dirty Dude, guys, listen, pop open your old 9th grade social studies book and look at what the limited power of president and Congress, like they're all limited. The Congress makes the laws. The president just carries them out. He executes, he is the executive branch. He executes the laws. That's his job. He can't go beyond what is the law.
Now, maybe there's a legal angle. I don't have a problem if he follows the law. I mean, maybe there's a loophole somewhere. I'm not a lawyer, but I would think if there was a loophole, it would have been found by now to end birthright citizenship.
Dirty Dude says he was allowed to do some crazy stuff. He's only allowed to do what's in the bounds of law. I don't know. He can do Biden did a bunch of executive orders immediately. Like he said, hey, we're going to, I'll give the group an example. He said, we're going to get rid of student loans. Guess what? They blew that up in court. And then we still have people with student loans. So he's limited. Trump's limited. The presidents are limited.
Well, here's the workaround. Okay. He has immunity. This presidential immunity that the Constitution, that the Supreme Court basically blessed. There's nothing in the Constitution that discusses presidential immunity. However, if he breaks the law and has immunity when he's acting in an official capacity, that's his workaround.
It's Dirty Dude keeps saying.
In theory, he can break the law. Now, I don't know how you break the law. I don't know how you break the law with an executive order. I guess you could do that. So the thing is if he goes that route, basically, I'm going to break the law and I can't be prosecuted for breaking the law. Oh my God, that's going to open up all kinds of problems.
Well, what's the example there, Stan? What's your example? What did he do that was
the Supreme Court last year ruled that presidents are immune from prosecution if they break the law in their official capacity.
But so how did he break? How was he going to break the law before?
No, he literally just says, "Fuck it, do it." We don't.
So
he can literally say, "I don't care about the 14th Amendment. Get him out of here." It's breaking the law, but it's in an official capacity. There's nothing that can be done.
I don't know how he can do that though.
He literally can break the law if he is acting in. It's not even qualified immunity. It's just outright immunity. If he does something in an official capacity, like he could send. The example was sending the SEALs out to assassinate a political, like an enemy. If he can justify it as an act that a president would do, he can literally get away with murder. I'm surprised you didn't know that. It was a big Supreme Court case last year.
Right. But
So
if he told the military,
If at a minimum he can test it out.
So let's say, so an example would be when they took out bin Laden. What you're saying is, when they took out bin Laden, if that was in fact illegal, then the president should be prosecuted for that.
He will not be prosecuted under this new ruling by the Supreme Court.
So another example then.
Not in the U.S. court, he won't.
Well, that was a clandestine operation, but like, let's say he orders the military to deport every. What you're saying, something like that, you mean?
Well, the military is not obligated to carry out illegal orders.
They're not.
However, I'm going to bet if under presidential immunity, he could probably get away with it, especially if it's something that's popular, like a popular decision, that the public supports or the majority supports. I could see him getting away with it under presidential immunity. And maybe that's what he's banking on.
Yeah. So Dirty Dude and Jihad are really excited about. I guess they're overly worried about this.
Oh, you know what? I think it's I mean, I can understand being worried about an inevitability. I think he's going to test it. And you know what? Hey, presidents are supposed to be bold. But
I don't agree. I disagree. I think that the last string of presidents have all pushed the boundaries of what they should be able to do, whether it was all of them. I mean, go back to Bush.
Well, now they can do it. Now they can do it without fear of
like, so Obama blew up a U.S. citizen teenager, right?
Okay, community anthropology, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're simply wrong.
But here, so Obama blew up that kid, the terrorist kid, which was a citizen, right? So you're saying we should be able to try Obama in a court of law and possibly put him in jail for killing a U.S. citizen in a foreign country?
I don't know. I don't know the law well enough to know whether that would be. I mean, if you declare somebody a combatant,
yeah, he was. He was a.
Yeah,
he was a
I mean, that might hold water. What I'm
but
saying,
the kid was a citizen because he was born here, even though the terrorists came here and
right?
had the kid here.
But what I'm saying, the way the Supreme Court ruled is basically if the president is working in an official capacity as president of the United States, even if a law gets broken, he has that kind of immunity.
It's kind of crazy if you think about the killing bin Laden. When they went in to kill bin Laden, if they killed people that weren't bin Laden, 3 other people per se, theoretically, based on that, without immunity, you could come after the president.
You could probably just say it was collateral damage.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It gets a little dicey. I understand why there's immunity. I get that. Because, like, that's 2 things right there Obama could technically be held accountable for. George Bush would probably have about 200 things.
Well, the thing is,
from Iraq,
I'll go back and I actually listened to Trump v. United States. I listened to the full session or whatever they call it. So it does allow presidents to. I'm not saying it says, hey, presidents can break the law. I'm saying if a president does break a law due to needing to perform a presidential function, yes, he is immune from prosecution. Okay, it doesn't say he can break the law. It says you're immune from prosecution.
I'm glad they say a presidential function because
or something to. It's not exactly president. That might not be the term they used.
But I think that's good though. I think that's good because
Well,
if you do blow up a country, like you could technically be blamed for it.
Well, there's still
But presidents normally blow up countries, so
the Constitution and the Supreme Court don't control international law. Okay, there are certain countries that President Bush Jr. Would run the risk of prosecution if he flew there.
Yeah.
So international law is not covered under the under U.S. law. I mean, I'm sure there's some places where it conforms, but I think that Supreme Court ruling, I could see a way that he could do something unconstitutional and still be immune from prosecution.
yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I think acting within the bounds of what presidents do, I think it would give. We need that, but we need with what presidents do, right? Because, like I said, even prior to Trump, Obama would be in court facing jail time. Bush would be facing jail time. In fact, Clinton would be facing jail time if it wasn't.
Well, J-Dub, U.S. law does not supersede international law necessarily. It just, the two don't connect. I mean, U.S. law, who's going to come into the United States and take a president, and was sure as shit not going to extradite a president.
Yeah. The way that UN sees it is they see the US like a state, right? Like in other words, we see the states as less than. The UN sees it as we're the federal system, and the United States and all the other countries are like state systems. Like the UN sees it like they're the higher law.
Maybe they think they are.
Well, they think they are, but I think they're a bunch of shitbags anyway. I don't like the UN that much.
And
What are you up here to fuss at me about Trump versus U.S. versus Trump or whatever, Trump versus U.S.?
SKC is here to blow up this panel.
Well, he better do it quick.
Boom.
Well, the easy way to understand Trump v. United States would be not just to listen to the trial, but also to
no. I don't even want to hear it. I literally listened to the trial, and I'm sure I even read the opinion. So I'm not concerned that I'm wrong.
So going beyond all of that, but typically,
interrupt you right quick.
Typically, Ryan,
it does not say that presidents can break the law. It says
typically, Ryan,
motherfucker, I will not be overtalked. You will wait till I'm done, SK.
Okay, well, go ahead. You do your thing.
Okay, it doesn't say he can break the law. It says he's immune from prosecution if he does.
Anything else?
Oh, that's it.
Okay, so as I was stating, Ryan.
Oh,
a very quick way that you can get a full, idea of these laws and the decisions by SCOTUS is to look at the people that actually clerked in SCOTUS before and the people who have brought cases to SCOTUS before and have been victorious and all of that stuff. They have sat down and they've wrote things to go and peel off the onions of these cases and the decisions, and they have long listings of things that would be actions outside of the official duties to help people to get an understanding of what this decision would not cover. So once people get an understanding of what the decision would not cover, it's no way that they would make blanket statements like the president can just break any law, but he just won't get prosecuted.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go ahead and counter. Let me go ahead and counter that.
So what are some of the things that are not covered? What are some of the things that are not covered?
I don't give a shit.
Exactly.
The best
Exactly.
way to understand a Supreme Court decision is to read the Supreme Court decision. Okay. The way he wants to do it is for people who can't read. I happen to know how to read, and like I said, it doesn't say presidents can break the law, or the meaning isn't that they can break the law. It means if they do, you're immune from prosecution. That's the simplest way
But
to.
not for everything. Not for everything.
Okay, if he is acting in an official capacity, if it's an official duty or something that could be deemed within the president's purview, if he happens to break a law, he's immune from prosecution. That's the simplest way to state it. And for those who want to be overly complicated and read extra shit and all that stuff, let him do it.
Well, he can't go rob a bunch of liquor stores and not be prosecuted. He can be prosecuted.
I mean, robbing liquor stores isn't like a presidential.
That's not. So that's the point. The point is, it's as acting as president, he's immune, but not for just breaking. So
right.
I mean, what's crazy is he can blow up a country, but he can't rob a liquor store. It's kind of nuts, right? But
J-Dub, he is probably right in this loophole. He can say anything is in official capacity. Yeah, if you got a good enough lawyer, you could probably, say I was robbing the liquor store for a state dinner. we needed some wine.
Or just say what Biden would say. It's climate change. It's for climate change. It's because of climate issues. No, I'm just kidding.
But SKC,
Oh, did he leave? I think SKC bolted out of here. Come on back. Pull back up. Maybe, I don't know where he went. Stanley, you pissed him off. You see that? You there? Stanley, hello. Anyway, so I don't know where Stanley is. I don't know who can hear me.
Can you
I don't
hear
know
me
what-
now?
All right, I got you now. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get a new. I broke the thing, and apparently, when I put it back together, shaking it will discombobulate it.
So one thing I wanted to say, okay, so here's my issue with it, right? All that aside, right? If you're a U.S. president or citizen or congressman or whoever, I believe you should have a jury of your peers evaluate or judge you, right? It's hard to get an unbiased jury for the president.
Right.
So my problem is the judging part or the justice part. How do you get an unbiased jury? Like how do you do it? It's almost impossible.
Well, I mean,
So-
why would a president be tried?
Well, let's say he's tried for, just like, so, okay, this was outside the bounds of president, which I could see easily Trump being prosecuted for something outside the bounds because he has a separate business, et cetera, et cetera. And as we know from his development experience, he pushes the limits of accounting and law as much as he can as a developer, right? Which that tends to be pretty common amongst that group. But I could see them going after him, prosecuting him. But then how do you find, just non-biased jurors?
Well, I mean, New York
was able to do it. No, I don't. I'm pretty sure that that's not true, Stanley. You know what New York's about. In Manhattan, they're going to put him in jail. They hate him up there. I think they should have pulled it out. I think they should have sent it to Boston, maybe, because he's been doing business in New York for 60 years. So, and by the way, he built the Trump down in DC, and he bullied a lot of the subcontractors. That's how these developers are. They bully everybody because they have the money. So he acted like a normal developer, and he beat the hell out of everybody, beat the prices down after the fact, tried to settle with them after the fact, but they all do it. That's what they do. You'll do the job under contract, and they'll say, hey, thanks. We're going to give you 80% of the money. And you say, well, hold on a minute. You owe me 100%. And they say, oh, we'll give you 80% or you can sue us. It costs you more to sue than it does for them to give you the money. So you just settle. I mean, I've settled. When I was a subcontractor, I'd settle on stuff, you know, because it cost me more to sue, and they know that. That goes into their calculus.
Yeah, there ought to be a law, right?
Well, I mean, here's another thing they do. You have 90 days to lien a building, to put a mechanics lien on the building to say, hey, you didn't pay me. Most of these general contractors will drag the money out, drag it till you're after your 90 days, and then you can't lien the building. They have all the power. It's really disgusting. It's disgusting. So, you know, another thing they do is they give you the plans for a building and say, here, we need a price back in 2 days. And one time I said, why are you giving me 2 days to bid this whole job when, you know, I gotta go through all these drawings and figure out all that my, you know, to give you a price. And they say, well, when we give subcontractors the plans early, you know, the architectural drawings early, they find more stuff in it and they charge us more. So we try to give them to them as late as possible. Because they want you to miss. They want you to screw up in your bid. They want that because they save money that way. They literally are willing to screw you in order to put extra money in their pocket. It's disgusting. But that's business and construction and development. Like Trump was in that nasty ass business. So, oh look, solid snakes.
That is nasty business.
It's nasty. It is.
Why would anyone want to do this venture?
Because when you have made a living from it and it's all you know, you're in it. I mean, you know, you're in it. So, I mean, it's what I know, you know. So it's what these people know. So
how do you get new people to want to do it?
Usually you start off working in a trade and then you climb the ranks. You become, you know, you learn how to do the installations, whether it's masonry or concrete repair or a lot of the specialty trades, expansion joints, drywall, flooring, and you work your way up. Then you become a project manager where you can read the drawings and you learn how to oversee people doing the project. Then you estimate, then you start a company as a subcontractor and you bid the jobs and contract them. Well, you're in it at that point. Like it's what you're in. So, I mean, it's kind of it's the nature of the business that is, you know?
Right.
So like what you can do on a job is where they screw up the drawings or things change, because these jobs will change a lot as you go. You can then charge the shit out of them, which that's called a change order. And you'll say, this is going to be extra. And then you can actually make some money, but then they fight you on it and tell you, well, but you got to get them to sign off. So once the job's being built, they're kind of stuck with you, you know? So that's how you can make your money back if you're lucky. But look, I used to change order this company called Streeter Brothers back in the early 2000s. I'd change order them and then they'd pay it. And ultimately they still got me because they went out of business and they took about 50 grand out of me. But ultimately this is just the nature of the business, you know? But Trump was in that though, so I know it. I mean, it's a nasty business. It's people ripping each other off as much as you can, but you know, so these developers all do it. He's a developer. When they said that stuff in New York, I was like, oh, he's guilty. There's no question he's not guilty. I know he's guilty because he's a developer. But they're all in the same boat. They all are cutting each other's throat, cutting the throats of the contractor. The people building buildings, it's just nasty business. It's the way it is. So I was like, he's guilty. But the thing about New York is he was the only one prosecuted for it. That was my problem. I was like, all these scumbag developers do this shit. Beat everybody out of everything they can. And then in the end they go, just sue me. We'll fight it for 5 years. And then they have the money, you don't. So then they have lawyers on staff. You got to go hire them, right? So they know you're not going to sue them.
Right.
So that's the terrible part of it. But anyway, so
What's up,
I don't know how
man?
I got off topic
What's up,
there.
Stanley?
Wow.
What's going on, Stanley?
Hey, John. What's up, John?
Oh, what's going on?
Morning, sir.
One day at a time. One day
We
at a time.
spent the night reviewing
Oh yeah.
Kevin Samuels videos.
Oh man, I missed that on that. I never got a chance to really watch him when he was popular and alive. So, but I heard you commenting, and do you say it's kind of boring or something? The night before, I think.
Well, I thought the ones I watched were just kind of boring, but Andre put a bunch of links and it pepped up. He basically, what Andre did was kind of like a best of Kevin Samuels. And to be honest with you, I didn't find much of what he said to be faulty.
I don't think many people found it to be that objectionable. I think it was just so fresh, in terms of
well, blunt. I mean, he was simple and direct.
Yeah.
So I definitely appreciated it, and these the women he talked to, there were many faulty. I mean, they overestimated their value. They overestimated their value by leaps and bounds sometimes.
You have to be brought down to earth, that's for sure.
He's like the autistic guy that just says the truth when he's supposed to be holding back. Like, no, you're a 5. I'm sorry. You're not a 7. You're a 5. It's obvious you're like, you know what I mean? He just bluntly says the reality of the situation. And it holds nothing back. He doesn't pull any punches.
Well,
you're a low value woman. A high value man is not going to want you because you're a low value woman.
Well, the thing is, he wasn't particularly rude, in my opinion. Facts are facts.
I think that there's the whole social thing of like, we try not to hurt each other's feelings out here in the world. We try to, and I think he was like,
would you trip? He must have tripped offline.
Oh, I stepped away for 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. What's up?
Well, no, Ryan must have.
No, I'm here. You hear me?
Oh, okay.
My phone keeps going on this stupid timeout thing. So, but no, I think it's really. I think the honesty is people aren't used to that. People are used to making subtle. That's people don't operate like that. And I think his honesty would make him different.
Well, there's one particular woman. It's like she was seeking affirmation of her opinion, and I'm just like, it's not going to come.
You talking about the short, heavier one? She's like 5'3".
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was midnight, Stanley. I fell back to sleep. So, yeah, she really did. And then he's like, no, you're not. You got 2 kids, and you're 37. You don't have any money. You don't have. Here's reality. Like you're a low draft pick, maybe a 6 rounder. Come on, get real. You know what I mean? You're a walk on at best.
Meet your fellow 6 rounder.
Yeah, get you. Actually, I think Brady was a 6 rounder, so you can't. You might get lucky. But no, she said she was with a guy that owned a car dealership. Owned a couple other businesses. I'm like, let me get this straight. He owns car dealership. You can make that's a multi-millionaire venture there. The right one.
Good morning,
and then,
gentlemen.
Hey, Latinos for Trump. How's it going? I was like, that guy ain't into you. He's just trying to get some free goods there. That's it. And KS was right, the way I see it. So.
Well, this answer is bound to piss old SKC off.
Oh yeah. Oh, Snake's up.
No. Yeah. What?
Snake in the house.
He was on till midnight. He fell asleep at some point, and it was It was a very pleasant night. I'm happy you got some sleep. Hey, SKC, I do love you, man. I think you're a great guy. So I see HBs. Let's see. Check the group chat. You called it. Called what?
Oh, chat.
On another note, did you guys hear about Jay-Z?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard that story, man. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. But what's her name? Jaguar Wright was saying this for a while, but you know, like the way she presents things sometimes, it just seems a little bit obscene. But sometimes there's truth to what she's saying, though.
Was it? Hold on. Was this with a kid though? Was it with a kid?
Yeah, 13-year-old kid.
I don't
Apparently that was at a
understand.
kitty party.
Okay, why would all these people have this weird, thing? You know what I mean? All these people, none of these people go, hey, you know what? I think it's a bad decision for me. None of them. Not out of 20 people. Like, there's been so many people accused of this, right? None of them said, yeah, I'm just not into 13-year-olds. Like,
I'm sure some of them did.
People, I mean, really?
I'm sure some of them did. I would probably say most of them did. But I think the most influential of them did not.
Yeah, because they felt like it was a way to get in even deeper into the career.
Wow. So you think they went along with it for? I don't know how you go along with it. Anyone that has children.
If the top dude, right, is doing these type of things, and you criticize this man, chances are you won't be there tomorrow. You'll be blacklisted and all this. So when you have that type of stuff in your mind, it sucks, dude. I'm saying I wouldn't do it, but there's some people that look to the other side. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I think that, let's be honest, there've been allegations this young girl said she ran a train, or they ran a train on her.
Oh my
right?
God.
And Stanley asked someone yesterday, he said, do you know what a nigger rigging is? I think he had CT in there. Right. And not many people might not know what running a train is. Right. Right.
Oh, I know what it is.
But there are a lot of people that don't.
It's
right?
icky.
It's what?
Icky.
Right. And
they think it's Daniel Penny.
And if you sit there, right, and if you put yourself in the context of how that's done and what that girl described, like, I mean, I wouldn't want to do no shit like that. I don't want to be next to some other man while he's having sex with somebody. And then
I'm with you, John. John, I'm right there.
Waiting on my turn.
I don't want to be that close. I don't want to be that
I
close.
don't want to be first, right? You over here watching me?
yeah, it's like, get out, get out.
So again,
These people are fucked up.
Right. These are fucked up people, clearly, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I've always been curious. How could these people I never believed they really built the wealth that they've been accredited of building, because being this fucked up, you can't build anything. You're too fucked up, right? Yeah. You're already doing fucked up shit, partying, right?
That's why I don't know if I believe it all. Like, you're telling me all these people have this mental affliction where they want to do this kind of shit. I can't, you know what I mean? I can't comprehend it. Like, all these people want to do this crazy shit, this sick. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's the big ones. It's almost as if they say we're gonna choose the ones with the lowest morality.
I mean, didn't Caesar do this with Rome?
Right, make them kings, and then they'll do all the bidding without us really having to tell them what the hell to do. They fucked up.
But all those people didn't like. I guess what I'm saying is. All these people, like, let's say there's 10 or 20 people, whatever. None of them at any point said, I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you not?
Honestly, I believe, man, if I could just be brutally honest, we've had a couple rappers get killed by other aspiring rappers, and they were told to go kill that rapper to advance their rap career.
But this isn't like that, John. Like, men have to,
But what I'm
You
saying
gotta
is,
you
those
gotta,
are-
but to do
but
this with a 13-year-old, you gotta be able to perform.
well,
You see
yeah,
what I'm saying? How
that's
do you
true.
even get
But again,
yourself to be ready to perform?
Mentally for you, that's not
right? You know, like you know, she probably didn't look 13, right? And I'm
Oh,
not
Jesus.
excusing them. She probably didn't look 13. Now they probably knew she wasn't 18, but she probably didn't look 13, right? And again, these people with very low morality, you know, shit. No, age ain't nothing but a number. Who said whose song was that? Was that
Aaliyah. And at
The
the time she
age
was
ain't
with
nothing but a number.
R. Kelly at the time, man. She was
Right.
only what, 15?
Right, age ain't number but a number, right?
And that's another person too. Like, look, everybody in that funeral crying and crying and crying and crying when Aaliyah died. And come to find out, the one that benefited from her death was her uncle, which was I believe her manager. And I'm like, wouldn't that money go to her parents?
How many of those grown men? Well, maybe she was grown at the time when some of them slept with her, but how many of those men slept with her?
There's oh dude, Damon Dash was the last one. He was engaged with her.
I mean, how many of those three? Like Dame Dash, R. Kelly,
Jay-Z is supposedly headed too.
It's three people. Three like people like who are doing things and hanging out with, and they're all chasing around the same woman. Man, what does that tell you, man? What does it tell?
Because that's another thing I never understood with Hollywood. Why these people like there's so many girls, bro, and you a superstar, bro. Why you all want to always be with the same girls, man? Like that's crazy to me.
It don't make a lot of sense. That's for sure.
Come on, man. Like John, let's be honest. like John, I know you wouldn't want to be with somebody else that, you know what I mean? You probably pass the night, but to be holding and taking pictures and shit and be like Ben and J-Lo, like come on, man. J-Lo been through everybody, bro. Gross.
Well, I'm just thinking you're high as a kite and you think you can get away with anything.
Yeah, their power's over their head, basically.
Yeah, like SKC says, it's all about power.
Yeah, I agree.
I think
we gotta protect.
I think man, honestly, like you remember that song when Jay-Z talked about killing, shooting, selling drugs to his mother and shooting his brother. Man, I couldn't even fathom rapping no shit like that, writing no shit like that down, and then performing that shit. Yeah, I shot my mama, I sold drugs to my mom. I couldn't imagine that shit. Then niggas rapping that shit all over the country, right? And I mean, it's a low moral fiber running through that rap music, Yeah. That, and you can talk about selling dope to your mama. That shit is
Lapping
pop,
girls,
pimping, big pimping. Like I mean, it's inexplicable. I think the reason why it happens to rap music because only people probably that are willing to go for this type of debauchery, and it be monetized like that in music, at least.
I don't know, because I mean, the people that buy rap the most are white people, man.
But I don't
The ones
think
that
they
be in the
really
concerts and all that, but they don't
really.
But they don't take that shit like that though. Like, you get what I'm saying? They don't
Yeah,
take it all literal.
I think it's different, man. Like it has more of an influence among black people that consume it, and I just think, man, like damn, how do you, laud someone who rapped about shit like that?
An expression of art.
Someone says, I know someone whose mom give him drugs to sell. Okay, well, hey, man, I ain't gonna knock a man for me.
I knew a dude that used to sell, to his aunt, and I'm just like looking at this dude like, bro, I couldn't.
I ain't gonna knock a man, how you make his living, but there has to be some limits. You saying like you can't sell drugs to your mama, right? There has to be some things you won't do.
What is he's buying?
He ain't buying from me, right?
You better go kill yourself somewhere else. Not with me.
You know, it's like if your mama was an
That shit on
alcoholic.
my conscience.
If your mama was an alcoholic, would you bring her beer and wine? Probably not.
Oh hell no! Because the thing is that will be killing me inside because I feel some type of responsibility.
And so you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, it's like detached morals. What do you think, Stanley? Were you ever in a rap like that? Or is it not your
absence of morals? Said it's more in the absence of morals.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they can. I guess on one hand they can say, "Well, I'm moral. This is just, you know, music." Kind of like they're acting, right? But with actors, typically they don't write their own scripts, right? These people are writing their own scripts, so you know, that's why I say it has to be somewhat detached, morality. You know, detached from how they truly live. You see Jay-Z, he's talking about, you know, this is going to affect my children. This girl accusing me of rape. Well, hell, you can pull catalog of music. You know, like.
He's a very cutthroat guy, man. That's why he's been so successful in his career. Because if you look at Jay-Z, he's never had a #1 hit like that. It was always somebody else that year. You get what I'm saying? If it wasn't Nelly, it was Lil Wayne. If it wasn't Lil Wayne, it was Eminem. Like, he was just like in the top 10, but he was never like a #1.
I mean, he's had a successful music career. I give him that. Yeah, interesting. That'd be interesting.
Well, Kelvin, well, why do you ask?
What's that, Stanley?
He says, John, do you ever randomly wake up at night and listen to Stanley's show?
Sometimes I get on there. I'm on there sometimes. I see most nights I get up on there.
I watch sometimes, and sometimes I get on too as well. It all depends on my energy.
I know a lot of people don't like to pop the balloon. I like to pop the balloon.
Well, you know, it's hard because, you know, when I don't do it, people are asked, when am I going to do it? So
it's confusing, huh, Stanley?
Yeah, some people say, like, if I don't do it, I'm actually surprised we didn't do Pop the Balloon last night. Nobody asked for it. But I mean, I guess Kevin Samuels was a suitable replacement.
Oh, you watched some Kevin Samuels?
Yeah, we watched like probably 5 videos of him.
Yeah, R.I.P. that man. A big booty Latina killed that man. Man gave him a heart attack.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, big booty Latina, man.
No, I just no, Kelvin, I was like, well, you know, actually last night was a pretty tame night compared.
Is that right?
I thought it was. You know, there were times we had like 30, 35 people in the audience.
Nice.
So, you know, I guess Kevin Samuels, White John Galt says KS is boring to watch. I beg to differ.
Same here.
He was making me laugh all night. I'm like, I can't believe he said that.
That's what most of these young kids try to emulate, but they can't get the formula right like he did.
Well, I have to admit, he was pretty suave. You know, when he would deliver the truth with a velvet glove, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's very different from these other young.
Well, I mean, the
kids
way
trying to do
he
the same thing.
delivered it, it was just from, you know, it was the air of authority. And, you know, like he was talking about stepkids, he said, hey, you know, I had stepkids. I know what I'm talking about. So, like I said, I mean, I honestly, if I had to sit down and, you know how I'll find fault with just about anybody. I honestly can't say that there was anything he said that I found
Really?
No, I mean, the truth is the truth.
Yeah, even if it hurts. I got some content for you in the night, sort of similar to that type of stuff, Stanley. If you don't mind, one day I'll come up.
No, do it. You know what? Somebody made the comment last night that they notice I do a lot of relationship stuff. Yeah, I find it fascinating. I've been
it's fascinating.
in that game for damn near 20 years, and I've got an 18-year-old son.
And the times are changing.
I'm very well. I mean, shit. How do I need to know kind of what's out there if he ever needs to.
Exactly. You got to be hip.
J Dub says Stanley was amazed. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm only 36 and I'm still amazed at the shit I see. Like, it's ridiculous.
Well, what's ridiculous is that these women, like, this 39-year-old, I'm like, where have you been for 39 years?
Dude, man, don't get me started.
I mean, what man making six figures is going to go for a 39-year-old with a 9-year-old child if they're alternatives?
Oh, man.
I mean, being beautiful just isn't going to cut it. There are other beautiful women.
Yeah, it's the thing. I had a conversation with my wife the other day. We were talking about a certain specific person in her family, and I was like, "You never noticed how your aunt is of a certain age, and the type of people that she dates is either two classes of people." And she's like, "What two classes are those?" Either they're migrant people that don't have no type of knowledge or anything of what's going on, and they're so desperate that they're willing to go out with her, or she goes out with somebody that's younger than her, which means he's naive. And that's literally the people that she targets. She would never go out with somebody her age.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm just like, that's crazy, man. And she's like, damn, I never thought about that. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, it's not hard to calculate.
Yeah, going out with people who don't know better.
You know?
Well, HB, are you coming up?
Yeah, I hope HB comes up because I gotta ask him a question. I got an interview later at 11 o'clock.
Oh, really? Who are you interviewing?
I'm gonna be driving the 25-footer box trucks for Amazon for now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they started me at what is it, 26 an hour? So I said, fuck it, why not, dude? Yeah,
Now,
it's $20 or less. I'm not taking
your Gatorade bottle, so you don't have to.
Nah. They give you breaks throughout to use the bathroom, bro. You said, dude.
How far will you be driving?
So my job would be from 10:30 at night all the way till 8 in the morning, and basically I'll be delivering from the warehouse to at least 6 post offices, basically, and then back to the factory, and then back home.
Well, how is Christmas season gonna be? I bet that's gonna.
It's going to be hectic, but I ain't got to worry about dropping house to house, because I'm going to be dropping from the warehouse to the post office. You know what I'm saying? Because the post office has a contract with Amazon, so they can take a certain amount of packages.
What? You having truck issues with your brand new truck? That's crazy.
What?
I still need to go back and show y'all my favorite female trucker.
Who is it that
Yeah, what's her name? What's her name? Agnes Rose is what she calls herself.
What is it? That girl that picks up her kids sometimes in the truck?
No, this is like a young lady. She's
white or black?
She's black. Pretty good looking young lady. And the first time I heard her, watched her video, I mean, she was laying down some serious plans. She's saying, she's putting away like $40,000 a year.
I'm gonna show you a hot black female trucker, bro. Like, give me a second. I'll put it in the back chat.
Okay. You know, last night I didn't even bother doing news stories. I just, pretty much did all video stuff.
That's pretty easy too.
You got to be good. I think you got to be good looking with a name like Agnes. She is good looking. I mean, not super good looking, but you would notice her, walking past her on the street. What's up, Sam?
Looking for something. I've been looking for something.
There's they want you to look at that Trump video. I guess he's talking about pardoning January 6 people on day one.
Oh yeah, I figured as much.
I don't know why they're surprised at that. He's been saying he's gonna pardon them, for months.
Well, I think if it were, I think on that side of the aisle, the people feel like they were entrapped, right? Allowed to come in, and then
come on.
I'm just telling you what they feel.
They were breaking doors down and busting windows.
I'm not telling you I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just telling you how.
Well, no, I'm shocked. How can they say they were let in? They were busting windows and chasing cops.
Yeah. I mean, I think
what's going to be interesting is who's the dude that runs is it the Proud Boys? The one got seriously convicted of
22 years, man. That's like crazy time for him not to even be there. Now, I don't even know what they convicted of, but damn, that's a long time to not have even been in DC.
Yeah, well, you know what? You don't have to be somewhere. I mean, leaders of groups are held to a different standard.
That is correct. You know what I'm saying? That is correct. I think
it was a peaceful protest. Yeah, okay.
But I think some of the I read some of the stuff just out of curiosity. And some of this stuff was about like some of the doors are magnetic.
Yeah, okay. Then why were they
the people that were how the hell did the people
doors were magnetic? Why were they coming in through windows?
I put it in the back chat for just you guys. Don't put it up because I think her page is she has a little too much stuff showing sometimes.
Ooh.
Yeah, but she's a truck driver.
I hope she does have too much stuff.
Yeah, she's fucking hot, dude. For a truck driver, God.
I don't know. Agnes Rose could give her some competition. That's weird. Her profile picture, her avatar, is pretty good, but she's heavily made up. Danielle Jenkins.
Yeah. She could drop a load off at Stanley's.
Absolutely. I would order what she's delivering, that's for sure.
Shit.
Yeah, this is just a picture. She's not, I mean, she's it's just like a sports top and looks like running shorts. She's not too scantily clad.
No,
but,
of course not, but you never know.
I wonder if she's on YouTube. Let's see here.
Well, back to the J6 stuff, like people that broke stuff and all that, like you should be held to a standard. And if you do in trespassing as well. But like, I don't know, I'm kind of conflicted because I there was a part that was caged off, and I saw that like the other side, not the rioters, the officers, like opened up the gates. And I'm not saying that how can I put this, man? I'm not saying that they shouldn't not get in trouble for going through those gates, but then again, like, should they be doing 20, 30 years, dude? Like, no.
I mean, some of the prosecutions, I think, were, very, very, kind of like vengeance, like an old lady hobbling up the stairs to walk in the Capitol. For many people, I imagine, to come to DC, the Capitol is like, damn, I've never been there before. They come here.
Yeah,
So,
well, I can tell you my thoughts on it. The law is the law, and some people take interrupting constitutional processes seriously.
I don't disagree with that. I just think that there was no kind of discretion made. The discretion was made to come down very hard, and I think that's just the take from one side. You can agree or disagree with that. But you can't discount how they feel. And
sure you can. Criminals don't ever think they should be prosecuted.
I'm not talking about criminals. I'm talking about some of the people that have sympathy for them. That's what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, well, again, it's a 50-50, and the bottom line is it's who's in power, and Trump, the sympathizer, happens to be in power. So,
Right.
in my opinion, this is less about crime and more about politics. So,
Yeah, I think that's what the guys in J6 are saying, right? So
yeah, I would agree that it's politics, and the reason the whole incident happened was over politics.
yeah, one side, basically, doing what they did to the other side, really prosecuting them strongly, harshly. Some of the conditions in the jails that were reported on, I don't think they would have done that or wanted that done to like Obama supporters. Some of the things that were being reported coming out of the DC jail.
Yeah, this is what I thought was going to happen. Portia put a article back here. Mayor Adams says he is looking to bypass New York City sanctuary laws to help Trump deport illegals. That's a question I asked a month ago. What would happen if he just decided to ignore the sanctuary laws? So looks like he's gonna test to see what happens. I mean, basically, I still think Trump's gonna pardon Adams.
You think so?
Whatever this.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. Yeah. Yeah, I go along with that. I think he's going to pardon him.
This Danielle Jenkins, Latino, she's got a YouTube page where she calls herself a plus size model. I don't see how she's plus size. I mean, she is curvy, but I wouldn't say she's plus size. Kimmy says, good morning. I was just literally watching Mayor Adams pretty much say he's going to get the illegals up out of here.
They're going to get him up out of here first. I heard that, go ahead.
I'm starting to think that when this guy won, because I know they spoke, I'm starting to think that he has a back deal in the back.
Guarantee you he does. He's gonna come up. It's gonna be a Trump Justice Department.
Like, look what happened to that lady here in Massachusetts in the district of Dorchester.
Okay, Kimmy, I see what you're saying.
There was no mercy for her, man. They came with the vengeance, bro. Like the same thing with Adams at first, but then he continues to be mayor. It's not like this woman where she still has her position. You get what I'm saying? So it gets you to think, dude, like, could it be also that Biden was like, I don't know, had him in a short leash as well? Like,
say that again?
Like, look, they made Cuomo resign, right? this lady that just got caught up over here, she's about to lose her job immediately. Like once she starts dealing with her stuff in court, she's losing her job.
Who's this?
I forgot her name, but the lady here in Massachusetts, I forgot what district she's from. But she just got locked up like last week by the FBI.
He's talking about that Muslim councilwoman or something.
Yeah. So this is my thing. It's like, could it be that
talking about the lady, the one that went crazy?
yeah, with the orange shirt.
Play that shit, Portia. Have you
Okay,
played?
anyway.
Have you played with me, Portia?
I did last week, but I'll play it was on my show at night, but I'll play it again.
It stands.
Crazy. She lived so where I lived in Dorchester, John, right? There's like a street, like a main street. Once you pass that main street, you like end up in like, you know, kind of like the urban area. And then once you pass the other side of the street where the hospital is, that's like the lower side of Dorchester, right? And that's where like all the, you know, wealthy so quote on people live. That's where what's his name? Marty Walsh used to live too. He used to live in Lower Mills area, and that's where she's from too. So when they locked her up and I saw her surrounding, I was like, oh, I know where she lives. She lives where all the good people have money at.
Oh, and sorry, not to be rude to everybody on the panel. Good morning, Stanley, John, and Latino.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So this lady, it says woke BLM Muslim Democrat and former illegal migrant on Boston City Council is arrested by the FBI for corruption. Let's see here so we can see a video of her.
Did you say she's a former illegal migrant? Interesting.
John. A Boston City Councilor, Tania Fernandez Anderson, a Democrat and the first Muslim elected to the council, was arrested on Friday by FBI agents. Tania Fernandez, who served as vice chair of the Post Audit Committee, which oversees government accountability, was arrested on 6 felony charges, 5 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of theft concerning programs receiving federal funds stemming from a kickback scheme. These charges stem from an alleged kickback scheme she orchestrated to obtain several thousands of dollars in taxpayer money in exchange for bribes paid, U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy said at Friday's press conference. According to the indictment, Fernandez allegedly awarded a $13,000 bonus to a staffer identified as staffer member A, who is also a relative to her, on the condition that the staffer return a significant portion of the bonus, approximately $7,000, directly to Anderson. Anderson allegedly finalized the cash transaction in a bathroom at City Hall, receiving $7,000 in kickbacks from staff member A, as detailed by text message evidence included in the indictment, because that's what you do, right? You send text messages and you do wire transfers. On or about June 9th, 2023, at approximately 4:11 p.m., staff member A texted Fernandez bathroom to let Fernandez know that staff member A was waiting in the bathroom to hand the $7,000 in cash to Fernandez. Within seconds, Fernandez texted staff members A, ready, to confirm that Fernandez was ready to accept the $7,000 cash kickback from staff member A. Shortly following these texts, staff member handed her the money in the bathroom at City Hall. When they met in that bathroom, Fernandez put $7,000 in her pocket. All of that money was funded by the taxpayers of Boston. The federal indictment also alleges that Fernandez Anderson misrepresented her relationship with a staff member and misused her position to hire family members, violating the city's ethics rules. Despite being fined $5,000 by the Massachusetts State Ethics Commission earlier this year, Fernandez allegedly doubled down on her fraudulent activities. Prosecutors allege she leveraged her authority to manipulate city council payroll orders, enabling her relative to receive an outsized bonus, more than double the combined bonuses of other staff members. So let's take a look at this video here. This is quite the You know, a lot of these people are really bold. But I guess if you don't get caught,
This ain't the first time this happens in Boston. It happened back in I believe it was 2008. Yeah.
It's been taken into custody.
let's see if y'all can still see this. Okay, good.
Boston City Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson has just been taken into custody.
Here's video from moments ago of the FBI outside a Dorchester home. We told you earlier this week the city councilor is under federal investigation, but neither she nor the city would tell us why. Officials cited the U.S. Attorney's Office, saying the integrity of a grand jury investigation would be impaired by disclosing information.
Fernandez Anderson has represented District 7 since 2021 and has faced several scandals. Last year, the State Ethics Commission found she violated the conflict of interest law by hiring her sister and son and raising their salaries. Fernandez Anderson agreed to pay a $5,000 fine. Just last month, the state office of Campaign and Political Finance sent her campaign a letter saying it had not timely filed deposit information and had taken contributions over the legal limit. We, of course, will continue to update you on this breaking story. Once again, Boston City Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson has just been taken into custody by the FBI outside her Dorchester home.
Yeah, that's
Now, where's she a migrant from? Did they say where she was from?
let's see, where is
I
she
could
from?
probably guess.
Was she Cape Verde?
Based off her last name. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
John.
she is actually spot on, John.
Cape Verde. The best and the brightest, people.
So Cape Verde, she speaks Portuguese.
I don't know what they speak, but there's a lot of Cape Verdeans up there.
Yeah, they
Like,
speak it's Portuguese.
yeah, way
It's
back in the day.
an island.
Yeah, no, right word. It's
West
off
of Africa.
Off the coast, yeah.
I've been to the Azores before.
Oh yeah. You know what's interesting? Like Dorchester, is Dorchester where Bobby Brown law them were from? Like an old black area.
As a black woman.
Bobby Brown was from OP, which resides in Roxbury, which is a little close to Dorchester. Yeah.
You got the Dorchester, Roxbury, and Mattapan.
So this is only 6 seconds. I was trying to find the longer clip. I'm still looking, but
What the do I have to do in this council in order to get respect as a black woman?
So-
What the do I have to do in this council in order to get respect as a black woman?
Now, is she black?
There's a grown black woman.
Oh my God, I love the decorum.
Grown ass. I don't know why she didn't say that. Grown ass black woman. I like
that would have put a little extra stank on it. Yeah, she could have.
I'm a grown ass.
I mean, God, dog.
Portia,
Huh?
don't you ever in your life do something like this?
I would never do anything like that.
Grown ass sister.
Thank you.
You've never done that at a Republican committee meeting?
Nah, I don't act like that. I conduct myself
Probably
a whole lot better. I'm
She was
very
probably hungry when
stern.
she got up on there. That's why.
I'm very stern and I'm very direct, but I don't have to. I'm not about to cuss out, my colleagues.
She's why Bob dates white women.
Yeah, a lot of people can't deal with that shit. That's for real. A lot of people can't deal with that. It takes a strong black man to deal with that thing right there. Is she
and
married?
then John, I'm glad you see what, John, I be knowing where you going. See, I be knowing where you going. Her husband is a convicted murderer. She married him after he was sentenced to life in prison.
Strong nigga. Strong nigga.
Let's see, where I just had it, the 30-second clip, the longer version.
What video from my church?
We got to look into her husband now. Who did he kill? Was he out here in the street selling dope or something?
Let's look into it. But this is
right there. Lord have mercy.
This is the 30-second clip.
People are calling me and telling me, don't say anything, stay in your lane, be quiet, sit down, you will lose your seat, they won't vote for you, fight, don't fight. What the fuck do I have to do in this fucking council in order to get respect as a woman? And I'm gonna tell you, I'm not afraid of losing the votes. I'm not afraid of the seat. I'm not afraid of anybody here. This people are calling me and telling me, don't say anything.
Portia, you know what I was watching this? You know what I was thinking, Portia? I was thinking about when hood conservatives say he had to, smack a couple sisters. And
yeah, to slap her. Yeah.
You might have to smack her, man. Like if you find yourself in a relationship with this
y'all all laughed at me when I said the recess slap before.
Like you gonna have to be very, very firm with her. Like, bitch, I done killed a nigga. Don't be number two, right? Like, short of that, you have to really be very firm.
John, it's called the reset slap.
Hold on, wait, let John finish. Go, John.
Like that woman there, man, with the way she pursed her lips when she said fuck. I mean, like, she does that shit at home. Like, that's a hard woman, right?
Yeah, she
got that F. Like, she got the full F in that word.
Deep throated.
Yeah, she meant that.
Tanzania.
Prison?
You gotta reset it.
Wait, what? He in prison?
Yeah, John, he's in prison.
He's still in there? I thought he was getting out.
No, he's in there for life, John.
He got murder on his mind
Bye.
like Wiley and Melly.
Ooh, we may have to goddamn.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna read it.
That's crazy.
Let's get
So
into it.
that never came out when she was running.
We got to hold that one for university so he can do a psychological analysis on it.
Bro, but I feel bad for the people that voted for this woman, man.
Damn, let's read it, and we'll bring university up here at some point. Damn, this is I thought he was out of prison.
Well, Universal can circle back.
Yeah,
we're
circle
here
back.
now. All right. So on Friday, December 6, 2024, Boston City Councilor Tania Fernandez Anderson was arrested on federal charges related to public corruption. According to an indictment obtained by NBC 10 Boston, she faces 6 counts of aiding and abetting wire fraud in connection with the misuse of federal funds in her capacity as a city council member. As we await further information on the arrest, let's take a closer look at Tania Fernandez Anderson's personal life. Here's everything you need to know, including details about her marital status and whether she has kids. She's lost some weight too from this photo here. It's like a totally different person. As it turns out, yes, Tania Fernandez is married. The politician and nonprofit executive is married to, hold on now.
Tanzania.
Thank you, Stanley.
What? I'm confused. She married him before he went to prison, or she married him? Tanzarius, and we're gonna call him Tay.
According to the Jewish News Syndicate, Tay is currently serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder. He and Tania got married while he was incarcerated. He is the founder and lead organizer of Yesterday's Future, which that describes him quite well, a grassroots creative writing program initiated by writers currently incarcerated at the Old Colony Correctional Center in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. So there's her with her kids, looks like.
Happily married.
According to his bio on the program's official website, now I want to see the website. Tay,
I just want to see their rights.
Tay is a Black Muslim father, husband, and son of Cape Verdean descent.
Oh.
Tay is also a writer, activist, mentor, and yoga practitioner who works alongside fellow incarcerated individuals to explore how systems of racial and class oppression, patriarchy, and the prison system dehumanize people.
Fortunately, if you convicted of murder, did you dehumanize him?
You know, I'm really having a hard time right now with this because I'm reading about like, you know, some CEO of some Fortune 500 company, like the descript, like y'all are making it sound like he didn't kill somebody.
Like he ain't in prison. Like he downtown.
Right, like he's not. This is crazy. In the fall of 1999, he was a freshman at Northeastern University, where he received a 5-year tuition grant through the school's Ticket to Success scholarship program. In addition to his academic work, he was also training in accounting and tutoring high school students twice a week. Seems like he had a positive start somewhere. Here's some more pictures here of her talking and whatnot. Okay. By the spring, Tay had been accepted into the carpenter's apprenticeship program with Local 67 and was awaiting results from his fireman's exam. However, Tay's life took a drastic turn when he was arrested, charged with murder. He claims he did not commit and sentenced to life without parole because, you know, he didn't do nothing. Despite his conviction, Tay has remained an active leader and advocate from within the prison system. He has organized cultural and educational programming, led campaigns to improve prison visiting conditions, and endorsed national efforts to raise the age for juvenile sentencing to 21. Plus, over the past two decades, Tay has worked tirelessly alongside his co-defendant to overturn their convictions and challenge the injustice of their sentences. So I guess this Tania, she is a mother to 2 kids of her own, and she's also fostered 17 other kids. We know what that's about. Gotta get those checks. Yeah. So what I'm about to do now, John, if you don't mind, I'm about to pull up his profile online, his prison profile, where he's locked up, because I want to know what he did. We know he killed somebody, but I want to know. I want to know the nose.
Murder. Circumstances of him killing somebody, because they gave him life without, so he probably didn't even have a self-defense claim or anything. Like he probably killed someone in cold blood.
Yeah, that's
that article didn't even say what he's there for.
Or the person he killed. What about him?
Oh, dang.
Found it portion.
Jeez. Hold on, wait. Let me make sure I.
I want to know before I have to get off and like get ready for my interview.
God damn. Okay, here we go. Tay Tanzarius, however, the city councilor's husband, is in jail for murder in the first degree, armed robbery, and illegal possession of a firearm. He was found guilty as a principal and joint venturer in the crimes. According to court documents, on March 25th, 2000, Anderson and 16-year-old Jolena Tate broke into a condo in North Conway, New Hampshire that belonged to Tate's father.
Can you show a portion? You're not showing it.
Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, shoot. I got to pull my screen up.
Damn, he robbed his own father?
No, the girl. They robbed the girl's father, Jolena Tate. They stole firearms and ammunition, including a .357 Magnum revolver. Nice. 2 days later, Anderson brought Tate to the home of Edward Gauthier, whom he knew through Jason Robinson, a man Anderson was working with. The group was in Gauthier's room playing video games and together smoked 3 or 4 blunts, cigars stuffed with marijuana. The court documents read, at some point in the evening, as the defendant was preparing to leave, Tate asked him if he wanted to rob someone. The defendant agreed. The court documents state that Anderson, Tate, and Robinson decided to contact a Lebanese immigrant and ask him to meet. Tate would bring the victim to the apartment in Brighton, where Anderson and Robinson would be waiting. The victim took Tate out to dinner, and then Tate requested that he drive her to the designated building. When Anderson and Robinson showed up, Tate said to the victim, "We're being robbed," and then walked to a nearby playground. A few minutes later, Tate heard a very loud noise, and when she met up with her accomplices, Anderson said he's murked, aka dead, and that I got my body for the summer. I got my body for the summer.
Like an outfit.
The medical examiner,
Man, that's like
the
a badge
medical
of honor or
examiner,
something.
of course, the medical examiner determined that death was caused by the victim's heart stopping as a reflexive reaction to the gunshot, and that the death was instantaneous. Anderson was arrested April 4th, 2000. In court, he had argued that the victim died instantaneously, that with no evidence of defensive wounds, that there was insufficient evidence. There was another trial in 2017, so not that long ago, and he was still found guilty. So he murdered a Lebanese immigrant. Yeah.
An immigrant on
Got his
immigrant.
first body for the summer.
Immigrant on immigrant.
Yes. It's incredible.
I wonder how she met him and married him, though.
You know, I don't know.
The better question is how in the hell these people from Boston vote for this lady?
You stuck now. You stuck with all of them.
Oh, so okay, so here's his it doesn't really look like it's much of anything, but let's just go for it since it's here. Okay. This is his organization, Yesterday's Tomorrow. Yesterday's Future. A grassroots creative writing program initiated by writers currently incarcerated at the Old Colony Correctional Center in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. I'll put this link in the description box if you guys want to get into it. But here he is. It says, writing group coordinator and member, Tan Zerius, is a Black Muslim father, husband, and son of Cape Verdean descent. He is a writer. All of this was in the other article. So yeah, that's him right there.
Damn,
So he
don't
was
even look-
just enrolled in college in 1999, and he killed somebody in 2000. What were you about to say, John?
He doesn't really look like the killer profile, does he?
No, he don't.
No.
Yeah, good physiognomy. See.
Looks can be deceiving.
Looks like he got himself in some shit. He probably didn't, bit off a little bit more than he could chew.
I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, didn't you say that this guy, did he graduate college or he just attended college?
He turned to a life
No,
of
he was
crime.
enrolled in college.
Yeah, see, I don't know what happened. Like, he took the wrong turn, I guess. Like, smoking weed
morning,
and then decided to rob people. Come on,
Morning, push. Good morning. Good
man. Morning,
morning.
HB.
Good morning. Finally.
morning.
Finally. God damn. Yeah, did anybody get to see what's under that lady's hijab? Whatever she was wearing?
Some of them women be attractive, man, for real.
Isn't that haram?
Is it? Good one, Stanley.
So
It's not
John, I
Habibi.
just found this video of this guy testifying last year. I guess trying to get out again.
No.
Let me see. Jesus. And Kimmy, I am also trying to find more information on the victim. I'm trying to find
Oh,
the
he's
name.
still trying to get out.
Good afternoon, Senator Eldridge and Representative Day. My name is Tanzarius Anderson, and I'm currently incarcerated at Old Colony Correctional, and I'm here to give testimony for H3956, an act creating an independent correctional oversight office sponsored by Representative Russell Holmes. The prerequisite of a public trust and a public good is transparency and open communication. And nothing falls so squarely within the parameters of public trust than a department that sits within the office of public
Hey,
safety.
John, he got that good hair.
We have to ensure the Department of Correction acts in alignment with the Commonwealth's values and stated core mission. We must have independent correctional oversight with actual authority, which is provided in this bill. Currently, the DOC operates in the shadows. And in the 2022 Legislative Commission on Structural Racism's final report, which was supported by multiple sheriffs, Commissioner Michi, and the Executive Office of Public Safety, it found structural racism manifest within the often hidden structures that compromising the system, policies, practices, and the cultures of mass corrections. And as a result, it led to desperate treatment of the BIPOC incarcerated individuals. In my experience,
did he just say BIPOC?
Nowhere is this more prevalent than in agreements.
BIPOC? Yes.
I think he said. Did he say that BIPOC?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Yeah, I guess they get that propaganda shit into prisons and everywhere.
Yeah, they can't escape it. It's everywhere you go.
The white man's fault. It's the white man's fault, Portia.
He said, I liked what desperate treatments of the BIPOC passionate individuals. Jesus.
And disciplinary process. In tandem, disciplinary hearing and the grievance process is integral to an incarcerated person's ability to find safe housing, working assignments, program availability, and ultimately opportunities for parole and freedom. I personally find it unconscionable to have this process that weighs so heavily.
Sorry, man. I did everything.
Hello, continue. So heavily on
Yes,
person's
please go ahead.
livelihood, right? Being allowed to operate in the dark. The stakes of ramifications on the outcome of these two processes are just too high to leave in the hands of the DOC alone. There's no one and no agency that can have that much power can be trusted to act fairly. And so the reason why I support this bill is because the brilliance of our Constitution is that it establishes checks and balances as a backstop against tyranny and corruption. And if that mechanism was deemed necessary for the health and proper order of a nation, I think it should be good enough for us here. In that 22 report, unfair and racist treatment was discovered in DOC policies, and recommendations for a bill such as this is placed as a remedy. I think this body has already agreed that this is needed.
So I just found the case law, y'all, and you know, I hate to be the one to deliver this news here. So about the victim that so Kimmy, this is what you were looking for, I believe. So Tate testified that the defendant later stated that while in the hallway, the men told the victim to keep his hands up and not look behind him, but that the victim kept moving his hands up and down and had reached for the doorknob. The victim kept saying that he was a good person and he did not want any trouble, and he knew a lot of people in the area. The defendant later told Gauthier that he believed the victim said, "Police, police." The defendant told Tate that the victim said he was not a police officer, but the defendant got nervous, which was Tay, and shot him. When the three were driving away from the scene, the defendant removed a gun from his pocket, which Tate believed was taken from her father's home. He passed the gun to Robinson and stopped in order to hide it temporarily. The two men had the victim's wallet and found it contained $46.
And he said he innocent of that shit.
Like, you gonna rob somebody Like, come on, man.
$46.
Like rob somebody with money, bro.
That nigga must have been he must have been flexing on Instagram.
Damn, man.
He was flexing with his man's money and then got killed.
That tax money.
So then after they kill the guy, right, and they have his wallet, $46, they return to the playground, and this man, her husband, asked them to help him look for his watch, which he said that he lost it, while he was doing nonsense. The defendant told Tate to stick to her story, that she did not see the victim after he dropped her off because the police had no witness and no weapon. A resident discovered the victim's body lying in a pool of blood outside the building at approximately 3:30 a.m. on March 28th. The injuries to the victim were extensive and so severe that the man who found the body described the victim's face as distorted and stated that the face was not attached as a normal face would be. The first
He shot his face off, Portia.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
357.
Oh, and then he had a .357 Magnum revolver too.
Oh yeah, he took his face smooth off there.
Yeah, come
that
on,
nigga had
bro.
that was a closed
the kill.
casket. He hit him with a 357. God
Yeah,
damn.
on some Resident Evil type of shit.
God. Turn that nigga to a ghost. All right, go ahead. My bad.
I mean, no, wow. The first
Human
police
mask.
officer.
Yeah.
Oh, John.
God. To
The
the
first-
face. Oh my God.
The first police officer on the scene had reason to believe, but was not sure the victim had died of a gunshot wound. The medical examiner determined that the death was caused by the victim's heart stopping as a reflexive reaction to the gunshot and that the death was instantaneous. There appeared to be no defensive wounds. The largest of the blood spatters in the hallway was located between 32 and 47 inches from the floor. The victim was 64 inches tall. Later that day, the defendant was late arriving at work, left early, and simply never returned. In the days following the murder, the defendant met with Robinson, Tate, Gauthier, and Cody. Gauthier testified that the defendant told him to stick to his story and that he should tell police Gauthier and Cody had sex that night, which was not true. As the defendant was dropping Tate off at her home, he reminded her to stick to her story and to remember that she and the defendant didn't know each other. So this will also be in the description box. It's very long. It's a lot of pages, but I just
All right, guys, I'll get off. I gotta see you guys later.
I thought you had a question for HB.
Yeah, HB. 25-foot truck. Like, I know that you drive bigger trucks than that. Like, is there any concerns or any worries? Because, like, I did drive these in the past, but it was like 6 years ago. So I'm a little bit afraid, and that's about it.
He's going for an interview.
He's probably busy doing something.
Anyway, go ahead, Portia. HB may not be here.
Oh, my bad. No, but you'll probably get the job because it's during the holiday season, so you'll probably get the job. The only advice I would say is when you hit those turns, just make sure you take a wide turn.
The wide turns. My backing up. I mean, because I didn't deal with a 25-footer. It was what was it? The one that was smaller than that one. So backing up is going to be a concern for me. But
Yeah, no. Even with the backing up, just check your mirrors. You'll be straight. Worst comes to worst, just get out and check first if you really feel, like you're not gonna make it or not or something. But yeah, man, just check your mirrors.
All right.
You'll be fine though, man. Just take your time,
Thank you, guys.
But good luck, man. Good luck.
Thanks.
Asvaroon, good morning, man.
Hey, Asvaroon.
Eclectics in the building. We got Mavit G. Who else in here? Sam I Am, salute. Daniel Nixon.
Universal Jones.
Yeah, Universal. Ignat, salute. J Dub. God damn, in the face though. This nigga, yeah, man, that nigga throw it, man. Fuck that nigga, man. Keep that nigga locked up.
I wonder what made him rob them. I mean, what made him? What made her marry him?
I'm trying to find that. I mean, like the answer that I'm coming to on my own, saying as she just got locked up herself,
I think it was I think it was that wavy hair, man. A nigga wooed her over with the wavy hair, man. Yeah.
You get out one day, she can have a wavy hair baby, huh?
Yeah, that nigga ain't never getting out though, man. He ain't, man. Hell no, he ain't getting out. Hell no. I mean, at least you can't say she's not loyal. You can't say that.
Yeah, that's for sure.
is she holding it down?
She holding it down. She holding it down. I don't know what she holding down, but she holding it down.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the video of her screaming and cussing at the city hall?
Yeah. She's not the ugliest looking woman either. It's kind of unfortunate. But yeah, I saw her going crazy. I don't know how she got a job. Like, god damn. I just be letting these women act any type of way. I'm surprised she didn't get arrested. Surprised she didn't get arrested.
Like before now?
No, just for acting crazy like that in that situation. Kimmy Cake says they can have babies with an incarcerated man. Can they, Kimmy?
Really? What, like a what, like artificial insemination?
Oh yeah. I actually read a story about that. It was in a prison where it was a men's and women's prison, and a guy got a woman pregnant through like the ventilation system. I guess he like put some sperm, sent some sperm in a kite, and she put it in there.
Let me look and see if they have conjugal visits at that prison, because they do have conjugal visits at some prisons, but I don't know if they have it at that prison. So here's the full clip. I wanted to see like the whole context of what it was that she was saying. So let's see here what she's going on about.
Be quiet. Sit down. You will lose your seat. They won't vote for you. Fight. Don't fight. What the do I have to do in this council in order to get respect as a black woman? I'm not afraid of anybody here. When I make a mistake, I will be clear. I don't hate you as a white woman. I don't hate you as a white man. I am sick and tired of this body so stupidly racially divided, so afraid, so depraved. People with no faith because they are afraid of they're losing their investment. They're afraid of bargaining. They're afraid of leveraging. These people have, oh my God, I can't even call you cowards because desperation deserves mercy. Here's a redistricting. Fine, we give it to a white woman. Can we all get along? Can we get together? Can we love each other now? Can we make sure that black and brown babies don't die? Can we make sure that cops don't kill before people are proven innocent? Can we do that? No, because this body crucifies you first because of allegations. This is not a court. You don't get to crucify people before they're proven guilty. They're innocent until proven guilty. Now, after this, I will look forward to working with you because I have stamina. I believe, as Baldwin said, what you do, not what you say. Your votes here sometimes are racist. You move sometimes in a way that hurts my people. And then when I get up to stand up and talk, all she talks about is black stuff.
Black.
I
As you
am
should.
here
Oh, so
to
they say as you should.
every single black woman.
Yeah, John. Yeah. They cheering her on. They are cheering her on. Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Stanley over there. Stanley over there with his pants off right now.
Woman, man that suffers in the community. God has my back. I am not afraid to not have political aside or any type of affiliations or connections. I came here, I fear none, no man but my Lord. I came here to serve people. I came here to love. I came here to grow. But people talk about this racial equity thing. It's all fake. And you do politics and you hurt each other. And yet, here I am, a 5-foot-tall African woman from the projects.
African.
And I'm here to tell you.
They always find themselves in the project, don't they?
I gotta ask the chat. I'm gonna ask the chat a serious question. I need you guys to answer seriously.
Oh boy.
Smash or pass? Keep it real. Smash or pass, chat. Smash or pass?
A strong sister. A strong sister.
Strong.
Yeah. Hey, she say what you if you do a bid. Right? Don't you ever do y'all become a loyal sister. You go do a bid.
Double D.
Hey, keep it all in mind. Pop the balloon, nigga.
5 foot double D. What we doing, chat? What we doing? Yeah, we got a very cultured audience right here. Smash.
Most important part, she gonna stand 10 toes down if you do a bid.
Smash. Man, that's why I love this audience. Y'all keeping it real. Smash.
So keep 10 toes down.
Oh, even Ryan getting in on this. God damn, Ryan. God damn. Oh, even Baruch.
Kimmy Cakes,
Oh,
I'm
my
with you, Kimmy. You get this woman. If you smash this woman, and if it's something that's good enough to her, you'll never get rid of her.
Some of your shit gonna get smashed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she definitely looked like a tire slasher for sure.
She busting the windows out your car. She doing it all. She coming up to your job.
She the type that slash the tires on the scooter, John. Like, goddamn, bitch, I'm not the scooter.
Take the chain off John's bike.
Right. God damn. Crazy ass bitch.
She's gonna be camping out in that wood shop.
Right. Her dumbass probably put some sugar in the electric scooter tank. Like, bitch, this is electric. Dumbass bitch.
Put that pants.
That bitch.
On your feet.
Damn. I did, Portia, I sent you a video. I actually got footage from Stanley's church. Kind of need you to speak on this, Stanley. So it's happened last Sunday at Stanley's place of worship.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
St. Benedict's?
Yeah, we got footage, Stanley. We got footage. You might need to speak on this.
Oh, that's not my church.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Not everything you're doing too much. That has breath. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Rashida.
Like a
You doing
nightclub.
too much. This is too much. This is too much what you're doing. So slow down, get on the beat, do what you're supposed to do. This is praise and worship. No. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I don't mind. I don't care that it's live. I don't care that it's live. I don't care that it's live. No, I don't care that this is live. No, I don't care that this is live. I don't care that this is live. No, because I didn't forgive you for.
Wow.
She kind of sounds like Stanley. I don't care.
It's like Diamond resurrected Silk.
I don't care.
Yes, this is live. I ain't never seen nothing like that before. Like Stanley just walked out after he saw that. You know what?
Yeah, I did.
You know what? Literally. Oh man.
Catholics don't have that much soul.
Yeah, that's why y'all be going to the white churches. You can't even
No, my home parish was a black Catholic church. Majority.
Really? They got black Catholic churches? I didn't even know that.
Well, in Savannah.
Yeah, they have them up here in DC too.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a black Catholic church.
Well, I mean, there were a sprinkling of white people, and I mean, it was in a black community. So, back in the day, it was just kind of black.
I never even met a black Catholic till I got online. I didn't even know I didn't know that was like
a lot of them in the South, because even after during Reconstruction and way afterwards, the Catholics were into educating, black youth.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, all I know about is Baptist, non-denominational, whatever.
Now, where was this place of worship?
I don't know. It was your church. I don't know.
Was it in DC?
I don't know. I know they were live though.
I bet it's Atlanta.
Crazy.
Well, I saw something the other day. There was a CDL driver. A truck driver training someone to get their CDL.
Oh no! Here we go. Oh
And,
shit! Oh shit!
Let's just let you guys see.
This how we're gonna start the week off, man. You're not in the right fucking league. You know what? If you're not gonna listen, we'll park this fucker. Just trying to tell you what. I don't give a fuck what you trying to tell me, homeboy. Right. You gotta learn how to talk to me, motherfucker. I tell you right now, this is my truck and I'm responsible for it. Fuck this whole ass truck. Park this motherfucker. Fuck is you talking about? You got me fucked up. For real. Yeah. Well, I just trying to tell you something. I don't give a fuck what you trying to tell me, motherfucker. What time you talk to me? All right, well, park it. You're all done. No problem. I'll take you right back to Ypsilanti. No fucking problem. Park it, right? Now, I guarantee you ain't about to be talking all that stupid ass shit you was talking when I was driving. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you ain't about to be talking all that dumb ass shit you was talking. Let's get the fuck out this truck. I'll fuck you up, nigga. Fuck is you talking to, blood? You talking no nigga here. Fuck is you talking to, blood? I'll beat some motherfucking asshole, boy. Fuck wrong with you? I'll beat the fuck out of you in here. You better watch how the fuck you talk to me. Well, I told you. I don't give a fuck what you told me. Watch how you talk to me. You will get fucked up in here, Dave. Straight up. I'm not gonna put up with it. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'll beat your ass in here, motherfucker. I'll beat the fuck out of you. You better watch how you talk to me. I'm a grown ass man. So am I. Fuck is wrong with you? Bitch ass nigga.
Bitch ass nigga.
Man, Dave.
He crash out.
As 12th man and Solid Snake.
If they went on a road trip,
12th man and the Solid Snake and planes, trains, and automobile.
I feel bad for Dave, man. They don't pay Dave enough to deal with that bullshit, man.
He said he don't give a.
They don't pay him enough
I'm
for
a
that.
grown ass man.
Dave, fix your truck. Dave said I am too.
Dave don't. Man, come on, man. Dave do not get paid enough for that, man. That's some bullshit. That nigga's a man, and that's the thing too. Like people just don't get how serious this shit is. You could kill somebody at any moment, man, driving a truck. Sometimes they gotta talk to you like that sometimes. It ain't no like emasculating thing. Stanley, you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've in your military days, some people may have said some stuff to you you didn't appreciate. You didn't.
No, it's more likely the other way around.
Yeah, but you're in a position of you're the person that they come to. You're the one. You're the leadership.
Well, I mean,
position.
I get your point. I mean, sometimes if this is like a split second thing, you don't have time to say please.
Nah, especially when you're on the highway, you in the wrong lane type shit. Like
the time it takes to say please, that split second, you'll wind up wrapped around a tree.
Right. It's like, bro, you gotta tuck your pride, man. I remember even with my trainer, listen, man, he was a white boy from outside of Green Bay, super white. He, there was certain times he got a little lippy, but I wasn't about to let that shit get in the way, Plus, it was, he earned my respect too. So he pretty much could have said anything. We were in a situation where it was like it was nothing but black ice out, and he was driving, and we saw all these trucks on the side of the road. They slid off the side of the road. It was maybe about 20 trucks. And he's on the CV radio, and they're like, it's a skating ring up here. Be careful, drivers. Be careful. And we started slipping. This dude, we started slipping. He lit up a cigarette, and he got so like focused. He was like, yeah, we're gonna get off on the next exit. Like he didn't panic, nothing. I was just like, damn, man, this motherfucker. It's like he could say anything at this point, man. We started sliding. This motherfucker lit up a cigarette. I was like, God damn. What the fuck?
Cool under fire.
Cool.
Literally cool.
It's a fucking cucumber, man. I was just cool. I was like, man, this man could deliver my firstborn, man. I trust him that much. This motherfucker. It's a complication. He just light up a cigarette. Get that baby. We good, man.
Hey, White John Galt, who you giving the car to? He's a regular Oprah Winfrey. What, everybody fall asleep?
I was gonna say,
Oh.
Stanley, you like to pop the balloon? I mean, the Kevin Samuels better than the pop the balloon?
Kind of a different animal.
Andre,
I would like to see.
curious.
I would like to see Kevin Samuels host a pop the balloon.
That would have been.
Let me.
That would have been good right there.
That would be a mess. He's either going to leave with all the women, or they're gonna meet him out in the parking lot.
I wonder if he even got a lot of women. He may have been good at analyzing things, but may not have been good at getting.
Let him tell it. He was dating 25-year-olds.
Is that right?
Wait, who you guys talking about?
Kevin Samuels.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think he really got bitches like that. I think
Well, when he died, there was a woman there.
yeah, but I honestly, Stanley, I think she was a
A
prostitute.
maid.
Yeah, I think she was a prostitute. She was a traveling nurse, and
Oh,
traveling
wow.
nurses are it's kind of cold for hookers.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
I
It
learned
is.
so much on this show.
Yeah, you go on a girl's IG and she says she a traveling nurse. Yeah, she selling that Coachy, man. Selling that.
Why doesn't Lasagna Killer call them traveling nurses?
Because the traveling nurses are the more high end whores. Those are the ones that you can you could take out. You could take them to gatherings and stuff, dinners. A little bit more sophisticated whore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit out of his price range.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He can't afford those ones. It's honestly though, like I get it. Like business wise, like if you're a guy that's selling a product, which he was, it is good to kind of have that type of you got just a woman looks fucking gorgeous, go to all your little business meetings and stuff with you, and
Yeah, that would be so demoralizing, though.
yeah, but they wouldn't know it though.
Yeah, but you would.
yeah, I mean, business is business, though. Like people, sometimes like the optics matter more than anything else. You go to a business meeting with a bad bitch, people take you more serious.
Yeah.
You walk up in there with a hideous broad. They're like, you know what? I don't feel comfortable closing the deal out with this nigga.
No deal.
Yeah, bitch look like Freddy Krueger, man. Nah, hell nah. I don't trust this nigga.
Now,
yeah.
is this the guy who was driving that truck?
So this is a story about a truck driver, and I thought it would be nice to share this with HB and to get some feedback on what he's talking about. And after that, I have another video from this guy that I think is very entertaining. So let's hear about what happened with this guy.
Okay. So, as you guys can see from this picture, I'm a truck driver, right? I drive trucks. I'm inside the truck. Truck driver. So, I just woke up from a nap, and I just got this picture sent to me from my job, and these people telling me that they saw me on the camera having personal time with a woman, and they want me to come to the yard tomorrow and drop the truck off and find my way home. So basically, I just got fired for having personal time with a woman inside of this truck. Now, I understand that this is the company truck, but we basically live in this truck. We basically sleep in this truck. And it should be no way that a company can be able to record you inside of these trucks doing anything of your personal time inside of these trucks.
Your property.
Now, this truck have an inside face camera, and this is the outcome of having that inside face camera. Now, this has to be illegal. There's no way that this is legal. There's no way that a company should be able to watch you inside of a truck. There's no way that a company should be able to listen to your conversation inside of a truck. It gotta be illegal. So, as you guys can see from this.
Nah. See what I do. I use, you have those like those windshield like heat deflector things. I put that in front of the camera, so when I have personal time with the ladies, they can't record nothing, and you got to do it in like a.
Well, why can't you just get a hotel room?
Yeah, why not go to the hotel if you know it's a camera in there?
Well, you think he was just gonna get away with it?
Is he up here with no shirt on?
I mean, that's kind of like your office. I mean, plus it's kind of tight in there, isn't it?
Well, so this guy, he ended up getting fired, right? So he did something like a response to his firing, to his company, and it kind of went a little like this.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Is she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, twerk, twerk. If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these trucks.
I'm glad he found something he enjoyed doing and get that nigga off the road.
I bet you he done
You
had a
know what?
relationship with
That
a lot
could be the new Gone Trucking theme.
I'm glad
Lot lizard. Oh my gosh, HB fell off. Oh. I needed him here for that. Oh, okay, he's back.
My bad. But yeah. Just for
Did you hear it?
Yeah. I heard him explain it. I didn't hear the second part though, but I heard.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
All right, let me hear the second part.
Hit it again for it, boy.
Okay.
Everybody wants you to run it back.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 like dessert. Twerk, 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 twerk. If you know somebody who drive a truck.
Yeah, that was fire. They need to sign this nigga right here. That shit was fire.
So
he
that's
got a new job. I'm seeing.
is it agreed that it's your new theme song?
I don't know if it's better than the other song, but it's up there.
I bet it's copyrighted by now.
I doubt it. That nigga recorded that on a T-Mobile Sidekick. I don't know what I don't know. Nigga just, yeah, I don't. It was kind of fire though. I'm not gonna lie. That was decent. We might have to upload that. At least the hook. We gotta at least upload the hook.
He had his personal, what did he call it? Personal time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I can guess what he did. Sam could probably speak on this also. But like when you're gonna have relations with a lady in the truck, you want to make sure you're in a secured location or a location that's just out of the way, completely out of the way. Don't do it at a truck stop. And I'm guessing he probably did it at a truck stop.
Yeah, but it was the inward-facing camera that got him, he says.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. If you do have one of those, you bring somebody in and it's not your truck, you want to cover up that camera.
Put a sock over it.
Yeah, that honestly would have been he should have, man, some of these drivers are dumb as hell, man. You would think. You could put a sock over it, put a cardboard over it, something. Like now they at the job watching you smash out some lot lizard, it's like, bro, you're not even thinking about her dignity, man. Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, I'm glad he got another job though. But
he's rapping now for a living.
yeah. But yeah, they don't it's not the companies, it's not that they don't want you to get some coochie while you're on the road. It's just for insurance purposes.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
If that lot lizard, she smoked meth and she in there sucking your dick, and then she hit that fentanyl hits and she dies in your truck, now the company could be liable, because she's not insured. So
Tough guy was from the back beats.
So yeah, it's they're not hating. It's an insurance thing, man.
No, it makes perfect sense, and it's not his truck.
Right. That too.
I mean, he should have parked it in a Walmart parking lot and hooked it to a Motel 6.
Right. See, Stanley, you would be a great trucker. You would know how to do it the right way. You already got it thought out before you even get behind the wheel. Like, if I'm gonna get some pussy, I'm gonna do it the right way. This guy.
There's a right way and a wrong way.
Yeah, then he gonna get online crying about it. Like, bro, come on, man.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
Yeah, seriously. They made a song about it. Yeah, they don't make truckers like
before
this.
Or after the incident?
I'm guessing that's after. He probably went viral with that whole story, so I'm guessing it was after. You know what? Let me try to get signed by Jay-Z
I'm
real
shocked
quick.
that another truck company hired him.
I mean, it's not like it's more so like an ethics thing and an insurance thing. It's not like he flipped a truck or killed anybody. So those are one of those things where it's not going to go on your record, you know?
Ah, I see.
Yeah. It's just like a insurance code of conduct type of thing where, you know, you just made somebody watch a sex tape of you. They gotta get you up out of there.
DG has a birds and the bees question.
I just can't get it how someone trusts to put his John on a lizard. I mean, the Wale, man, it's you know,
You just use a condominium.
yeah, it's not that hard to fathom the Wale. I mean,
Well, back in his country, they use actual sheep gut,
yeah,
actual sheep intestines. So you're liable to catch something from using the sheep intestines.
yeah. I don't even think they clean it. They just
They just rip it out the sheep.
right. Somalia, they use a sheep guts for the condom to fuck a goat. It's all fucked up over there in Somalia.
When they say sheepskin, they really mean sheepskin.
Got fur on it still. Wait, what the hell?
It's still warm.
The Wale.
Man.
I think that was I think it was Portia that actually sent me a video of some dude in some African country was having sex with an animal and they were recording them. I was like, what the why are you sending me?
Portia said that?
Yeah, man.
You know what?
Wasn't that you, Portia? I'm pretty sure that was you. She's always sending me.
You sent that to me.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Pics.
Did I send it? I thought you sent it.
You sent it.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you sent it. I'm pretty sure.
I'll top Anthony Weiner for sure.
I'm pretty sure you sent that video, Portia. But yeah, for the show, I sent it.
Horses are worse. Wow, eclectic. What have you been into?
Wow, eclectic. Jesus Christ. Damn, eclectic. You watched that video, eclectic? Wow. Jesus.
She's getting all kinds of ideas in that hot Latina blood she was talking about last night.
Yeah. Jeez. Eclectic, man. You gotta
She's
relax.
Eclectic for nothing.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know
Her
that.
experiences are many and varied.
I didn't know she was that type of gal. Wow.
Eclectic for sure.
He said as Arab, not African. Nah, they look black, the Wale. I don't know what country it was, but
I'm gonna start calling her eclectic predilections.
the Wale always trying to take up for Africa. Like shit don't be going down. Hey, you know.
Hey, you know what? What we learned about traveling dust out of Africa, you might want to stop defending it.
Seriously.
Apparently, there's dust that gets blown over from Africa all the way over to the Amazon forest.
Jesus Christ.
27 million tons a year.
Man, it's that dusty over there. God.
Yeah, apparently it replenishes phosphates in the soil in the Amazon. That's a long way for dust to go.
I guess that's why they call black men dusties over here. I guess that's where it comes from. All that dust from Africa. God damn. Jesus Christ, man. that dust and minerals, uranium. Look at Douale. He always take it up for Africa,
He's
man.
the consummate geologist.
It's uranium. It's not. Man, get out of here, Douale. Talking about uranium. Douale don't even know what uranium is.
Dr. Douale, PhD.
Uranium. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, John, man, you were right though, man.
Oh, you talking about the J6, huh?
Yeah, man. I think it is gonna have to be the first thing he does. You gotta free the people, man. They did it because of you, Trump, man. They did it because of you.
It was definitely his supporters for sure, right?
Yeah. But I mean, even in hindsight, like, I think he really did kind of, I don't think he, what they say, like he, started an insurrection or anything, or he advocated for violence of any kind. I don't think that, but he kind of rallied those people up. He turned people up. And that's the thing, Trump, I've never seen anybody as far as a president, I've never seen anybody as like, just like as, what would be the word, Stanley? Like so many people, just like his personality just really affects so many people that I really do feel like Trump is somebody that could say something and people would actually go out and do it.
Yeah, I can see it.
He's got to be careful. He's really got to be careful. I don't think any other president since I've been alive has had that much power over the people like Trump does.
Yeah, I think Obama had it, but it's kind of fizzled. So, Trump is going to have it for a long time relative to any other president, considering that he went away for 4 years. So it's kind of.
I don't even think Obama had it. I don't think Obama could have gotten like men specifically. I don't think Obama could have gotten men to go do anything, honestly. Like to the extent that Trump did.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah, he probably was more influential with he was more emotional, I guess.
Yeah, because it takes a certain type of guy to have men follow you.
Yeah, Trump has an incel army.
I would agree, but even to be able to rally the incels, it takes a certain type of guy.
Trump is king of the incels.
Like you can't just be anybody to rally the incels, Like even like Kevin Samuels,
that old Jason and the Argonauts movie where they sprinkle teeth in the ground like shark's teeth or something, and these warriors spring up out of the ground. That's what the incel army's like.
Come on, Stanley. It wasn't only incels out there, man. Come on, man. There were cops. There were cops.
There were some incel lesbians too.
Come on. I didn't see any lesbians out there.
Now, actually, American Man is King Incel now. Wow. Okay.
Is he?
Samuel says so. Samuel's in the know.
He changes his name like every few months, so that's his new name. It's like he's like kind of like Prince.
Femcells, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good word there, Kelvin. Thanks. I don't have to use that.
Oh no, Stanley, that's a thing. Femcells, that's actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a lot of women that they can't like find any guy that they like.
Okay, well, you know what? There is a steep learning curve this week on this channel. Kevin Samuels, Femcells, my head's My head is swirling.
Yes, I think we watched the video one morning about themselves. It was really interesting, and the girls weren't even ugly. They weren't like gorgeous either, but they were like right in that middle ground where it's like, she's not ugly enough to where nobody would want her. But yeah, women going years without sex and stuff, and I'm not sure how much I believe that, but
All right. Well, there are YouTube videos. I guess I know what I'll be doing overnight.
President-elect Donald Trump, his first broadcast television interview since winning back the White House. Moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, talked with the president-elect and joins us now. Kristen, he was clear about what he wanted to do on day one, but he also left some gray area as it relates to the potential targeting of his perceived political enemies.
Hallie, that's right. We talked about that and more, covering everything from pardons for those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th to his support for Ukraine to whether tariffs would raise prices for Americans. And I asked him about his campaign promise to carry out mass deportations. You've talked about prioritizing people who have criminal histories.
Correct.
But is it your plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Well, I think you have to do it. And it's a very tough thing to do. But you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally. The people that have been treated very unfairly are the people that have been online for 10 years to come into the country.
When asked about members of the January 6th committee?
Honestly, they should go to jail.
So you think Liz Cheney should go to jail?
For what they did.
Everyone on the committee, you think?
I think everybody anybody that voted in favor.
Are you going to direct your FBI director and your attorney general to send them to jail?
No, not at all. I think that they'll have to look at that, but I'm going to focus on drill, baby, drill.
When you say that, it carries weight, though. You've tapped these people to lead the Justice Department and FBI.
They can do whatever they want.
But the president-elect says he is looking to pardon people convicted for their actions on January 6th.
We're looking at it right now, most likely. Yeah, I'm going to look at everything. We're going to look at individual cases. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm going to be acting very quickly.
Within your first 100 days, first day?
First day.
First day.
Yeah, I'm looking first day.
Mr. Trump also signaling a major shift in U.S. policy toward Ukraine. Should Ukraine prepare for less aid from the United States after you're sworn into office?
Yeah, probably.
You said you can end the war in 24 hours. You've even said you want to try to end it before you're sworn into office. You're actively trying to?
I am.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin since you've been elected?
No. Well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've been elected?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say anything about that because I don't want to do anything that could impede the negotiation.
And Kristen, tariffs have been another day one promise from President-elect Trump. Did you get the sense in your conversation that he will actually slap those new tariffs on some of our closest trading partners like Canada and Mexico? Or is this more of a negotiating tactic for him?
It's a great question. He didn't rule out the possibility that they could be a negotiating tactic. The other interesting thing, Hallie, I asked him whether he can guarantee that if he does in fact move forward with tariffs, that prices won't go up for Americans. He couldn't guarantee it, but he said his goal is to lower prices, Hallie.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
Wow, he's got a plan. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, we know how good a planner he is.
Oh yeah, I think he's a great planner.
I think he planned January 6th perfectly.
Come on, Stanley. Come on, man.
And he gets to execute the end game.
Well, I hope nobody gets executed. But
no, I meant execute, as in complete the game.
Oh yeah. 12th man, what's going on?
Smear shit on the walls and then pardon them.
Good morning. Sitting down for my lovely breakfast here.
Well, I'm surprised you can eat after last night's drunk escapade.
What are you talking about?
Oh, well, you probably wouldn't remember.
Come on, Stanley.
What were you drinking yesterday, 12th man?
A little bit of vodka.
Nice.
A little bit.
Just a
Is that
swig.
an understatement?
Yeah, just a couple shots.
Hey, 12th man.
Hey, good morning, Portia. Good to see y'all.
Good to see you. So Stanley just mentioned something about pardon, so I thought that would be a very nice segue into, you know, the first real black president, Bill Clinton.
Ah, come on.
Is that Bill Clinton?
It sure is.
Damn, he looks different. He's lost a shitload of weight.
Mm-hmm.
This was not on my plan originally, but I thought, you know what? Everybody, we were out in the hallway, they were all talking about that, and I said, I'm gonna ask the president first.
Well, I think that the president did have reason to believe that the nature of the offenses involved were likely to produce far stronger adverse consequences for his son than they would for any normal person under the same circumstances. But I would urge all of you to just look at the facts before you make a judgment and see what they're talking about and what the context is. Because I'm still reading, somebody said, well, this is just like when Bill Clinton pardoned his brother. Well, it's not. My brother did 14 months in the federal prison for something he did when he was 20. And I supported it. And he testified, told the truth about what he'd done when he had a drug problem and helped to bring down a larger enterprise. And they sentenced him, and then he served 14.
So they're saying that he did the same thing, but he's like, no, I'm not. Mm-mm.
So wait,
He
is
went
he
to jail.
is he against Biden?
No.
No, he's not against him. But what he's saying is that his pardon for his brother isn't the same as what Joe Biden is doing with his son, because his brother actually served some time in federal prison, where Hunter has served no time.
Well, he also at the very beginning pointed out that Hunter Biden probably faces a little bit more unpleasantness than your normal criminal, you know, because he's basically a political target.
Yeah, I kind of agree, Stanley. I don't think Hunter did anything. I feel like the stuff that Hunter should have went to prison for, he didn't even get charged with.
Well, the thing is he runs the risk of being charged after Biden's out of office.
Right.
There's
right.
nothing saying they can't still charge him.
Yeah,
So,
the whole laptop thing, that should have been something he got charged
okay,
with.
well, there was no laptop.
Come on, Stanley.
They never produced data. They never produced the laptop. A whole like year plus long investigation.
They never produced 3 laptops?
No.
Come on, Stanley.
Okay. Learn something new every day.
Oh well, yeah, that you do. But I think that if they had evidence, if there was actual evidence, Hunter Biden he wouldn't have survived. Either there was no evidence, or Comer was a complete idiot and a failure.
No.
It's
It's
well,
not
one of
that.
the two can't be anything. Either no evidence or Comer was an idiot.
Or there's a
There's
third.
no
There's
middle
a third.
ground.
There's a third possibility too, Stanley. Maybe it was
Oh,
just
really?
maybe it was just
This
a
is
cover
incredible.
up. Maybe it's just a cover up.
A cover up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. That's a real.
You think a
that's a real
cover up
possibility.
from all of the
So
videos
you're
and
gonna
pictures
tell
and
me that
emails from the laptop?
a whole
No.
congressional committee couldn't uncover a cover up? Yeah, that's incompetence.
Well, yeah. It's a little incompetence, but I think if
I mean, if Portia knows it's a cover up, why doesn't Comer?
of course he knows it's a cover
I'm,
up.
I'm not saying that I know anything. I
You're
just
saying
said
he's part of- Are you saying Comer's part of the cover up?
I was just saying I didn't know that the laptop was fake.
Yeah, well, like I said, you learn something new every day.
No, I said that. I said that.
Oh, I heard what you said, and I said what I said.
Yeah, just
If there,
because I said it first, but yeah.
if there were actual laptops, they would have used them.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds
No,
good.
there was definitely a laptop, Stanley, but
Yeah, well, apparently it had nothing but dick pics on it.
oh, well, I
Because
hope
that's the
not.
only thing that came out. What's her name? What's her name? Flashing, his privates everywhere.
And crack pipes, right, Stanley?
Oh yeah, well, forgot about the crack pipes, but that was no surprise.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't blame Biden. That's all I'm really getting at.
Well, and if there were
Haley, can you do me a
laptops,
favor?
then Biden knew it and protected his son.
Yeah, as he should.
Laura Trump is stepping down as RNC co-chair.
And so she can take Rubio's place. Obviously.
In Florida, they say she's been floated as a possible. Yeah, okay, Rubio. Yeah, you're right. Why was I thinking North Carolina? I'm just shocked that neither son is stepping into any leadership role.
That made me another cup of coffee here.
Morning, John.
What's up, 12 man? It's 11 o'clock. Days moving along. Right.
Hey, HB, how about them Seahawks yesterday, huh?
Hey, man, you called it, man. I don't know what it was, but you called it.
You and John Galt.
Yeah,
John
man.
Galt went the right way.
You got one right, man. That was thank you, man.
That's four straight.
Oh crap. Hold on.
So they clinched the NFC West, so we're going to the playoffs.
Hold on. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Is there somebody in the back? Oh, I'll be right back.
So, John, did you hear the interview with Trump and what Bill Clinton said? Did John walk away? Did he say that he had to go get some coffee?
Yeah, he's going to get coffee.
All right. Well, show must go on. So let's.
I heard Mayor Eric Adams was.
I heard you saying something for shit.
Yes, I do believe that.
You said what, John?
Oh, I thought I heard you calling my name. You say
Oh
something.
yeah. I was asking you what you thought about Trump in that interview, and also what Bill Clinton said about Joe Biden pardoning Hunter, and Bill Clinton pardoning his brother after he served 14 months.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit different between the two of them. To me, it just kind of shows you, they Biden and his staff kind of were above the law. He got off.
It's perfectly legal to issue a pardon.
No, I didn't say that, but there's.
So how was he above the law again?
There's a lot more than I thought it would be.
Well, these people that preached
Thank you,
us about gun control and all this stuff, and then here he is with a gun crime.
Come on, that nobody else they don't usually convict people for that kind of crime.
Well, I guess the Democrats would argue that they should, right?
Well, you know what? If they actually think that, then they started with the right person.
Right. It could be an effective way, right? If you're going to argue to me you for gun control, then here's a classic case, right? And then furthermore, you can go to the inner cities and pick up some of the gangbangers that flash their guns on the internet. But in reality, they're not really, But
Well,
gun,
the gangbangers don't fill out applications.
that's right. Go get them, right? But they don't go get them, and they let Biden get away with what most of us probably would have had some trouble with, you know.
And I don't know, do gangbangers even use drugs?
I'm sure they do. Sometimes you see them smoking weed and with the gun at the same time. But, you know, I just think it just shows they're kind of above the law. A lot of the rules of decorum have kind of gone away here. And part of it,
for thee, but
Kind of
not
like
for
Trump
me.
pardoning January 6th lawbreakers.
well, you know,
Hope he pardons every last one of them too. I can't wait.
you know, I mean,
I think he should do just that, just like Biden pardoned. Then they'll be even.
but you know,
Let them all out.
and you know, the if he would have let the January 6th people go, those are just more or less regular everyday people. But Hunter Biden has been an elite guy, and I don't think people like seeing
John,
elite
ordinary people storm the Capitol and interrupt constitutional processes. Real normal behavior.
But I mean, the profiles, the demographics of the people that did it were just regular average
Graphics, ordinary people doing extraordinary things isn't that rare.
And I think, you know, Stanley, honestly, that is probably where the divide is, in that you see it totally different from the people that see it as kind of staged, like a coup in a way. I don't think it's a divide that can be reconciled.
Different is an understatement.
Yeah. That is correct.
Well, thanks, John. Just wanted to hear your thoughts. We
Oh,
have
should you
Mayor.
think January 6th was a coup, by the way? I'm just curious. What are your thoughts? Do you think the government engineered that?
Yes, I do.
The government engineered it?
I do. I believe that there were too many instances to whereby January 6th didn't even have to happen. But for all of the requests that Trump made, they were all ignored and denied, from the request of Nancy Pelosi and having the National Guard. No matter what the result of the election was going to be, you want to make sure it's safe and people are safe. But they didn't want that. And then they also opened the doors for these people to come in, and there's tons of they have tons of videos showing how they just let these people in. They didn't stop them, and they were guiding people in while they were inside of the Capitol, directing them, telling them where to go. So I feel as though there was some sort of
Well, we're gonna agree that the government did it, except I think it was the executive branch that engineered it, planned it, and executed it. So we agree it's the government, just different branches.
Yeah, so John, that's what I think. But I don't take issue with January 6th either, because Mike is back. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everyone doing?
Good. I
Well.
don't take issue with January 6th, John, because I feel like, and I've said this before, like, it is our house. We pay taxes for that building. We pay for everybody's job in that building. And as far as I'm concerned, they went to the manager. So
the problem with that,
that's how I
the
feel.
problem with that framing is just as many people did not want it to happen.
Well, I'm sure people didn't want it to happen, but
Well, no, what I'm saying is if it's the people's house, all the people weren't heard. Some of the people elected a different president. Why can't they be heard in the constitutional process that they voted for? Why can't it be executed in peace?
Stanley, I think that, and I've read a lot about this, you know what I'm saying? And just living here, because I find it unbelievable that the government would be so unprepared to let anyone storm the Capitol.
Well, I find it diabolical that they weren't prepared.
Right.
And when
Right.
they figured they were underprepared and tried to call the commander in chief, he was busy throwing catch up against the wall.
But even without the ability to get in touch with the commander in chief, here just from my experience. Hold on. Let me finish. From my experience being in corporate America, you have backup plans. If one thing goes down, if one node goes down, like that just looked too incompetent to me.
John,
to be
from
real.
my actual military experience, the military is very reluctant to get in to civil affairs. Okay?
No, what I'm saying.
They don't like act.
I got it. Take out the military. Take out the military, Stanley. And Stanley, they're probably 40.
So if they were unprepared, it's because the commander in chief was
Okay,
tinkering.
take
while
away the
they
military.
were
Stanley, take away the military.
No. The national guard is military. Your corporate experience does
Is that guy going to let John talk?
No, your corporate experience does not trump my military experience.
Well, as I said to you, Stanley,
As I
you didn't even let me finish.
all
Stanley.
we're doing is saying different
Stanley,
things.
you're gonna have to let people finish their point. And
Okay,
my point,
your point is bullshit.
well, yeah, okay, you can say that after I make it, but I haven't made it yet.
Oh, I already know this is.
Well, tell me what I'm about to say. Tell me what I'm about to say right now. If you know what I'm about to say, tell me what I'm about to say.
Because you sound
Tell me,
Psychic Stanley knows everything.
You know what I'm about to say, Stanley. If you know what I'm about to say, then say what I'm about to say right now. Right? Tell me what I'm about to say. Prove your clairvoyance.
I know it'll be silly.
Okay. Well, you can't tell me. So if you can't tell me, then I'll say it.
Oh, I don't. You know
If you
what?
can speak for me, then you can just speak to the audience for me, right? You can speak for me. Just tell the audience what I'm about to say. If you know,
don't be silly. Why would I spoil the surprise?
okay, cool. So I'm gonna say what I have to say. Then, if you don't like it, if you disagree with it, you can disagree with it, right? Now, you sure you don't know what I'm about to say? Are you sure?
You're gonna say it, or you gonna keep asking me?
Because I don't want to get interrupted, right? 'Cause I feel like it's very rude. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's rude.
If you can assure yourself that if you want to go ahead and front run me and say what you think I'm about to say, then say it, right? So I don't have to waste my breath, because otherwise I don't want to be interrupted. But anyway, so my thought is that, like, there were DC police there on the scene, there were Capitol police there on the scene. I'm sure there were other auxiliary police, security guards there. There should have been a better plan for those officers, better than what I saw. And the fact that they didn't have a plan either shows that they're totally incompetent, right? Which is possible. Or that incompetence that we saw was a feature and not a bug.
Okay, now let me tell you my interpretation.
Okay,
We've had 200 years of peaceful transfers of power. Why would someone be prepared for something nobody could fathom, would imagine? Only the mind of Trump, only from the mind of Trump could something like this happen.
But Trump didn't force those people to storm that Capitol.
Hold on, Mike. Let me respond to that. See, here's the thing. Where I tell you again, where I say kind of my experience, what says to me is like, these people should be planning for everything at any given point. This is a terrorism central, right? People are trying to pull off anything, and on one of the heightened days where a terrorist may want to destroy or disrupt something, they should have had a plan after backup plan.
John,
and seemingly they didn't have a plan.
Years of peaceful transfers of power.
Still,
I don't know why.
Era, right? You don't think they should have had a terrorism?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay.
I think a peaceful transfer of power is tradition in these United States.
The Thanksgiving Day parade is tradition, but they have a hell of a security precautions now. They didn't have that 100 years ago.
Let's compare a peaceful transfer of governmental power to the Thanksgiving Day parade.
They both used to be peaceful, but now they have to take security.
They're both roughly the same thing. Same order.
There are more people at the Thanksgiving Day parade.
Comparing Snoopy
But okay, but if you don't see it, I mean, I guess you have to act. I guess you have to act like you don't know things or act stupid.
Quality
right?
thought.
But if you don't think that whatever that date was not a significant day with a heightened, where the government should have had a heightened sense of terrorism.
Yeah.
Right?
Next
If
time
you
the
believe that,
government will plan on Snoopy.
all right, fair enough. You went to Snoopy and cartoons, so I guess you have nothing better
Well,
to say.
you mentioned the Thanksgiving Day parade.
I mentioned that in terms of security. Those events they have heavy security detail for terrorism. They didn't have that 100 years ago, but they do today. The Capitol, when they have the big events at the Capitol, man, they have terrorism protocols, bomb sniffing dogs, all that kind of shit. And on this day, this is such an important day, they just let these people just walk in. These people found their way in.
Yeah, it was. I believe that was a setup. I believe it was a setup.
My point,
And then there were federal agents down there.
I think I've made my point.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sure you have.
Hey guys, I'll be back. I'm getting a call.
It sounds like CKJ3.
Yeah, he does sound like CKJ. Did y'all did you and Stanley figure it out, Joe?
Oh no, it's never going to be figured out. We just have a huge difference of opinion. But I bet this time the National Guard will be there.
Well, I think
Trump wanted them there. He wanted them there the first time.
Biden will make sure that things are secure, unlike Trump was capable of doing.
Well, in my opinion,
it's not a matter of Trump being incapable. It was a matter of him.
Actually, the quality of president will be.
It was a matter of him being rejected and denied by Nancy Pelosi. Now, of course, for Joe Biden,
so much hokum.
So for Joe Biden, yeah, of course they'll be there.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't control the National Guard. The president does.
It was Nancy Pelosi.
The president was
John. What is y'all's mayor's name? I forget her name. What's her name, John?
Quality of president.
Muriel Bowser.
Bowser, yeah. Okay. And Muriel Bowser
should be planning for terrorist attacks.
Let's see here.
That makes sense.
Let me pull that up because all of that stuff is out now about their the transcripts of their emails and their communication rejecting Trump's use of the National Guard.
Hey, Porsche, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you put the lady who's in charge of the Capitol Police up on the screen while we
Yes.
Well, while you're marshaling the forces, I'm going to shoot down one by one. I'll go grab some water.
The lady is the head of the. John, you usually don't give. You usually kind of just let Stanley go. But I guess today.
I got a call coming in. I'm going to put him on.
Okay. You're on mute. We can't hear.
Petworth. Petworth. Yeah, I don't have anything near Georgetown. Petworth, Northwest DC.
What is the one that it has its private bathroom where it is?
That one's booked for the next 2 months. I have another private bath available though.
Where is that?
That one's in Petworth too.
Like how far is from Georgetown University?
You driving or catching the train?
Both, biking, driving, train. I mean, like how many miles away from there?
You said to Georgetown, right?
Yes.
Georgetown University? Let me see. I've never been to Georgetown before, to be honest with you. Let's see. Petworth to Georgetown. Georgetown. I'm guessing it's probably 20 minutes. Maybe more. Shit.
20 minutes?
20 minutes.
Okay.
Let me see. You said driving. Let's see. It's 19 minutes by car, I guess. Yeah, by car, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Georgetown is expensive
Okay.
though.
I know it's expensive, but I have to stay closer there to Georgetown, to Pentagon.
Yeah.
I work with Pentagon.
Oh, what do you do at the Pentagon?
With Pentagon, I'm a contractor.
Okay.
I was in Qatar, Afghanistan, Bahrain, Kuwait. Just came in 15 days ago, living with the Airbnb, and thinking if I go overseas again, then I will leave. If not, then I will stay somewhere close to have further education with it.
Yeah. So you want to take a look at Petworth? I can send you some videos.
You can send me a video, yes, please.
Yeah.
That'd be good. I will check.
It's a basement apartment though. It's a basement apartment. You like basements?
And how much is that?
It depends on how are you paying. Because it's set up like an Airbnb, kind of like what you're living in now. So they give discounts depending on how much you pay up front.
Okay. Well, I was asking like how much monthly would be that?
Well, they usually start off by weekly, bi-weekly, and then for people that are paying monthly, they have to pay multiple months up front. But there is no security deposit.
Okay. The security deposit is not that big.
And there is no security deposit. Right. There is no security. You just got to pay for what you pay for your stay. Pay to stay.
I mean, security deposit is not important that much. The important for me is the location to be close to the school.
Oh, like I said, we got Petworth there. It's about 20 minutes, 26 minutes tops driving. It's about 6 miles. 6 miles. You ride a bike 6 miles.
Yes. Okay, and send me the videos. I will check and talk to them.
All right, I'll do.
Yeah.
So he probably was Afghanistan. Like a lot of people here, he sound like you say you've been in Afghanistan, all that. There are a lot of the translators that get to come here from the countries that we are at war in, and they get jobs and stuff like that. I imagine that's what he does. He's working at the Pentagon. Somebody says, does anybody in DC speak English? All right, go ahead, Portia. Sorry about that. And he's living in Airbnbs too. Stanley, Portia, you guys there? You're on mute. Okay, all right. Cool.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Man, I wanted to do something on Jay-Z, man. That Jay-Z is really something else. Has anyone ever seen that clip of Pastor Manning talking about Jay-Z's mother? Not Jay-Z's mother, Puffy's mother. Has anyone ever seen that video? You ever seen it, Stanley?
No, I've never seen it. Why is Pastor Manning familiar?
You probably heard of Pastor Manning. If anyone can find that clip, man, I would love. I've been looking for it. I can't find it. But anyway, so Pastor Manning, I think it's in this one, but I can't be for sure. Let me see if I can find it. Pastor Manning. This might be it. I can't remember. But he was talking about basically Puffy's mother. Puffy's mother. I think this is it. may not, but basically he's talking about Puffy's mother and saying like, what kind of mother would take money from her? And this was probably 10 years ago. I don't know when it was, but he was saying, what kind of mother would take the money from a man doing what he's doing? I'd rather starve than take this man's money. I don't think this is it, but I think the same thing will likely be said about the Jay-Z's of the world. Like there's something wrong, like my mother wouldn't take that kind of money. I don't think she would. Being honest with you. If she knew I was out here,
I'm back now.
If my mother knew I was out here doing whatever, I don't think she just would not take that money, man. And Pastor Manning was asking the question, like, how can these women take this dirty money from these their sons, knowing what they're doing, talking about selling drugs and pimping women. And if anyone can find that video, man, that was a hell of a video by Pastor Manning. Damn, if I could find it. Have you ever seen the video, Portia? Anyone ever seen that video?
No, I've never seen it. So you're saying it's past. I'm sorry. I know y'all can hear these kids speaking Spanish in the background right now. You said it was Pastor Manning. Talking about Jay-Z and Diddy.
He basically went hard at Janice Combs, Puffy's mother, right? And he was basically saying, how could you take that money? Considering what he does for a living and how he makes his money. And in the background of him talking, he had all these women, shaking their ass. And someone said, that's not it. He had them shaking, it was basically footage from Puffy videos. And he said, basically, how can you do that? Something must be wrong with you. You can take that money from a man who makes his living showing women shaking their asses and pouring liquor and shit on. I think he was pouring liquor or something on one of the women, champagne or something, and he just, anyway, I was wondering if I could find that video. I thought it would be interesting to show. Anyone ever seen that video though?
No, I've never heard of it.
But you've heard of Pastor Manning?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
I'm gonna see if I may have emailed myself that video years ago. Let me see if I can find it. Now I think with Jay-Z being alleged to have done some of the same things is kind of interesting. Now, like the mother.
I saw something. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying the mother's behind all of this. You know what I'm saying? All these men rapping about selling drugs, sleeping with women and pimping women. They all have mothers. Some of the mothers benefited from some of the things these people were saying, and now it's all being stripped away from them,
True. I saw something this morning on the news as I was getting ready for work about Jay-Z supposedly in a civil suit. Some allegations came out about him and a 13-year-old allegedly.
Yeah. Damn, I had it. You know what? I'm going to share something with you guys. You see, I know I have it. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Wrong email here. Let me go to my other email box. All right, take a look at this right here. Since you brought up Jay-Z. Let's see here. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, so we can see it. I can see it.
All right.
Yes, we can see it.
All right. Here's a blast from the past here. Let's see. Probably gonna be an ad.
I look at Jay-Z and I say, wow, here you are trying to be something that you're not. You're not an advocate for Black people. You sold drugs to Black people and you rapped about it and talked about it. How do you do that? Like, I'm trying to figure that part out. Like, you can't make that right. This ain't snitching. This ain't telling on nobody. You told on yourself already. Like, you already told people what it is that you do and how you do it and how you feel about what you're doing. So how you rap about something that you did, I'm confused. I don't know. But people ask me, why you always talk about Jay-Z? Why you always say something about LeBron? I'm like, they two are the same. They together. They friends. So if I say something about them, I'm saying something about two people that said something about me and talked about me. So if you talk
What the hell's wrong with this?
about me and I talk about you, why would you get mad about?
Anyway, damn videos about me. But I think the first part of what he was saying is really like, I don't know how Jay-Z has been able to get beyond that. Black people all my life been talking about crack babies. And well, he was the crack baby maker. Talked about selling drugs to his mother and shit, shooting his brother, rapped about it. Had niggas jumping up and down in the club talking about pimping hoes. Man, like, these people are gonna find themselves with no allies. You know what I'm saying? They've gotten rich, decadent, is basically off the carcass of black people. You know.
Yeah, they all been doing that for years, John. You know, it's crazy. That's why I think personally that the black community won't go any further on what we are now.
Yeah, it's something, you know, the big three, R. Kelly, Jay-Z, Puffy, all now like smeared somehow with like some of the worst kind of allegations you could put on someone, like sexual allegation, rape and shit. Them the lowest motherfuckers in prison. Right? And those are the highest people in the black community. Like shit. Like think about how upside down that shit is. The highest people in the most elite people in the black American community are the ones that will be the lowest in prison for raping women, being accused of sleeping with 13-year-old women and children and shit. Like it's really kind of amazing when you think about it.
You can't really put it past them either. If they'll sell crack to their mama, what makes you think they won't fuck a 13-year-old?
You know?
Yeah, that's insane.
I mean, when do the morals start and they end? Honestly, I don't put it past none of them. Honestly, if you'll do that,
and then rap about it, like
yeah, they rap about it too. Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like it would be one thing if they just did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but shit, man, how many movies have been made and rap songs have been made? I think Spice One did one. Like, you know, don't say a dope to a nigga mama, right? You know what I'm saying? You ever seen those movies? Hell, what was that movie? It wasn't The Shy. It may have been The Shy. That way, you know, it's like, don't say a dope to somebody's mama. It was The Shy. There's been so many instances of that, you know, like in black cinema, you know, where they you know, kind of uphold some morals. Don't shoot on Sunday. Don't shoot grandma. Don't shoot children.
Right. That's how it was. That's how it was when I was growing up. Like the dealers and the dope dealers and the niggas killing people and shit, they didn't come out until the street lights came on. So the kids, you know, me as a youth, we could play outside and stuff. We didn't have to worry about people shooting or killing. But once them street lights came on, that's when you got to go back home. But that was like a certain level of, you know, it was some structure, some order. Like, yeah, niggas was dying, but I never saw none of that.
There's a level of social conscience.
Right. If we're gonna do it, we're not gonna do it in front of the babies, you know? Like, you see somebody get killed at 6, your life is all fucked up after that.
Does anyone remember the Jay-Z song where he was rapping about selling dope to his mama?
I mean, that's pretty much.
I don't remember I don't remember hearing that.
You don't remember that shit?
And that's why I really can't put none of this stuff past them, man. And I think just like you were saying too, when that's pretty much been your life's work is contributing to the destruction of black people. Now, when you need the public to have your back, they ain't gonna be there for you.
I used to like this song. I can't remember the name of it. I can play like 2 seconds. Here you go. You can see what's on the screen, right? All you did was motivate me. Don't let them hold you back, right?
What I do, I turned around and I saw you.
That's what he's talking
Oh yeah. Oh, I do remember that song.
That's weird.
Damn.
That's fucking amazing. You know, he had another song where he talking about shooting his brother in the shoulder or some shit. Yeah, it's fucking amazing.
Damn.
Hey, John, did that how long ago was that Pastor Manning video? Was it from this year?
No, this shit was a few years ago, before
Years ago.
England went in this trouble.
Okay.
Yeah, it was before England went in this trouble.
And the fact Jay-Z didn't say nothing about Diddy too, man. It's like you already know he was with it. You already knew.
Yeah, I believe Jay-Z was involved in that.
Man, you know, I've been saying, man, that nigga Jay-Z was sure enough quiet during this election season. And but he was running his mouth the last election season. He really running his mouth. And it's just something you remember he called Trump a super bug. You remember that? Anyone remember he called Trump a super bug?
Yep. I think he knew. Once Diddy went down, he already knew it was only a matter of time.
I think
It's just crazy that they wait all this time to do something about it, you know.
I think the Democrats knew too. That's why they didn't use Jay-Z. I mean, they didn't even let him come out there with his wife.
Yeah, they sent Kelly Rowland out there instead of Jay-Z. They put her in a suit too. Is that crazy? That was the suit Jay-Z was supposed to wear. They're like, nah, just put it on Kelly.
Best guy hairstyle.
Damn. But no, I think this is the perfect time though, honestly. Because I think if they would have done this, years ago, I don't think the people were ready for it yet. Because I mean, this is a civil case. This isn't like
What, a criminal case?
Yeah, this isn't a criminal case. So this is really more of a kind of like a smear campaign. But I think the people are so open to it now because so much more information is out there.
I think that the Cassie's case started off as civil, and I remember listening to someone was just talking about basically how they use that as the jump off to the criminal.
Yeah.
Everything, and I mean, these people probably have done so much dirty shit, right? And I just don't think they're protected anymore.
Yeah, and I think too, Jay-Z is making the same mistake Diddy did. Instead of settling out of court, shutting this woman up, like Diddy should have did with Cassie, you try to fight it. And all it's going to do is open up more and more dirt. And nobody's going to have his back, just like nobody had Diddy's back.
But I thought didn't he pay Cassie?
After the fact, not initially.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
That dude was found not guilty. Of
Daniel Penny.
And homicide. He is out.
Wow.
See, I told you.
Oh my God.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. That's fucking interesting.
Wait, we gotta pull up a video. Hell no. In New York. See, John, man, the tides changed, man. It's changed, man. I never like these past 8 years, I never would have thought something like that would happen.
I knew he wasn't gonna get convicted when those two, the black man and the black lady, when they stood up and said something.
Man,
Damn.
you couldn't have told me they were about to lock his ass up.
Yeah, but the thing is it's a system failure. There are a lot of things that should have
We're
been.
waiting on them to walk out of the court right now. Just wanted to say that really quick. That's what this video is.
I wonder, is there going to be any riots or protests?
Nope.
Hey, Push,
I
can't fight. You're probably faster than me.
It's too.
John, what? I didn't hear you.
Can you put it up, Push? I can't find it.
Yeah. I have it. They're getting ready to walk out with Daniel Penny and his attorneys and do the best press conference.
Okay,
But
so
I
that was
can
it.
share the story of this news article. So it says,
I apologize for interrupting you.
breaking: Daniel Penny acquitted. Jury finds Moraine not guilty in Jordan Neely subway death case. Daniel Penny was found not guilty of criminally negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely during an incident on a New York City subway in 2023. The jury reached this verdict after more than 24 hours of deliberation across 5 days. This is a developing story, and we will provide updates as new information becomes available. So they dropped the one charge, and now he has been acquitted. And this is a great day for Daniel Penny and New York, because this shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Yeah, I do think if he was convicted, then Trump would have pardoned him.
Trump couldn't have pardoned him. State crime. Jordan Neely's father was reportedly removed from the courtroom for speaking out. I wonder what he had to say.
Well, I mean,
They don't allow that in New York, right? Like, to record.
Nah. New York is that they just do like the pictures, the depictions.
Yeah,
You
that
can't.
sucks.
and they also have a suspect in that CEO's assassination.
Wait, wait. They have the guy now?
Well, no, they have a suspect that they got in Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Mm.
Come on.
Yeah, I saw a still photo of that guy. He was in a taxi cab, but they showed a still photo of him in the back of a taxi cab.
I saw
leaving
that
New
Let me
York.
ask you, how big of a story is this? This Daniel Penny being found not guilty? Like, you know what I mean? It may
I
not
think
be a
it's
big
huge.
story. Yeah, I think it's big too.
I think it's huge. I think it means so much more than the case. It's really the minds of the people that you're really seeing. Because 4, 5, 6 years ago, he would have been doing life for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Here's
I think this was a slap to what's that guy's name? Alvin Bragg.
I mean, it's a.
I don't
I would
agree
say
with that. I mean, they almost
to
had
everybody.
to. They pretty much had to do a trial. There was no way he was
Oh,
just.
yeah.
I
No,
don't
they had.
I
I
don't
think they had to do a trial too, man.
I don't think so, man. I think they could have
Mm-mm.
reasonably said, we're not sure on the cause of his death. He wasn't dead from a chokehold. He didn't choke him to death right there on the spot. They could have just left it up, but we were just not sure, waiting on the medical examiner. And then we came back 9 months later after everything cooled down, like they did with Eric Gardner. And said, well,
That's
nobody's
what a trial by a jury of your peers is for.
Well, but I don't think there should have been a trial. But if you want to ward off any political protests and shit like that, you just delay it out a little bit, let it cool off, and then announce it. And
I think not trying it would have led to protests.
well, not trying it, like I said, if again, you could have delayed it out. Like, time is your friend. You come give an update. Hey, we're still waiting on the medical results to be released. You know, and then you kind of start explaining to the people, hey, this man, he didn't die right there on the scene. Like, they immediately jumped on, he was choked to death. That's not true, right? He was not choked to death.
He was racist.
Okay,
Right.
well,
Then they're referring to him as a white man in the trial, which kind of showed where their mind was in the beginning. Because I don't think they played it out, because again, if they had thought it out, better. They win 90% of their cases. How the hell they lose this one, right? Because it's a case that shouldn't have been brought.
A delayed trial would have looked like delayed justice.
Well, but it's a case that shouldn't have been brought, and what does that look like?
Yeah, well, I understand. I understand that you think
innocent and had the sentiment clearly of the city behind him, right? And yet they tried it anyway. They didn't have to do that. You don't have to try it.
It should have been tried. That's the whole reason you have trials and delaying it. If you think if race was going to play an issue, delaying it for a white man would have been politically charged.
Well, they rushed the trial
and they rushed innocence. I don't think having a trial in and of itself is a bad thing.
I mean, having a trial, like that man was on trial for his life. And once you put a man on trial for his life, like for something that you could reasonably say this man would never bother anyone again, probably for the rest of his life. He had a clean record. There were many things you could have done without putting him at risk of spending the best years of his life in prison.
The system works. The system works. He was found innocent.
Yeah, fair enough.
I have new.
Okay, I'm gonna play this video really quick.
Breaking news. The jury has reached a unanimous verdict in the case of Daniel Penny. He's been found not guilty on the charge of criminally negligent homicide. Now, remember what was at stake here. The jury could not agree on manslaughter. They failed to agree twice. The judge gave them another bite at the apple on this lesser charge, negligent. They now say not guilty. What does this mean? Let's first go to reporter CB Cotton, who's outside the courthouse, to find out how this has played out. Now, I hear an immediate melee of protesters, CB.
Hi, Harris. That's right. Protesters are pretty upset. There's a large crowd of them out here next to me. You can hear them rattling the police barricades, saying no justice, no peace. And what they're yelling now follows a series of threats that they hurled earlier as the defense walked in with their client, Daniel Penny, telling the defense team that Daniel Penny can have no peace here in New York if he's found not guilty on this lesser charge, criminally negligent homicide. And from what I can hear right now, they're repeating those threats. They are very angry.
Yeah, see, all they're doing is setting him up now, because now he's gonna get taken care of now.
Well, he's gonna have to leave New York, man.
Yeah,
you gotta leave.
Yeah, but wherever he goes, he's gonna be fine.
He gonna have to live like George Zimmerman and Darren Neely and I think was it Darren? What's the name? Man that killed Mike Brown.
I think he's gonna get to live like Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
This is about to be the Kyle Rittenhouse treatment.
Yeah.
He's about to get love from every corner.
But he's gonna have to leave New York City. That's for sure. He cannot stay one more day. What these blacks in?
Yeah, man, that's a snazzy outfit.
Okay,
it is. That boy look like he like in military. He's a soldier, officer. Some African Army uniform.
He got that from
he got an African Army uniform. What African Army is that?
He got that from the Stanley wardrobe.
That's right. I'm nothing if not snazzy.
Snazzy Stanley.
Look at that hat too, man. That's
Black
a
man
nice
said he ain't leaving New York, bro. He leaving that motherfucker. He got to go, man. He got to go.
Yeah, I mean, he should leave. Most people with sense.
Hey, we saw that white boy walking down the street get killed for nothing. Can you imagine what some black might do to him if they saw him somewhere on the train? Like,
yeah.
They want to get choked out too.
Say what?
So they want to get choked out too.
They might.
He might stab him from the back. Anything, it ain't worth it, man. It ain't worth living there. For him.
If he can't walk around with a pistol in his pocket.
Hell, he ain't got eyes behind his back, right?
I need to be strapped if I was him.
I hope this not his family, John.
It is his family.
So
That's
y'all,
Big Hawk right there. That's Big Hawk. Black Lives Matter right there. That big nigga.
Yeah,
That's
this
Big Hawk.
is his family, HB. The whatever that dude's
All right,
name,
just
Michael
for
Jackson.
names, this is Andre Zachary. This is Jordan Neely's father. This is Christopher. I'm Dante Mills.
Of course you are.
We're devastated. Upset, angry,
the same
hurt.
family that had him living in the
Over and
streets
over
for 12
again,
years.
we keep coming to the system asking
I'm not
the
devastated.
system
I'm happy.
to let us know that our lives have value. Jordan Neely was choked to death by someone who didn't care. People was telling him to stop. Last week, the jury they couldn't decide on the top charge, but they come back this week and they give up on us. The family's hurt. I promised this family that we would get justice. We're still going to do that. We're going to move forward with our suit. The district attorney did a good job, but the jury in this case let us down. So now here's what we have. We have a call to action, because you have to do something with this anger and with this rage. Our call to action is to take care of each other. We can't rely on outside people. If we see someone asking for food, we have to take the responsibility to give it to them. If we see someone cold, to give them a coat.
Not me.
If we see someone going through something, to ask them if they're okay. That's how we help each other, because we can't rely on the system to do it for us. And clearly, if we get to this point, it's too late. We have to be there for each other, and that's our call to action. Everybody that's pissed off at this verdict, I challenge you to go outside today and help one person. Right on. That's my challenge. If you're angry, if you're hurt, go help one person. That's how we beat the system. That's how we turn this around, by being there for each other.
I just want to say, I miss my son. My son didn't have to go through this. I didn't have to go through this either. It hurts. Really, really hurts. What are we going to do, people?
What are we going to do?
What's going to happen to us now? I had enough of this. System is rigged.
It's rigged.
Come on, people. Let's do something about this.
What you want to do?
Let's do something about it. Too often. We have
Like what?
Garner's mother here.
Okay.
There's
I see dead
too
people.
often this is happening, where we're left alone in this society. We got to stop that. We have to change how we impact each other. Jordan came on that subway car. The first thing he asked for was food, and he was killed. And the person who killed him was not held responsible. We cannot allow this to keep happening.
Was his father in his life until now?
The government need to get out snacks on the train.
Granola bars. They need to be handing out granola bars.
We need food.
Good morning, everyone. Here we
This here-
stand
this here
once
gone.
again in front of this
Once
unjust
again.
system.
Both of these niggas choked out mamas.
I stood here 10 years ago
Uh-huh.
because they did not
That's a
give
nice
justice
wig,
to
though,
my
John.
son with the
That's a
chokehold.
nice wig.
I fought hard to get the anti-chokehold bill passed, which did
damn.
pass. But it shouldn't only be for police officers. It should be for civilians also.
Nobody should be choking.
No
me.
one deserves to be choked to death. And you know, we're in that courtroom and people are cheering for the verdict. They made the loudest noise. The judge did nothing. But when his father spoke out, they put him out the courtroom.
Get your black ass out here.
Is
Byron.
that justice or what?
Y'all crazy.
We can't allow this to keep going on. We have to fight this system. That's what I had to do. I had to fight to get the little justice that I got. I got
Right,
one
Dina.
police officer fired.
How
There's
much you-
more that need to be fired. But I tell this family, Do not give up, because that's what they want you to do. They want to discourage you, just like they tried to discourage me. But 10 years later, I'm still fighting. And I'm not only fighting for myself, I'm fighting for families like yourself.
I got that
That's why I
bread.
have to come out when this injustice is done. If this had been the other way,
Mm-hmm.
if your family had murdered this so-called innocent guy now,
She wanted to call him a white
been
boy.
a different story. He would have been in jail or would have never came out.
Never.
But they don't do the same to us. It's two justice systems.
Mhm.
And we have to stop this. And the only way that we can stop it is to stand together. Those of us who are against what happened, we have to speak up. We can't treat this just like another news story, not another press conference. We have
They
to
just want a
speak
reason
out,
to burn down New
speak up,
York.
and stand up.
Get it, niggas.
So
Get it.
I just say today, we
Get it.
did not get justice once again.
Get it.
And I am saddened. I am truly saddened by this situation because it keeps on happening and no one is standing accountable for their actions. So that means that any civilian could get on the train if they feel threatened and they could choke someone out and they're going to get found not guilty.
That's not what
Just
that
like
means.
today, this sets a precedent. And we can't let this happen. If the police can't do it, the civilians can't do it either. And I just want you to
Niggas did it
stand
part
with
right.
this family. This family needs you right now.
Oh hell no.
John, she been crying her whole life. She done lived through civil rights.
Wait, I wish
I'm
y'all
Jim
could see
Crow.
this right now.
Oh,
I wish y'all
oh,
could see
oh,
this.
I'm sorry to Chris.
Oh,
I'm sorry that America has failed you. You've come here, you've shown discipline, you've shown strength, you've shown love, you've shown how to carry yourself with composure when you're facing this machine, this American judicial system that cannibalizes our people. But I'm gonna tell you this,
cannibal,
and I'm gonna say it loud and clear. Let
Say it
the
loud.
marchers march, and let the steppers step. Let the marchers march, and let the steppers step.
You about to have a step in the
Inciting
neighborhood.
violence.
You want to do something about this verdict?
He inciting violence.
Then you go into your neighborhood and you promote black unity.
Push your pause.
Black people, we are all we have.
Push it.
Oh, it's
Read that
over.
jacket. Read that jacket he got. What's that jacket say?
Clucks, is it
Is it Clucks?
Clucks Busters.
Clucks Busters, yeah.
These niggas fighting a
Oh.
50-year-old enemy. Ain't no Ku Klux out here no more. They fighting a 50-year-old boogeyman of an enemy. He a cluck buster. Nigga, where the clucks at?
You get that jacket from Stanley?
You know, in the hood, they call dope fiends cluckers, you know.
What's a Clucks? What's that?
I think you're talking about clucks.
Ku
Right,
Klux
Klan.
Klan.
Ku Klux.
Yeah, I'm a cluck buster.
Oh, so that's like a nickname for it?
Right, he just shortened it. You know, he didn't want to say Ku Klux Klan buster. He just put cluck buster.
He kind of promoting the Klan right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Ain't no cluck, no clucks out here. Man, what a cluck? Nobody living today.
It's funny a man from Alabama would ask that question.
I've seen the
New
Klan.
York Klux Busters.
I've seen the Klan. You know what I'm saying? But I bet you not many people have ever seen the Klan. Right?
Yeah.
And
A lot of
he is
people
fighting-
haven't.
He is fighting the enemy that it's been gone 50 years.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind.
Well, we know what we're getting Stanley for Christmas.
A big white hood?
No, we're gonna get you that jacket right there.
Yeah, I'll wear it.
I know you will. You gonna wear that to Walmart instead?
I'm gonna wear that. I'm gonna wear that in downtown Savannah.
We got Mella in the building. Mella.
Oh, it's been a long
Hey.
time. Hey, Mello.
So, Mella,
Hey, it's been a while.
How you been, Mella?
I'm good. You feeling all right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Everybody feeling all right?
Daniel
we're
Penny's been found innocent.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Is my mic clear?
Yes.
Clear as a Sunday morning. How you doing? Doing, man?
Man, I wish I could hear you all clearly. Let me
Oh,
Do
see
you
what I can do.
do you have any comments on what we've heard so far about the Daniel Penny?
Yeah, that video was very disturbing, right? Because it how can I say this? I'm not foreign to riding public transportation in a metropolitan city.
People, you know, do their thing.
She cut out. Her volume was
yeah,
low.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
there you
Your
go.
mic.
There you go. Yeah,
There we go. There we go.
I had an interruption, but I'm not foreign to riding public transportation and having seen undesirable behavior. That's what I'll call it. Undesirable behavior. I believe every citizen has a right to ride public transportation undisturbed. Right? So when you have someone, and I'll give a personal example. I was on public transportation, and it was filled to the max. And if you didn't have a seat, that was your goddamn problem. Pregnant,
on the green line? You on the green line?
No. But what I'm saying is,
You on the green line.
I know
So
you
I don't
referring
know
to
if she's for
Chicago.
Daniel Penny or the other guy. I'm lost.
Okay, but I'm gonna get to the point. My point is that this woman, she pulled out some scissors demanding a seat. You know what I'm saying? What are you supposed to do with that? When you are capable of taking somebody down in that circumstance, is that wrong? Is it?
Yeah. Did you get vaccinated?
If somebody pulled out a weapon on you, I mean, you got to defend yourself.
But this brother who died did not pull out a weapon. See, that's my conflict. It's like, okay, he was talking in a way that was disturbing.
And making verbal threats.
Yeah, he was like, somebody gonna die today and all this other kind of stuff. It's disturbing, but he didn't pull out a weapon. So I truly believe that the guy that killed him committed manslaughter.
It doesn't take long to pull out a weapon. I mean, if he didn't pull one, but not saying that he didn't have one.
So does everybody that's talking crazy deserve to die? That's what the deal is. Because this is a precedent. Does everybody who's talking crazy deserve to die?
To a certain extent.
Yeah, sometimes.
Hold on for a minute. Ramaswamy tweeted, I guess just the other day or today, I'm not sure. Someone just retweeted it. In 2015, Jordan nearly kidnapped a 7-year-old girl. In 2019, he punched a 64-year-old man in the face. In 2021, he slugged a 67-year-old woman in the face as she exited the subway, breaking her nose and fracturing her orbital bone. He's been arrested 44 times.
Okay, so you're saying it escalates. Like the key factor to observe is when somebody's talking crazy, it's just going to escalate. The more they get away with, the more they do.
I don't think
So
anybody
why not
said
take
that.
them out? Why not take them out?
Yeah, you know, Mela, the thing about threats, whether they don't hold any weight or they're a real threat, as the person that's being threatened or witnessing the threat, you don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree with HB.
I agree with you. It's the trip, because if I observe somebody talking crazy, and when I say crazy, I'm talking about threatening people.
Yeah.
My defense, my defense mode comes into play. It's like, wait a minute, the public has to be defended from this person in some manner. I'm just saying, does it have to escalate to death?
Yeah, sometimes it does.
Yes,
Sometimes it does.
sometimes it does. This is a
Okay.
prime example of it. I mean, he said that he was ready to die that day. He said that he was willing to go to jail. He was threatening people on the train.
Yeah,
So you're
sometimes.
basically saying nothing should have happened to nothing should have
I'm not
Daniel
saying
Penny
that.
should have been convicted.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's a way to take somebody down without killing them.
Yeah.
There's a way to do it. And this
They're not
particular
trained.
person,
They're not trained personnel though. Well, Daniel Penny, he was in the military, but
Yeah, he actually was.
and see, that's the difference. And I don't mean to be corny, but you all recall this movie. I know Black people always refer to movies, but this movie, Con Air, where in the beginning, the guy the guy was sentenced to jail because as a military service member, it was like, you should have known how to diffuse the situation without deadly force.
That's a Mela, that is a good point. I wonder if that played in Daniel Penny's favor, that he was a veteran. I wonder if the jury took
It's a
that in.
plus and a minus.
Absolutely, it did.
Yeah.
You can argue that he had some form of PTSD.
You could argue that. You could definitely argue that. But
Didn't he do 2 tours in Afghanistan or something?
I think one of the other things that came into play in the trial was the testimony of the police, right? Like, I imagine that the people on the jury were probably, ambivalent toward the police at best. May have been some pro police, but the police testified in the trial when at least one of them said, "Shit, I wasn't about to put my mouth on that dirty ass nigga. I wasn't about to get him mouth to mouth. He could have AIDS. He was dirty."
No doubt.
So in other words, like, that created some doubt in a sense because, again, he wasn't dead.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Didn't he die shortly after that?
Right. And the police officers who couldn't intervene, but he was so nasty and filthy, they refused to go all out to save his life. And there is that too. That's the complication that, I'm guessing that the media covers up and these Negroes don't have wind of, and that they didn't do all that they could have done to save his life.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely
Just one less undesirable to worry about.
Damn.
And the sad part too is his family being there. Where were they? He's been in the streets for like 12 years. I saw a video of him dancing as Michael Jackson 10 years ago.
Just one less undesirable to worry about. That's what it boiled down to.
People always come out the woodworks when they think they're going to get money.
I think that's.
Oh yeah, they definitely go sue the city.
Yeah, they've already sued him too.
That's what this is really about. Because just like Stanley always says, man, this is about parenting. I got this.
Absolutely.
I don't think they're gonna be able to do this civilly.
Say what, Sammy?
I mean, they can of course bring a civil suit, but I think it's going to be the same result.
No, I don't think so. I think a lot of times when you are arrested, and they don't need all 12, you stand a better chance of.
Right, but the thing is the argument that I'm making about basically it's a perfect storm. There are a lot of things that went wrong systemically. I think the same forces are going to be at play if they bring a civil suit. I think it would be dumb to bring a civil suit to begin with, because I don't think they're going to win a civil suit.
It's going to be interesting. You think about George Zimmerman lost his.
Well, there's the Castle Doctrine to consider.
Okay,
if someone is perceived as a threat,
Castle Doctrine.
He wasn't him. He wasn't home. Doesn't play.
It wasn't his house.
I'm not talking about the
Okay, when you say Castle Doctrine, there's no Castle Doctrine at play here.
Okay, I misspoke. I apologize.
He wasn't defending property.
Yeah, I should have thought about public safety doctrines. My bad.
Why?
Because this is about public safety.
Okay,
the perception of the public safety being in danger.
If it's going to be about public safety, I would think Penny was actually thinking of public safety.
Absolutely. He's a veteran.
Well, I think just kind of thinking about forces at play here, I just don't see how a civil suit works. I mean, it's obvious that the jury of his peers, basically said, hey, the guy may have gone too far, but it was, if anything, an innocent accident. He thought he was protecting people, a threat, and it just kind of got out of hand. I think the jury's going to be on the side of Daniel Penny, even in a civil suit.
I think so too.
I think a lot of times those cases typically don't make it to court. If he has like homeowners insurance or something like that, where they will protect him, offer him coverage, they'll just settle. I think that's how it worked. I know that's how it worked with George Zimmerman.
Well, he'll have plenty of money to settle.
Right. I know that's how it worked with George Zimmerman, and that they didn't sue Zimmerman. He didn't have anything. They sued the homeowners association. So they basically all of the residents that live there. Yeah. And so I think
one point I want to make, the public center, basically your point about it even making it to trial, this isn't Florida. Okay. A trial was going to be necessary in a New York state. Might not have been in Florida. The politics are different.
The thing is, in Florida, I know, and I would imagine it's probably somewhat similar in all states as it relates to civil cases. If you remember back to the Trayvon trial, you can even Google this and don't take my word for it. At one point, they were saying all we need is an arrest, right? You can Google Ben Crump and all of his family. They just kept saying all we need is an arrest. And so in Florida, at least, to be sued for something, for say a crime committed, you have to have an arrest. That person has to be found, has to be arrested. In other words, the government has said there's probable cause to arrest this person.
Well, you know who arrested him, right?
Who? Oh, yeah.
Attorney General Bondi.
Well, I don't think it was Bundy. I think it was Angela Corey who was more or less summoned by Bundy, right? That is true. But yeah, so in George Zimmerman's case, he had to be arrested for the family to sue. And so at some point, all they kept saying was just, we want him arrested. Forget about justice. For us to be able to sue him, we need him arrested. Yeah. And so I think the same thing would probably apply in Daniel Penny's case. Since he was arrested, they would have done the bidding for the family and allowing them to sue him. So it's not going to matter about the outcome of the criminal case. They'll still be able to go after him, and they're more likely to get a settlement.
Well, I guess
the O.J. Simpson trial, they were able to get something civilly, like the family sued O.J. Simpson in civil court for monetary. I don't know what the legal term is, but they sued him, you know, to pay them.
Well, at least the family will be able to afford a decent headstone.
Yeah.
He long buried now. They not about to put a headstone on him now.
So has there been any videos that you've shown of the family coming forward about
Yeah, Mella.
We just
yeah,
seen
Mella,
it.
when you Mella,
Oh,
when you
I missed it. I apologize.
when you
Okay.
pulled
Look
up,
into it.
when you pulled up, we were actually watching the family speak on it. His
See,
father
that's
was
the
there.
thing. They didn't house this guy, right?
Well, and the video, the video is a live broadcast, so it's happening right now. I'm listening to it in the back, but
Oh wait, pull it back up, Portia. Pull it back up.
Yeah, back to it,
yeah, because you know, I'm impatient.
His family didn't house this guy, but they got a lawsuit.
We don't want to miss any of it, Portia.
When you're facing this
You know, y'all was talking, so
machine, this American judicial system that cannibalizes our people. But I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to say it loud and clear. Let the marchers march and let the steppers step. Let the marchers march and let the steppers step.
Let them step.
You want to do something about this verdict? Then you go into your neighborhood and you promote Black unity. Black people, we are all we have. This system protects every other group except for the very people that built this country.
Say it.
Every group that comes here gets privileges, gets benefits, except for the very people whose fingerprints are on the bricks that built this country. There is no love for Black people. There's no love in the system.
Ain't no love.
How can you make a moral appeal to a people that have no moral code? How can you preach love to racists? That got Dr. King killed. How can you promote love to a nation that is built on theft and genocide?
That's right.
What we preach is unity, Black unity. Stop begging this system to justify our lives. Stop begging this system for justice. When things happen to you, you step up and defend yourself. Just like everybody else seeks justice on their own, just like everybody else has vigilantes, we need some Black vigilantes.
That's right.
People want to jump up and choke us and kill us for being loud. How about we do the same when they oppress us?
There we go. There we go.
I know you're looking for us to be like, oh, go and march. Go and march. No. This weekend, I want you to hold a community event everywhere from the Bronx to Houston to Seattle to Florida. Black people hold community event and talk about what you need.
Why don't y'all do something?
Talk about how to fix your issues. If the Black politicians come, don't let them in.
Well,
If
they
they
mad at
come, do not let them come and take over your fight for justice. Why? Because out of all the Black politicians who said something about this initially, none of them came to court. Look at these people playing with our lives, our children's lives. Black people, if you are serious about yourselves, you'll take your education serious. You will open schools in your community. You will take your health serious and teach your people about health. You will take your self-defense serious, and you will defend yourselves in your communities. You want to take the information that's disseminated seriously, then you will start your own media outlets. Because if America knew that Daniel Penny lied to the judges 5 times, lied to the cops 5 times, if they knew that all the people jumped off the train who were afraid within 30 seconds, and Daniel Penny choked them for 5.5 minutes, if they knew the truth, everybody would be on the side of justice, except for the racists. The people who are happy that Jordan Neely is dead. Unify yourselves. We will be putting out information on how to unify yourselves, but this ain't about us. This is about justice. So there'll be no more Eric Gardners. So there'll be no more Jordan Neely's. So we will be a united front and a community. America will never save black people. Politicians will never save black people. Only black people will save black people. Hawk Newsome, HAWKNEWSOME.
That nigga Hawk.
Shavonna Newsom, CHIVONA
This
I'm
is
the
sister right
co-founder
here.
of Black Lives Matter Greater New York, and I'm a devout Christian. And in my Bible, thou shalt not kill. In the Torah, thou shalt not kill. In Buddhism and Hinduism, thou shalt not kill a living thing.
Is this
But
the same
America
lady that was
has no
doing all the
moral
screaming the other day?
Mm-hmm.
She ain't
America
mentioned that
has no
Muslim.
soul. Our
Ain't
bloods
mentioned
have paved the streets of this nation since its inception. It was foolish of us to think that a black man would get justice in the system designed to keep him oppressed. My heart bleeds for the Neely family. My heart bleeds for his father, who sat in front of me every single day and prayed for justice for his son. There is no one coming to save black people, or else we wouldn't live in these ghettos, we wouldn't be in these prisons, and we would be further along than we are. We wouldn't be at the absolute bottom. So forgive me for being jaded and cynical, but once we saw those non-white jurors, we knew that this case was over.
Over. Nigga, it's over. Nigga, it's over. The whole shebang. Did you hear? Did you pause it, Portia? Or did it buffer?
No, I paused it.
Did you hear her say?
What she
Did you
just
hear-
said? Go ahead.
Did you hear her say we at the bottom? And she
No, that's why I
almost
paused it for
said
you.
She almost said ain't nobody else to blame but us. She was this before she almost said.
She said that's why we live in these ghettos, these hoods. Well, that's why we in the prison. That's why we still at the bottom. Oh, I'm not. I don't know who she's talking about because she ain't talking about me.
Man, these are some harsh realities these people are living, honestly, and they're facing it directly now. Man, this is amazing. It's like a crash out.
Yeah, the problem, these people don't ever come out and talk until something like this happens. Like, it's crazy. I mean, you don't hear from these people none until somebody gets killed.
But there are no white people here to cheer her ass on like it used to be, right? When George Floyd down there, white boy, he was calling for a white woman. But there are no white people around here to cheer her on so she could point it to white people. Now it's just like, shit, we at the bottom, shit, we down here. Ain't nobody coming to help us, right? Hawk out here talking about they giving away all the damn grants. And I'm sure he's speaking about the migrants. Like,
Hey, these type of people have been talking for 40 and 50 years about the same stuff and nothing ever happened.
Yeah, this shit is amazing. Amazing to hear this shit, Portia. God damn. Go ahead, Portia.
Who sat in front of me every single day and prayed for justice for his son. There is no one coming to save black people, or else we wouldn't live in these ghettos, we wouldn't be in these prisons, and we would be further along than we are. We wouldn't be at the absolute bottom. So forgive me for being jaded and cynical, but once we saw those non-white jurors, we knew that this case was over. Non-white jurors. How could there not be an uproar that the same person who got off Kyle Rittenhouse, who got off O.J. Simpson, was used here? And shame on you, celebrities and politicians who claim not to be racist, because the racists spoke loud and clear. John McCain's daughter, she had something to say. I think she incited a riot for the right. Phil Mickelson, he had something to say.
What?
Kid Rock donated $3 million.
What?
And if you look on social media, if you look at the hatred spewed across against us, against black people, against a man who was sick, because when there's a crisis of drugs in America, I'm sorry, it's only a crisis when it's a white person, an opioid crisis. Jordan was labeled a drug addict and labeled a crackhead. The only crime that Jordan Neely was guilty of was the color of his skin.
He had ketamine in his
But
system.
luckily for Daniel Penny, his skin was not like Jordan.
It wasn't ketamine. It was
K2.
It was the K2. Yeah,
Even worse.
Nobody called him a crackhead. What? This lady putting shit on him. He wasn't on crack.
Ketamine would have laid that nigga ass out. That's a horse tranquilizer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she called him a crackhead.
Point, I hate we keep pausing. I know you want to get
Smoking on that potpourri.
Oh no. It's fine because I mean it's long. So if HB doesn't mind, after his monologue, we can get back into it because you still have Daniel Penny's family and his attorneys after this. But this is just the black folks first. So we're getting the Negroes out of the way, and then we're gonna go ahead and go into the whites, and then
I have a question real quick. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Wasn't this the same lady that was inciting the riot the other day?
She inciting one again now. I guess you could.
I mean, I don't know who this lady is. If you have like a link
I think
or
you
something.
played. Didn't you guys play a video of her the other day?
Yeah,
No, this is not.
That was her
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah, I
Portia.
didn't. Yeah, okay. As I said, I didn't. I don't know
The
who she
minute
is.
lady. Yeah,
I'm sorry, Portia.
Who is this? This is Jasmine Crockett.
No, hell no.
Juan.
This is Hawk Newsom's sister. This
I'm
is Hawk
asking,
Newsom.
I don't know. That's why. That's all.
They're like the Black Lives Matter racket together. They have some kind of foundation that they run, and I think they're the Greater New York Black Lives Matter. Her and the Club Buster.
I got a question too. How does Kid Rock have so much money, man? He donating $3 million. What the hell? I only know like 2 Kid Rock songs.
He probably got like, you know, man, he probably tours pretty well, you know, a little honky tonk.
He owns a lot of trailer parks, right?
Is that true, Stanley? Or are you just being funny? Is that because that would make a lot more sense? That would make a lot of sense if he owned a whole bunch of
No, I'm just being funny.
Yeah, but you know what, Portia? What else is interesting, Portia? I'm sorry, but what they're saying is that the way I took it was Hawk came in and said, "Look, all these politicians just said they was with us. Where were they in the courtroom? Just hollow words.
They knew it was a loser of a case.
Fair enough. Well, but they said they with them when they out in the media. But as they love to say, do the work. We do the work. Doing the work would have been showing up in the courtroom and showing up for his family 10 years from now. So, you know, whatever, work, getting the homeless people some mental health. That's hard work. These people not trying to do that kind of hard work. And then
I wonder why Benjamin Crump didn't represent him.
And then the lady went on and she said, the white people, they stepped up for their man. Kid Rock dropped $3 million. Where are the blacks to drop something in the lap for these people?
John,
right?
Look at what's on your screen. What's on your screen?
Black Lives Matter. Oh, is this the main foundation though, right?
Yeah, but they're all connected. Okay. So y'all got 90 million. Where's that money at? I mean, maybe you should call Patrice Cullors and ask her for some.
We know damn well where that money went. A
Okay.
couple of houses.
Well,
3 million ain't nothing on what BLM got as a whole.
Well, I think they started their own racket.
Let's do that kind of comparison.
I think these people started their own racket. You understand? But what they're saying is like, where are our black leaders, our money men, to come in and support us the way the Kid Rock supported them in this particular instance? They get out and rap, tweet about it, but they're not showing up in court. They're not donating any money. You know,
Are they contributing to bail funds?
well, I don't even know if they're doing that anymore, right? I don't even know if they're doing that anymore. You know, it was a point in time where these people were the useful idiots and we'll bail y'all out of jail and shit.
Oh, that's a scam. It's a scam.
in their reality, they needed their communities cleaned up and things like that. And now I wonder if there are any famous blacks that donated to these people, while Kid Rock and all these other people donate millions to the white side. If they want to make it about race, we're seeing who's gonna win this thing, right? If it comes down to blacks and whites, the whites are going to support their man.
Damn Skippy, just like what's his name from Wisconsin.
They Kyle Rittenhouse, they'll make him a stop.
Yeah, they held Kyle Rittenhouse down, man. They held him down.
Didn't he turn into a liberal?
No.
Well, sort of. I wouldn't say liberal per se, but he's here in Texas, believe it or not. He's actually an hour north of Austin.
Probably voting Democrat.
I wouldn't know about that. He's been working for a lot of career organizations, but we'll see.
He did the Lord's work that day. So,
And they complaining about the jurors, the non-white jurors. They were the jurors of Daniel Penny's peers, weren't they?
Well, more importantly, why does it have to be about skin color to be on the freaking jury?
Because America is a very racist country, and just about everything is about skin color. That's why.
I would have to disagree. I mean,
well, you disagree all you want, Juan. I point out this case was about black and white.
This case was about a guy that was.
Yeah, I don't think it was race related.
Well, it was so bad that even the black people on the train, called that white guy hero.
Enter back and forth.
The passengers on the train.
We all know that America is a
the black passengers on that train said.
Who gives?
So you telling me a black person helped Daniel Penny tie down another black person?
Black people contributed holding him down. You're absolutely right, Mike.
If you can't figure out by now that race plays just about a part in everything in this country, if y'all can't figure that out,
hey, there's nothing to figure out. I mean, this case was not about race.
Democracy dies in dumbness.
Stanley, you got to love. I'm just going to mute up.
I got more lip.
Stanley, I heard your comment. Stanley, I read your comment on the screen about, I think you were referring to what the black lady said about blacks finding themselves in the ghetto and at the bottom. What do you think about her comment? If I would love to hear your comment.
She doesn't quite understand what she said. But
what do you think about her feelings or her sentiment? Right? Because that's really what she's expressing is her feelings.
And I think she's right, but she's not right in the way she thinks she is.
What way do you think she's right?
I think it has always been the case post 1964 that blacks need to stop waiting on whites to save them. They need to stop, depending on celebrities to save them. Basically, blacks will deliver blacks from whatever wilderness we're in.
Can't really argue with that, Stanley.
That's very
well, of course,
I agree with that.
I happen to be right.
I just don't think this case was about race, though. I don't think this case was about race.
I do think it's about.
Well, there was black people even speaking up for Daniel Penny, so I don't think it was race.
Let me make it simple for you, Mike. I respect your opinion. Now let me have mine.
Yeah, you got it, but I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, I'm certainly not asking you to.
I think it definitely is.
And I'm not going to go back and forth with you. My bad, HP, for cutting you off.
No. I just want to say,
absolutely foolish to go back and forth with me.
I think it definitely is about race because if Daniel Penny was a black guy, I don't think this would be getting any publication. Nobody would really care about it.
He wouldn't be charged, HB. There was a case, similar set of facts in New York, in the Bronx, where that happened, and it was a black guy, no charges.
Yeah. See, that's what I said early on. I don't think he ever should have been charged. I think that's the harm in it all, in that, he was charged where if a DA could have gone either way. They could have not charged him. Yeah. And, just dealt with the consequences there. But to put the public through this, knowing that you had a shaky case at best, it only makes the racial tension even higher. Now this person has 9 white jurors, 12 white, well, however many, 9 white, non-white jurors to blame. So now the net is bigger in, you know, the people that she is spewing hate toward, right? But one thing she won't do, she will not criticize the government. The government put on a good case. She said, no, they didn't. If they put on a good case, they would have won, but she want to blame her fellow man. Blame the government. Blame Alvin Bragg.
Well, when they reduced the charge from manslaughter, that was a sign that he was getting off right there.
I thought they'd have
I thought they'd have. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's play some more before the stream ends.
Got it and labeled a crackhead. The only crime that Jordan Neely was guilty of was the color of his skin.
Come on.
But luckily for Daniel Penny, his skin was not like Jordan's, because you honestly wouldn't have seen our face. The NYPD would have arrested him after 3 hours. The justice system would have found him guilty. And shame on this jury, because to be real, they didn't even try. Once the lesser charge was removed, they came back an hour later and said it was deadlock. Less than an hour and 20 minutes later, they said not guilty. These wonderful white people, I hope they celebrate their Christmas while the Neely family is praying and asking God for comfort. God damn them and goddamn America.
Ooh, wow.
Wow. All right then.
Jeremiah Wright. Jeremiah Wright.
And when
God
I say
damn.
unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, because thou givest him not warning, nor speaketh to warn the wicked of his wicked ways, his blood shall I require at thy hand.
Excuse me.
My name is Rev Ron McHenry. I'm with the National Action Network. We are outraged by this verdict that we've heard today. We understand that Daniel Penny jumped on the train and choked out Jordan Neely. We understand that he was homeless. We understand that he cried out for food. But if we allow for regular citizens to choke out anybody on the train just because they feel uncomfortable, then what sort of precedent are we setting for the rest of America? We cannot allow for people to be lynched in this age. We cannot not allow for an era of injustice to continue. Even though this verdict did not go the way we wanted, we will continue to mobilize. We will continue to fight in the way Dr. King fought, in a nonviolent way. So we urge everyone that is listening to mobilize, to galvanize together, because the fight is not yet finished for justice. Someone argued in the courtroom that no justice, no peace is a threatening chant. Dr. King said this, that tension is not, that peace is not merely the absence of tension, but the presence of justice. If we can't see justice by this system, then there is no peace in America, and we will continue to fight until we see the peace that Dr. King talked about is realized in this day and age. Justice for the Neely family.
They acting like that man just got on the train asking for food and was killed.
You know, he did say that he was lynched, so, you know.
You know, wore that word out.
Yeah.
Too many lynchings. Too many lynchings.
Oh, Stanley says high-tech lynchings don't use rope. Oh, okay. Well, that's new for me.
Well, remember Clarence Thomas? He that was high-tech lynching was his term.
This was a low-tech lynching. Low-tech.
His trial.
John crazy.
Low-tech lynching. They down on the floor. Get down on the floor. Wallowing down on that nasty ass New York City subway floor. Nigga, I wouldn't even let them shoes come in my house. They down on the floor. Ugh.
If he was that hungry, he could have easily just got on the train and talked to somebody. Hey man, I'm hungry. Give me $5, $10.
Yeah, man,
He went to threatening people.
Well, he made a lot of money doing the Michael Jackson dances before everything happened, and on those videos, he did a pretty badass job impersonating Michael Jackson.
I bet COVID fucked him up.
I think, and this is where I think it's a sad case all around. I think him seeing what happened to his mother screwed him up. When you're a victim of violence or you see violence in front of you, that I can tell you from as somebody that got robbed at gunpoint, it'll mess the cables up in your head if you're not careful. What I find also interesting, I'll be quite honest, I find it infuriating, is that his dad's filing a wrongful death civil suit. But here's the thing, his dad dropped him off. You know how they have these little safe harbor laws or what have you? His dad basically abandoned him with child care services because nobody wanted to take care of Neely when he was a kid. And now
maybe you want money back for the gas it cost to drop the nigga off.
Well, I'll cut the check for the gas right now.
My gas money back. Oh, interesting.
I think those civil cases like that. I that's just me personally. I believe once somebody is found not guilty, they shouldn't even want to bring a civil case, because these type of people, all they want to do is just go ride and loot anyway. I mean, and that all that money that they were expecting from the civil suit, like, it's crazy to me all the way around. But
well, the civil suit is generally filed for money.
Well, it has to be filed for
if
money.
they can't get you for criminal.
Yeah, they either get you for money or they get you for what's known as an equitable remedy. But when it comes to civil suits, they're filing that because the standard of proof is much, much lower as well.
I'm glad you're here. I don't think they're going to win a civil suit.
I don't know. I was nervous on the criminal case when the DA dismissed the high count, the manslaughter charge on Friday.
Well, this is the one case I can think of that actually, I've been basically saying all along that there were so many systemic failures here that it's hard to just blame a guy. I mean, the policing screwed up, PTSD on Penny's side, whatever mental or whatever's going on with the victim. There were just so many systemic failures. I just don't know how you can find one particular guy at fault here.
I mean, I think the bigger case that they have, again, these people hate to blame the government, although they can seemingly delineate between the government and the police. The police officers saying they wouldn't admit, CPR on the guy. Like, that's probably. Huh? Say what?
I'm sorry. Did they or didn't they? I didn't.
They did not. They said he dirty, nasty, look like he got AIDS.
Well, you're not supposed to. You don't do the mouth to mouth anymore. I thought.
Yeah, I was going to say they have these little things you can use to put over someone's mouth to administer CPR now.
You didn't have it. Yeah, maybe they didn't have it on them.
Can't you just do compressions though?
I don't know. Maybe they didn't want to touch him. They said he was so dirty and nasty. But I know they said that they wouldn't put their mouth on him because he was dirty and nasty. He might have AIDS. And the police officer said, I didn't want to subject my subordinates to that, my partners or whatever.
Well, they have no duty to act. That's the thing that a lot of people have to realize. We don't have moral laws per se in that sense. And I'll be quite honest, if I were on the train and I saw him passed out, I probably wouldn't administer CPR either.
But that would seem to me where if there is some liability, you have a man admitting that he would not help this man who's, I guess he has a charge for public safety, even though he doesn't have to protect you. And that would seem to me to be where they would want to address. You have an officer on your police force who refused to do everything for my child and my loved one because he was dirty and nasty.
There we go. I thought that was the case. Phoenix says that heart compressions are good enough until medics arrive.
So what do y'all think is going to happen now moving forward?
Well, there's the civil case. We'll see what happens on the civil case. It's one of those that could go either way. So, you know, Daniel Penny could be on the hook economically, or he may not be on the hook economically. We'll see what happens.
Do y'all think any of these people are going to riot and loot?
No,
it's too cold. It's New York.
Well, not only that, like I said, this case is just, I don't think anybody's going to go and riot for, you know, a guy in that condition.
This
was in worse
condition. Go ahead. I'm sorry, John.
I mean, George Floyd, like mentally, physically, probably was in worse condition.
I don't think he was a bum. I don't think he was a bum threatening people.
Shit, he just overdosed a couple months ahead of time. Yeah, COVID.
Right, but what I'm saying is this guy was scaring
Hey,
people.
John, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, I think those rioting days, I think that shit's over, man.
Yeah, I think it's over too.
For the black stuff, you might get some government riots again, but the black stuff, niggas ain't doing that shit no more, man. Too much inflation. They ain't handing out no checks. You know, niggas ain't doing that, man.
HB, let me read this to you from the officer that testified in the trial. He said his name was Carl Johnson, a sergeant. He testified that none of his team performed mouth-to-mouth on Neely because he was a drug user. He seemed to be a drug user. He was an apparent drug user. He was very dirty. I didn't want them to get hepatitis. If he did wake up, he would have been vomiting. I didn't want my officers to do that. He was filthy. He looked like a homeless individual. You have to protect your officer, the sergeant went on. I wouldn't want my officer to get sick if the person throws up. There's a certain line when you have to protect your officers. Police detected a pulse on Neely after he was put in a chokehold by Penny, which means he's still alive. And I think that's the extent. I got a pulse. Second police officer confirmed that he too felt the pulse.
Yeah.
And so that was some of the testimony at the trial. Again, this is stuff that would have been known to the prosecutors before they decided to charge this man. And again, I don't think that with all that evidence known to put before a jury, they should have known how this was going to turn out and use their discretion to not charge the man. That's my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, and you can't really blame the officers either in that case, in that sense. You know,
I'm looking at comments from New York attorney Joe Neerman, who was present during the trial. He's saying that the moment the not guilty verdict was read out, Daniel Penny received death threats.
Wow. In the courthouse?
Yeah, in the courthouse.
Ooh,
Everybody gets death threats these days.
Yeah. I mean, me and Stanley have gotten death threats. John has gotten death threats.
In the courthouse? In the courthouse? Sheesh. Man, like, you know, that's a crime.
Yeah, it's a crime.
Well, Stanley, you didn't get death threats, but Solid Snake did threaten to violate you sexually. So I mean, that pretty much is a death threat. That kind of, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's worse than death.
Yeah, I think. But if you think about it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna sleep well now.
Yeah, I'll never forget that.
That's just interesting. HB, you know, we were talking about Hunter Biden this morning, and it's like these people were talking about two different tiers of justice, right?
Yeah.
Well, shit. There's no more clear example than Hunter Biden and Daniel Neely. You know, if they feel that way as a white man that got off for killing him and another white man.
God. Yo, but they'll never say that though. That's the fucked up part.
They tied to the Democrat.
Yeah, they too tied up with him, man. They can't say it. They can't say it.
They can't say it.
Damn, that is true too, man. That is true. Even though I agree, I don't think Hunter should go to jail for that. But I mean, that's a perfect example of it right there.
Yeah.
Kyle Greenhouse tweeted out, "Congratulations on your not guilty, Daniel Penny. Join the club, my friend."
No, he did not.
He did tweet out. No, he didn't say join the club. He said congratulations on your not guilty.
Who did?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
That is nice.
Hey, the club is getting bigger and bigger, right?
You know, pretty soon they're going to have enough for their own Justice League.
I wonder what did George Zimmerman tweet that? Did George Zimmerman have a Twitter account? Anyone know if George Zimmerman?
George Zimmerman's case was weird because that case could have gone either way. George Zimmerman got self-defense, but believe it or not, Trayvon Martin taken out George Zimmerman, the stand your ground law would have equally applied to him as well. This is one of those where either or would have been just.
Oh, you really think that?
It's very true. It's very true. It's very true.
Wow.
Zimmerman's attorney.
I'm not going to argue that kind of counterfactual.
I've said that for a long time, right? If he had closed the deal with Zimmerman and beat him to death, he could have said, "Man, this man was following me, and we got into a fight, and I beat his ass. He went to pull a gun. I just kept beating him." That would have been at least enough for a child, right, in the eyes of the law, defending himself against a grown man who was clearly armed. The police had told him, or the dispatcher told him not to follow the boy, not that was legally binding.
Well, I'll bring up an example of that. There was a black lady who tried to use the Castle Doctrine or something like that. She failed. It didn't work.
No, you talking about Marissa? Her case was real bad.
It was something about her defending herself against her husband or something.
Yeah, but she went toward him. She went toward him. She shot a warning shot. That is true. She shot a warning shot in the presence of children.
Yes,
right, which is also true. Then I think she violated the terms of her release. Going back, messing with the man, either arguing with him or having sex with him, and so her case was totally different. And,
I got you. Well, I guess we'll never be able to prove it one way or the other. I somehow doubt that Trayvon Martin would have gotten that benefit of doubt.
Her case would have been kind of different. If she had killed him,
might have made a difference.
Now, if she had killed that man, you're talking about the Marissa lady, because that was in Florida as well. She might would have had a better chance. But by the fact she fired a warning shot, and I think she admitted to firing a warning shot. Well, the law doesn't give you
that's what sank her, right? I don't remember.
You're right. Shoot warning
shot in the presence of children. That's an aggravated assault. Times however many children there were, and that's what.
Were they her children? They were his children.
They were his children, right? And that's why they testified against her. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, so on the next show on HB stream, I do have footage to show you guys from the behavior outside of the courtroom and how the black folks started acting up, and how that was handled, or if it was handled or not. So, and then a few more responses from different people, and of course, Roland Martin is live right now talking about it. So we can get into that.
This is gonna be good today, Portia.
So I have everything that you all may or may not need, or may need to, or don't want to see, but you're going to see it today.
Portia, have you been like front running watching it? Tell us give us a tease. How good is it, Portia? Have you been front running and watching it a little bit ahead of time? Like, is Roland freaking out? Give us a tease.
Yes, he is. He is. Van Jones is. What is that bald-headed woman name?
Which one?
Simone Sanders?
Not her. No way. Her.
I heard the other one. She's dark skinned. Joy Reid.
Ooh,
yeah, a lot of them. They're all DL Hughley. I know this is all fairly new, but I mean they all posted.
This is
videos and everything all over the place.
Yeah, well, I may have had enough black dysfunction for the day.
Is it too real for Stanley right here? Too real.
Hey, wait, hold it now. Remember who predicted he would get off? Did I not predict that?
Would you have predicted the black responses that we are likely to see when Roland and DL and Joy and all these blacks get together?
I think the response is pro forma, and I also think that it's nothing. It's paltry.
Is that right? Okay.
Tell me it's not pro forma.
Hey,
They
Push,
can't just not say anything.
Push, I just picked up in Dallas. I'm at this corner right now. Saw these all these Spanish ladies handing out flowers.
Oh yeah, they always selling flowers.
Yeah, these don't look like homeless women though. These look like some.
Better hope they don't get choked out.
Yeah, no, they
Nah,
usually
nah,
never
nah.
homeless. They just sell flowers and tamales too.
Yeah, nah, these women, you wouldn't. I'll say this, Stanley, you wouldn't mind doing mouth to mouth on these ladies.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to go any farther than that. But damn, I haven't really been in Dallas. I'm like in Dallas for real. It's like 4 of them on the street corners. Like, God damn.
They'll probably sell you more than some flowers.
Nah.
Dallas is different. Dallas is different.
Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, I see.
Yeah,
What's
Dallas
going on.
is a different beast.
They got some different type of roses they selling. Is that what you're saying, Portia?
No, do you have a profile by any chance?
Juan, you might. Yeah, this is let me stop. What is going on?
Well, because I'm looking at some footage from Libs of TikTok right outside of the New York courthouse that I wanted to send you guys. That's why I was asking.
Oh,
Yeah, I have all of that pulled up already.
Libs of
We just need to start the next show so we can get into it.
Yeah, the list.
Shit, the next show she's titled "The Damn Daniel Penny."
Yeah, I've already changed the title for the next show. I have everything done already, like, because I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go in on this.
Make it. Try to get some people, like, title it in a way you can get some people who may have the opinions about it, who want to speak up on it. I want to hear the pro-blacks today. I want to hear what the pro-blacks have to say.
You haven't heard enough from me.
Oh, not Stanley, is pro-black as you think you are. You're still very conservative, man.
Yeah, you ain't giving us what we need. Stanley.
You ain't
Well,
a
I'm
pro-black as you think,
disappointing.
Stanley.
I'm disappointing.
Defending this Negro got his head choked on the train. We need the liberals to come up here and say he should be offering him food, gruel, a place to live. The government failed him. We need those blacks